What time is it? All right, everybody, it's 9:36 right now, and we are literally less than an hour away now, or about an hour away from official landfall of Hurricane Helene in the Big Bend of Florida. As of the 9 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center, they've been doing hourly updates. 140-mile-per-hour winds. It is a Category 4 storm. We are seeing on radar where there could be some higher winds in there. It is not a Category 5, though, so that is a good news. 157-mile-per-hour winds would be a Cat 5. So you can see that those wind gusts at 155 miles per hour are pretty significant. It is actually moving a little bit faster than it was earlier, now moving to the northeast at 24 miles per hour. You know, air has mass, and when mass moves, that creates momentum. This thing is just getting started on how it is going to plow into the southeastern part of the country. You can see that the entire tropical envelope here across the southeastern United States is just slowly but surely meandering its way to the north along with the storm. All right, so into the particulars now. You can see where the eye is. It is sitting just to the northwest of Cedar Key, which is right here, and it's going to continue to move in. There's a little town called Perry in here that is expected to have some pretty nasty weather here for the next few hours, as the eye is right now making landfall. Interestingly enough, this storm prompted what's called an excessive wind warning. This is basically the highest level of kind of wind warning that is in a shorter duration. The National Weather Service office in Tallahassee just issued that for that Perry area as the storm is coming ashore. So the storm will continue its northward march, and it will start to speed up. So we were already seeing it at 24 miles per hour. As it moves north, it will be decaying and falling apart. So that means all of that energy that is right now in a very small area, compact around the eye, will be displaced. And that means it has nowhere else to go but out. And so we're going to see a pretty big wind field from this one. But you can see that the storm will then kind of settle down and move back into the Nashville area and hang out there through the day on Saturday, as it will continue to be absorbed into an upper level low. We've been talking about that before. All of the alerts that are currently associated with this storm system stretch from Key West all the way into northern Indiana. This is all because of this particular storm. Obviously, you see the big red boxes. These are all tornado watches. There are embedded tornado warnings in here, including a confirmed tornado on the ground just southwest of the Savannah area. And so all of this is just going to continue to move in, this nasty tornadic type weather, as the spin with the storm continues to move north too. All the green is indicative of where there is flooding concerns. We already have numerous flash flood warnings out. And the yellow is actually an interesting one, because the yellow is a wind advisory. So remember, I said the storm is coming in, it's decaying, all that wind is basically the energy spilling out of it, and we're going to have very gusty winds for the day tomorrow. So into the satellite picture now. This is the mesoscale satellite picture, so they can get real high res and real close in here. You can see we've had a nice symmetrical eye here over the last half hour or so. So this storm is strengthening right up to the coastline. And you can see that the highest thunderstorms are basically concentrated on the western flank of this particular storm. We never got a really good ring around this thing, really big thunderstorms that go up. So we've always had kind of a little bit of a wobble on the eye, but that eye will be crossing over the coastline very shortly. There's where the big thunderstorms are, just on the north and west side of the eye. If this had been farther south and we were able to get those storms to wrap around the entire eye, we probably would have been looking at a Cat 5. So the fact that it is making landfall here very shortly is great news. It will cut off the intensification. And as soon as the storm moves away from the warm water, it will immediately begin decaying. And by the time we get to 2, 3, 4 hours from now, as it's moving inland, the wind speeds will be coming down, but that wind field is spreading out. I want to zoom in here to the Perry area. I mentioned Perry. So this is a super high res map. And the reason I wanted to kind of do this, I took all the radar data off, all the things off, is show you that you have Perry, and then there are some farm fields over here too, Dowling Park and Mayo, but all of this is trees. This is a heavily forested area. These are all coastal estuaries, and you can kind of see all the rivulets, all the little rivers and creeks that are moving water from these estuaries out to the ocean. This is where the storm surge is going to be the worst. So if there is any good news out of this, and there's not a lot of good news to be had, but as far as location goes, there's not a heavily populated coastline in this area, because this is where we're going to get the biggest storm surge. This is also where those highest winds are going to be coming onshore. So Perry, Florida, keep those folks in your prayers, because they're going to need it. All right, I've turned on the Tallahassee National Weather Service radar and the Moody Air Force Base radar out of southern Georgia, and you can definitely see the eye here, okay? You can kind of see it's a little wobbly, but we do have a very, very robust batch of storms that is just starting to come on shore. The official landfall won't happen until the center point of the center point crosses the coast. So we aren't at official landfall yet. You can see we have to make up this entire distance here, but the eye wall is making landfall right now, and so conditions in Perry are going to be going downhill very quickly. And we have the National Weather Service office in Tallahassee. This radar has the velocity on now, and if we go ahead and we do a little query here, we've been watching this as it's been coming closer into range, and we've been seeing some pretty impressive numbers, 142 mile-per-hour winds on radar right now. Remember, it's 140 mile-per-hour winds with the National Hurricane Center update. So on radar, we're seeing that. But these winds are at 7,000 feet. So the radar beam is shooting up just a little bit, but 142 mile-per-hour winds there on the east side of the eye wall. And we'll see we got 125 on the backside. When we're talking about 140 mile-an-hour winds, everybody, that's basically an EF3 tornado. And this is the size of it. It's huge. So it's a really scary situation as this storm will continue to move northeast at 25 miles per hour or so here over the next several hours, and just absolutely grazing this area with these super high-speed winds as they continue to come in. We've been watching the buoys throughout the day too. These are live buoys. This is live data from the buoys from the National Data Buoy Center, and you can see 18-foot waves every 11 seconds. It is a washing machine out there. Interestingly enough, the 18-foot waves are actually down from the 20-foot waves that we saw earlier this evening at 5 o'clock. But we also have all of these winds. Now, the waves are, of course, caused by the wind. The wind is pushing everything around, and so you get all the water starting to move and whatnot. But the storm surge is kind of a cumulative effect of all of that wind pushing a huge amount of water around. And so we still have very high concern on the storm surge, and this is something you can't get away from. If you are stuck in storm surge, you don't get out of it because it just inundates everything. So as I mentioned, the worst of the storm surge will be along the coastal areas from up here near Waukesha down into the Horseshoe Beach area. Perry sits right here. We just showed you that. So all the water is coming in. Remember, I showed you all the little tributaries? All of those are filling up with water right now, and they're expecting anywhere from 12 to possibly 15 to 18-foot storm surge. So that is basically, just think of the entire ocean coming in 18 feet. And then you add waves on top of that. Remember, we have those 19-foot waves. So it's pretty incredible when you start to kind of put everything together. The coastal inundation, look how far inland some of these areas are expected to see inundation from this storm. So all that water is pushing in, it pushes it in, and it actually can reverse river flow. So now a lot of these are freshwater rivers. Now they're salinated, which is a big problem for the ecosystem. But you can see that up into Cross City and some of these inland areas, they're going to have storm surge inundation on top of all of the flooding rain that they have going on and whatnot, and that is going to continue to cause a lot of problems. The good news out of this is that this is happening when we're at low tide, at least this evening. The big push of the storm surge has been going on, but we've been at low tide. The bad news is high tide is just coming. Now, this is St. Petersburg, Florida, which is farther to the south, and you can see they're expecting the peak storm surge now about 5 to 8 feet or so. They do have flooding that is taking place right now in the city of Tampa, in St. Pete. So that peak of the surge is going to be happening right about now. And then as the surge starts to back off, as the storm moves away, the wind speeds will also come down. So they should actually have a pretty decent start to the day tomorrow in the Tampa area. Orlando will have a great start to their day too. It's into Georgia that we're really going to see a lot of those problems. So here's the storm, at least on forecast model. This is the graph forecast model, and you can see where we have the highest winds around the eye. This is a representation of it. Remember, our highest winds right now are on the northwest side of the eye, but you can see how this thing comes in and it crosses right at about 11 o'clock or so. I think it'll be just before 11 p.m. close to the Perry area. So if you take Perry out to the coast, you're going to run right into the center of this thing. Then as it moves inland, that decaying will be taking place. Now, this doesn't happen right away. Remember, I said air has mass, mass moving has momentum. And so that momentum is carried in. Matter of fact, they're expecting a Category 2 hurricane, Category 2 strength hurricane, clear through Valdosta overnight tonight. And then tomorrow, as we start the day, just to the east of the Macon area, what's left of the center of the storm will still be causing all kinds of problems with significant wind that is going to rake across southeastern Georgia and into the Carolinas and into the central part of the Appalachians, like into North Carolina and then over into Tennessee. Now, the wind field forecast is fascinating. I'm going to take you through this because this is one of those things that as a meteorologist you look at and you're just like, this is incredible how this is unfolding. So we have our hurricane force winds, which earlier this evening were extending 60 miles out from the eye. The tropical storm force winds, which at one point were over 300 miles. They would extend out for 300 miles from the center of the eye. And this whole thing is moving northward, okay? As it's decaying, so this is basically picking up where we left off. I'm going to fade on the actual wind forecast, and you can see this bright purple. That's what's left of the wind core of Hurricane Helene at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And look at where it is. It's clear up here into North and South Carolina, starting to tap into western sections of Virginia, the Atlanta area too. Remember, this is 8 a.m. What happens in Atlanta at 8 a.m.? A lot of flights. Atlanta's Hartsfield Airport is going to have massive problems tomorrow, as is Charlotte. Charlotte Douglas Airport is also going to be having a lot of problems. And then after 8 a.m., that storm is expected to get captured by an upper level low that's been sitting out to the southwest of us. And so that will help to pull that wind core back to the west. Cincinnati could be getting 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts tomorrow afternoon as that moves through. We will be far removed from where the core, what's left of the core, will be, but we have basically a frictionless surface here on Lake Erie, and that wind coming out of the northeast is just going to be screaming across the lake. And by and large, it looks like areas west, the islands out into Ottawa County, Erie County, you folks could end up picking up wind gusts at 40 miles per hour. And you're a couple hundred miles away from where that wind core is. That wind core will finally start to dissipate. The energy will finally start to work itself out by tomorrow night and into Saturday morning, but we're still gonna have a very blustery day on Saturday with all of that there, all right? So now we have wind that is moving quickly, and watch the power outage probabilities start to go up. So as the storm makes landfall, we know there's gonna be tons of power outages. There's 500,000 customers in Florida without power already. 500,000 people without power, actually customers without power. As that core of that storm moves northward, we still have big power problems ongoing throughout Georgia and South Carolina and North Carolina, and then right up into Kentucky and Southwest Ohio for tomorrow. So if you have plans to head down to the southwestern part of Ohio, if you're going to Cincinnati or Dayton or whatnot, just know you're going to be running into much higher wind speeds in the afternoon hours, and there could even be some power problems down that way. So just something to kind of keep in mind. On the rainfall side of things, unbelievable amounts of rain have already fallen in areas around Atlanta and the southeast because of a cold front that came in. Now that cold front came in, and we actually had the front here yesterday, and it stalled, and that provides kind of a line that Helene will follow northward before the upper level low grabs it and pulls it to the west. So this purple area here, this is just, they're expecting huge amounts of flooding, flash flooding overnight tonight. Then tomorrow we should start to see that pivoting just just a little bit. It'll move a little bit farther to the north. You can see where we still have very high concern for flooding. That does include the Charlotte area. This is very mountainous terrain. They're talking landslides and all kinds of river flooding. And then you can see even farther to the west as that rain continues to spread out from the east to the west as Helene is pulled back to the west because of the upper level low. We're probably going to be seeing quite a bit of heavy rain. And then, believe it or not, even into Saturday, even into northern Ohio, we still have some rain that is coming down. So this storm system is just incredible from an energy standpoint. And as that energy begins to dissipate, the wind begins to spread out, the rain begins to spread out, and it is a slow process to watch this storm degrade down to nothing. So as the core of this storm, as the eye of the storm comes ashore tonight, it will continue up to the north-northeast. Again, we're expecting proper landfall. That means the center of the center crossing the coast. That will probably take place just before 11 p.m. That storm will then slingshot northward, and by 7 in the morning, it's going to be up in the east of the Atlanta area. That is just incredible how that's moving. And this is a big storm. So you can see all this amazing rain, tons of wind ongoing to start the day tomorrow in the western part of the Carolinas and northern Georgia. All of that then begins to shift farther to the west with tons of rain falling in places like Kentucky, western portions of Tennessee. So Nashville could get a lot of rain out of this, as well as the Ohio River Valley and the mid-Mississippi River Valley too. This is Friday at noon, and then if you head into the afternoon, now kind of the whip around, if you will, it's almost like it's being thrown northward with the storm. We'll have what I guess could have been an outer rain band, but it's basically just the edge of the storm system itself will bring rain to northern Ohio for tomorrow evening. So we're going to start dry. We're going to start with a blustery day, and then things start to really ramp up as far as the wind goes and the rain goes too. Once the storm is captured by the low, it's going to be held there, and that means we will continue to have scattered rain chances all the way through the early part of next week. Again, the storm is not going to disappear, it's going to dissipate. So it will just kind of sit out in the lower Ohio Valley before it is swept eastward Tuesday by a cold front. And that cold front will mean some pretty significant changes to the way the weather feels here in northeast Ohio by Wednesday. All right, let's break this down locally. All the different local weather impacts that we have from Helene. The remnants will be impacting northern Ohio tomorrow and through the weekend, and even into Monday and Tuesday of next week, with rain and with wind predominantly. The wind gusts here tomorrow, 25 to 40 miles per hour. We'll have showers moving from south to north through the afternoon into the evening hours, and then even into the weekend, we'll continue to have some blustery conditions and showers on and off. It looks like later Saturday we'll have showers, and then Sunday we're also going to have showers. So there's quite a bit to still come our way. Speaking of the winds, and this is what we're really going to hone in on because I think this will be the big impact for us here tomorrow during the day. You can see our wind gust speeds going up as the afternoon goes on. Anywhere from 20 to 30 plus mile per hour winds are a possibility with that wind out of the east-northeast. So an east-northeast wind means we're going to have a lot of wind and water coming into the islands and the west end of Lake Erie. So heads up for our friends who are out at Cedar Point, into Huron, because all of the water, we're probably going to have a meteo tsunami, which is known as a SAFE sometimes. All that water is being pushed to the west end of the lake, so we'll have a water rise taking place out in Erie County. All right, let's talk about the wind gust speeds. Right around 11:30 noon, we're talking about these different wind gust speeds. Notice how much higher the wind gusts will be in the Sandusky area. Farther south, we deal with more frictional slowing of the wind, so that is actually going to be a benefit to places like Cleveland and down into Akron and Ashtabula. But watch what happens as the day goes on, because the wind field continues to expand, and we actually see our wind gust speeds coming up in the afternoon. This is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, kids getting home from school. We're likely now by this point to have lakeshore flooding in Erie County, also out in Ottawa County and for the islands. We have wind gusts anywhere from 20 to 36 miles per hour at this point. 40 plus mile per hour wind gusts will still be a possibility. And then even into the evening hours, we will still have a very blustery evening with those wind gusts anywhere from 20 to 35 or so. And this is about the time that the Friday night football games get going. So that could be really interesting for the kickers and the punters and just the game in general, because at this same time, this is when the rain chances really start to pick up across northern Ohio. So tomorrow we'll start blustery. We are going to get windier as the day goes on, and then even into tomorrow night, it stays very breezy. By Saturday morning, we're going to start to see those winds settling down somewhat, but it's still going to be kind of breezy around northern Ohio. That is going to do quite a number on the lake. Now, I mentioned the islands and I mentioned Erie County. Remember, we have a near frictionless surface here, so that wind is just going to, it's got nothing to slow it down, and it's going to be coming in out of the northeast. So we will have a lot of wind coming right into the west end of the lake, and that means all of the water along here will be pushing westward too. So if that does indeed happen, that's known as a meteotsunami, a movement of water, a wave of water that is caused by meteorological factors. Once that wind backs off or starts to abruptly change direction, you can have the slosh that happens back and forth. That's a seiche. I don't know that we will have a really good chance at a seiche, because I think the water will be held in place by the northeast winds, which will continue. But I think the meteotsunami will definitely happen, and then the seiche we'll just kind of have to watch. We've never had a problem with the seiche causing major damage. There's been a couple that have caused some minor damage, but that was in, like, you know, some significant severe weather storm events, like big major derechos and whatnot. So just something to note. The waves 5 to 11 feet. The west end of the lake will probably be a few feet higher potentially, but that is the shallower end of the lake, so that changes that dynamic a little bit too. It's going to be really incredible. All right, rain chances. Now, I know that we were saying, okay, the end of the storm is the disintegration of the storm, if you will really start to spread things out quite a bit. In the morning, we're not going to have the rain, but the rain chances will ramp up in the evening, and that is because the outer edges of the storm will be coming into northern Ohio. So if we kind of put this into your National Designer hour-by-hour forecast here, you can see that tomorrow morning, in the initial push, as the core of the storm is going into the Ohio Valley, excuse me, we'll probably have some light rain that begins to move into areas of central Ohio. I don't think we're going to have it here necessarily, but there's your east wind at 10 with gusts to 16, temperatures in the mid-60s. That first round of rain starts to pull back to the south just a little bit through the morning and into midday, and the temperatures are going to hold there in the 60s. In the afternoon, we are going to start to see the wind changing directions now, not just easterly, but northeasterly. So this is when our wind speeds are starting to pick up, winds at 15, gusts to 23, temperatures in the upper 70s. We're now into the tropical envelope of the storm. What's left of the storm, the little atmosphere that came with it, that is moving right up into Ohio, and that's when we're going to also start to see some of the scattered showers that are part of this storm. It's absolutely incredible. So the northeast winds are still cranking into the west end of the lake. We have very mild temperatures in the mid-70s for the afternoon with scattered rain showers. We'll see more numerous showers through the evening, so plan on some rain for Friday night football. If it's not raining when you leave the house, I mean, you could have an evening where you stay dry, but just know there is potential for scattered rain that could be staying with you in some places here in northeast Ohio. Those east-northeasterly winds expected to continue through the evening. That round of rain will probably back off just a little bit, but we'll have an isolated to scattered rain chance in the overnight hours into Saturday morning. You can see it's just all part and parcel with this storm system. Everything's coming at us from the east and southeast, which is not really typical for us, so you know kind of something is up. Now, Saturday morning, we start off calmer. This is good news. It's still going to be breezy, but it will be calmer. And then we have better chances for rain into the afternoon. As far as the rainfall forecast, it's not a lot. This is not going to be a drought buster for us because we're not right into the core of this storm. We're going to ride the edges on this one, but we are going to be getting some of that light rain, and we could have anywhere from a half to possibly 3/4 of an inch, but it looks like we'll probably be right around a half or less throughout much of northeast Ohio. So overnight, cloudy skies will continue uneventful as all the craziness is happening in the southeastern U.S. We remain uneventful. We're grateful for that. Temperatures are going to be in the mid-60s. 60s for us. And then tomorrow, as the winds come up, eventually the rain chances start to come in too. Our temperatures are likely to be in the mid and upper 70s across northern Ohio. So hold on to your hats, everybody. It's going to be a pretty bumpy day for us tomorrow, but not anything like what is going on in the southeastern United States, as Hurricane Helene will be making landfall probably in less than an hour now, official landfall. We, of course, will bring you the very latest on what's next at 11 o'clock on 3 News, WKYC. Until then, I'm Chief Meteorologist Betsy Kling. Thanks so much for hanging out with us.
In Tampa, that's where we are right now. We're safe and sound. We hope you are too. We know there are some people out there in harm's way, and we know a lot of you did not anticipate that it would be this bad. Not everybody keeps up with, not everybody watches every single newscast or is on social media. Some people aren't completely aware, and I've discovered that just by talking to people and letting them know, hey, we got a hurricane coming. It's like, oh, really? Had no idea.
I told you, I mean, I was off on Monday and Tuesday, took personal days, and it was so interesting. People going, wait, there's a storm. Oh, I just realized that there's a storm, or why is the water gone?
Sure.
And so, so not every step of the way, and things have changed throughout the day, just in the last hour or two, not just with the water rising, but even that wind kind of changing as well. And really, since this morning with Hurricane Helene waking up with a Category 2, then a Category 3, and now we have a Category 4 storm in the Gulf of Mexico.
Right, and the storm surge is continuing to rise right now. So the water levels are going to get worse in some areas, which is unfortunate. I want to give you a unique view right now of this hurricane. This is from above. This is from the International Space Station, about 250 miles above Earth right here. The International Space Station orbits Earth in about 93 minutes, but it was able to take this picture, and you see both the beauty and terrifying picture here of this storm. Look at that, just looking right, and you get an idea of just how big this is. Hundreds of miles this storm is. Really every part of the state of Florida in one way or another is impacted by this storm.
And Bobby, I'm going to put you on the spot here. I'm trying to remember exactly what you said earlier when we look at this, and you can see the magnitude of it. You said potentially the largest storm recorded with Helene's wind field?
No, not the largest recorded, but twice. We were comparing it to other storms.
Okay.
So people have an idea why we were going to get the surge we're going to get.
Okay.
It would be about 150 miles wider than the storm winds with Idalia.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow, and that was a big storm too.
Yeah.
Over 450 miles wide.
So as this goes north, Bobby, talk about this storm, as it kind of heads north, it's going to hit Florida. It's going to hit up there in Tallahassee area, around that area. It's going to cause a lot of damage, a lot of flooding, but then it's going to move north. How far can this storm move? I mean, what states? We have a lot of people from out of state here. People have moved here from out of state. People are visiting from out of state. How far north do you think this storm?
Some people have evacuated out of state.
Absolutely, and how far north do you think this is going to move?
Well, see, and that's the other thing. When we ask people to evacuate tens of miles, not hundreds of miles, right? Because if you drive right in where it's going, it's coming to get you there. Let's take a look at our forecast track. So the pinkish red that you see here, those are hurricane warnings. Okay. The blue are tropical storm warnings. Here it is right now, 140 mile per hour. The pressure's down to 939. That's impressive. Meteorologists geek out on that stuff. That is low. But this will move up to the north. And so here we go. You can see it. Atlanta's right here. They just about have hurricane. They could see hurricane gusts in Atlanta, and that's amazing. But this whole southwest part of Georgia is going to get it. Now, then it goes up into the mountains. Some places in here, we're going to end up with 2 to 4 inches of rainfall. Some places in the mountains are going to end up with 15 plus inches of rain. North Georgia, something like that, okay? Then it goes out and it does a loop here, and as it's falling apart, and then kind of drifts off towards the east. What you are seeing here in the blue and the red are basically wind warnings. The blue is tropical storm wind force winds, 39 to 73. That pinkish area, that is basically 74 mile per hour winds or higher. Most of that will be in gusts. I don't think we'll get steady winds, all that, but there will be certainly spots in South Georgia that could get 75 mile per hour sustained winds. That's amazing. And that's because it's moving at 24 miles per hour. So it'll start to fall apart as soon as it goes over land. But if it's not spending a lot of time over one spot, it's just going to continue to move and fall apart at about the same rate, but it's going to be falling apart further inland because of that move. So a lot of friends, a lot of family up in the southeast will be dealing with this. There's also that tornado threat all the way up through here as well. Haven't said much about South Carolina, but the high country of South Carolina, they're going to get a ton of rain too. And it could be pretty bad as far as the flooding goes. And then in these areas, first initially you get the heavy rainfall in the mountains, and that causes flash flooding because it's the relief, right? You got the valleys, and it rains on the sides of those mountains. It all goes right down to the valleys, and it just rips down through the bottom there. That's the initial thing that happens in the mountains. That water's all going down to the rivers and eventually trying to make it down to the coast. The rivers in South Carolina, not only in high part of it, but the low country is going to start to fill up eventually. That takes 2-3 days after the storm goes by. And Carolina Beach right here where the N is in Wilmington just got 20 inches of rainfall with that system a week and a half ago. So potentially some spots in North Carolina, it could be 2 spots in North Carolina, Carolina Beach and somewhere out there northwest of Charlotte that see almost 20 inches of rainfall in about a week and a half. That is a ton of moisture, and that is affecting a lot of people. And again, you've got just about the entire state of Florida with at least a tropical storm warning in it. And you see all of this red on the backside. That's a lot of wind still. That's a lot of rain, and that's just going to be feeding out over that warm water even after the center is on land. So it's just going to take a while for all of this really to fall apart. And by a while, I would say about 24 hours before it really comes down. In fact, let me go back and show you what you got.
I was just going to say, we just got the 10 o'clock update in, and the pressure dropped from 941 to 939. So slight little change there.
Yep. And so look at this wind here by tomorrow morning at 2 a.m. I mean, it's just a few hours. 105 mile per hour winds over top of South Georgia. Right? And then tomorrow afternoon, it really drops down, but it's over East Tennessee with 45 mile per hour winds. So just kind of do the math, and you're going to get those highest winds right in there. Yeah, that's why it's going to affect so many people and take out, I want to say, it's a hard thing to say. It's not taking a lot of time. It's just moving so fast, it's going to cover a lot of geography and bring hurricane force winds to a lot of people that don't typically see it. Guys, the other thing about the wind that we're seeing right now, that will stay up a little bit. Okay. But generally what's going to happen is some of these rain bands are going to stick around, and the overall wind will slowly start coming down, especially after 2 in the morning. But when you get these rain bands, we will keep some good gusts. And I'm talking gusts in the 30s, perhaps even in the 40s. They won't last long. It won't be a steady thing. But because we have these rain bands and they'll keep streaming through the area, we will see some of that last into the, I'd say, early dawn hours or so.
And Bobby, looking at that right there, we said around 10 o'clock we would see that landfall. Where are we looking timing-wise right now for people who are looking for family up in the Tallahassee area?
Landfall's probably going to be closer to about 11:45, midnight. Okay. That's technically the center, but the northern eye wall is coming on right now. That area right there is moving onshore. So they're getting 100, 130 mile per hour winds, I would say, in some of those spots. Wow. Just about ready to get that, especially over here on the right side. That's wind just going straight into the coast, and that's where the highest surge is going to be too. That's 15 to 20 feet. We're seeing 4 to 6. They're seeing 4 to 5 times that. Well, 4 times that.
Yeah. I mean, you see the damage we are seeing around here. Can you imagine 4 times the damage up to the north of us?
Fortunately, not quite as populated, low-lying kind of rural area, but there are some. And I mean, that's why we say get ready, be prepared. Because if this happened in Fort Myers, it almost happened here with Ian. Instead, it went to Fort Myers. It could have happened here this time, right? We don't know at the beginning of every season where anything's going to form. We don't know once it forms where it's going to go. We know what can happen when it hits. And we know that it can hit us. And so that's why you're always seeing us saying the same old things. Have your hurricane kit, have your plan, get ready to go, and just hope that we don't have to deal with it. So it's going to be a lot of cleanup.
All right, Bobby, thank you. And, we're still looking at the radar right there, you can see it. We're feeling those impacts still. We're going to continue to feel that as that water still pushes inland, pushes onshore.
Yeah, Chris Hurst has joined us live again from Venice. Chris, when we last left you, the water was continuing to rise. Are you still seeing the water rising there?
Dave, Courtney, the water level seems to be stabilizing, at least for the time being, potentially even going down. But the lights for this whole stretch of downtown Venice and the Tamiami Trail just went out about 90 seconds ago. So we had ample lighting to see what was going on with this floodwater from Roberts Bay and from Donna Bay coming up over the Tamiami Trail. And now all you can really see is that street light and then the cars that are still trying to pass through this water. Now, there is one that is stalled. It's a convertible. I went up and talked to the guy, asked him if he needed any help. He said that he's going to call a tow truck, call his insurance company, call the authorities. They haven't been out here yet, though, so that car is still there. Looks like there's another car that may be trying to assist him. But now we do have stalled cars here on the Tamiami Trail in Venice as you're heading out towards Inglewood and Business 41. And Dave, Courtney, the fella here who's with his wife, the Purple Heart veteran who was and the lights just came back on. The generator power has kicked back on here in downtown Venice. We talked to the couple. They own these homes that are right off my shoulder here, and they came back because they simply just wanted to check and see what it looked like inside. And he said, it does not look very good. Now, what he did say, though, positively, was that the water went from about mid-thigh. It's gone down a few inches back down to his knee. But, of course, the tide is still rising here. It is expected to crest for high tide. It's about 11:50 midnight or so, Tim. I think that's right for what high tide is. But we do have the lights that have kicked back on, just the generator lights, right? So it's not all of the street lighting that had been up here. It's just these overhead lights, these auxiliary lights, but we still have people that are trying to drive through this floodwater here in downtown Venice. We know that so many coastal roadways and communities in Sarasota and Manatee counties are inundated with storm surge right now. The wind has died down a little bit, but still consistently in the 30 and 40 mile per hour range, gusts even higher than that, again continuing to push this water more into inland areas. But at least for right now, the water level, Dave and Courtney, seems to be stabilizing, maybe even going down. We'll see how much as we approach high tide, maybe that water level comes back up again.
Yeah, and thank you for checking on that couple, Chris. That's very nice of you. I know that's two people, and a lot of folks are in harm's way tonight, but we want to make sure as many people as possible are safe and accounted for.
Yeah. I don't know if we still have Chris. If we do, I'm curious. Chris, we still have you. You've been through several of these storms, and I think Longboat Key is one area where you've been out. We were not able to be out there. Have you been able to check in with anybody that you know, any sources out there to see kind of how these areas are doing, what it's looking like in terms of that surge?
Well, so we do know that Longboat Key, particularly on the bay side, is very vulnerable and susceptible. We would expect that any similar flooding, we heard this from Sarasota County and also, I believe, Venice officials, that if you had flooding during Idalia, if you even had flooding during Debbie, you might expect that there would be some flooding as well. We know that St. Armand Circle and areas that are up farther north of that in Manatee County. Here, I'm going to step out a little bit just as we continue to have more cars. Actually, wow, so they're dragging this convertible out.
Wow.
A Good Samaritan came by in this big Jeep and is carrying the first car that got flooded out here on the Tamiami Trail. And so at least we are able to move this car out of the way. And the driver is in the car, and he's okay. I talked to him, but obviously he's very upset. He had this car for about a year, he said, and now he might just have to try and strip it or salvage it for parts. So one thing too, Dave and Courtney, that I also forgot to mention is that there also were a couple of people that were here in the median. There are neighborhoods that are in front of me that are now underwater. I talked to two fellas who said that their mother was in there and needed to be rescued, and that an ambulance came just in the last half hour, and they said that she was rescued from her home. So right where we are in downtown Venice, we already are seeing some rescues of people from their homes, and clearly cars now that are getting stuck here in this rising water.
Yeah, whether or not it's a simple home out there or a nice Mercedes like that, everybody's concerned about their property and making sure they get through this okay. So tough time for a lot of people.
Yeah, and we're going to see more of those rescues and more of this moving forward as well in a lot of counties. And they have the teams that are out there ready to deploy as soon as it's safe, or if it's safe right now, they are going in and helping where they can. One other area where we've just seen a ton of water, Dave. I mean, I texted Eric Glasser earlier. Yeah. My jaw dropped looking at Bayshore Boulevard. We've seen the water there, but it was the washing machine that I talked about right there. And I think we have that. Do we have a live look there at Bayshore Boulevard? Yep, there it is. You might recall earlier, Eric Glasser was down, just past the balustrades as it dips in, the steps that lead down into the bay. And I remember him saying, here I am, and just imagine, 5 feet over my head. Look at this right here. And
look how it's moving there. I mean, just the challenge of, there's just no way that water is going to go where it wants to go and find its way. You just hope that you're not too close to that right now. You just wonder, and you see the lights off in the distance. I believe that is Tampa General Hospital right there. So we were told by Eric that he saw a lot of activity, a lot of ambulances, fire trucks, that kind of thing going into Tampa General Hospital. We also have Miguel Octavio, who is in St. Pete right now. Miguel, you moved to higher ground to avoid some of those floodwaters there. What are you seeing right now? What's it like there?
Well, Dave and Courtney, you both mentioned how strong the wind sounded outside, and I can tell you those winds are getting much stronger. We can really hear the howling of those winds, and we can only imagine what the storm surge looks like closer to the water, where we spent most of our day at Vinoy Park, North Shore Park, and some of those areas that were already flooding when there was daylight out, including Shore Acres. In fact, in this hotel in downtown St. Pete, we'd met a number of people who evacuated from those low-lying coastal areas, including Shore Acres, a lot of them keeping track of their homes right now through their door cameras and the inside as well, and their heart just breaks seeing the flooding going inside, water going inside once again, because it was just more than a year ago when a number of those people were flooded out because of Hurricane Idalia, and they're back here at the same spot. And Pinellas County is warning we still have not reached the peak of the storm surge quite yet, expecting about 5 to 8 feet, and already more than 200,000 people have lost their power. They've gotten several 911 calls over flooding as well. So right now they are just hoping those who evacuated from Zone A evacuated. There's a lot of concern over the barrier islands as well. I just want to show you how strong some of the conditions are over here, but you can really see those trees swaying from that wind. And of course, we can only imagine how the water looks like as of now when we were there, when it was earlier there during the day. But I've been talking to people over text, just checking in with them. Some of them have not evacuated from some of those zones. They wanted to keep track of their homes, but it looks like the water had reached about waist deep level right now in some of those neighborhoods, including Shore Acres. We also spoke to those living in the Edgemore neighborhood. They've been sending me pictures of how their streets looked earlier this morning and how it looked days before. When we checked out some of those streets, they were already flooded, so we can only imagine what those streets look like with the strength of this wind, with the strength of the storm surge as well. Just speaking to some neighbors who evacuated to some of these hotel rooms closer inland, I can tell you their heart is just breaking seeing the water going into their homes once again, and they're just hoping that as we continue to see these conditions, the amount of damage they see is just minimal. But right now, a lot of people just heartbroken at these conditions right now, and first responders are just hoping people are hunkering down somewhere safe where they can be away from the storm surge and the water here. Dave and Courtney.
All right, Miguel, thank you so much. And Miguel, live for us in downtown St. Pete. We want to give you a look at what we're seeing in Gulfport. We have viewers that are kind of sending in photos throughout the evening, and we have one of those pictures, I think, from Denise. And you can just see just how much, there you go, just how much water is there. There was another angle that we were seeing. It's probably more than like a foot and a half is what it looks like, and especially against some of the businesses that we've seen. Just one look at part of our area.
Wow, this is a waterfront community, but this is not what it normally looks like. David Shealy is at the Sponge Docks up in Tarpon Springs for us right now. David, what are you seeing there?
So we were able to make it safely to the docks, and this street is indeed flooded. It is about waist deep. If you were to go way in there, we're obviously not going to step in there. We have a visual of a city truck. Now that truck earlier today was just sitting there. There wasn't anybody in the truck. About 30 minutes ago, you could see the headlights of that truck. You can no longer see the headlights, just so you have an idea, of how high the water has gone. There's also live wires that have gone down, according to the Tarpon Springs Police Department. Some live wires are in this water as well. So there are some people here trying to take pictures, but we're letting them know, stay away from these waters, stay out of the water, because there are live wires. Now, we were able to meet a business owner, Nick. I'll bring him in here. He's one of the business owners. And Nick, how did you prepare for this storm? And from what you can see, how are things looking for your business right there just behind us?
I mean, you can't really prepare for it. You just gotta ride it out, being that we are in the Sponge Docks area. It's been going on forever, so people try putting sandbags in front of their businesses, and they try to tape up, they try to do whatever they can. Pretty much just be better if everybody would stop driving by the businesses and with their big lifted trucks and pushing the water further and further into the businesses. Best thing you can do is pretty much just wait it out. I mean, it's typical if you're a Tarpon Springs business owner, in the Sponge Docks especially, that when the storm comes, Tropics never goes underwater. It is completely underwater, so that just goes to show you guys how bad everything's going right here, right now. That white truck was there to prevent people from driving through. It's a city truck. They sacrificed it. And the only thing we could do is ask people to, care about the businesses and try not to push wake further and make things already worse than they already are.
So this is about the worst you've seen it here on the street.
Absolutely. There was a no-name storm probably in the 90s, I think, that had shrimp boats on top of the bridge over here. But besides that, this is the worst I've ever seen it. Tropics never gets flooded, ever. Sidewalk gets wet at the most, and it's completely underwater inside. So this lets everybody know how bad the rest of the businesses at the end of the street are. They're completely sunk.
We'll continue to wait it out, Nick. Thank you for your time, and stay safe out here.
You too.
Thank you for
Take
your
care.
time. Again, Tarpon Springs, right here at the Sponge Docks. This is a flooded area. Please avoid this area. There are live wires that are down in the water. So if you are trying to be like some folks here, some of our neighbors here are trying to take in the sights of the flood, do not go into the water because of the live wires. For now, in Tarpon Springs at the Sponge Docks, David Shealy in Tampa Bay.
David, thank you. Really great perspective there from Nick. And you can see people now walking behind you as well as they're out there surveying that damage. And a lot of what we're seeing, we can see the level of the water right now,
right.
But a lot of that damage we're going to see when we have light and the full scope of what's happened.
David, this is such a tourist destination down there in Tarpon Springs, and some of these people cater to the tourists. I know they have seen flooding there before, as Nick mentioned there. Do you know how far down, how many businesses, do you have a sense as to how many are impacted? Are we talking dozens? Are we talking hundreds? Or how much damage, or how far and widespread do you think this flooding is?
Probably at least 40.
So just overhearing Nick just now, he said it's about 40-ish businesses right here in the Sponge Docks, and they're all dealing with this flood right now. Now, we have seen sandbags in front of their doors all day. They boarded their windows. They had sandbags in front of the doors. Some of the businesses way down there had some metal barriers as well. So they prepared, but as we heard them say, this is historic to them because the water has not been this high before. So as you mentioned, once the light comes, once the sun comes out and we're able to actually see what's going on, we'll get a real assessment of the water damage.
Yeah, and this is dirty water. I mean, this is not clean water going into your building, and that's a whole different problem for a lot of folks. It's dirty, it's dangerous. There's just a lot in that water, and it's tough to recover from it. It takes a lot of work to mitigate that.
And I mean, the damage that salt water does to a lot of things, including, we talked about that, right, Dave, the lithium ion batteries. It could be a Tesla. It could be your kid's hoverboard. All of those things can be corroded by that salt water. That is to say the least about the damage that we're seeing. We do have, I think, a look live at Siesta Key right now. This is an area, to get a view of that. 10:25 right now, and look right there. Grainy picture, but you can see that water pushing in.
Yeah, and this is just multiplied by many, many communities across the Tampa Bay area, and it's difficult to tell when you look at a picture like this or a live shot, just how much water that is. But you can see
it moving.
It's moving water,
right.
And we've been seeing moving water up in Crystal River as well. Aaron Parsegian is up that way, keeping an eye on things for us there. Aaron, is it? I think last time we checked with you, maybe it was kind of stabilizing just a bit. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was pretty medium level at this point when we're checking the water levels here on Kings Bay, but we can start to see it slowly rising in this area, and that's because of some of these big gusts of winds we're seeing. If you can check out this little inlet behind me, this goes right out to Kings Bay. On the other side is US 19. Water not approaching there yet, but you can see how choppy this water is back here with some of this wind blowing. So this is obviously the time of the night where we start to get concerned for that level of potential storm surge that this area could see. When we're talking several feet, that's definitely enough water to go up onto the road, start to go into businesses and some of the homes that live around Kings Bay. That's why this is part of the evacuation zone. Leading up to this storm, emergency officials here in Citrus County were talking about the need to evacuate because of how life-threatening storm surge can be. And in fact, we were staying at a hotel in Lecanto about 20 minutes away. Most of the people there are evacuees from this area of Crystal River because they're not taking any chances. They've been through a lot in the past year and some change. We're talking about 3 different storms dating back to Hurricane Italia, then Hurricane Debbie, and now this one. So this is what they've been keeping a close eye on. It's that time of the night where this concern for storm surge here in Kings Bay, where a lot of this water ends up filtering out into the streets and these surrounding neighborhoods, is really coming into focus.
Hey, Aaron, we see the lights on behind you there, and I'm not sure if that's a generator back there or what. As you look around, we have hundreds of thousands of power outages across the state of Florida right now. How is power in that area? Does it appear they've lost a lot of their power?
Well, there's definitely some outages. We took a drive around town probably about an hour ago. Many of the street lights were off. And at one point in the night, we definitely heard what sounded like a transformer blowing. So that definitely is a concern. Some tree limbs here and there just from the sheer strength of the wind. But of course, the main concern here is going to be that storm surge as we approach later into the night and early tomorrow morning with these areas all around Kings Bay.
All right, Aaron, thank you so much. Live in Crystal River, and we've been checking in. It's interesting to see the things that have changed and how quickly they've changed and kind of where we are. It gives a really nice perspective of what we're, kind of that baseline of what we're seeing. You are joining us here on 10 Tampa Bay. I'm Courtney Robinson along with Dave Wagner, and we are here keeping you informed, prepared, and connected with our coverage of Hurricane Helene. 10:30 now. We are, about an hour, a little bit more than an hour away from potential landfall of Hurricane Helene as a Category 4 storm in that Big Bend area. And we have been showing you the surge that we have seen in the Tampa Bay region, all of that water. It's also caused a lot of power outages as well.
Yeah, I mean, that storm is well past us at this point, but there's quite a surge of water left behind and a lot of power outages as well. Hundreds of thousands of people in the state of Florida right now are without power, many of those in the Tampa Bay area and north. And as that hurricane makes landfall, there will be an increasing number of people in the state without power.
Right. Looking at numbers, and again, those power crews, they're out right now. There's also many on standby in the state, to get to the hardest hit areas where that, there are so many with the wind that they're going to see north of us that will be without power. Duke, 207,000 customers without power. Tico, almost 90,000. And when we look at Florida Power and Light, Sarasota's got 42,000, Manatee 35,000. So quite a bit.
Yeah. Keeping an eye on things. Bobby, you have something for us here.
Yeah, well, let's just kind of reset where we are here because we're getting close to landfall. with the storm here. 140 mile per hour winds as of 10 o'clock. You can see where it is. It's right there. The pressure's down to 939. That's about 65 miles northwest of Cedar Key. So here goes the forecast track, as you can see, and I'll get in here tight in just a minute, but you can see it's going to be producing hurricane force winds all the way up through central Georgia. All right, then it will fall apart. Now, let's talk surge. So these are tide levels. This one is at Cedar Key. And this is amazing. They are going into major flooding right now. The red line that you see here is the actual measured level of the water in Cedar Key. And they're very close to that eye wall. They're actually a little bit to the east of it. Places like Horseshoe Beach, they're going to be actually closer to the eye wall and will have more storm surge. But that's amazing right there, those numbers. Here, obviously, here's where the level should be. It should be down here by about maybe about a foot or so, and it's going to be all the way up there at 6-7 feet. So that was Cedar Key. That's the highest. This one's important too because this is Clearwater Beach, but look what's happened. It started to crest a little bit here and will slowly start to come down. See the tides? The tide's not going to let it come down a whole lot. But the part that's being driven by water, which has gotten it way up here, that part will start to come down. So you actually will see it start to come down just a little bit here over the next couple of hours. All right, so that's actually a little bit of good news. There's the eye wall on the satellite. You can see it's just about there. See all the little wobbles that it does? And you get those really because we're looking at it on radar. It's likely doing that even when we don't have it, when it's down in the Northwest Caribbean, right? Because we just don't have much radar there. Here's the picture of the radar now. You can see very heavy rainfall just west of Crystal River. That northern eye wall is now moving right into the area. This is the radar from up there. And look at the still thunderstorms, still lightning around this on both sides of the eye now. And that's an indication it still probably has about 130 to 140 mile per hour winds. They've got it at 140 right now. But you can see where Tallahassee is. They're going to miss the heaviest wind, which is right in here, but they're going to get a lot of wind. And unfortunately, it looks like Perry is going to be very close to the center of this. And they are just now getting that very, very heavy wind. Of course, the rainfall that's coming through, but they're basically getting in that northern eye wall. This is Horseshoe Beach. That's what I was saying. They have more surge, I think, than even Cedar Key. And that is, even though you don't see rain right here, there's a ton of wind blowing right straight onto the coast in Horseshoe Beach. They are just outside that southeast eye wall. Cedar Key, that's where we had that very high major flooding category surge just now. And Yankeetown, a little bit inland, but not by much. Nothing's really too far inland up there. The center now from Clearwater Beach is about 128 miles north-northwest. So moving at 24 miles per hour, that's definitely going to pull it away from here pretty quickly. Look at all the rain, though. I mean, we still got these heavier bands that are offshore. You can see the center from the hurricane center. It's going to probably end up just a little bit right about there. For us, we still have thunderstorms developing. Crystal River, Aaron's going to start hearing. He's probably already hearing it. You're seeing some light flashing out there. Some of that's thunderstorms. And some of these cells here are heavy. Look how they're kind of merging together a little bit right there. That helps to squeeze out some moisture. And so we've had a little bit of a break on this US 19 corridor for Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus. But that's about to change. We've got some heavier rain coming through. Fortunately, there's not a lot of people out, but this is the type of rain that will cause some minor flooding on the roads and that type of thing. Again, if you live in one of these areas where you get 2 inches or so of rain in a short amount of time and it floods, probably going to have that happen this evening. Well, literally 3 to 6 inches of rain, and I think 6 is on the high side. These areas probably going to end up all in all about 2 to 3 inches right along the immediate coast. Very sporadic rain for our inland friends, Polk County, Haines City, Lakeland, Lake Wales, Fort Meade. Heavier rain now coming in from Clearwater, Bel Air Beach, all the way up to Dunedin, Tarpon Springs, Trinity, Newport Richey, Port Richey, and Hudson. We're basically going to see that continue to break up further south you go. So Manatee, Sarasota County, boy, do I know you're happy that you didn't get all that rain that you got from Debbie, that's for sure. But we do have that heavier rain moving out into Highlands County right now. So the number of, well, let's look at the precip totals here, right? This is estimated by the Doppler, but you can see 1 to 2 inches. Some spots, there's obviously local spots I've seen more than that, but 1/2 inch for inland counties, and some areas didn't even see that. again, we have another inch or so to add to these numbers. So rainfall is not going to be the primary threat from this, but it is certainly going to add to the mess of all of this. So one last thing here, guys, and then I'll toss it back to you. I did want to measure. We were talking about the size of this. This is just the extent of basically the rain from it. About 1,000 miles. It's raining right now in parts of southern Ohio, while at the same time there are rain bands down towards Key West from this one system. It is kind of merging with some systems up there, but literally you can see how it's all rotating up there. And then there's rain in almost Mississippi, West Tennessee. At the same time, there's rain on just about to the Outer Banks of North Carolina. That's a big reach. The core of the winds right in here, that's about 450 miles. That's one of the main reasons why we saw so much surge here in the Tampa Bay area.
Wow, that is one massive storm system there, and it just affecting so much of the country and will continue for days to come here.
And I'm just checking in right now too with different friends and that sort of thing who are in their homes and trying to see, especially in areas that we can't get to, what things are looking like. And it's a lot of water. It's a lot of water.
Yeah. Hannah Deneen is in a place where there is a lot of water as well, Hernando County. She joins us live right now. Hannah, how have things changed for you?
Well, Dave, the last time you checked in with me, I was out in Hernando Beach, and I saw about a foot of water rush in just 30 minutes. That water was rising incredibly quickly. And for those who are familiar with the area, you know that there are very few roads that go in and out of the Hernando Beach area, of all the coastal parts of Hernando County, and all of those roads are prone to flooding. So we knew that we're at risk of getting stuck out there if we stayed much longer. So we decided to drive inland closer to Brooksville. And as we were driving, we came to this intersection here. It's Cortez Boulevard and Commercial, and you can see just ahead, blocking Cortez going toward the beach, there is a roadblock. There is no one getting by that officer there. They tell me that because of the storm surge, because of debris in the roadway now, and also because of some down power lines in the road, again, no one is getting by them, despite if they have proof of address, if they live in the area. They are keeping everyone out at this point for their own safety. Just on our own drive through that area down Cortez, we did see a lot of debris in the roadway. We saw a tree that had fallen over that had partially blocked Cortez Boulevard. We did just see some utility crews go beyond that cop car there, and I'm sure that they are on their way to tackle that downed tree. But again, at this point, no one except for first responders and those utility crews will be making their way from this area towards Hernando Beach. In Hernando County, Hannah Deneen, 10 Tampa Bay.
Hannah, I'm glad you went to higher ground there, to a safer place. Good to have you with us again. Thanks for letting us know what's going on there in Hernando County.
And that water does come up quickly. I want to give you a look here in Tampa. We have the Courtney Campbell Causeway by Gators Pass, kind of looking toward downtown Tampa. I mean, okay, so here you can see, law enforcement really having to block the road off because there is water, on the roadway. The Courtney Campbell closed this evening. I'm trying to remember exactly when. It was probably around 5 o'clock at this point. It's been closed for some time as Florida Highway Patrol and the counties really started to make sure that people were, sheltering in place at that point, and staying out of areas where so much water just coming over, crashing over from those rocks.
Right. And all the bridges, all the major bridges, the Courtney Campbell, the Gandy, the Howard Franklin, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge, they're all closed. Keep in mind, we do not have a time as to when those may reopen. I've been seeing people talking online. Do you know when the Gandy Bridge is going to reopen, or the Howard Franklin? We don't know at this point. They won't be reopened until they're deemed to be safe. And hopefully that'll be sooner than later. We also don't know. We saw all those heavy waves rocking the Howard Franklin.
Right.
We don't know if there's any damage this time around because it has been damaged in the past. So that'll have to be dealt with if indeed there are problems there.
And also, priorities. Yes, it does cripple the area in terms of being able to get from Pinellas, get from Tampa, but there are also people who are going to need to be rescued. We've heard from each of our reporters saying that they have been in touch with law enforcement or officials in their communities, and that there were rescues that were happening, be it fires, be it high water, car crashes, that sort of thing.
Yeah, Aduria Chumba is in downtown St. Pete, and you look like you may be in a different location or a different position there. Aduria, what are you seeing there? What are the winds like? What is the water like there?
Right now, the winds are intensifying. We're hearing the howling blowing in downtown St. Petersburg right now. And we're getting reports already of power outages and light poles and transformers on fire. Right now, nearly 300,000 people have lost power. We're also getting reports of water rescues, and some of the law enforcement also not conducting any more rescues because it's putting their personnel in harm's way because of how intense this is becoming. As you can see, you can hear it. The wind is really picking up on this side, and you can see the trees being swept around because of just how intense those winds are. Now, earlier in the day, when it was still daylight, we were over by the St. Pete Pier, and we watched as the storm surge was slowly building up and throughout the day, and we saw that the water start spilling over and breaching the seawall there. And at that point, people started clearing out of that area. Again, the prediction of upwards of 8 feet of storm surge. We know that some places like Clearwater have already seen 6 feet of storm surge as well. Again, we are still not at the height of the storm and what it's supposed to bring, what it's predicted to bring. So law enforcement, they're reminding folks, shelter in place, do not try to get out on the roads, and if you're taking in water, get to higher ground, because at this time it's not safe to get people out there, so get to higher ground. Live in St. Petersburg, Aduria Chumba, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Aduria, thank you so much. Let's touch base on the other side of the bay. I mentioned earlier trying to check in on people, see what we were seeing. When we talk about Bayshore Boulevard, we often think of that beautiful stretch with the balustrade, but it extends so much farther south of Gandy, and that is an area where we are seeing it. This is a home that's kind of near MacDill Air Force Base, closer to MacDill, along Bayshore. So that is the bay in the backyard.
Is on stilts there?
No, it is not on stilts. That is just, there's actually a dock that you might be able to see kind of it off in the distance where that blue light is. That right there is kind of that boat. Dock, and anyway, so it's coming in, and you can see the planter right there, going up over several steps. There's also right there with the fire pit that you can see. So I would say standing there, probably up to my kneecaps, which would be maybe 1.5 feet right now.
Oh, I'm so sorry for your friend and her family. I know that's really just an awful, awful thing to deal with. You know, it's sort of the beauty and the curse of living in a place like this, and we certainly have seen changes in these storms over the past few years. So it's been a challenge for anybody who's even remotely close to water, and a lot of folks who aren't close to the water as well.
Yeah, and in this situation, heeding that evacuation, so they're safe, they're kind of nearby. But then checking in just a little bit farther inland with like the Inner Bay area. No water right there.
Yeah, kind of hit and miss.
Hit and miss, but no power.
Tropicana Field also hit by this storm. Take a look right here if you can. This right here, this is one of the signs outside here, a home of the Rays. It is a number of these around, but it has been kind of pushed over. Don't know whether or not, I'm assuming that is wind, and hopefully that's something that can be righted there. But, this is just an example. It is, sometimes it's the most kind of bizarre and random thing that gets damaged in these storms. And that's one of them right there at Tropicana Field in downtown St. Pete.
Gusts in the upper 70s to near 80 in St. Pete.
Makes sense. So, I mean, you would think some of these things would be able to withstand winds, but they haven't really been tested sometimes, some of these things. So hopefully they can they can fix that down there.
Let's take a look at TGH. Eric Glasser, when he was live just a bit ago, sharing that there's a lot of activity happening at Tampa General Hospital, and you can see right there, that's that ramp. You know, as you're coming on to Davis Islands and you look over toward TGH, there's that the ramp, the parking garage. Just it's inundated, and you know, I'm trying to get another perspective here. A lot of water just rushing through, but they are.
Look at the cars in there,
wow.
Vehicles in there, yeah. And this building is surrounded by kind of this water barrier, this new thing they spent a lot of money on to try to contain it and keep the floodwaters out. Obviously, there are generators for the folks there, but this rushing water is just so devastating. You just wonder how many cars are in there. Hopefully not that many on the first floor.
Right.
But it says visitor parking, and we just, you know, people are going through enough when they're in the hospital. They don't need this.
Right. And Mayor Castor, I can't remember if it was earlier today or yesterday, at this point, they opened up the parking garages for the city for people who needed to move there, people who lived on Davis Islands or, you know, lived in some of these low-lying areas in the city of Tampa to, you know, put their cars in that. There you go.
Look at this. This is US 19 at Curlew Road. This is in Dunedin. And wow, look how deep that water is.
Wow.
I mean, and yeah, I mean, and that's, you know, that's not waterfront, waterfront area there. So it is, wow, that is amazing. And you think about all the homes and businesses around that area, you know, pretty heavily populated area, and just a beautiful community there. You just wonder how much damage there is, but we've seen this scene repeated and repeated and repeated throughout our coverage area. Bobby,
is that old 19?
Yeah, that's
gotta be old.
Oh, it's probably is old 19.
I was just looking it up right now because
no
we're kind of.
Yes.
Home Depot would be flooded.
No, that's Home Depot. It's right near Home Depot, right?
Is that?
Or that's alternate 19. No, that's closer.
That's old 19.
No, that's
alt 19.
Okay, that's the old one. You're right.
There's no way to get that much water. That's a big ridge up there.
Yeah, but still, that's a lot of water for that area there, and we still have, Bobby, we still haven't technically reached peak storm surge.
No, we haven't. We have not at this point. Clearwater Beach's level did look like it's starting to crest a little bit, so that's good news.
Okay.
And I think a lot of the cresting will happen within the next hour or two.
Okay.
All right. Lee was just talking, in charge of our building. He was just asking. We've got about 6 inches in our parking lot, and I can show you that. If you guys want to take my weather computer briefly, I can show you that. That's why we're not at the TV station, because even though it's not going to get in the building, you can see that the building is surrounded by water right now, and you don't want
This is
cars.
directly on the inland waters of Tampa Bay. Our station is. This little building, that's not our television station right there. That's actually what used to be our landing pad for our helicopter, but it's now kind of a picnic area.
Became the Dodge Jeep Chrysler Weather Center for some time.
Yep, absolutely.
Now it's home to otters.
Yeah, that's right.
And no-see-ums.
Yes. And we normally this is not covered in water there normally, but it's
even in heavy rain, it's not like this.
No.
You know.
So Lee's question was, if it comes like another 1 to 2 hours before it crests, which I think 2 is probably long, maybe another hour, is it enough time to get another 2 foot of water there? Because that would be his concern with that level, and I don't think it is. I don't think we'd see another 2 foot of level anywhere, especially in the Tampa Bay area. Perhaps up into Crystal River area, because they still have a little bit more time than we do. But I think that. I mean, if we even saw another foot, I'd be surprised.
So, you know, we don't want to focus too much on ourselves because there's so many people out there who've lost so much.
Oh, this is just a marker.
No,
yes, but Bobby, I wanted to ask you, looking at this video here right now, how long before this is likely to recede and it would be a dry parking lot?
That's probably going to take, I'd say, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning for that to happen. Because what's going to happen is, and it came up quick, it won't go down as quick. But I think we were talking to Aaron. Aaron said it was this high, but then it actually did start to come down a few inches. He was talking to somebody up there. That'll be kind of the nature. Meanwhile, at Port Manatee, we had it come up 1.5 foot in 30 minutes earlier. That's not going to drop 1.5 foot in half an hour. right? That's not going to happen. It'll slowly come down. Remember, we've got high tide in this area, and this is Feather Sound, this is Gandy Boulevard, this is Shore Acres area, right? In that part of central Pinellas, southeast Pinellas. We have high tide there around 2 in the morning. So the moon's pulling the water up anyways, but the amount of wind that went on top of that lunar tide is coming down, and so the water level will come down just a little bit, but it's not going to be a whole lot. It'll be more so after we get past 2 a.m., 3 a.m. for most areas. Then it'll start to drop off.
Yeah, and we know what's oftentimes in the waters there beyond the fish and whatever. There are snakes in the area. There are all kinds of little critters. So when you're getting out there, keep in mind that, you know, the area that you're walking in, animals may have sort of drifted your way. You know, it could be alligators, it could
red
be snakes,
float.
red ants, all kinds of things. So it's and certainly we're not even talking about some of the toxic chemicals and the oil and everything else that you could be exposed to. So just be really careful in the water. You don't want it to have contact with your skin. I know some people want to walk around in it, and that's not a good idea with moving water. But I understand the temptation. But just keep in mind that some of the stuff in the water is pretty dangerous.
Wow. And speaking of that the Northeast sewer treatment plant that is now offline. So listen, if you live north, if you live or if you work north of 30th Avenue North and kind of east of 275 Haynes Road in St. Pete, you're going to be impacted by this. So we're talking, you know, you don't have, you know, water for your toilets, showers, all of that.
All that stuff.
And again, the sewer treatment plant offline.
Yeah,
so,
Fort Myers really took a hit from Ian here, and I want to show you some video right now, if we can, of some of the wind. This is from earlier today, and some of the problems they had as a result of that wind. If we have the video, maybe we don't at this point.
They're working.
Okay, maybe working on it here. So we'll just sort of talk. Bobby, yes.
That I wanted to point out something that what Courtney was just talking about. That city of St. Petersburg, the Northeast sewage plant.
Yes.
Some of the things that they were saying is, do not drain water in any part of your house. So don't take a shower, don't do laundry, as you said, don't flush toilets. That water that you try to drain down there will back up in your house.
Yeah.
And that is the reason why you can't do that.
No. Yeah. And then, you know, we talk about after storms move through, right? Like you don't want to be, you don't do in your washing machine, you know, doing your wash.
Drinking the water, taking baths.
Turning on the bath, exactly. We do have a live picture. I don't think we have Fort Myers right now, but we do have a live picture of the downtown Tampa camera that we have, and it is looking right now at Tampa General Hospital. So this is a live look for you there, and you can see the camera's still shaking, and look at the water right there kind of going up. That's that flood wall. Is that that flood wall?
I believe. Yeah, and what are the wind speeds, Bobby, right now down like around Tampa General, downtown Tampa? Do you have a sense?
Yeah. Let me
he's going to check on that for us. But
that flood wall is getting a workout.
Yeah, they put sort of this vapor barrier, water barrier there, and newfangled kind of thing that seems to have worked well in the past. But this is an unusual storm. Obviously, we saw water getting into at least the first floor of the parking garage there.
Right.
So we know we saw
garage.
at least one vehicle's damaged, and we assume there probably are more as well, but hopefully some of those have been parked a little higher. Bobby is checking on wind speeds down there. It's just, you know, the camera's shaking, so you kind of question what we're talking about.
They're blowing 37 miles per hour, gusting in the mid to upper 50s right now.
Oh, wow. Okay. 37 to upper 50s.
What we can't often see, right? When we look, we can see the water and you can see it moving, but to get those speeds, it's not calm out there.
Yeah. Chris Hurst is joining us live right now from Venice. He's been keeping tabs on people down there and the floodwaters down there. And Chris, boy, what a different scene behind you than we saw maybe a half hour ago or so. I'm assuming you're in the same area. Is this the same area? You haven't moved?
Where that got towed, the car?
Yeah, we haven't moved. We did see another car get towed. It's about 20 yards in front of me, a Chrysler that also got flooded out. So we've seen two cars here along Tamiami Trail, US 41, downtown Venice, a couple of miles south of here. We are just outside of Nokomis, where you can still see that we have the Tamiami Trail here covered in both directions. People still are trying to move through this floodwater in their cars, some successful, some not successful. We were talking last time, Dave and Courtney, about the water level here in southern Sarasota County. It still looks pretty consistent. It doesn't seem to be rising up any more at the moment like it has been for the past several hours, but still the water covering roadways. There was a paramedic who was actually here just a little while ago, and then he left, but he was going to check on that car that was flooded out, that second car that I didn't have a chance to get to show you. And I asked him, what is it like? And just from what he said they're backed up right now with 60 calls for service that they're trying to get to. I said, why haven't law enforcement closed down this road? And I just simply don't think that there are enough units to go around right now. They are attempting to do swift water rescues, not only here in southern Sarasota County, but apparently also there are calls for aid in Charlotte County. Some fires that have occurred here as Helene has moved through our area that they still have not been able to put out because of the rising water. And the last time I talked to that EMT, he said they're trying to get a boat out here to maybe be able to go home by home to see if the folks here need to be rescued, if they have an ability, if they didn't evacuate, to maybe ride it out. I can say that at least the wind has definitely died down from the gusts we saw crossing over 80 miles an hour, sustained winds into the 60s we had for much of the afternoon. But the wind has died down, and certainly the rain has not been here in any way that could have contributed seriously to what is already multi-foot storm surge, and a storm surge that is still covering a lot of roadways and going right now, Courtney and Dave, continuing into people's neighborhoods and into people's homes.
All right, Chris Hurst live for us in Venice. We're coming up here on 11 o'clock. We do want to, I think, take a look at where things stand with Hurricane Helene at this moment.
Yeah, Bobby's keeping an eye on things for us, has been all day, and as we have for several days now, Bobby.
Yeah. Cone of overtime, we call that, right? We want to be making sure that we're watching outside for those water levels to start coming down just a little bit. I want everybody that's worried about those water levels to know that they are going to be cresting here shortly in the Tampa Bay area. All right, here's the latest on Helene. 140 mile per hour winds. It's moving to the northeast at 24. 939 is the pressure. That hasn't changed much. What has changed is it's just about ready to make landfall. It's very, very close to that happening right now. It's 65 miles west-northwest of Cedar Key. I'll show you. That's about 90 miles from Crystal River. There it is. Almost official landfall. And actually, Colleen, we should be keeping an eye on that because they're going to issue something right in here. Keaton Beach is the place. There's Perry. Perry, definitely going to be very close to Perry as well. But there's a couple small little places they call beaches down there. That's basically Keaton Beach, Deckle Beach, and over towards Fish Creek. That's going to be pretty much where the center of the eye goes on shore. That's what we figure out is the center, obviously, of the storm. Again, that's about 90 miles or so northwest of Crystal River, just behind the banner there. But you can see, look at still thunderstorms on the north and west side of this thing. It's actually a pretty good thunderstorm rolling through the Crystal River area right now. So very heavy rainfall in that area. They'll get more there than what we got, for sure, because they're just closer to the center where the more steady rainfall is. But you can see it's about 128 miles, probably 135 miles now from here in the Tampa area and moving further away. And that will continue. And basically, we're going to be left over with these scattered showers. A little bit heavier now for northern Pinellas, Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus counties. The heavier band that we saw earlier now out in the southeast Polk County and into Highlands County. Luckily, we don't have any spin-ups in there, and that was the one that we're really watching. We will still be watching for it in this area too, and we still have a tornado watch, basically Pinellas, Hillsboro, Polk counties northward for the next several hours. Technically, it goes until 6 a.m., but that's for the northern part of it. Ours will come out sooner than that. We will not have a tornado threat, I don't think, through 6 a.m. The winds right now, let's take a look at those. 38 in St. Pete is a sustained wind, steady wind. 58 mile per hour winds. I want to take you down to Sarasota. It's still blowing in the 30s, 49 mile per hour wind. Guys, when the sun comes up tomorrow, this water's coming out slowly overnight. There's a lot of stuff tore up on these beaches. I'm seeing pics and video from the north end of Anna Maria Island with about that much water, about 3 to 4 feet of water over parts of the island, and reports that it went from one side of the island to the other, complete washover, right? And I think a lot of people were not expecting this. So there's going to be a lot. That water is going to slowly start coming down. If you can reach somebody, if they've called you, if they're trying to find information, let them know it will start to come down. But these winds are still blowing to the point where it's holding the water and the tide is still coming up. Okay, but over the next hour to 2 hours, it's just about 11 o'clock, just about 1 a.m., we will start to see these waters come down. I think we've already seen a little bit of crest at Clearwater. It's gusting to 54 miles per hour in Clearwater, 52 in Tampa, 55 mile per hour wind gust in Brooksville, 44 in Lakeland, Wauchula, Sebring. Look, 4 mile per hour wind in Sebring. Wondering what all the fuss is, right? And Newport Richey and Port Richey not really coming in with too much data, but generally they're in the 30s with gusts in the 50s. Here's the forecast for the wind gusts through midnight. See them coming down, but not that quickly, right? Gusts well into the 50s. These are basically severe thunderstorm warning gusts, although you have to get that to 58, but that's in the ballpark. And then after that, 2 in the morning, 4 in the morning, and here we go. It just jumped ahead because we just got to 11 o'clock, so you can see it will be jumping down as we go slowly through the overnight hours. But look, that's breezy all the way through sunrise early tomorrow morning. All right? Again, the water will start coming down here, I think, over the next hour or two. We've got to get past high tide, but what's pushed this up is diminishing. And so that is starting to come back down. 5 to 8 was the number. I think we're going to end up with 4, 3 to 5, maybe 4 to 5. Some spots will have seen 6. So pretty good number there. And we'll have to see some of the other spots. I mean, there are a couple spots. At Port Manatee, that number looked really high to me. So they may have gotten a really good surge out of it. And these records have all been broken today. Every one of these. Let me get out of the way so you can see it. Clearwater, East Bay, Port Manatee, Old Port Tampa, St. Pete. And those numbers are as of 9 o'clock tonight. Yes. So you could possibly add a foot to a foot and a half to every one of those numbers. And these numbers already broke the record. From a storm that's 110 miles offshore and not even going to make landfall here. That's Tampa Bay. That is the problem that we have with us for here. So yeah, they were rising as of 9 o'clock when we made that graphic. Amazing. There's the bigger picture. There's our tornado watch. Again, that will be cut off slowly from south to north as we go through the overnight hours. There will likely be they have high wind warnings that have been issued for this area up here, but you can see we are just moments away now from official landfall. This thing really sped up. It's going to be around 11 o'clock. I'd say Keaton Beach is probably what they're going to put it at. Rainfall totals for us, about 2 to 3 inches along the immediate coast. We still have some more rain, especially northern Pinellas, northwest Hillsboro. Really, Little Road, US 19, Trinity, up into Port Richey, Newport Richey, up into Hudson as well. Those areas are going to get another possible inch or so of rainfall. It's not going to be terrible. It's not going to be, we've seen worse sometimes in the summertime, but obviously it's going to cause a little bit of minor flooding. And the numbers have been adding up, but this purple area you see out here, generally when I queried those earlier, they were in the 4 to 5 inch range and climbing. And so some of these spots out here end up seeing about 3 to 6 inches, and some of us are actually going to be a little less than that. So definitely not the headline for this storm, that's for sure. There you go, 3.5 out there. This is just in the last several hours. So yeah, those numbers did pile up just a little bit out west of us. There's our forecast model, taking it out of here by midnight. See these little stragglers left over? That's it, but there'll be quite a bit of dryness in there, at least as far as rainfall is concerned. But this fetch, this wind, right, that doesn't change much. Remember, it was blowing out of the south. This wind, this is what we had for the better part of 12 hours before the storm really got here. And now it's all southwest. And then watch as we go through 3 o'clock in the morning, southwest. As we go through 8 o'clock in the morning, southwest, west-southwest, it's just less wind. It comes down as we go through the day there. So things will be getting finally starting to quiet down just a little bit. Forecast rainfall from the GSF model. This is going to take it off to the north, and I think there's a little bit of rain that's added through tomorrow. Not much tomorrow, but really Saturday. That's what some of that is adding up to. We're going to get caught with some light rain on the backside of this really late Friday night and Saturday. I think Saturday afternoon we'll get some showers. But further up to the north, we've got some heavy rainfall, and that's where we're going to get all kinds of flooding. What was that?
Okay, there you go.
Oh, here we go.
This is 19, what we were looking at just a little bit ago.
Yep.
Right there, alternate 19 at Curlew, and you can see
they've gone in and got somebody.
First responders, yep, going in. It looks like a family now coming out to
It's like
safety.
they got that couple there. They're getting off the boat.
Yeah.
There
well,
we
thank
go.
goodness these first responders are out there and able to help. You know, as they mentioned, you know, it puts their lives on the line too.
Right.
So that's why they don't want you to do this. But a lot of people just don't expect the water to reach them. In an area like this, it's like, well, I wouldn't think it would reach me. It never has in the past. So why is it doing it now?
That crosswalk is the Pinellas Trail.
Okay.
So this camera is across the street by the McDonald's, and there's that pirate. It's like a stop and go shop.
Gotcha.
In Palm Harbor, yeah.
Yep, and so that pole is probably sitting actually in more water than what they're standing in. But just to the right of the screen is looking northbound on Alt 19, and that's a very low-lying area. There we go. Now we're looking up towards Publix right there. That's the staging area. You can see all that. That's the Publix parking lot. If you look to the right up, that was the water tower that has the it looks like a sea turtle coming out of out of its shell. That on the right-hand side, you see another boat down there. See that? They're zooming in there.
Yeah.
Wow.
They've got another. Looks like they've got somebody else in the bow of that boat.
Yeah, and you can understand how people get trapped in water like this. I don't know how deep it is. I mean, it looks like a couple feet there, but it's moving water, and that's the scary part of it. You know, it's difficult to stand sometime in moving water, and you know, who knows where that moving water is taking you.
They're driving a boat with the motor in the water on Alt 19, going in that direction. I think it's Pirates Cove is the marina down there. That's a wild place because the low tides there, but they also get very high tides. And obviously you can see what they've got now. It gets dark, it gets deeper over there. There's a driving range on the left-hand side there, and that's looking towards Dunedin.
Right, so the causeway.
No. This is looking, you know, get bearings. That's looking south.
Okay.
That's looking south on Alt 19 right there, heading southbound. To the right would be the causeway going out to Honeymoon.
Got it.
If you just just went right to the right there.
Wow. You know, this is the live rescues that we're seeing right here in Palm Harbor this evening. Again, 11 o'clock right now. This is, you know, one of several that we know about in communities in different counties, and you imagine just how many more are going to happen throughout the evening and, of course, early morning hours. And it's dark. You're dealing with that surge on top of that, not being able to see. We've talked about the power outages.
Dark, dangerous. We've seen the Coast Guard rescue. We've heard from Eric Glasser in downtown Tampa. A lot of rescue units coming into TGH. We don't know what that's about, but certainly, you know, people have emergencies and people have health issues during these storms. Yeah, Chris Hurst talking about similar issues down there in terms of, you know, people need to be rescued. So it's. Unfortunately, these first responders, you know, there are medical calls that are even unrelated to the storm itself. So they're trying to get people to medical care as quickly as possible. But boy, we certainly appreciate the job they're doing.
I will point out, Dave, that's an evacuation zone. That's level A.
Is a level A. Okay.
And that's the reason why they were asked to evacuate. If you stay and you have some kind of medical issue, you've got to call 911. Those guys in those boats have families. And now they got to go get those people because they stayed.
Sure.
That's the idea, and some people don't understand that, and that's why we try and educate people that all year round to get ready for this time of the year. But again, who knows? Those people have been there forever because we haven't seen this.
Right, and people rationalize this, and I understand why they do. Some people want to stay in their homes because they're afraid maybe somebody will break in or somebody will take something. They want to keep an eye if the water is coming into the house. Maybe I can do something to protect or fortify my house while this is going on. The reality is, when you have this much water, there's virtually nothing you can do. Tampa General Hospital has that barrier there, but you know, the vapor barrier, which may help it from getting to the hospital. But as you saw, parking garage completely, you know, inundated with water. So water will go where it wants to go, and these folks are paying the price tonight, and I feel so badly for them. We also have tremendous number of power outages in our area.
And you can see we've seen power flickering
on and off.
On and off.
Yep.
Duke Power still on.
Duke Energy statewide, more than 300,000 at this point. TECO, about 95,000 right now. But you know those numbers are going to go up as this storm makes landfall to our north. It may not be as highly populated of an area as the Tampa Bay area, but there's still a lot of homes up there. And then it's going to move to the north. It's going to go into Georgia. It's going to go to Tennessee, Bobby, right?
Yep. Tennessee, the North Carolina mountains, 15 inches, and 10 to 15 inches of rain.
Even
in North
Ohio.
Carolina
It's going to hit Ohio.
It's raining in Ohio right now.
Yeah.
In South Ohio from the northern part of the storm.
Well, a massive storm. So, and this is
Look
just
at how it's. Oh, you can see the wind picking up right there.
Yeah, and you can understand how people could get stuck in there. It's like I can't get out, and I think people are oftentimes well-intentioned in staying in their homes. It may not be the smartest decision, but it's hard to make a decision during these storms for some people. It's very difficult to leave something that feels comfortable and safe.
Well, and not even that. We don't know what the circumstances are, and I understand that. Like, one of those rescues that we saw during Idalia in Hernando County, they were trying to leave. The car wouldn't start.
Right.
And then by the time they got it going, it was. They couldn't go forward. They couldn't go back. They got stuck. And looking at these, like almost 1 million people without power in our state. This is a different.
This is US 19 as well, and
Dunellen.
Okay, and Dunellen. Okay.
Still a lot of wind there.
Yeah, you can really see the wind kind of whipping up the traffic light there on your right, and it's why people shouldn't be out on the roads tonight. It's just it is just a changing landscape. I mean, earlier this afternoon, when you compare, people were out along Bayshore Boulevard and just taking it all in, out on the beach, and just really kind of enjoying this amazing experience of Mother Nature, and then suddenly it takes this dramatic turn and becomes not just a fun situation, really a dangerous situation.
And Aaron Parsegian is up in Citrus County for us. I was messaging with him earlier and kind of said there's not a ton going on right here, but it's a waiting game. That water's going to come up. That water's going to come up quick. We've seen that happen. And here, that water pushed through, and you can see or maybe they're going to a different
headed back out.
Headed back out. I thought, okay, yeah.
Yeah, you wonder if they're, you just wonder how many people, are around there whose lives are impacted, business people and homeowners and everything else. I mean,
really?
it's just such
heartbreaking.
And this water, you think of all the vehicles involved here and all the cars that are going to be totaled and the people who are out that money, businesses that are out that money. It's just a rough time.
So one thing that happens on the backside of these storms when you get this kind of inundation is electrocutions.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's after the water has gone down. People trying to do the work in their house are trying to clear out that lower part of the drywall. You're just pulling things out, and I've seen almost every single storm when you get this kind of stuff. Somebody gets like that. So we urge everybody, please be careful after the storm. Animals, snakes, all kinds of things come out of the ground when this is going on. They're going to be running around too. It affects them. So it's going to be a big cleanup. And I tell you what, guys, I would bet that I think most people didn't see this coming.
Right.
No.
Well, sure.
Didn't expect. It's hard. You can't picture it.
Well, since it's never happened, really,
Right.
like
You
this.
can't picture
The other thing I might mention, you talk about the predators that end up in the water. There are predators who will prey upon you to take advantage of you after the storm. It's really important to make sure that you do not sign any contracts. You can vet them through the state of Florida. They will help you. They will help you. If you go online, State of Florida, the Chief Financial Officer's website, go to that, and there will be a way for you to contact them to verify whether or not there's a legitimate contractor. But do not sign anything. Don't agree to any repairs unless you are fully confident of the person you're dealing with.
Yeah, and on that note, the Florida legislature has taken action on that and made it that assignment of benefits, which was something that we saw over and over and over happening in all of these storms, so that it prohibits policyholders from assigning those to a third party. So that's illegal now. But you do have to be in that for that specific thing, the assignment of benefits. But there's a lot of different things that happen. Where are we going now?
Well, we're going to talk about the sewage issue in Northeast St. Pete.
Yeah, let me. I can pull this up if.
Yep. I mean, right now, we've gotten a message from the city of St. Pete that because of the storm surge, the high storm surge, this is what they're saying, the Northeast Sewage Plant is offline. It affects everyone. This is north of 30th Avenue North and east of I-275 Haynes Road. So tell them what you shouldn't be doing.
So you can still, drink the water from your faucets,
right.
But when it comes to flushing your toilets, taking a bath, doing your laundry, all of that, and you can see all of those things, do not do that, because that sewage is just going to come right back up into your house. So again, the drinking water, not shut off, but do not drain water in your home. And this is for individuals and businesses, really, north of 30th Avenue, northeast of 275 Haynes Road.
That's a ton of people. I mean, it's such a highly concentrated area, and I mean, it's easier said than done. I mean, for people,
that impacts our station, right?
Yep.
Impacts our station right there.
It should. So, you're really unable to do so many of the things that you take for granted. So it's almost going to take, you almost have to kind of seal off the toilet and everything else to make sure that you're not going to cause problems.
We heard Mayor Ken Welch talk about that earlier, about the possibility of this happen. Just kidding, we don't have that sound. But again, something that you want to keep in mind, not just if you're in St. Pete, but that's great advice for
We want to go to the governor, who is talking right now. Let's take him live.
In the Big Bend section of Florida, Deckle Beach, it is a Category 4 storm with maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour. It is moving northeast at 24 miles per hour. Hurricane force winds are extending up to 60 miles from the center of the storm, and tropical storm force winds are extending 300 miles from the center of the storm. I'm joined here, of course, by Kevin Guthrie, the Division of Emergency Management Executive Director, as well as Dave Kerner, Executive Director of the Florida Highway Patrol. We have had a report of a fatality on the roadway. Car driving on I-4 near Ybor City in Tampa was hit when a sign fell onto the highway. So that just shows you that it's very dangerous conditions out there. You need to be right now just hunkering down. Now's not the time to be going out. Not only are we seeing it hit landfall here in northern Florida, you're still seeing surge and water rising in parts of Florida far south from the Big Bend area. So you look at southwest Florida, you look at the Tampa Bay area, you're seeing really significant amounts of surge. There's going to be streets that are flooded and will continue to flood all up and down the west coast of Florida. So it's hazardous conditions right now, and please, do not be going outside until things settle down. We know that travel on the roads can be hazardous, and we typically, unfortunately, will have fatalities in every storm from that. When you are out on the roads in the middle of one of these storms, that is very, very dangerous. So please do not do that. Stay put. Also, if you're sheltering in place, know your surroundings in terms of trees. You are going to see trees that are going to get knocked down. I'm sure some have already been knocked down. But you have these 140 mile an hour winds hitting here in North Florida. This is going to extend. I mean, you're going to have hurricane force winds that are going to extend across a couple counties to the east and west of Taylor County. And that's going to cause trees to fall down. If you are in an area where you have that, please take precautions there. Treat it almost like a tornado as that's going by you for there. We have many major bridges that have been closed throughout today at various points. Most of the major bridges, of course, in places like Tampa Bay have been closed, and they will be open as soon as it's safe to reopen them. We have FDOT, they're standing by. As soon as it's safe, they're going to go in there, do the inspections, and get those bridges open again. You may, if you're here in North Florida, you may have a period of calm when you are in the eye of the storm. Just understand that storm is not done. and it's very, very hazardous to go out for there, especially with how fast this storm is moving. You're going to be putting yourself in jeopardy if you try to go out in the middle of the eye wall of the storm. We are going to see down power lines. Those are very hazardous as well. Please do not mess with any down power lines in and around your home or anywhere you may come in contact with them. Also, be very careful about standing water. People get up in the morning when it's light out. There's going to be standing water in a lot of parts of this state. Don't go trudging through that. There's going to be a lot of hazards that could be in there, and just please be mindful of that. The storm is going to pass, and when it does pass, you're going to have still going to be dark outside. Do not go out in the pitch black trying to navigate any debris or anything. That's just not going to be the safe thing to do. Wait till you get light and you can take stock of what's going on in your property and govern accordingly from there. When you're using ladders, please be safe with that. We do have fatalities involving people climbing on ladders, trying to get to their roofs and falling, and that happens almost every storm. Please just be very careful with that. And also, of course, there's going to be an enormous amount of debris in various places, and you could have down power lines, you could have dangerous objects. Just be very careful when you're around the debris. Also, be careful about using a generator. Do not use a generator inside your house. There have been power outages. There's going to be more power outages. You can use a generator, but make sure you're running it outside your home. Keep it away from windows and keep it away from the doors. We have not had fatalities in the more recent storms with misuse of generators, but that has happened in the past, and this is something that's very much avoidable. So the state is ready as soon as this storm passes and it's safe to do so, to commence search and rescue operations. We have 3,500 National Guardsmen standing by. We have our state guards standing by. We have state troopers standing by, and they will be active if need be. And I know we have a lot of our local first responders are going to be ready to be able to be on scene as well as needed. We're also going to be ready for road clearing. There is going to be debris on the roads. We want to get these roads open. We want to make sure that people can travel safely. And so our Florida Department of Transportation is standing by for cut and toss operations, and those will begin as soon as it's safe to do so. They're also going to go in and inspect the bridges so we can ensure they're safe and can be reopened. They have 40 large pumps to be able to pump water out of areas that have flooded, as well as almost 700 generators. And then, of course, another mission is going to be power restoration. We have tens of thousands of linemen that are standing by. I think people have seen some of the pictures that we've seen from TECO, from Duke Energy, from FP&L, and they are going to be on scene probably as soon as it's light outside in the morning. And so you'll have all day Friday a full day worth of power restoration. I think they're going to get a lot done. Obviously, we're going to have to navigate this debris, and hopefully they're going to be able to have easy access to these power lines. But this is a priority to be able to get the power restored as quickly as possible. And then we're also standing by to help with disaster supplies for people that need them. We have meals ready to eat, of course, the water mission, bottled water, Starlink internet devices, fuel for folks who may need fuel. So that all is standing by and ready to be done. And there'll be a lot more that is going to be done as circumstances warrant. If you need assistance, non-emergency assistance after the storm, you can call the State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. Now, this is not for emergencies. If you are in a situation where it's emergency, you make the normal emergency calls. This is for non-emergency assistance involving the aftermath of the storm, and we urge you to call that number if you need help. So we are here. We're going to face the storm in Tallahassee. I think we're on the west side of the storm, but I think the winds are actually going to be very, very significant. And even though the eye of the storm has entered into Taylor County, you are absolutely going to see major gusts in Jefferson County in Wakulla County, in Leon County. That's going to happen. So we'll be here at the EOC through that process. And then when it's safe to kind of be liberated from here, we're going to be out and about surveying the damage and coordinating the response. With that, I will bring up Kevin Guthrie.
Thank you, Governor. Hurricane Helene is, as the governor mentioned, is currently making landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida. Please shelter in place, as the governor has said. Stay indoors. Again, I like his analogy of treat this like a tornado right now. Again, those individuals along Deckle Beach, maybe even as close as Steinhatchee, you're probably seeing very, very clear skies right now. That's because you're in the eye of the hurricane. If you can hear us and you have power, please do not go outside. That eye wall is going to close on the back side momentarily, probably within the next 15 to 30 minutes as it continues to make landfall. So please stay indoors. Roads are dangerous due to the flooding, debris, potential downlines. Do not risk it. We have numerous roads that FHP and DOT are responding to now that are underwater, and we do not want anybody to drive through that. So please, again, turn around, do not drown. You never know what's underneath that roadway. If you are hearing trees snapping in your area, take immediate shelter. Go to an interior room away from windows and doors, most likely an interior bathroom. Close the doors and get as low as you possibly can. If you lose power and use the generator, do safely and never indoors, as the governor's already indicated. Once the storm passes, listen to your local authorities for updates. There may be situations where it's not safe for you to return back to your home. You can call ahead. You can talk to your local sheriff's office, your local police department, and see if they have anything that may be dangerous to where your area cannot actually be accessed. There's nothing more frustrating than coming back into an area after a disaster and you can't actually make it to your home. So call ahead and see if the area is accessible before you spend all the time in traffic trying to get back to your residence. Do not attempt to clean up hazardous debris or down power lines. Make sure you report the damage to local authorities. If you have damage, make sure you're calling your local emergency management agency or local 911 center. Please do not mess with power lines that are wrapped up in trees. If you do need assistance, as the governor said, you can call the state assistance information line, 1-800-342-3557. Again, that's 1-800-342-3557. We have talked about this in just about every press conference we've done, but do not do dangerous things after the disaster. If you need help, we will send you help. If you need help, your local county emergency management agency will send you the help. We have folks like Team Rubicon, the Southern Baptist Disaster Relief, the Methodist, the Catholic Charities, Salvation Army, United Way. All of these agencies will come and help you take the debris off your house. They will help you take the debris out of your yard. They will get on ladders themselves with people that are trained to do so. And that is free of charge. Don't take the risk. Use the free assistance. You can always follow us at floridadisaster.org/updates for latest information, or you can follow us at FLSERT on X and Instagram, and on Facebook at FDEM and for real-time updates. And again, thank you very much, Governor.
So this is a big storm. It's a powerful Category 4 storm, but it's also just very large, and it's going to have impacts are being felt, have been felt, and will continue to be felt far and wide. And so when Floridians wake up tomorrow morning, we're going to be waking up to a state where very likely there's been additional loss of life, and certainly there's going to be loss of property. You're going to have people that are going to lose their homes because of this storm. And so please keep those folks in mind, keep them in your prayers. We've got a lot of folks here that have been lined up, ready, mobilized for days now, ready to go and provide support. Kevin listed some of the nonprofit groups that are going to be here. Of course, the local officials and the local emergency response folks, first responders, they're going to be there. So there's going to be a lot of assistance that's going to be brought to bear. But the reality is, a storm of this magnitude, it leaves a lot of damage in its wake. And so I don't think we're necessarily getting the full pictures of it right now, just because so much of the impact has been in the nighttime and will continue through the wee hours of the morning. But I think when we get the sunlight back up and people are able to go out and take stock, you're going to see some serious damage. So it's not anything that we can't handle as a state. We're very good at being gritting through this stuff, and we know that's just part of life when you live in a tropical climate, but it is going to be difficult for an awful lot of people. So everyone that's been involved, thank you. Everyone out there offering your thoughts and prayers, thank you as well. Okay, any questions? Yes.
What's your reaction seeing the storm hit Taylor County?
All right, you were hearing from Governor Ron DeSantis right there. Hurricane Helene, as a powerful Cat 4 making landfall in the Big Bend area around 11:10, so in the past 20 minutes.
Yeah, the governor talked about there being one confirmed fatality. They expect there probably will be more. That was the person who was killed after a sign fell on them on I-4. A motorist fell on them and killed them there. The roads are dangerous, the governor mentioned. There are water problems. There is debris on the roads. And also be aware of down power lines and the danger of electrocution. We talked about that earlier, but the governor certainly underscored that tonight. The storm has moved its way out, into the northern part of Florida, out of our area, but we are still very much feeling the effects right now.
Yeah, and you talked about the hurricane force winds extending 60 miles from the center. So many rescues happening in the state, including this one that you are watching live right now. This is alternate 19 Curlew Road in Palm Harbor. You can see law enforcement's lights flashing right there, so it's a little bit difficult to see exactly what's happening, but bringing people off. We've seen now, I think, two or three of these in this specific area, and we know that others are happening. You can see an animal right there, a dog. I don't know if that's a rescue dog or if that's their dog that was rescued as well, probably a family pet. But again, what you're seeing right here, one of just many, and I'm just glad that these people are okay.
Well, and just grateful that you look at that vehicle right there that's able to get across water there. You're just grateful for the first responders in this community who really risk their lives, and you see a person walking out right there. Boy, that is scary. Again, we mentioned that Hurricane Helene made landfall in the Big Bend area. Bobby, you predicted that it would land, and certainly other forecasters did with the National Hurricane Center in that particular area, but it landed with a punch.
With a punch. 140 mile per hour winds was the landfall wind speed up near Perry, Florida. You can see right now it's north-northeast at 24 miles per hour, and the pressure is still 38, and it's over land. It will be weakening, though, as we go through the next several hours as it's moving off towards the north. So let's take it a little bit further to the north here. Colleen, could you just, I don't know why that one won't advance on me. There is the loop now. You can see we're still left over with some of this rain. Maybe my clicker's dying on me here. Look at this. I mean, that's the radar coming out of Tallahassee. Look at that side right there. That's the very, very heavy rainfall that's pushing through that area right now. That has the most wind in it. Okay, I just looked at Tallahassee. They've got winds in the 30s with gusts in the 40s. This has gone just to the east of them. Now they'll get a little bit more wind than that because but if you notice, look how these cells are not moving all that fast versus how fast these cells are on the east side of it. So they got very lucky to be on that west side of it, and that will continue. I do expect this to be weakening. There are the official numbers right now. Landfall at the Osceola River mouth, but that's about 10 miles west-southwest of Perry. 938 was the pressure. That's exactly where we still are at. This was at 1110, so it was just a little bit ago, about 20 minutes ago, that it did this. Now, think about this town, Scanlon, up towards Cabbage Grove. Look at the way that they're positioned, and that northern eye wall went over them, and then because it's moving north-northeast, they're in the northwest eye wall, and they will basically stay in the western eye wall and then even get the southwestern part of it. Now, that's not as bad as the eastern side of it, but it just came in to have happened to give them one heck of a ride right there with a very heavy rainfall on top of that. So that will continue. This thing is just not working anymore. There's the Tallahassee radar. You can see that it is looking pretty good right now as far as the winds go, but very heavy rainfall is still pushing across the area, and that will continue. Is that it over there? There we go. Looking for these clickers here. This is good news for that area because we really thought they were going to get hit a lot harder than that. And fortunately, they have not. Look at this up in the Valdosta, Georgia. I mean, that's heavy rainfall, and here comes the northern eye wall. It won't have 140 mile per hour winds by the time it gets there, but 80, 90, sure. They will get some wind gusts in the 80s to 90s out there. And in the bigger picture, you can see the rain extending. Those were what we were talking about earlier, the rain extending all the way up to Ohio. It's kind of run into an old boundary sitting up there. But look at these cells that are out here across southeast Georgia into South Carolina. Those could produce tornadoes, and there are tornado watches in that area. For us, we're still keeping an eye on the wind because the wind's still blowing. 52 mile per hour wind gusts in Tampa, 49 in Clearwater. We're getting ready to show you some of the water levels. They are still rising in some areas, but should be cresting here shortly. I'm telling you, there is a lot going on down in Anna Maria Island and Longboat Key. We need to say prayers for those people. I've got reports of people swimming from house to get to two-story houses right now. So it's not good. It's not good at all. 49 mile per hour wind gusts at Clearwater. 46 at, this is working, thank you. 46 up at Brooksville. 26 at Crystal River. Crystal River's winds down, but that's going to stay high for a little bit. 23 in Wauchula, and we've got 44 in the Lakeland area. So Sebring around 22 mile per hour winds. We have just seen nothing as far as wind goes out in Sebring. There are the wind gust forecasts as we go through the overnight hours here. Midnight, we're still in the 40-50 range through about 1 o'clock, and then after that, we will be pushing those winds slowly down. They're not dropping right off. And these are just the gusts, so the steady wind will be less than that. But also notice this wind direction, southwest, 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 southwest. That holds the water in. It will slowly come down. It won't be as high as what it is now, but it's going to take all night for that water to slowly drain.
All right, Bobby, thanks very much. We are following a situation in St. Petersburg right now involving the Northeast Sewage Treatment Plant facility in St. Pete that was shut down to protect it from storm surge. That has cause some complications for residents in that area, what they can and cannot do. We have Yolanda Fernandez from the city of St. Pete on the phone with us right now. Yolanda, can you hear us?
Yes.
All right. Yolanda, this was a real possibility. You all discussed it before. And now when we look at this, I mean, people really don't need to be draining any water. They can still drink it, though.
Yes. Now, this is a very serious situation, and this is not a decision that the city made lightly. Unfortunately, in order to preserve that plant so that people can have sewage, service after the storm, they're just going to have to suffer for a couple of days, and our crews are standing by to try to do everything they can to fix it. But the fact is that the plant is shut down, and if you live north of 30th Avenue North and east of I-275 in that part of the city, in the northeast section of the city, you do not have sewage service, which means you still have potable water. Clean water will still come out of your faucets, but you can't let anything go down the drain. If you flush your toilet, the possibility is very high that sewage will come back up. And we're trying to alert people. We waited until the very last minute to make this decision, and so at this late hour, we're trying to notify as many people as possible.
Yolanda, we know this is an inconvenience for a lot of folks here, but it's an important thing for people to know about and do and comply with. How will people know when it is safe, when you've remedied this problem?
We will be sending out a reverse 911 call. We've already done that to 80,000 people to alert them of this. We will be sending out social media, and hopefully through assistance through you guys, we can get the word out. We do believe it's going to take some time because we have to wait for that water to recede in order to send our crews back out to see if there's any saltwater intrusion or damage to the facility. And then it's a process to bring it back online. So right now we're looking at a minimum of 48 hours. We're thinking, I mean, we don't have experience with this. Our crews have never seen this. We believe the last time this may have happened was in 1985. So this is not, and it's not just affecting those folks who are in flooded areas. It's affecting people who are high and dry.
And Yolanda, apologies if you already talked about this, but this is a power issue that's knocked it offline, and we just don't know if it's from surge or wind or a combination.
No, we no, it's not a power surge. It's a situation where we're trying to avoid, because the storm surge has come up so high at the plant that we're trying to prevent it from salt water getting into those sensitive electronics. Because once salt water gets into those sensitive batteries and electronics, then that plant could go offline for who knows how long, and that we can't afford to do that.
So you all have taken it offline to
yes,
be
we made
proactive. Okay.
Yeah,
yes, made the decision to deal with a couple of days without sewage service versus a long-term problem, a long-term issue. This is not affecting the other two plants in the city. They're on higher ground. But unfortunately for that third, it's a full third of the city that we're looking at. Anywhere between 25 and 30% of the residents here are going to have to be dealing with this. And this is on top of some folks who are going to be seeing flood damage, because we have several neighborhoods that are impassable from floodwaters that we haven't even been able to get into to see how bad it is.
Well, let me ask you, Yolanda, do you know how many people, I know this affects a large portion of the city, do you know how many homes and businesses are impacted by this sewage situation?
We can't give you an exact number. We think it's possible around 70,000 people, maybe 25% of the population, maybe a little bit less. But it is going to affect businesses as well as schools, churches, residents, any structure that has sewage service from the city in that part of the city.
Yeah, I want to follow
north of 30th Avenue North all the way to Gandy, and then east of Interstate 275 out to the Bay.
Yeah, huge area, a lot of homes in
here. So there's a little bit of a jog, which is that hurricane wobble. These things do that. And I can't tell if it's really straightening back up. Again, if you look at the historical line on these, look at the advisory and the track, you can see that underneath that banner. If we can drop that banner just for a second, I'll show you. It's down here where there's a little bit of a jog. It goes to the east and then back toward the north. Anyway, it's underneath there. So you get the idea, but you can see this jog, and it looks like it goes a little bit toward the east and then starts to straighten back up. So this may just be a little bit of a wrinkle in the plan there. So still with the just rocketing up through here at a very fast rate, 24 miles an hour, and just straight up. Again, I don't remember the last time I saw one that was just this. I mean, the agreement on the models and everything was that's the reason why this track is so narrow. You hardly ever see that stuff. If you ever look at a hurricane track, it usually just fans out like that because it's taken in all the variables of uncertainty which way it could go. And this has kind of been a slam dunk all the way through. So that's kind of wild looking. You don't see that very often. So again, Category 4 now, still with 140 mile per hour winds. These are the ones we're going to try to watch come down. Hopefully each time we get an advisory, those numbers keep ticking down, because it's not over water anymore. And it's got to get up here to Atlanta as a tropical storm, and it's somewhere in there. It's got to drop a lot of weight. So this thing's got to go from a 4 to a 3 to a 2 to a 1, and then down to a tropical storm, and all that changing, dropping of intensity happens from south to north as it comes through our area. So in one sense, the farther north you are, the hope is that maybe it'll start whittling itself down by the time it comes on up. If it comes in as a Cat 2 and then a Cat 1, and then hopefully it's starting to get toward tropical storm force. Either way, though, as we mentioned, we have hurricane warnings out there and tropical storm warnings. So everybody's covered with something. But all this purple is the hurricane warning outlook, and you can see, again, that is a very wild looking map. You go north and east and then a little bit west where it cuts off over there, all tropical storm warnings. So the whole state is in it. But again, like I said, with the clean side, notice how it just drops off over there and then just stretches red all the way up into the Carolinas there on the other side.
So we went over that. Most of the tornado stuff is going to be on this side, and most of it has been. Let's go back and check on that warning we have. I wanted to see if there's a new scan that has come back in. There's so much information. If there's nothing new in one spot, I usually like to kind of move around and come back. So this is going to be that tornado warning in Washington County when it loads. And there it is. So it's all by itself over here, and we would like for it to go away and not have any of these. And if you look at that, there's a little bit of maybe a hook right in there. Let me see if that's even showing up on velocity. This thing moves so fast, you got to get up here. A little bit of a dimple there for base velocity. And if we look at it on, or that was storm relative, I think is what we were just on. All right, so there's base. There's a little bit there. So there's one, there's the other. Let's see. National Weather Service not talking about it, so in 30 seconds we'll find out one way or the other. It may just drop off the map. So we'll sit there and keep an eye on it. But right in there, if there were to be something, and again, there's at least a little bit of a dimple there, they may decide to go, throw another one on there, a different polygon that kind of, maybe kind of centers this up and then runs up, or maybe they just let it go and keep an eye on it as it goes on up, and then if need be, throw a warning on it later if it starts to act up again. I actually see a couple of, actually that may be that one there. There's a little bit of a fold where that new scan came across. I think that's where it moved up. And there it goes. All right, so it dropped off. So no warnings for right now, and hopefully it stays that way. So that was the tornado warning. Yep. And what we're seeing now is just the rain. What we're going to do, guys, is we're going to take a little break, and then we're going to come back.
Karen, we'll be in touch.
All right. Yolanda Fernandez with the City of St. Pete taking time to talk with us about an issue that is very, very serious. Again, it could be 48 hours or more. The Northeast water treatment plant taken offline to be proactive and to make sure that there wasn't more damage done. So about 70,000, maybe more, churches, businesses, schools, homeowners. You just can't drain the water in your home. You can use the drinking water, but you cannot drain that. So don't flush the toilet because it will back right back up into your home.
You can't shower, you can't do your laundry, you can't do all those things. David Shealy is in Tarpon Springs. He's been keeping an eye on things there. David, what a mess in Tarpon Springs. You were down at the sponge docks. I'm not sure where you are right now, but our hearts go out to the people of Tarpon Springs who are really dealing with a mess, and they will see, in full scope what that mess is tomorrow.
Absolutely, and we are right now in a condominium complex right by the Klosterman Bayou in the Gulf of Mexico, and as you said, it is a mess, and mess might be an understatement. It is flooded here on this street. I can't give you an exact number as to how high it is, but I want to give you a visual of a mailbox that is on this street, and you can see that the water has almost submerged that mailbox. That mailbox is just kind of peeking up above the water, just to give you an idea of how high the waters are here. And we go back to that word mess. There's all kinds of things in the water. We've seen light bulbs, pillows, there's a gym mat right there, all kinds of things floating in the water. And that's why we've been saying throughout the evening, throughout the night, this is not the type of water to go and play in. Don't try to drive through the water, don't walk in the water, don't swim in the water, don't drink the water, because you don't know what's in this water. Tarpon Springs Police said that they have reports of live wires going down into the water. So you definitely want to stay out of the waters when there's power lines down inside water here. So right now it's not as windy as it was earlier. It's not raining as of right now, but we've seen flooding in this neighborhood. We've seen flooding by the docks, and we're going to keep eye on if there's any floodwaters anywhere else. But there has been some flooding that's gone up to about waist deep and even higher in some areas here.
Are in that area there? Are we talking homes in the area, businesses? What does it look like?
Yes, so we've seen businesses flooded right by the sponge docks. Those businesses have been flooded over there for a little bit. We talked to one business owner a little bit ago, and he said water never enters his business. It does not flood his business. It always just has water on the sidewalk. And for the first time since he's been a business owner right by the sponge docks, there is water inside of his business right now. So he's dealing with that situation, won't be able to get the full scope of what's going on until daylight tomorrow or possibly later, but he can tell as of right now that there is water inside of the business that he owns by the sponge docks. In terms of homes, this is a complex. This is a neighborhood where people live, and if we're seeing water go up to the level of a mailbox, then we would have to conclude that there possibly is water inside of the home. So we hope the people have evacuated. You probably can't hear it through the microphone, but we do hear car alarms going off in the background. So there is a chance that some people have left their cars here or might still be here and may need to get help getting out. But we do hope that the people that are here are safe and they have evacuated, because again, the waters are about waist deep.
Wow.
Yeah. They're going to be, David, thank you. There's going to be a lot of unfortunate firsts, right?
Yeah.
First time that a business is flooded, first time that someone has seen this amount of water, first time having to deal with, their homes. And so that, and we're here every step of the way helping you through that. One thing I do want to talk about, he talked about the car alarms.
Yes.
And this is really important. When we talk about, a lot of people have electric vehicles now, and you have those lithium-ion batteries. In this situation, you have that, it can corrode that battery, it can start a fire very quickly, a fire that then is thermal runaway. So it burns very hot, it's very difficult for firefighters to put out, and you want to make sure that that's not happening in your home. If you have an electric vehicle, if it has been damaged by salt water, if there's been saltwater intrusion, do not start that vehicle. You want to make sure that it gets towed and removed. Don't try and start that and move that away.
It can happen days after the water intrusion.
Right.
Also keep in mind that's true with bicycles, anything with a lithium-ion battery. So keep that in mind. That's something to keep in mind. Not everybody has that, but you might have a tool. You might have a hoverboard, a bike, a scooter, whatever it happens to be. Just keep that in mind. If it's had contact with salt water, that's particularly dangerous.
We do have a rescue that we want to get to right now. Braden 10. This home was right on the water before the Manatee Avenue Bridge. I think a couple here. This is some video of it. Oh my gosh! Look inside. This is inside of their house. Look at all of that water, that surge coming in.
Right around the Manatee Avenue Bridge that goes into Holmes Beach right here, and.
Wow.
This
is from the second floor.
And again, we talk about evacuation, but not everybody does that. And there are a variety of reasons. Sometimes people's health prevents them from evacuating easily. Sometimes people's pets, they stay because they have pets, or they have, difficult circumstances, or they can't afford a hotel, or they don't feel comfortable in a shelter. Whatever it is, people do stay behind, and this happens during every storm. And unfortunately, some of these people have to be rescued, but
this is from a balcony.
Yeah, we're sure hoping that everybody's fine in there, but it's a scary scene when you see this kind of rushing water in there, and it's tremendously dangerous as well.
And you can see that this is video from one home. It was a couple who had to be rescued again in Bradenton. This is before the Manatee Avenue Bridge that goes to Holmes Beach, and look at all of the other houses there as well, experiencing the same water.
And this is just one thing that we have video of. You just wonder how many times this is repeated across our area. Yolanda Fernandez with the City of St. Pete talked about Shore Acres. She talked about Snow Island.
Right.
And, those areas are used to getting some water, but not so much. Well, Shore Acres, to a certain extent, has experienced a lot of water incursion in homes, but not as much in places like Snow Island. Right. And, it's I'm sure, shocking to those who live in those areas.
And there are areas that we just cannot see because there's no access there. Right. Anna Maria is one of those areas, Longboat Key, and I know that we're working on that right now, trying to get some information. And Bobby Deskins shared with us some of the information. He said Anna Maria is just got hit really, really hard. A lot of people in a lot of hurt.
Yeah,
there.
you mentioned that person even
Yeah.
swimming from one building to another or whatever. Aaron Parsegian is in Crystal River for us right now. That's an area that's been hard hit. We've seen a fair amount of flooding there. Aaron, give us an update on what you're seeing.
Well, Dave and Cordy, if I remember, you last checked in with us about an hour ago. And since that point, we've seen some of the worst wind we've seen in this area thus far. Of course, I'm standing right outside Kings Bay here in downtown Crystal River. This is the area of concern when we're starting to talk about storm surge that could be coming over the next few hours and early tomorrow morning. That water level has risen quite a bit in the past hour or so. If I pull out my flashlight here, you can see this water was below this wall pretty significantly. Now this wind is blowing these waves and water is starting to pool up right about here. We're going to be watching this area closely, of course, because as you mentioned, this is a place no stranger to flooding. Hurricane Idalia over a year ago brought 7-foot storm surge, damaging homes and businesses in this area. Now we're projecting this type of storm surge or possibly larger as we approach early in the morning, so it could do some damage. And this has kind of been our landmark of sorts, this seawall. We were told by some of the locals in this area that once it starts breaching the seawall totally is when we should start making our way out of here. We've about 15 minutes because it can really start to collect quick.
And Aaron, have you seen people coming down there trying to check it out? Have you been able to talk with folks throughout this?
Well, early this afternoon when conditions were a little less, we were talking to many people out here just out and about trying to see what impacts there would be from Hurricane Helene. That's not the case now. The only people really out and about besides the news crews are sheriff's deputies making sure people stay away from this area for the most part, because now it's starting to get a little more hairy as far as the concerns with the storm surge and some of the water beginning to rise here in Kings Bay.
Yeah, it is so tough to see at night. That is the challenge. It's awfully dark out there, and there are a lot of power outages as well, so difficult for drivers to know exactly what they're driving into. I want to take a live look at Bay Pines. This is a picture at Bay Pines. This is at 95th Street North in Seminole right here. We have seen flooded roads in this area, and we've also seen several cars pull up to the flooding and turn around. That's obviously what you want to do. That's the right approach to it. Sometimes you don't know until you're actually in those floodwaters sometimes. So take it slow. The best thing right now is to stay out of there. Yolanda Fernandez with the city of St. Pete talked about how they have police officers stationed to prevent people from getting in neighborhoods and getting in trouble. And some of those neighborhoods are just underwater right now.
And right here, very important that we're sharing this with you. This is This is Veterans Hospital,
Mm-hmm.
Right? So this is right there in St. Petersburg and Seminole, and thankfully we're not seeing any cars there currently.
Right. Well, and
there's flooding.
And I don't know if they're being kept off that road. Hopefully they are. But the law enforcement is, I'm sure, spread thin at this hour, because there's so many areas that need to be blocked off that they just probably don't have enough manpower right now.
Our producer is saying that yes, they have seen, as they've been watching this, they have seen cars that have been pulling up and then they have had to turn around. Yeah. Look, if you're in need of medical care, if you're a veteran, please be aware right now that there is a lot of water, a lot of flooding right here. Again, Bay Pines at 95th Street in Seminole at the Veterans Hospital, VA.
Let's check out what's going on in Tampa right now. Eric Glasser standing by live. Oh, let's take a live look if we can right now. Just a lot. This is wow. This is Tampa, and where in Tampa Aaron? Are we? Okay. Yeah, we're just looking at really kind of brutal winds and real downpours. This is what happens in hurricanes, where you've got a lull, and then you've got high winds, and that is, I believe, Eric Glasser there, who is keeping an eye on this. Hopefully he can hear us. Can you hear us, Eric?
Ish,
Not yet.
Ish, if you can hear, can you just pan over?
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
We can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. We are in the middle, as you can clearly see, of one of the gusts that comes through. A ton of rain falling right now in South Tampa. If you look down the road from where I am, I'm on Manhattan Avenue, and we are just north of Euclid, and you can just see the sheets of rain as they move across the water that is already sitting in this area. I promised you a little bit earlier, since we were downtown for a while, showing you Bayshore and areas around South Tampa, Davis Islands, that we would eventually move our way a little bit west. We have done that. Again, this is Manhattan, So people are very familiar with that. It runs from about the middle part of South Tampa all the way down to Gandy, and then obviously south of that. This is what we're seeing all over the place when it comes to the amount of rain that's fallen on the west side of Tampa right now. I know that you guys had asked a little bit earlier. Courtney, I know you asked, well, what does it look like over on West? It's a mess. That's what it is. It is a mess everywhere on this side of the bay right now. A lot of it looks like what you are seeing. When we first got here, the light post that you see right there, that was dry. That's where we were standing. And in the short period of time that we've been standing here, we've had to move back because the water has continued to rise. So there continues to be storm surge, but then every once in a while we get one of these squall lines that moves through, and it's adding insult to injury because it's dropping rain in an area that is not draining off right now. So it just keeps building up on it. This area has also become prime real estate for people who are, well, more or less doing what we tell them to do, which is to turn around when there's deep water. But you can see it's kind of dark here. And so what's happening is that people are reaching this part because Manhattan's a busy road and they're moving along. And then when they get to right about here, they have to hit the brakes because they realize, uh-oh, there's standing water there. It's not particularly well lit. And that's the same for a lot of the side streets. I can tell you in this part of South Tampa, there have been power outages. And so that's a big problem also. Dark streets, power outages, and flooding. So hopefully there's not too many people out and about right now, as it continues to get later. But we have seen plenty of cars that have gotten to this area and done again as we have told them to do, which is when they get to that water to turn around. Some have tried to make their way through. The fire department was here for a little while, keeping an eye on a couple of folks who had kind of had trouble getting through there. They've since moved on. But again, you asked, we traveled over here so that we could show you this. This is very typical of what's going on right now in the west side of Tampa. Every place from West Shore Boulevard over to Manhattan and then south has a lot of standing water tonight. And again, just based upon what we're seeing, before this rain started to fall, this was coming up. This was continuing to rise. So for at least another hour or so, I would guess that you're going to continue to see the tide come up, the surge come up, and then every once in a while when we get one of those squalls that moves through here like that last one did, again, it's going to add a little bit of insult to injury and just a little bit more water on top of it, guys. I don't know if I'm going to be able to hear you, but I'm going to toss it back to you.
But it seems like north-south, really, you've got Dale, Mabry, and Himes at this point, maybe. In terms of passability, I mean, just looking at Manhattan there, Eric has done a great job of really taking us all around South Tampa, and it has been jaw-dropping. For those who are very familiar with that area, just whether you live there or you've driven through it, when it rains, you want to avoid West Shore for the most part. You probably want to avoid parts of Manhattan there if you're going to go, north up to Henderson. But wow, that's a lot of water, especially north of Euclid.
Yeah, those are areas that sometimes you rarely see flooding. So this is, and you may, one of the landmarks right there is Dairy Joy. People may know Dairy Joy. I've gone to the ice cream store there. So that's kind of the area that Eric's in right now. Down south to us in Naples, they got hit really hard during Ian, and they have heavy flooding there tonight as well. So this is Naples. You see Tin City right there. They didn't get spared either. So they may not have gotten as much rain and wind and storm surge, but they got enough to flood here. And there are parts of Naples that are really dealing with heavy flooding tonight.
And Tin City, a very familiar landmark for you there in Naples. And there were a lot of homes nearby there where people were just flooded out. They were forced to evacuate during Ian. So seeing that again, they're probably in the same situation. I think we want to check in Hernando County, Hernando Beach. We have Hannah Deneen live for us. Looking at you're in the Emergency Operations Center at this point.
Yes, Courtney, we moved to Brooksville because there is no better place to get a pulse on this storm than at the Emergency Operations Center here in Hernando County. And I'm joined by Erin Thomas, who is the woman with our finger on the pulse of this storm here in Hernando County, the Emergency Operations Deputy Director. Now, Aaron, just first and foremost, you were just telling us that over at the beach right now, there is no more power, and that was an intentional decision by these power companies.
It was. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate our residents' continued support and diligence throughout this entire event. The conditions out at Hernando Beach have deteriorated to the point where there is too much water on the road. There are too many hazards on the road, down trees, power lines, things along those lines. It's no longer safe for the power to continue to stay on. So the power has been shut off west of US 19 in Hernando County for our coastal areas, and that's out of an abundance of caution to prevent fires.
And we are here at the Emergency Operations Center, and right behind us, people can kind of get a sense of this busy room where a lot of people are making those kinds of decisions about shutting off power because it's no longer safe. What kind of other decisions are being made tonight at the EOC? Who is here making those decisions?
We have the most amazing partners in the world here at our EOC. They are truly dedicated professionals that help us day in and day out, particularly in times of crisis, so we're so grateful. Everyone is here in the house because we're activated at a level 1 full activation here at the EOC. So we have representation from our power companies with Lacucci and Duke. We have representation from our school district partners, Sheriff's Office, Fire Rescue, Health Department, the City of Brooksville. You name it, everybody's in the house, and everybody's here at the table contributing to the conversation with public safety, life safety at the forefront of mind.
Well, thank you so much. And we were just speaking about emergency rescues. Fortunately, in Hernando County, although we have seen some of those emergency rescues happening in more southern counties, you have fortunately not had to deploy first responders for any emergency rescues here. We will, of course, be continuing to monitor things with the folks making the decisions here in Hernando County in Brooksville. Hannah Deneen, 10 Tampa Bay.
Well, thanks for that update, Hannah. We're also keeping an eye on where this storm is headed, and it's headed to our north here. Believe it or not, they're going to feel potentially hurricane-force winds as far north as Atlanta, which is just a remarkable thing to think about here. This is a live look at Atlanta right now. It doesn't look particularly windy there right now, but it's a little tough to tell. But you certainly see it raining out there. This is courtesy of EarthCam.
Yeah, and you know, looking when we saw the hurricane watch, the hurricane warnings, looking at Atlanta, it's just, this kind of underscores just how massive this hurricane is and how far it stretches. You know, we heard the governor said 60 miles from the center, hurricane force winds, 300 miles out, tropical storm force winds, 350 miles out. That is, it's really, this is a historic hurricane. I mean, this is a historic storm. This is something that, you know, we haven't seen. Every storm's different, but the expanse of this, wow. Yeah. And again, Atlanta getting ready to feel, and you can kind of see right there on the radar, like where that's spanning currently. They're getting ready for it as well. We saw Georgia taking preps in the Valdosta area as well.
And the storm came ashore not long ago, but with 140-mile-an-hour winds up in the Big Bend area. We want to show you what it was like there in Crawfordville, south of Tallahassee, when this storm came ashore.
The full brunt of Helene is now pushing right up against Florida's Big Bend region. This storm is going to push through fast, but it will be a crucial next couple of hours. Hurricane Helene has made landfall along Florida's Big Bend region, barreling on shore with damaging winds as forecasters warn of a catastrophic storm surge.
It is currently making landfall in Taylor County in the Big Bend section of Florida, at Deckle Beach. It is a Category 4 storm with maximum sustained winds of 140 miles per hour.
Strong gusts of wind and heavy rain moved across the Orlando area Thursday. Residents throughout much of the state and large parts of the southeast braced for dangerous storm surge that could hit as high as 20 feet.
any storm that comes through the area, it's something that's very worrisome, only because you don't know how far the water will come up.
The director of the National Hurricane Center described the expected storm surge along Florida's northwestern coastline as, quote, a really unsurvivable scenario. Early flooding hit waterfront neighborhoods in St. Petersburg. Here in Crawfordville, in northwest Florida, the wind really starting to pick up now, and this is a place Helene could pass directly over. Georgia, the Carolinas, and Virginia have joined Florida in declaring states of emergency.
If it is not necessary for you to be on the roads during and after this storm, please try to stay home.
The region will face increased flash flooding and tornado threats as Helene bears down. The worst of Helene's winds are probably going to feel that storm surge, which covers a broad area. It will make it difficult to get into the worst hit communities even after the storm moves through. Back to you.
Well, those are our partners at the Weather Channel there telling us about what the impact was like up there in the Big Bend region.
Well, we've just a little bit past midnight now on Friday morning, right? We're here on Friday.
It is Friday.
Friday morning. Courtney Robinson alongside Dave Wagner here on 10 Tampa Bay. We're in Tampa at this moment, not in our normal studios in St. Pete as we've evacuated, and we are seeing with you what Helene has already inflicted on our area, and really what's to come in some of our counties as well. One of the areas that I'm kind of focused on right now is Anna Maria, and I know Bobby's got that. Yes, the Holmes. That's what I was wondering. Okay, so we have a phone interview from Holmes Beach Police. Is that right?
The police chief here in Holmes Beach. Chief, are you able to hear us?
Yes, I can.
I appreciate you being with us. Dave Wagner along with Courtney Robinson here. I know it's a very tough time. I'm sure your resources are stretched thin. Can you talk to us? You've had a number of water rescues there. Can you tell us what happened, what you've been involved with there?
What's happened is that people disregarded the notice to evacuate. And then when the waters got high, and they got a lot higher than anybody expected, we have probably 5 foot of storm surge. We have 22 inches of water in our garage. Our high-profile vehicles, our Tahoes that are on the parking lot, have water up to the mid-door. So people didn't expect to have that much water, and they disregarded the notice to evacuate. And then when the water started coming into their homes, now they're calling for us to come and help and rescue. So there were some people that we were able to that had kids, so we were able to go and retrieve them and bring them to the fire department. Luckily, the West Manatee Fire is a partner with us, and they were able to house them through the storm. But there's other people that we could not, and we told them that they would have to make sure that they disconnect the power to the house and find a countertop or something high, since they were on the first floor units, and just hold on, and we put them in the queue for when the storm allows us to reach them, because the storm is too high for even our high-profile vehicles, our military surplus vehicles that we had that we're using with the Manatee Search and Rescue.
And Chief, you just said, right, you have almost 2 feet of water in your station.
In our garage, yes. Not in the actual. Didn't make it into the building itself, but in our garage we have 22 inches of water in our garage.
Wow, Chief, do you have
and
any?
That's going past the door dams that we had installed.
Do you have any idea how many calls for rescue that you've gotten?
I would say that we probably received somewhere around 15 or 20 different calls throughout the day from people that did not pay attention to the warnings and did not adhere to the mandatory evacuation.
And you said you went in and you had to make rescues with children. Like just how traumatic that is. How many of those have you had? I mean, how many children have you had to rescue?
There was 2 kids that was just recently, and there was one earlier today. And it's just crazy to think that you would stay in a home with children that you don't know the capabilities of the house, and you are in an evacuation zone.
Can you give us a sense as to how much damage you're seeing there in Holmes Beach tonight? I know it's tough to tell until the light of day, but what are you seeing in terms of damage?
I'm seeing a tremendous amount of damage. There's going to be a lot of homes that are inundated with water. I know I spoke to my mayor, and she had water in her home. I know that throughout the county, I've talked to other people, and they had water in their homes. As high as it is in the parking lot of the police department, I know that all the homes around us that are first-floor homes are going to have damage, and this is going to be a long cleanup process.
Chief, how long have you been in that area, and have you seen this amount of water before?
I've been the chief here for 11 and a half years. I've been doing law enforcement for 45 years in this area, and this is the worst I've ever seen from any storm that's come through.
When you talk about your resources and being stretched thin, how many officers do you have on duty tonight there, and how many could you use? How many more do you need?
Well, I will tell you that we have 8 officers plus my lieutenant and myself, and my detective is in the EOC center, and that's half the department. And then the other half work days. I've been on since 2 o'clock this morning. We could have used 20 officers today all day long, and they'd have stayed busy.
Can you get some help from other agencies around? I know a lot of agencies along the coast are challenged as well, but are there resources available to help you with some of the needs you're having in your community?
We always have help from our partners at the sheriff's department and the other police departments, so that's not something that is at issue. This is not that it was a manpower issue. This was an unexpected event. We knew that we were going to have the hurricane and that we were going to get tropical force winds, but nobody expected the water to be as high as it is. We expected, similar to Adelia. And Adelia stayed 3 feet away from the garage at the police department. And when it got that close, we bought the door dams, figuring that, hey, if something happens, we might need to protect the garage. And then the door dams were, not effective.
Chief Tokajura, you said that throughout the day, 15 to 20, but how many are in the queue right now? How many are waiting until it's safe for you guys to get out there?
I think that we have about 15 or 20 different addresses that we will check in 6 to 8 hours when the water goes down to make sure that everyone's okay.
What has this storm taught you about, despite all our efforts to sandbag our homes, to try to prevent water from getting inside, what does this tell you about the power of water and the difficulty in preventing it from getting into buildings?
Mother Nature always wins.
Yeah.
There's no way to stop Mother Nature. You can do what you can. You take every action that you can to prevent it and to be prepared, and we did that, and I'm pretty sure everybody on this island did. There were people getting sandbags every day, and I don't know that the sandbags, with the water as high as it went, I don't think sandbags were going to be an effective tool because the water will seep right through the walls.
And we're hearing that Anna Maria, like under 5 feet of water. Can you share anything with us when it comes to other areas near you?
I know that Anna Maria had flooding. I know that Braden and Beach had flooding because I talked to the sergeant up in Anna Maria and the chief down in Braden and Beach, and they had same problems we did and needed road closures. And to be honest with you, until the water recedes, we will not know what the damage truly is or how much cleanup needs to be done just on the roadways to allow people to come out to the island.
Well, we appreciate you, Chief, and your force there in helping out people. I know when you go out and do these rescues in the middle of storms, your officers are putting their lives on the line, and others are as well. We greatly appreciate it. We're hoping for the best in your community there, and hope when the light of day comes, it's not as bad as we all fear. But as we've seen in other areas, it's devastating what we're seeing, and our thoughts and prayers go out to everybody in your community and the entire state of Florida tonight.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
All right, Chief, thank you so much. I know you're going on almost 24 hours, more than 24 hours of being at work. Thank you again for your time. And we, again, until we really have light, it's going to be really difficult to know exactly what that damage is.
Yeah, and the strange thing is sometimes water sticks around during flooding or weather. A lot of this water, Bobby, is going to be gone tomorrow, and it's like, what's the problem? And, you're not going to see the flooded homes, but the damage is done.
Damage is done. The mold will start growing, getting in there, cutting drywall.
Are people okay? I mean, what are we going to see when it comes to lives?
And I think that's a big part of it, Courtney, because people are just caught off guard, not ready to go. And you're swimming from house to house in the middle of, that's not just swimming. That's at night in dark with debris blowing by, floating by, and winds blowing in the 30s and 40s. That's crazy out there, I can tell you that. It made landfall. You can see the center now is up over the panhandle of Florida. You're basically looking right here where the northern eye wall is here, moving into Georgia now already. The center technically is still in Florida, but the meat of that eye wall is over the border into South Georgia. And you can see still some thunderstorms forming around the eye. That's still a formidable eye. The winds will slowly be coming down with that latest update. We haven't got it as of yet. Here is the landfall, 11:10 last night, obviously not that long ago, right? We're past midnight. And that's basically about 10 miles west-southwest of Perry. Came in with 140 mile per hour winds, and 938 was the pressure. Here are the rain bands now, and you can see them, really long rain bands, and fortunately they're still moving. But I think what will happen is they will start slowing down in that west to east movement. And so we're going to have to start watching. It's probably going to end up being Polk County, parts of Sarasota, and parts of Manatee where we get some of this training going on here. And some of that water will pile up. This is not a Hurricane Debbie situation if you're watching from Manatee or Sarasota County. Now let's talk winds. Gusting to 45. We've lost the sensor in St. Pete. 40 mile per hour wind gust in Tampa, 47 in Brooksville, 35 in Crystal River. Still gusty, but will stay that way through the overnight hours. These winds have come down quite a bit, and you can see the forecast does continue to bring those winds down quite a bit. But it's a slow reprieve, right? And so it's going to stay breezy all the way through, well, most of Friday, for that matter, is going to be breezy, but it's going to be considered windy all the way up through sunrise, and then breezy as we get going through most of our Friday. So let's talk about those tides now. And you can see we had the low tide at 5:20. We're approaching high tide here in the Tampa Bay area. It depends on where you're at exactly. It's kind of ballpark around 219 or so. But the surge is starting to crest. And I know a lot of folks out there like, it's still coming up. But it is starting to crest. And I don't know, have we refreshed all of those, Colleen? Because we're putting some graphics together here where we've seen the actual tide levels. And it looks like St. Pete.
Yes.
And if we get into Clearwater, that has started to crest and actually even come down just a little bit. Cedar Key is still going up, but we expected that because they're further off to the north. But essentially, we're sitting right in here. We're sitting right in here where those tides are starting to come down just a little bit. Now, the deal is it came in fast, but it will not go out fast. Okay, it's going to take a long time for that water to come down. Actually, will drop relatively quickly, but it went up 1.5 feet in 30 minutes. It's not going to drop that quickly on the backside. So we will see it come down. These records as of 10 o'clock, look at the old records. Let me get out of the way here. Clearwater, as of 10 o'clock, saw 6 feet. And that number will go up. The old record, 2 feet less. In that no-name storm in 1993, East Bay at 5 3/4. Look at that. That's over a foot from what we saw last year. And then, which is Adalia, essentially. And then Old Port Tampa Bay, blew that one out of the water, 2.5. St. Pete, about 1.33 feet more. And 1985, that was a hurricane, Hurricane Helene, that did that. The Clearwater numbers that you see there, that was from that no-name storm. Colleen, did you get those?
I did, but I have
Just
to
go ahead
refresh
and
the one.
hit escape. Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine. You can hit escape when it'll stay just like that. I'll continue to talk about that and then just hit play again. Should be at the top of my show. So we've updated these from 9 to 10 o'clock, but they still continue to rise through about midnight. Maybe a little bit before that, it started to crest and come back down. So even these record numbers are going to come back. And so when you hear the sheriff there, when you hear everybody talking, I've never seen this amount of water in my house in 30 years. No, I believe you. Nobody has. These are the records, right? Now, this is Clearwater Beach. Look what it did. Major flooding in Clearwater Beach, but now it's starting to come down. The tide's still coming up. And it'll actually go down a touch and then come right back up. And that's all the way through tomorrow. So the water level is going to stay high. The tides will be high. But this surge number is coming down as we go through the next several hours. All right? So that is getting a little bit better. Now, let's get over to, what's the next one? You have to advance it. For some reason, it's not advancing for me.
Looks like we have Cedar Key.
Cedar Key. So Cedar Key still going. This one, obviously, it's a little bit further north, just kind of behind the curve, if you will. We got it quicker here in the Tampa Bay area, but look how far up they are. In major flooding, almost 9 feet, essentially, right? And they will start to turn back around and come back down. That will actually drop a little bit quicker than ours because they had such a steep rise here because they were a little bit closer to it. And so now this is St. Pete. And there's St. Pete up to major flood. That's over 6 feet. And that is now, you see how the last little part's kind of going to the right. It looks like it's starting to crest and things will start to go down. So we're getting there. It is a huge mess. This will take, well, you know, you think of Fort Myers, they took a big hit from Ian. It takes years to clean up after that. It's not quite as bad as that, but this water inundation will take, it'll take months, it'll take a year for some folks for sure, just to get a cleanup going. So that's the good news now. The winds are starting to come down. The water's starting to come down. You can see from the television station here that we've got mostly cloudy skies, of course, but it's not raining quite as much. It's just some scattered showers. I'm going to try and see if I can turn this down here because we were using this camera to actually look at the water levels at the TV station because it's lit pretty well and it gives us an idea of what we can expect around that area. So we've got a ton of water there still, and in fact this is the highest that we've seen it all night. Looking at the steps on this weather deck thing that we got out here, look at that. So yeah, water is still high. Notice it's not even all that windy, right? So the winds are coming down, but this is still a lot of wind that's pushing water on shore from offshore. And the tide's up. It's coming up, right? So it's just going to take a little bit longer, but we will get this out of here as we get going. Now, in the long term, the next several days, the water is going to be extremely dirty. Lots of pollutants, lots of items in the water floating around. You know, think tetanus, right? All that kind of stuff. We're going to have quite a bit of a cleanup to do. So take your time with it and make sure you get back over when you do and use some patience because they're going to be keeping those islands pretty locked down to just residents so that they can get these things cleaned up. And even for the residents, if you're listening to me, they're not going to even let you back on right away, right? They don't let people back on those islands until they can clear up the roads enough to make it at least safe for the residents. So have a little bit of patience. It's probably going to take through most of the day tomorrow. And I got to figure some folks might not even be able to get back tomorrow. And that's not a good feeling. I know they're not going to like that, but that is a possibility. So just keep that in mind. Take some patience, relax. There's nothing, you know, that you can do about it at this particular point. Let's talk about radar here just a little bit. Fortunately, I don't even want to jinx us, but we've been doing pretty good as far as the tornadoes go. We do have still a watch in the area for the tornadoes, but generally we've been seeing the activity kind of start to come down quite a bit. There you go. You got the tornado watch right there.
Yeah.
Just in time. Perfect.
They trimmed it back.
They trimmed it back? Mm-hmm. I see your little scissors there. I gotcha. All right, so here we go. This is the tornado watch. Well, that's what it's been.
Yeah.
It was trimmed back. That was trimmed back earlier. It's been like this for a while now. Basically, Polk, Pinellas, and Hillsboro have been the ones and points northward. All right, this red that you see here, Hardy, DeSoto, Manatee County, that's still the tropical storm warning. That's covering for the wind. The yellow is actually covering for the tornadoes. So big picture here, I'll kind of show you where all the bigger part of the storm is. You can see it's up to the north right now. We have all of these stragglers that have to come through here, and we will keep watching those. Weather-wise, guys, especially when we start talking about storminess, this is what's left. All right, and it's not severe weather. We still will watch for a couple spin-ups, so I don't think we'll see too much of that. And there'll still be a couple heavy downpours from here on out, but we're about on the back end now of at least the storminess. The water will be going down slowly through the overnight hours, 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. It'll really be dropping off by that point. Dave, Courtney?
Bobby, thank you. As I'm still you're really taken away by that call with the police chief for Holmes Beach.
Yes.
And looking at the water that's come up just in our parking lot, things that we have seen, things that we haven't seen. But thinking about, just those two families with children that were rescued there, the amount of people that are in that queue, and just the safety of everybody.
And then you look at up in the sponge docks in Tarpon Springs,
Right.
those people, those business owners, those homeowners around the area, they got to wake up tomorrow and see the kind of damage that they're going to have to deal with there. A vibrant community, a place a lot of people go and enjoy visiting, so severely damaged is really tough to see.
Yeah, we do have a live picture of the Gandy Bridge, something that a lot of people are familiar with, and
Well, you don't see a whole lot there.
Don't see a whole lot, but you can see the sand.
Yeah, the sand has been pushed up onto
the roadway.
On the roadway there, and not surprising because earlier, maybe 5 o'clock or whatever, the sand was pushed very close to the road. And that was before the real surge took place. So it's really hard to tell. It almost looks like the road's damaged when you see that there, but that may just be sand, and hopefully it's just sand that they can clear away. But it does give you a sense as to how much work it's going to take to reopen these bridges around here. And there's no timeline yet, so keep that in mind as you make your plans. If you're trying to get from one side of the bay to another, it may be a little while. They have given us no timeline for when all these bridges are going to reopen.
It may not be daybreak.
Yeah.
Because again, what we've seen, and Dave, we saw this specifically with Hurricane Ian is kind of where I think about this, where bridges are damaged and they have to inspect that, the roadways, et cetera. And so right now, again, we kind of see grainy video of what's going on, but once we shed light onto it, it may not be so pretty. We do have Chris Hurst. He's been down in Venice and has been kind of making his way around. Chris, where are you now and what are you seeing? It looks different.
Yeah, we are in Venice. Behind me is Venice Beach, and actually the water seems to be receding. Now, we don't really know how much of this water got pushed over dunes and it's just going to be pooling for a while. But at least right here, when we got here about 15-20 minutes ago, the water line was up right about to that branch right there, that second parking marker, if you can see it, that white T right there. And already the water is starting to move back now to where the water line is in between those two parking markers. And we have noticed this as we've done sort of a tour of southern Sarasota County. There still are, don't get me wrong, plenty of subdivisions and communities where at least the entrance and exit is flooded right now and you can't cross it. We have seen street flooding in places that we haven't seen it before here in southern Sarasota County for a long time. But right now, at least in some places, the water is going down. Now, where we were previously was in between Nokomis and Venice, right there on the Tamiami Trail, US 41. And as we were going back there about 20 minutes ago, we noticed that the water level was even going down there too. So we talked to that couple that was going to try and stay the night. Another individual was going to try and stay the night there along Tamiami Trail. The water might be going down there little by little as the rain continues to abate. Bobby showed that line of storms that could be training over Sarasota and Manatee here in a little bit. But for right now, we just have this wind that is picking up, but nowhere near where it was here to the coast of Sarasota County a few hours ago. Now, we did talk to the county. They said that they are doing swiftwater rescues right now. They are trying to put out some fires that have cropped up here. You heard from the Holmes Beach police chief talking about there being, I don't know if he mentioned it, I wasn't able to hear all of your interview, that there is a fully involved fire right now that can't be put out because they can't get to it. And remember, you guys were talking about bridges, and those bridges need to be secured. Sometimes it's not the bridge that's the issue, it's that the causeway that leads up to the bridge, which is the case there along Manatee Avenue going into Holmes Beach for Anna Maria Island. That's what's underwater right now. The bridge is okay, the bridge has been locked down. But it's those roads that lead in and out that sometimes can still be water covered that are causing massive problems tonight. As you heard from the police chief, it is preventing them from being able to go and do several rescues. I talked to him just before he talked to you all, and he said that folks that are trying to get rescued right now, Dave and Courtney, are probably just going to have, and this is his words, just going to have to sit on top of their counter and wait for help to arrive.
Yeah, that's what we've been hearing, and it's kind of a terrifying thought, but it's a dose reality of what they're able to do at this time of night. I know your photographer down there, Chris, is Tim Berquist, and Tim has worked in that area for decades, for a long, long time. I'm interested in his perspective. You don't necessarily need to put a mic up to him unless you'd like, but I'm just curious what he's sharing with you about how different this storm is from what he's seen over the past few decades.
Well, it's just to give you an idea of how embedded Tim Berquist is in this community here in Sarasota. He went to high school with the Holmes Beach police chief. We were out in Nokomis, and he had other people that were coming up to him saying, "Hey, Tim, yeah, we went to high school together." I mean, this guy's experience and knowledge in the region really is unmatched, especially when you're talking about television journalists. I think everything is okay. I hope I'm not talking out of turn here, Tim, but we also went and scoped his neighborhood because he has never seen the water come up. He lives, right off of the Venice Inlet, and he has a dock and a boat in his backyard. He put the boat up, but the water is over the dock. It is the farthest up in his neighborhood that he's ever seen, and the water is covering all of the streets in his neighborhood too. So again, the flooding is totally different this go around. There are some areas, yes, that are low lying that saw flooding even, with Debbie 6 weeks ago, not to talk at all about Adalia or potentially Ian. But with this flooding event, people who have not seen flooding in their area before, because of the storm surge, pushing in the direction that it did, it really did pick winners and losers tonight. That one couple that we saw right there by Tamiami, I mean, they told me too, they had never seen water come into their home before, and he held up his hand like this. He went, "This is how much water is in our home right now, and we're just going to stick it out and try and get some sleep before the sun comes up."
Yeah, Chris, when we did speak with the chief, he said that they've got about, like you said, the 20 rescues that are kind of lined up there, ready to get to when it is safe. Maybe not just daybreak, maybe beyond that, and also that he said in his 45 years in law enforcement, never seen this amount of water.
Yeah, it's
and if you know anything about Holmes Beach too, the police department is right there on the main drag. Not quite, to the point where it's on the beach, but there are, I was there yesterday, 12.5 small businesses, most of them boarded up, none of them really open, but they are now under several feet of water. If that police station, which is up a little higher elevation than street level, if all of the other street level businesses are there, they're definitely underwater right now. So Holmes Beach, Longboat Key, Anna Maria Island, the whole Anna Maria Island, not just the city of Anna Maria itself, really dealing with a lot tonight up in Manatee County.
Yeah, and the chief leaving us with the thought that you can't beat Mother Nature. Mother Nature always wins, and I think that is what is underscored here. the power of water and the inability to keep water out of our homes and businesses and roads. I mean, we can throw up those sandbags and we can put up the tarps and do all we can, but the reality is this water in this amount is impossible to keep out.
Let's take you north to Pasco County along the US 19 corridor. We have some flooding in West Pasco County as well that we want to share with you. I mean, just look at that right there. I know that prior to Hurricane Helene really coming through, we had talked about the evacuations, and Pasco County was, if you're west of 19, you need to evacuate. They had the Zone A, voluntary Zone B, Zone C, and here you can see just how much water, is in that area.
Ugh.
Again, this is West Pasco.
Yeah, these are the lives of people right here. The homes, the businesses, and it's so sad to see. We're certainly thinking about everyone out there tonight who's impacted by this or fearful that maybe their homes or businesses are impacted. Miguel Octavio has been in downtown St. Pete for us throughout the evening here. Miguel, you're perched above there, but what are you seeing? What are you hearing from your perspective?
Miguel, we can't hear you at this moment. We're working. I think we're going to bring.
Yep. Sometimes.
Sometimes, when all of this, we're going to get back to him the moment that we can get his audio. Yeah, we've seen bits and pieces of Pinellas County,
right.
St. Pete. We spoke with the public information officer for the city of St. Pete, and she spoke about the areas that they have been able to see and then the areas that they have not been able to see. In another situation where they've said, look, when it is safe to get there, we will get there, but that's going to have to be when those waters recede, because even their high water vehicles cannot get into these neighborhoods.
Yeah, let's take a look at Tampa General Hospital right now. A live look at it. It is surrounded by water. I mean, there is water around Tampa General Hospital normally there. You take a bridge to get over to it. And they've got a water barrier there that they installed, and during the storm since they've had it, it has seemed to work for them. But we saw the parking garage there at Tampa General Hospital, the first floor anyway, just inundated with water. We saw at least one vehicle in the garage there that had water. I'm sure that pickup truck that we saw is totaled tonight, and I don't know how many other vehicles are there. Keep in mind that when we talk about the inability to reach people, you take a county like Pinellas County, 220,000 customers, or about 40% of the county is without power tonight.
Yeah.
That's a huge amount. I mean, almost half of the county, Pinellas County, which is one of the most densely populated counties in the state, is without power tonight. And then you multiply that by all the others in our state who are without power tonight, who have water in their homes, inability to reach anybody, feel left in the dark. It's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, I'm looking right there as we kind of look down and look toward Tampa General Hospital, and you can see some of those very large condo buildings right there. You got 345 Bayshore right there. That's that big yellow building. Mm-hmm. And then you have an apartment complex that's kind of closer to us where you can see the lights down low. But both of those buildings are dark. Yeah. So power is not working there.
Yeah, Tampa General Hospital, fortunately, they obviously have generators, as do most hospitals. We do want to go to Aaron. Right now, he's in Crystal River. Aaron, it looks like the rain has picked up for you there.
Yeah, conditions have changed rapidly, Dave and Courtney. I want to show you just how much this surge has come up in the past half hour or so. So this is US 19, the main stretch of road. Just an hour ago, this was all dry land, and you can see several inches of water. Our last live shots, we were over at this closed down bar all the way down the road here. That street is now pretty much impassable, just completely filled with water. So you can see how quickly that moved. 30 minutes or so, dry road to now several inches of water on it. That's the concern moving through this area as we get earlier into this morning because of the levels of storm surge. We've seen it cause damage throughout Crystal River before when Kings Bay starts to crest and all of this starts to happen. This is supposed to be the River Walk, which is now essentially the river, and there's going to be concerns. We just talked to a fire captain here in Crystal River who said they're going to be really watching the next couple hours to see how high this storm surge comes up and if it starts to have an impact on this main thoroughfare right now. But most of the drivers on the road, at least, are going to be sheriff's deputies like the one that just passed there. Of course, we're going to keep moving, though, because we already see this water starting to pile up near some of our cars.
Well, it's amazing how quickly, and that just really underscores the unpredictability of storm surge. Sometimes you can be in an area and then, as you mentioned, about 30 minutes later, it's a very different place and a dangerous place.
And goodness, we were expecting
Yeah,
what?
definitely, and we were saying...
Go ahead.
Yeah, we were expecting, that area to crest, and we had probably about 15, 20 minutes to make our way over here. It happened probably even quicker than that this road became not something you want to be driving on. We want to stay off that for the most part. But as you said, the water moves quickly, and when it comes, that's what the surge everyone was really anticipating going into this morning.
And I'm really struck when I look at that, Aaron and Courtney, and we saw it in downtown Tampa. You have a current there. I mean, the water is moving. This is not just floodwaters and you're trudging through still waters. You have a current.
Yeah, and you can see when the wind gusts pick up, it literally pushing it across this current, it seems, approaching, a main thoroughfare here through Crystal River.
Well, we know it's important for you to stay safe tonight. We know you're taking the best precautions, using the best judgment you can. Aaron, we appreciate it. It is amazing. You see these bands of rain now, and I know that's the nature of a hurricane. You've got these outer bands that begin to rain at the strangest of times. Then it's dry. It can be sunny, but it is an ever-changing storm.
And this is US 19. This is in Crystal River as well. So you just this is where we are at this moment. But as that water kind of pushes through, we'll see things definitely change. Yeah. And we've seen that happen in previous storms. This, again, previous storms we've watched. I mean, I've watched Jennifer Titus have to walk from one location to another location to another location down 19 throughout storms in Crystal River. This is going to be, as we start. He said it's moves quickly. It's gonna look different.
Yeah.
It's gonna look different about what not Brad. That's my husband. Bobby.
Bobby, your TV husband.
Not my husband. No, I know.
Yeah.
There was nowhere to go. I know.
Let's hope he's not watching. Let's hope the power's out at your house.
Well, I did want to say that area where Aaron is, the forecast is about 1 to 3 feet of water over those roads. Yeah. You said that main thoroughfare?
Yes.
That's 98. That's 19. 19 turns to 98. I think that's what that is right there. Was it say State Road 44?
State Road 44.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is
different. US 19 at 44.
So
yeah.
when you were talking about storm surge here, and then there's a law enforcement officer moving by right there. When we talk about this area, we're talking about maybe 12 feet, maybe more. What are you thinking now when we talk about Crystal River and you're looking at this?
It went to 10 to 15.
Okay.
And what we were looking at Cedar Key was 8 to 9 or something like that.
8 to 12.
8 to 12. Well, no, I mean what the.
As of recent?
Let me look at it right now. Let me pull it up right now. I want to see what the number was. The gauge up there at Cedar Key, which is not Crystal River, but it will be similar. That went up to. I picked 2 out of 3. I picked the third one.
I want to
that
say
went
7?
up to almost 8 feet.
Yeah.
So that would mean that we'd been about 8 to 10 in Crystal River. And if that were the case, that means that road right there may get about 1 foot of water on it.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Maybe
And we're
6 inches or so.
We're getting word here too, which we want to mention that we talked to the Holmes Beach fire chief about a fire that was burning there. We have it's in the 200 block of 76th Street.
It is a home.
It is a home. So we certainly hope everybody's okay in that home. We hope they got out.
But the firefighters cannot get to that.
Yeah, and that's the
it's
challenge.
Just burning.
Yeah.
I mean, and again, this is one of what is there's other things happening in just so many different counties, right?
Yep.
Moving through. I know that we have video of an apartment in St. Pete with some floodwaters as well. Let's take a look at that video right there. Okay, so this is exteriors. You can see in the parking lot right there, a lot of water. So up like almost a mid calf right there as she's out there taking that. This is again St. Pete. We do have Miguel Octavio.
Yeah, we finally got his microphone working there. We know it's a challenge with the rain out there, but Miguel, give us an idea from your perspective. You're perched up above. This is in downtown St. Pete. What are you seeing and what are you hearing from people?
Well, certainly through the evening, seeing those windier conditions and that storm surge getting much worse, but we've been trying to safely report from above ground, and we've been hearing from a lot of neighbors and friends and folks we know live in those barrier islands and low-lying coastal neighborhoods. And Courtney used the term historic storm here earlier, and that's certainly how it feels for some of the people living in those coastal areas. It's not just about losing their homes, furniture, or businesses. It's about losing things they cannot replace. In fact, a woman was texting me. She owns a business up in Madeira Beach. It's been around for 44 years, something her own mother started. She says she's never seen flooding there before, and this is the first time water had gone in. She said she kept actually her mother's remains in that store. She has now passed away as a way to help honor her, and she's just assuming at this point, because of how much the floodwaters had gone in, that is now gone. Certainly something you can't replace. So these are sentimental things that we're talking about, people's lives. Hearing from folks around here who we kept in touch with throughout the past few years living in those coastal areas, they're saying the downstairs units, the first floor of their apartment buildings, now in waist deep water, and they're expecting to come home to that and consider this now a total loss. So we talked a lot about the dread leading up to the storm, the projection, seeing that this was going to be much worse than perhaps Hurricane Idalia. That dread has now translated to just heartbreak because their worst nightmares are now a reality, and of course they're not able to safely get to those islands. They're not safely to get to those homes. Hearing from people who say they've never flooded before despite living in those areas for decades, and now seeing that water reaching to levels they've never seen before, this feels historic to them. And so certainly a lot of heartbreak here tonight from people living in those vulnerable areas, and certainly first responders in Pinellas County doing their best to make sure they can make those rescues as safely as possible. But as they mentioned, leading up to the storm, there will come a point where it's just impossible for them to do so. At last check from Pinellas County, we heard that more than 200,000 people still without power. That's about 40% of residents throughout the county. We know the wind and the storm surge continues to be an issue. And for a lot of people right now, I think what's been frustrating for them is just knowing that they have belongings, homes, businesses that are damaged, and they're not able to get to that right now. So they're dreading to see what remains of their homes and businesses when it's safe to do so and return there. Courtney and Dave.
Yeah, we all sort of have a feeling of dread, I think, when daylight comes tomorrow. You know, I was thinking about this, that this Northeast Sewage Treatment Facility in St. Pete was shut down as a preventative measure to protect it from the storm surge. And consequently, residents and businesses, for schools,
churches,
whatever, customers, cannot do things like drain their water, take showers, do laundry, flush their toilets. Otherwise, sewage will come up into the home. And I think about these, if 40% of the county is without power, a large portion of those people in St. Pete, they're not getting the message. And they may be, maybe using their facilities, draining their water, taking showers, doing laundry, flushing toilets, and they're not going to get the message, which is, and I know this is being put out as a, like a reverse 911 alert to people, but not everybody gets those things.
Right. I mean, clearly, we've been talking about this storm for more than a week now, and there were people who not just didn't heed the warnings, but didn't get the message. I mean, I was in Publix and someone said, "Why is the water all gone?" So there's a storm coming. So, I mean, look, yes, they know there's not, we try to communicate as much as we can, but you're right. There are people who are especially without power, definitely not getting that message. And yes, when, like you said, Dave, dread. When we, I mean, that pit in your stomach right now for so many people. Let's take a look at Tampa. There's a house there that we have some video of where we also are seeing flooding. Trying to get, this is a front yard, I think, where we're starting to see that. And it's when you, I don't know where this is in South Tampa. I don't know if it's near Bayshore.
Near MacDill Air Force Base, we're told. Yeah. Okay. So this is as you get south of Gandy, there are a number of neighborhoods that can flood down that way. but a lot of these places just haven't experienced this kind of flooding. And as we mentioned, all storms are different, all hurricanes are different, and they all, they can damage areas that have never seen damage before. So again, this is south of Gandy, around the MacDill area, MacDill Air Force Base, and you can see the water there, and just the muck in the water and everything that these storms carry, going out to the beaches and all that. It just, storms are messy, and they will bring debris and critters into your neighborhood, oil, all kinds of toxic chemicals, and you just have to be careful and not walk in it and not treat it as kind of a playground when the sun comes up tomorrow.
Yeah. All right, we want to check in with our meteorologist, where that storm is right now, and what's still to come for us. Colleen Campbell you're looking at the storm surge levels, right?
Yeah, so Courtney, we updated these as of about 12:30. We got the latest levels here, and they're record breaking. They have been record breaking for hours, and we won't officially get that report until the water recedes and the water really stops to rise. We still have water that's rising in some areas. So let me just step off screen here so you can see these numbers. Clearwater, 6.67 feet. I mean, that's just amazing. But then East Bay beating that, about 7-foot storm surge there. So the numbers, these will continue to rise in some locations. You see the records there, beating the records by 2 feet in some locations. And a lot of these years, you see a number of these areas, the record was just last year, but some of these records go back to 1985. Such as in St. Pete. So that's what we say that's what we mean when we say that some of these areas are not used to seeing this type of storm surge. I mean, this is a historic event for many areas, people that have been growing up in this region and are used to this type of weather. It looks like my clicker doesn't want to advance here, Bobby. So, okay, here it goes. It just went through. So this water will continue to rise in places like Cedar Key. We didn't really get that cresting point yet. We're waiting for this red arrow or this red line that you see here to eventually start making that curve and going back down. But we have started to see that just slightly occur in places like St. Pete. I mean, just by a little bit. So we are not in the clear quite yet. And then Clearwater Beach, we are starting to see that trend of the water going down, but still moderate flooding taking place. They were in that major flood zone in Clearwater. So as we look at Hurricane Helene, just some stats on the storm. Wind speed 140 miles per hour upon landfall, and it was moving 24 miles per hour. This was a very fast moving system, but that didn't stop it from being very, very powerful and very large. The pressure upon landfall, 938 millibars. So that is a lower pressure than Ian upon landfall. So just giving you an idea there. And the lower the pressure, the stronger the storm. Currently, our winds, as Bobby mentioned earlier, our St. Petersburg gauge did go out, which that does happen, of course, when you have the winds blowing things around. Winds are anywhere from, they're still in the double digits. Sarasota up to Tampa, we have 25 mile per hour winds sustained, but then gusts 40 miles per hour. So the winds are starting to improve, but we still have them coming out from the southwest. So it will be some time until we really start to see those winds die down. This is over the next few hours just for Tampa alone. You can see those winds continue out from the southwest over the next few hours. As we look at Hurricane Helene, a lot of you have questions of where this is going to go next. And we have been highlighting how this area, highlighted in the pink here, that hurricane warning extends into those states again, this is not something that you see so often where we see these watches and warnings just extend over a large portion of the southeast. And then the storm is going to make that trend towards the west. And a lot of you have been asking that as well. Why is it not climbing up the east coast? We actually have another area of low pressure out there. This system has been steered by an area of high pressure that's been out to our east, and then an area low pressure that's out to our west. So those two areas of low pressure are actually going to kind of dance around each other, and one is going to absorb the other. And that's why you see this kind of spinning around in one circle here and not really going anywhere. But getting back to closer to home, our weather alerts, we do have a tornado watch that's in effect until 6 a.m. Of course, those outer bands, a lot of you were with us earlier when we were tracking those tornado warnings popping up left and right. The outer bands are still in our region. I want to see if I can get the radar up here. It looks like my radar might have skipped over. I think Bobby's going to get that queued up for me. But we still have those outer rain bands that are moving through Clearwater. And as we've been saying, this is not really a rainfall event. This is a storm surge event, right? And that's what we have been warning about. So here's that radar right now. Again, we have that tornado watch that's still in effect until tomorrow morning. A lot of this has, of course, it is nighttime. And again, these outer bands, yes, it is bringing significant rain. And we do want you to keep your phone on tonight just in case you have to get any warning. Make sure you're sleeping with it next to your bed, especially with the conditions as bad as they are. You want to make sure you get those updates. As Dave was saying, you know, a lot of people are not getting the updates on just that sewage outage. So if you know somebody that lives in that area, make sure you send them a text or give them a phone call, whatever you can do, and just let them know. Check in on your friends, check in on your neighbors. A lot of people's lives were changed tonight. We zoom in a little bit closer here, again, you can see that heavier rain still working through the area, and really this rain will be with our region for the next couple of hours. We're really not going to clear out here until we move throughout the day, Friday, throughout the morning at least, and we are waiting for those waters to recede. But for now, I'm going to toss it back to Courtney and Dave and see what updates we have.
We should mention here very quickly that we are getting word from the Pasco County Sheriff's Office that there have been 40 people rescued from rising water along US 19. So far, 40 people rescued along US 19 in Pasco County. Right. So that's a frightening thought that that they've had that many people rescued, and that doesn't take into account all the other people that may be in water. Okay, and this is alternate 19 at Curlew Road.
That's Palm Harbor.
I thought this was Palm Harbor.
Yeah, this is Palm Harbor.
Okay, so
David Shealy is kind of on that line when you're talking about
right
Pasco. He's that northern Pinellas 19 area with Tarpon Springs, and he is live for us there. David, where are you now? Because you've moved all over to show us different things.
Yeah, so we returned to the sponge docks. So we are back at the sponge docks, and unfortunately, it has gotten worse here. The water has gotten higher. We ran into a couple of high schoolers who said they were bored and decided to get on some paddle boards and paddle out there. They said they have noticed multiple cars submerged. They've noticed that there are businesses that they have never seen water go into. They said there is water entering into those businesses, and that it has gotten worse out here. And some people who have been working on the boats by these docks for 30 plus years say this is the worst that they have ever seen it. We spoke to a man earlier today named Marshall who works on one of these boats. He is still on one of those boats. We just spoke to his friend who said, yeah, he's still on the boat. He can't leave. He works on the boat. He has to make sure the boat is good. So he's still out there. They have turned the lights off. So it is dark. And if we didn't have the light on top of the camera, you wouldn't really be able to see anything. And we won't really get a full extent of the damage here until the sun comes up.
David, for people who are familiar there, I was just out there recently with the kids. I think Daisy, I don't know if we'll be able to see it because it is dark. If she could pull out kind of the right side where it says Dolphin Cruise, there's that big dolphin statue. Yep. There's a statue right there. There's kind of some public restrooms as well. I'm just trying to see exactly how much water you have. Okay, with the sign right there, it's definitely more than we saw earlier. That's a lot of water.
Yeah, I'll step out the way and see what visuals we can give you. As you mentioned, there are a couple of statues. There is a statue of a sponger over in this area, kind of like a square part of the area. We might not be able to get you that visual. The best visual we were able to get you earlier was a city truck that was out there. That truck was just on the street. There was nobody in the truck. And maybe 2 hours ago, you could at least see the headlights of that truck. I no longer see the truck. I don't see the truck. So
you could see,
lets
the
you know how high the waters have gone.
Yeah, and it's
but that's it.
Right.
Yeah, this is such a proud community and such an important part of the Greek community in our area. And we think about the waterfront right there, and we see the diving for the cross each year in this area, and this area has really been changed tonight dramatically, and it's really really sad to see. And Bobby Deskins is joining us here while we continue to look at these pictures. Can we
Bring
put
it back
that
up?
shot back up
Yeah.
and,
With
talk to
David.
Bobby a little bit?
Yeah, here you go. Some of those kids kayaking right now. What's really interesting, we were forecasting records, so people have not seen this before, but that is the Anclote River on the right-hand side. And the Anclote River floods, and it's flooded quite a bit, and some really bad floods. This is not flooding from the Anclote River. This is water from Anclote Island, from the Gulf, that got pushed up into the river. So for them to say they haven't ever seen this, and to know that the Anclote floods every now and then quite a bit, and it still hasn't done it, it's saying how strong that surge was.
Right.
And we heard from Nick, who is one of the business owners that David talked to, and you were pointing out the businesses there, Dave, and he said, please, you got to, support our businesses, and they're going to need a lot of support.
Cleanup time. They're going to have to get cleaned up first, and then they're going to need that support because a lot of folks are going to be closed down for a while out there.
Boy.
So that is right along the edge of the water right there.
Look at someone walking through the water.
Yeah, we see those. Yeah, not recommended to walk through that water. You just have no idea what's in it. It's dirty. It's
like
gross,
waist deep.
and there often are chemicals in there. It's a kind of a dangerous spot to be in right now. But people will do what they choose to do. But hope they're safe out there. We want to welcome you back here. We're coming up just a little after 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm Dave Wagner along with Courtney Robinson. You're watching 10 Tampa Bay. We are among those who had to evacuate tonight. We moved from our studio because our station is right on the inland waters of Tampa Bay. And so when we heard that there was going to be storm surge, dangerous storm surge prediction for that, we made the decision to move. So we moved to a remote studio on higher ground here in Tampa. And we're grateful we did because we look at the water in the parking lot of our station and how it's crept up at the station. As far as we know, the water has not gotten into the building. But, there's just no reason to be there. We wanted to be able to broadcast and bring you information. And that was just not a position we wanted to be in.
So, guys, we've been showing you this for a while, just to kind of give an idea of how it's in and around the St. Pete area. That's about a 6-inch curb right there, that line that you see there. It's over the steps now going up onto the deck there. It does not look like it has gotten much higher in the last half hour or so. And that's what we're using this for right now, because that's a good barometer as to what the water levels are doing. I've got a buddy who's out on Hillsboro Avenue, right just south of Racetrack Road. This is just east of Oldsmar. Yeah. He's got about 2 foot of water in the bottom of his house. He's right on the marshy area right there. He's thinking it may have crested, but he said he's not quite sure. It's still kind of high.
Yeah, and Bobby, we should mention here, that is not our station that you're looking at right there. That's the back parking lot, and that's where our helicopter pad has been in the past and is now, it used to be a live shot location for weather, and it's now we use it as a picnic area.
It's my lunch spot.
Yeah, it's a lunch spot, and we look out over the Mullet Pond there. Yeah. Again, these are the inland waters of Tampa Bay that have now crept into our parking lot next to our building. This is the back of our building here, so we're looking at that. But we know so many people in our community are facing much more dire circumstances tonight. Fearful that they've lost their homes, lost their businesses. One person lost their life on I-4 tonight when a sign fell on top of their car and killed them. The governor mentioned that's the first fatality, or the first known fatality in the state of Florida tonight. But our fear is there will be more.
Yeah. Unfortunately, when we have this type of weather, we know that we hope that we won't see that, but we know that we will. And you talk to the Holmes Beach police chief, and talking about there's 20 people right now that are kind of in the queue. He said, we'll get there when it's safe, and his guys get there. They've been working for 24 hours
tomorrow.
straight.
Maybe tomorrow.
Yeah, and Yolanda with the city of St. Pete as well, saying there are some areas where they just can't get to. And
Shore Acres, Snell Island,
right.
And those are cut off tonight from people. Fortunately, they have some police officers there protecting that from looting and that type of thing. Right. We do want to show you the Courtney Campbell Causeway right here, and there's water over top parts of the Courtney Campbell Causeway. You see, it's hard. I know water is going to recede here, but you really wonder how much sand, debris, damage to the roads these are the major connectors between Hillsboro and Pinellas County, and all the bridges are closed. So that is the Gandy Bridge, the Howard Franklin Bridge, the Courtney Campbell Causeway, and then from Pinellas County down to Manatee County, the Sunshine Skyway Bridge is closed. All these are the major connectors to our area, and we don't know the condition of those, and we do not have a timeline as to when these may reopen.
All of these cameras, they help. We're here in a box without windows, and being able to see, just like you from home, different with our crews and with these live cameras, the traffic cameras, just seeing exactly what things are kind of shaping up to look like in Tampa Bay. I'm still looking at this right here on the Courtney Campbell. That's a lot of water on the Courtney Campbell Causeway.
Oh, it's an amazing amount. There's been a lot of water in downtown Tampa as well. Eric Glasser has been moving around, showing us how the water has been really inundating parts of South Tampa there. Eric, you've moved to higher ground, I see there. Where are you and what are you seeing?
Well, Dave, we did move to higher ground. I think as we saw that there was still some storm surge left, we said, well, let's try to get back over to parts of South Tampa where we can try to look out and see what's going on, how many power outages there might be. So right now we're on top of a parking deck, about 6 stories up. That gives us an opportunity to look over Tampa. Are you guys able to hear me okay?
Yeah,
we can hear you. Keep going.
Keep going, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, somebody just said we can't hear you, but I'm glad you can. That said, I agree with you, Dave. I'm afraid that when the water recedes and when daylight comes up, that this time we may not have gotten away so easy, right? A lot of the times when we have these storms, everybody says, wow, I think we really dodged a bullet there. And while we did not take a direct hit from that, and my heart goes out to the folks who are up in the northern part of the Panhandle, I think that the light of day in our area and certainly up the coast to the north, and as the waters recede, are going to reveal quite a bit of damage in our area. That's the sense that I get this evening when I look out over where we are now and from the spots that we've been throughout the day. When I was just over on the west side of South.
Eric, we're having some issues with your microphone. We apologize to interrupt you here, but it's difficult to hear. That's one of the things that
I know. It's the static.
We get it.
Water
and microphones don't always mix. We do have some video that you sent us from downtown Tampa. Let's take a look at that. And while you work on your microphone there,
he's really been all over South Tampa.
Done a wonderful job.
We've seen him on Bay Shore. He went over to the west side where we could see. He couldn't make it over West Shore because it's just a mess. It's nasty. But Manhattan, even with the water rising there, and then we have downtown Tampa.
Yeah, Bay Shore near Tampa General Hospital. And this is what he's been showing us here.
Right. So that's Ashley and Bro Rain.
Yeah.
Right. I think that's where that is.
I believe you're right. Yep. And I mean the road was closed off, and there was the barriers that were up, but those barriers were no match for the floodwaters, especially the moving floodwaters. And we saw a number of these vehicles trying to come through.
Large vehicles.
Yep, large vehicles, sometimes higher profile vehicles, or at least their tires got them above the water. But boy, this water has risen a lot throughout the night. Obviously, this is not something that's recommended. I can't tell who that is, if that's maybe even I thought I saw a little badge. It might be a city worker or a police
He was
officer.
trying to, when Eric was out here earlier and this was recorded, Eric mentioned that they were trying to set those barriers right to make sure that people, didn't, right there, like that one right there, so that people didn't try to come down and be able to get through and through the water. So this was, this was a little bit ago when he recorded this, when Eric and his photographer Ish were able to kind of get this video. So it could look much worse in that area now, because I think it's been, Eric said, we're here on the Riverwalk. The Riverwalk has become the river. Then he moved to the other side and along Bayshore. Bayshore has become the bay.
Yeah, and that's the nature of these storms. They just are constantly evolving, and now. So we want to go over to Park Boulevard and Oakhurst Road, I understand right now, where there are some issues there. There is a signal down, I believe, a light out down that way.
I can't see it.
It looks like it may be traffic light that's hanging down. Not at all surprising given the wind and some of the strong winds that we had. Bobby, we had winds in this area,
there you go.
Park Boulevard, Oakhurst Road, that area, probably of what, 60, 70 mile an hour winds at times?
40s and 50s for steady wind.
Right,
gusts in the 70s.
Okay, gotcha. So,
lower 70s.
So it's not surprising you may see traffic lights, this kind of stuff down in an area like this, given the winds. But we've certainly had tropical storm force winds in this area before, and not had that much damage. But again, this was a storm of storm surge that we really just took it.
It's not going out on a limb to say that this name will get retired.
Yeah.
Because this is just what it's done to our neck of the woods, and we don't even know the extent. We haven't seen anything.
Big Bend.
What's happening in the Big Bend, and what's really going to happen in Georgia?
I know that when we had Idalia, one of the things that, and Bobby talked to this a little bit, you kind of took a little comfort in is that the areas where Idalia made landfall, right, it wasn't very populated. There's certainly people who have homes in Steinhatchee and some, and along the water there. And, we think about that, it wasn't as populated, right, as you look at Tampa. But now, as it's come on and the width of that, Bobby, does that look different, especially when we talk about Tallahassee right there and those other areas? I mean, it's not Idalia, it's a different storm.
It was you're talking about the diameter of the eye, how wide that eye was.
That's exactly what I'm getting at, yes.
Because the area that it went in was still very rural.
Right.
But Tallahassee really got lucky.
Okay.
Because you probably had 80 to 90, almost 100 mile per hour winds on the right side of the eye, and you had 50s.
Okay.
And gusts in the 60s on the left side of the eye when it went onshore. And that 50s and 60s, which I haven't even seen that much, but that was Tallahassee. What I saw in Tallahassee was gusts in the 40s.
Okay.
So they got really lucky.
Still that one area, because you showed that eye wall.
Yep. Going up on that eastern side, up there where it made landfall, and between there and Cedar Key.
And you think, I mean, when we look at that and we talk about the response and different responses to the need in so many communities, the need that we're going to see in the Panhandle, and then the need with rescues. And look, they have been they're going on fumes at this point. Sure. The Holmes Beach police chief said he came on at 2 a.m.
Yeah, there are the immediate concerns, rescuing people, making sure people survive this storm.
Right.
And then there are the long-term concerns. When I talked to Jimmy Petronas this week, the CFO of the state, I asked him about the fragile nature of insurance companies in this state. A lot of folks have citizens insurance, and then they have been trying to shed policies to some of these new companies. And I asked him whether or not these new companies are going to be able to pay out in the event of a big storm like this. And he said that yes, they're able to. They should be able to, and the state will hold them accountable. So, but as we see, when insurance claims are filed by some folks, they may get a fraction of the damage that was caused, and that's the challenge of these kind of storms. You're at the mercy, to a certain extent, of our insurance companies.
And there are going to be, in our area, people who've never made a claim before that are now making those claims.
Yeah, and that's the frustration that people talk about with insurance companies. It's like I've paid my insurance the whole time, and suddenly they're not going to reimburse me for all this damage, or they drop me, or they raise my rates, and that's the ongoing challenge that people have. I don't think it's a stretch to say there's an insurance crisis in this state. The legislature, the governor, they've tried to address some of these concerns, but people are still really concerned. And when you have an event like this really makes people even more worried about the insurance market in the state of Florida.
I want to show you what we're seeing right now in Hernando County. Our crew's up there as well. Hannah Deneen is up in Hernando County with Rob, and you can see the tree down right here. This is in Spring Hill. This is blocking part of Wabash Trail. So if you're familiar with that area, again, these are some of the things that you'll run into, right? If you were to choose to be out driving, go down a road that you say, oh, there's no water. Well, there's going to be water. There's going to be a tree down. There could be a traffic traffic light down, so many other things. This tree blocking that whole thing, and of course, right there, the power lines that it's hanging on.
Right.
So another complication. There's Hannah.
Yeah, and I want to say our crews have done a really
Yes.
good job in moving around from location to location because the situation has changed. They learn of new things. Hannah, you've done a terrific job in taking us around Hernando County. You are live, in Weeki Wachee right now?
I'm in Weeki Wachee, Dave, and I just spoke with a deputy here who described the trees from earlier, like you were describing, falling out of the sky like grenades. He said they were pulling tree limbs and having to have utility crews come out and clear these full trees for hours throughout this evening, and they're continuing to do so tonight. Now, earlier this evening, I was on Hernando Beach where we saw the water rise rapidly. And if you're familiar with Hernando County, you know that there are very few roads in and out of the beach area, and they're all prone to flooding, which is why we had to leave that area. And now you can see right here, this is Cortez Boulevard, one of those few roads that leads to Hernando Beach and the most coastal region of Hernando County. This roadway is now blocked off. They have a roadblock here, and they are not letting anyone through, even if they live down this way. We have seen some cars get turned around this evening. The officers here tell me that's because of the combination of storm surge. Parts of Cortez Boulevard right now are seeing that flooding, as well as trees, even power lines in the roadway. He said that there is no one going to be moving by them regardless, again, of proof of address. Now, the emergency management deputy director here in Hernando County, we spoke with her within the last few hours. She tells us, fortunately, here in Hernando County, they have not had to have any emergency rescues. It's a very different situation just south of us in Pasco County, though, where we've now learned there have been at least 40 rescues in Pasco County, and they are continuing to work to make sure that everyone in their county is safe. But here in Hernando County, they are making sure that no one can get to harm's way anymore, blocking off this pathway to the flooded region of Hernando Beach, as well as the other outlets to get to the most coastal region where we know there is going to be significant storm surge overnight. In Hernando County, Hannah Deneen, 10 Tampa Bay.
You know, it just makes you wonder when the light of day comes, driving down US 19, all these major roads that tonight, you know, the bridges are all closed. What's that going to look like tomorrow when people are driving? I mean, people are assuming maybe I'm going to work, maybe I'm not. What am I supposed to do? Maybe I need to get out to the grocery store, get gas, those type of things. I would imagine this is going to be a real challenge, Hannah, for an awful lot of people tomorrow.
Certainly, Dave, and we've been driving around a bit tonight carefully, but we can certainly attest to what this deputy is telling us that he's been seeing as well, which is a lot of limbs in the roadway. And we do know utility crews have been working throughout the evening. They'll be working overnight to make sure that those trees, everything is cleared from the roadways, making sure that they are passable. But this is going to be a heavy lift, quite literally. There's a lot of debris in these roadways from those strong winds that we saw blow through here. And needless to say, we haven't even seen the worst of the flooding.
I mentioned something here that I think is important for people, for those who may be listening. Port of Tampa, we have these pilots, the Tampa Bay Harbor pilots, that bring ships in and out of the port. Their last, they brought out their last ship, I think it was yesterday morning at 6 a.m. So what that means, there are no tankers, no fuel tankers, none of these gasoline tankers coming into Port Tampa until at least Saturday. It could be longer than that. And that's a lot of gasoline fuel for your car coming into Port Tampa. So there is the potential anyway, of fuel shortages in our area. Now, I'm sure the state will do their best to try to get fuel into this area, but if you haven't filled up your car, if you need fuel in your car, it might be a good idea to do that sooner than later.
And that, and also that's going to depend on if the workers at the gas station can get to work.
It's a good point.
We don't know exactly where things are going to be. Hannah, thank you so much for showing us what you're seeing in Hernando. I know that the deputy director who you referenced, Erin Thomas, she said, look, we're glad that they haven't had the rescues or that we've seen in other areas as of when we spoke with Erin. So we hope that doesn't happen in Hernando County, but we are seeing the reality of that playing out right now in some of the county, our Hillsboro, Pinellas, Sarasota, Manatee, and then all the way to Lee County, Charlotte County.
Yeah, I know when when you and I were down at after Hurricane Ian, one of the concerns is, obviously you have debris that gets into the water, you have oil, you have chemicals and all that, but you also have these down power lines, and that's a real concern and should be in the coming days for anyone who's getting out there. Think about that. I mean, you just don't know which power lines are live and which ones aren't. So, make sure you protect yourself if you're out there wandering around, looking around your property. You really just don't know what you might run into. So play it safe, be careful, and just don't take chances. It's just not worth it.
As we talk through some of these things, let's bring up some of these live shots that we have. Ben T. Davis, that was an area where we saw Eric Glasser earlier on Thursday afternoon, and you're looking at that live right now. Bobby, it was at one point something that you brought up as well when we were looking over here, and just, it's difficult to kind of see, but we do know that there's a light signal that's kind of flashing over there. We've seen the transformers blowing out. It's difficult to kind of trying to
it's difficult to differentiate when you look at this shot
the water
from the Courtney Campbell Causeway and Ben T. Davis Beach. What's what? Because there seems to be so much sand. That's what it looks like anyway. It's hard to tell in the darkness of the night here, but
and that is likely sand.
Yeah, it looks like it. It looks like it just sand was, and that makes you wonder. It's like, how long will it take to remove that sand tomorrow? So, is the Courtney Campbell Causeway, out of the picture tomorrow?
Is that Raymond James that we see? I'm trying.
It kind of looks like it.
On the left.
Is that Raymond James?
That's Raymond James flashing.
I'm just trying to give a bearing of what
you
people
are
are
looking
seeing.
east there, and you're looking over to the right. That should be what Tampa.
That's
Tampa International Airport.
Hogan's Beach, Rocky Point area, there on the right.
Rocky Point. Right.
You're looking towards Tampa, downtown on the right, behind the building. It's the old oyster catchers to the right.
You're looking east, and that should be Tampa International Airport over there to the right. And
we were getting, video that was being sent in from that Rocky Point area, where we saw earlier. I think we showed that video of what would be a very normal high tide that was actually low tide, and then I received another piece of video. I think we're getting ready to turn that around, where it was that you could barely see the top of that fence.
Yes.
You could barely see that. We also have pictures of the Manatee River storm surge flooding that we can share with you along Barcarata Boulevard. Look at that right there.
This is right next to Pier 22, we're told here. So you see boats out there, and it's I tell you, it is very difficult to tell you. It's like, okay, where are the boats supposed to be? Where are the cars supposed to be? There doesn't seem to be much difference between where the boats are and the cars are in some ways.
We saw some of those boats, that had already been kind of unmoored, pushed up, and just really being, beaten against by the wind, by that surge as well. That was just a couple that we've seen, as we start to be able to go out onto the islands. We're going to see more of that. I'm sure a lot more of that.
And the reoccurring theme already is we've never seen water this high. I've never seen water this high. No, you haven't. These are record high levels here. Some can go back to 1921, and then I think it was 1848 or 1890. I can't remember which one that we had two hurricanes. But the Tarpon Springs hurricane was in 1921. That was really bad. Those records are a little sketchy. And the thing about that is we had half the population, if that, back in 1921. So what you're seeing out here now, and you're going to hear a lot of people say it, yes, you have not ever seen this much water.
Yeah, and I think it underscores when people say, I survived a hurricane, so therefore I can survive it again, or my house did fine in a hurricane. But you see that houses that have done fine in hurricanes for 40, 50, maybe 100 years are now inundated with water. So that's what's happening here. However you want to refer to the changes we're seeing, some might refer to it as climate change and others might not want to view it that way. But the bottom line is we're seeing storms that are hitting areas that have not been hit before. And so that is a frightening thing. We also want to talk about one of the things that we haven't seen, which is the sewage plant, the Northeast sewage plant, sewage treatment plant, that's in St. Petersburg. And they took it offline because they were fearful that storm surge would damage the electronics of that building. And as a result, that's causing
they sacrificed
major...
a couple days, right?
Yeah.
They said, versus what would have been a very long time.
Sure, and it's creating major complications for folks, and we can talk about some of the things that it's doing, but residents and businesses, this is north of 30th Avenue North and east of I-275 Haynes Road area. That sewage treatment plant there is offline, so it's going to take at least 48 hours, at least. They're not sure because they've not done this before to resume operations. So during that time, you should not make sure your drinking water is okay, but you cannot drain your water, you can't take showers, you can't do laundry, you can't flush toilets, or that sewage will come up into your home, we're told. And what an awful thing to think about. This affects maybe 70,000 people or more.
Yeah.
And not people, but customers. So those are businesses, residential areas.
Yeah.
Just a whole lot of folks.
If you're kind of waking up right now to kind of check in on things, about 1:30 in the morning on Friday, Courtney Robinson alongside Dave Wagner here on 10 Tampa Bay. We're kind of popping around and seeing what's happening. We were talking about the Northeast sewage treatment plant being taken offline. Also, good advice in general after a major storm to not flush the toilets, do the laundry, all of these same things, because you don't know what's been damaged, what's working, what's not. You got that drinking water for a reason. You went to Publix, you loaded up, you got that for a reason. Use that for drinking water, and all the other stuff, maybe you filled up the bathtubs.
Yep, take a beat there. And I just wanted to mention here, when we talked to Yolanda Fernandez, who's one of the spokespeople for the city of St. Pete, she said they will let people know by the reverse 911 system when it is safe to do the things you normally do in your house, like draining your water, taking showers, doing the laundry, flushing the toilets. They'll let those people know, but keep
pointed out though that
but there are a lot of
people without it.
A lot of people don't have power. A lot of people aren't seeing that, aren't hearing the warnings.
Right. So let your neighbors know.
Yeah, please pass the word around, because it's going to cause you major problems. And we're looking at Crystal River here.
I was just
that's US 19 right there.
Okay.
98 US 19.
So
It's
US
underwater
19,
now.
Major artery right now, going up through Crystal River.
I know we have Aaron Parsegian. This is more water than, because we've checked in on this earlier. I believe so.
Look at it flowing.
Yeah, now
it's not just sitting there; it's flowing. The wind's still going pretty good up there, but the forecast models for this had we were saying about 1 to 3 feet, and I was saying maybe give it 1 to 2.
Right.
When it was just wet, it wasn't covered, but there it is.
Yeah,
And the forecast also said right through the heart of Crystal River and north of town and south of town.
Wow. So the lives of all these business people, the lives of all the homeowners, they've been changed dramatically after this storm. When they've talked about the amount of damage, without a doubt, insurance claims they've estimated will be in the billions of dollars from this storm. So as Bobby mentioned, this is probably normally when there's a storm of this magnitude, they will retire the name. And Bobby, pretty guesses and there's a good guess that probably will retire the name after this.
So Aaron Parsegian has been in Crystal River for us. I think he's probably having to be moved, and kind of as we talk about that water coming in. Chris Hurst, live for us there in Venice. I think he was just up. Chris, you and Tim have been moving all around, seeing different things in that, southern Sarasota area. What do you got for us right now? What are you seeing? What's changed?
Well, Courtney and Dave, just like Hannah was telling you guys earlier, that they had to be pushed out of some of the hardest hit areas of Hernando Beach. That really is the area that we're trying to get to, but right now cut off in Sarasota and also in Manatee County, those barrier islands. So excuse me, we are here in Venice at the boat ramp at the Intercoastal Waterway. Just to show you that, one, the water still is moving, being pushed by the wind, which actually has picked up a little bit just in the last 15 minutes as some of those bands of heavy rain and wind continue to whip around. We aren't quite done with the wind and rain yet here in southern Sarasota County, but you can tell, there is a seawall down there by where that bench is, and the water is still over that seawall. There's docks right here, and we have definitely, at least a foot and a half, 2 feet of water here that's over the seawall. But we have been noticing that the water is starting to recede in some places. Now, if the water got pushed over into your neighborhood and has no way of draining out, then certainly that water could be pooling and standing there for quite a while. But if there is a natural egress point for the Gulf to take itself back into the Gulf of Mexico, that seems to be starting right here, at least in southern Sarasota County, and maybe also for parts in northern Sarasota County as well. The tide's not really going to be in our favor until tomorrow. They're not really going to go down on their own with the help of the moon later on overnight tonight. And so again, just like so many of us, even including first responders we talked to, like the police chief in Holmes Beach, there is no way for us to get to those that seem to be in the most distress right now. We talked to a Venice police officer when we were at our last location that was closer to Venice Beach, Courtney and Dave, and I said, how's the call volume right now? And he said, it's actually kind of quieting down a little bit, at least for the ones that they can actually get to and don't have to keep in a queue for rescues sometime when the time is right. That there was a flurry of activity from about, I'd say, 8 o'clock, well past midnight, but that now finally in the 1 o'clock hour, part of the water here in Venice is starting to recede, and some of the call volume is starting to lighten up. Courtney and Dave.
Well, that's good news. Again, a lot of the damage is done in these areas, and there are still some people who are waiting to be rescued. Let's go up to Aaron Parsegian in Crystal River tonight. Aaron, so it seems to be to the south there in Venice that things are calming down, perhaps just a bit. What are you seeing up there in Crystal River?
Well, it's the exact opposite here in Crystal River, Dave. We've seen the flooding get substantially worse in just the past 30 minutes to an hour. I'm standing in the middle of US 19. It's now been shut down by Citrus County deputies because you can see rushing water through the road here, at least a few inches. And if we look back in the distance here, this was Citrus Avenue. This is where those businesses were that were all boarded up, sandbagged up. That tavern that's a popular spot here in downtown Crystal River, that was completely dry an hour ago. That gives you an idea of how quick this water, when that surge started to come out of Kings Bay in the back over there, started to move. There was no water over there, and now it's a rushing river almost all throughout Citrus County, this western part of Citrus County, west of US 19. As I mentioned, deputies just shut down this area. We're also going to have to be moving soon because of how much water is coming down here, but it's rushing both ways of the road. If we point over here, you can see just how quick that water is moving as well, piling up in all these surrounding areas here in Crystal River tonight.
Aaron, we'd hope that perhaps things might be improving a little bit, at least in terms of the water receding, but it goes to show, I mean, the prediction was that the surge would be higher up there,
right? And
it appears that surge has not finished yet. What is low? Do you know low tide up there in Crystal River? Not that it'll make perhaps a huge difference, but do you know what time is low tide, Bobby?
Let me get that for you.
Hang on just a second. Let's just keep Aaron here for a second. Aaron, we're checking with Bobby Deskins on what the low tide might be and when folks might see some relief.
2:15.
Dave, let me add a little perspective here, Dave and Courtney, because we were here for Hurricane Debbie just over a month ago.
Right.
There was some storm surge and flooding in this area as well. On Citrus Avenue, though, while there was water piled up in the road over there, we never saw it kind of rushing all the way across US 19 as it's doing now, and starting to get deeper and deeper right now, early this morning.
Yeah. Bobby, were you able to find that yet?
Yeah, so we have a high tide coming up at 4:02 a.m. there. All right, and that's going to go about half a foot more than what it is right now.
Okay,
just the tide, right? Then we get a low tide, and we get a low tide pretty quickly, 7 a.m.
Oh, good.
It literally drops less than 2 inches, 3 inches. And then it goes back up almost another foot for a high tide at noon tomorrow, 12:30 tomorrow.
But by then the surge should be
Correct.
should be gone.
But what's happening is, and this is happening everywhere, it's prolonging that water sitting there. Because the tide's working against it, the wind will actually drop and the water will come down from the wind before the tide takes it out.
All right, so Aaron, perhaps you heard Bobby there. It's going to be up and down in terms of tides. It'd be a high tide at 4 something, and then low tide, 7 something, and then
not much movement in the
and
wind.
not a whole lot of movement there. So
Look at that.
Are you surprised, Bobby, by what you're seeing? What Aaron is reporting there, which is it's getting increasingly worse over the past 30 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's what we expected up there. We're thinking 10 to 2.
Yeah.
10 o'clock in the Bay Area, Tampa Bay area, and 2 o'clock up there. And we're just about there right now. The center, guys, look at this. Look at the eye over South Georgia. Waycross, Georgia is right about there.
It's kind of staying intact, too,
It's
isn't it?
staying intact. It's warm. It's muggy. The ground was very wet out ahead of it. So it's not sensing much of an issue. I mean, it's weakening a little bit. It's down to 110 mile per hour winds over southwest Georgia. Southwest Georgia, I mean, that's just blowing my mind. 950 millibars. But look at the movement now at 26 miles per hour to the northeast. So it's really moving. And so what's happened is you have these winds that have been blowing the water up there, really kind of getting all of that push and the tide coming up. And that's what Aaron's seeing up there. And that tide literally it looks something like this. Goes up, goes barely down, then it goes up again. That's what's happening between now and noon tomorrow, or today technically, right? The one thing that they have going for them is that the higher winds will be drifting off to the north with the bottom of that storm. So yeah, this is about what's expected. I got to be honest with you. The midnight numbers we have for some of the surges in the Tampa Bay area, many of those we're still not cresting. But I think we've gotten there now. Between 1 o'clock and now, I think a lot of it has been cresting. I hope that's the case. But it's going to be tough to tell because it's not going down real quick.
Right.
All right. And that's going to be the issue through the next 3 to 4 hours.
An apology, I was on the phone, but I was trying to figure, I'm hearing from people who are over off West Shore, south of Gandy, and there's water in everybody's homes there in that West Shore Yacht Club area. These are areas where it's built up a little bit. You don't really see that. Again, Bobby, I know you said we never see this. What's that?
Hula Bay area over that way?
Yeah, in that area. And there's a lot, not just, one person, but everybody has water in their home. So now everybody's awake right now, right? It's 1:40 in the morning. They've got the water in their homes, and it is. There's so little that you can do.
Well, you're helpless.
You're helpless.
I mean, there's just nothing you can do
Right.
to keep it back. And we try the best we can to stop Mother Nature from inundating us. But I also heard from somebody we'll take a look at this now.
Yeah, this is some of that video that just came in. So, our team is really turning these things around quickly. Look at that right there.
This is West Shore around where? Is this south of Gandy?
So this is south of Gandy.
Yeah.
This is looking at West Shore from the water, right? From the West Shore Yacht Club as you're driving down. So you can see these, this is outside of the yacht club. So you're looking at homes, and I have another video too, I think they're working on it. These are homes that are down West Shore, and these are homes that are one-story. You've got a mix of homes. These are not mansions.
There's new development, and then there's older homes that are there.
South Tampa, and this is south of Gandy. These homes, and there's just water, so much water there, and you can kind of look. I know when I was driving down West Shore earlier, and this was north of Gandy, I noticed people had really taken a lot of effort to sandbag to try and do what they can, and I'm sure the same. And people had left. So I'm sure that the same is true here, but it's just heartbreaking. Every single community, no matter what that community is, impacted by this, and there's so many different levels of that we're going to see. And as we've said, it's a loss on different, a loss if you're on Anna Maria Island in a different capacity, a loss if you're, in South Tampa in a different capacity, a loss if you're in Pasco County. Just either way, no one has escaped.
I mean, these homes become our refuge. They become our comfort place, and the fact that
There's a lot of people that are going to need help.
Yeah, people are going to be out of a home for a good while here, and a lot of folks just simply can't afford the kind of damage that they're seeing right now. So we're going to take a look at Treasure Island if we can right now. And Treasure Island, obviously over close to the Gulf of Mexico there, and we've seen a lot of water in this area.
Stop sign on the left side, so you can just see kind of how.
Yeah, and I can't tell for sure where this is in Treasure Island. There, it's difficult to make out that sign there, but. Treasure Island, obviously pretty big area, a really popular area, and right on the Gulf of Mexico, of course. So you can see that this area is really taking a hit tonight.
And that water's and we're seeing a picture of this. That water's moving.
Right.
So it's
and we've seen that on Gulf Boulevard and other places too. It's almost unrecognizable. It really looks like a river, and it's very difficult to tell.
That's the Gulf of Mexico.
Right.
I can see and that's Treasure Island. I know we've seen Madeira Beach, and it's so much. It's such high water. Do we have that? Okay, so we have some flooding video that's coming in now from Pinellas and Sarasota. This is from earlier, yes. This is not right now. Oh, okay. So this is earlier. This was like if you're going toward St. Pete from Tampa on the Gandy Bridge. This is
it
now
tonight.
Yep. Before or after.
And it's closed. All the bridges are closed. All the major bridges are closed. And that's going to be really a complicating problem for folks tomorrow. So
is this the Howard Franklin? No.
It's so
hard to figure out.
To make out. I would assume that's the Howard Franklin based on the construction there.
Yep.
So you see the water lapping over, and Howard Franklin's closed tonight. Gandy Bridge is closed tonight. Courtney Campbell Causeway closed, and there we go. I mean, it's. And what
that's the Courtney Campbell.
Okay, yeah,
that's the Courtney. I mean, based on what we showed earlier, that has to be the Courtney Campbell, and you can just. A lot of sand, a lot of water.
Look at that water moving there. And the Sunshine Skyway closed as well. So, again, just to reiterate here, we do not have a timeline because we haven't been given that when those bridges might reopen. Obviously, if you have to make sure it's safe, inspect them, make sure there's no damage, get the sand off some of these bridges. Yeah. It's a monumental undertaking.
Right.
And
inspections. Too.
Right, they have to make sure they're safe.
Yeah, which we've seen they get in and they do things very, very quickly. But I think so much about the resources for our state as well, and when we see this, it's Southwest Florida, it's this one Big Bend area, and this is now just. That whole
it's such a massive
Gulf
area.
Coast.
That's the challenge. With
inland and beyond.
Yep, absolutely. Tierra Verde. Let's take a quick look, if we can, at Tierra Verde. Do we have a live picture from Tierra Verde right now? This is the southern tip of Pinellas County right here. This is the roundabout, and it's as you're heading down toward. So this is looking, I believe, south here. That's the 7-Eleven on your right there, and as you go south, you go out toward Fort DeSoto Park, it is, it's a pretty vulnerable area in the sense that it's a strip of land out there that's fairly narrow, and it takes you out to Fort DeSoto. I'll be curious to see what Fort DeSoto looks like after this storm as well. But right now, it looks like it's at least dry right there. We don't know about some of the side streets off the Pinellas Bayway here, but we'll find out tomorrow.
And Bobby Deskins, we have you here. One of the there's every community was taking so many efforts to make sure that water had places to drain as much as it could. You said it's going to take time before we start to see this recede.
Yeah, it's going to take several hours because to me it looked like that shot of Tierra Verde might have seen some of the water come down just a little bit. But we were just looking back over at the TV station again, using that kind of as a barometer, and it has not really come down much. And I've got friends that got water, and they're saying it's not coming down much. I wanted to just show you, this is the last 18-hour loop, okay? And one of the worst case scenarios for Tampa is if you get hit, like we did in 1921, at Tarpon Springs. Because the way that this spins like this, that means you would push water way up in to the bay and cause all kinds of flooding, right? And then everything south of there gets all this storm surge. You can almost make an argument that that is worse. Because if this had to come in at an angle like this and hit us, everything south of wherever that hit would have this storm surge flooding and damage like we're seeing. But everything north of there would not have it. It would be, the water would tend to blow out. What this did, instead of it coming in like this and everything south of it getting all the surge, you just gave everybody all the surge, all the way up. And you did it from Fort Myers. Fort Myers had over 5-foot storm surge tonight from this storm. And the center was way offshore, almost 180 miles offshore of their coast, right? We're basically verifying 4 to 8 in Manatee County, 5 to 8 in Pinellas and parts of Hillsboro, and it's probably going to be a little bit more than that up into Pasco and Hernando, and we're probably going to end up with close to 8 to 9, maybe 10 up in the Citrus County. It's not confined to one side of the eye wall and wherever that went in. It didn't go in. It just went straight up, and it just dragged that water and pushed it up along our entire coastline. That really adds up when you start talking about damage numbers, and that's really an unfortunate part of this particular storm. So it's a doozy, that's for sure. You can see this is left of the radar. Winds are still blowing in the 30s, gusting in the 40s. And generally, we will keep some of these showers with us. This is light rain for the most part. It's more pesky than anything else, but some areas could get a little bit of a good downpour and pile up a little bit of water. All in all, again, we were saying about 3 to 6 inches. We're probably going to end up with like 2 to 3, with some spots right along the immediate coast closer to 4 inches of rainfall. But look at this eye. Now it's over land, and now look at it. It's just now starting to fill in when it gets into Georgia. So really just an amazing way that this thing has continued to drift off, or not even drift, it's moving to the north-northeast at 26 miles per hour. That's a lot of speed. And you can see it's moving further up to the north into South Carolina. So what happens when it gets into the mountains here of North Carolina, it goes up one side of the mountain, that squeezes out a lot of moisture. It's called orographic lifting. So you got a mountain right here, and you run the wind up, and as it goes up, it squeezes out moisture and really makes it rain. So not only tropical moisture that was going to fall anyways, plus the orographic lifting, the geographic lifting that occurs there, all kinds of crazy rain amounts up here. Much, much more rain here in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, and Tennessee than what we get here, or what we had here, right? And that's going to be incredible amounts of flooding. You're going to see lots of video of that happening overnight. Talk about water rescues. You're going to be seeing that up there as well. Just an incredible storm. And just think about it. I mean, coming in this morning, it was sunny. I was driving in about 10 o'clock this morning. It was sunny in Tampa, and what's transpired since then is just amazing. Again, this will continue off towards the north. It will start a little turn more towards the north and the northwest and continue to weaken. That is the good news. Obviously, it's over land. That tends to be what happens, of course. You saw the landfall was right in there. Auxiliary River, right at the river mouth there. It's about 10 miles west-southwest of Perry, and just a little bit of rain left over for those folks right now. The heavier rain now, there's the eye wall through Douglas, Waycross, Rebecca, Georgia, McRae, just south of there. They will get it, and it's going to continue to move to the north-northeast. I think within the next couple of hours, it will start that turn more towards the north, but that takes it on a beeline straight for Atlanta. What is that one doing? That shouldn't be in there. But this is going to be bringing our winds down slowly because of the fact that it's pulling away. These are the current winds. Here's what we're looking at now. Clearwater at 23 mile per hour, sustained winds, gusts in the 30s. 20 at Tampa International Airport, gusts about 30. TIA, they want to go ahead and try and get open today. Those winds are doable. They're not going to do it right away. They got to get planes back in here, but it's going to take a while. If you're expecting a flight out here on Friday, the morning ones are not going to be working very well. The afternoon ones are going to get bumped, so you're going to have some issues. Call ahead. just a weather guy, don't know much about the airport, but I can tell you about the weather, and it is getting better for them, but it's caused a big backlog, as you can imagine. Still gusting to 39 miles per hour in Sarasota, only 28 in Lakeland. I say only because we just haven't seen as much inland. 28 mile per hour gust in Crystal River right now, and 31 in Brooksville. The forecast for the gusts continue to drop 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, and then once the sun comes up, we'll see those wind gusts really starting to come down. We'll call it's windy right now, right? But we'll just call it kind of breezy by the time we get towards the middle of our Friday morning. And some sunshine. Yeah, we'll actually get some sunshine through the mix out there. It's going to be a warm, breezy, muggy day. We're trying to see if we can get a little bit of dry air in here because it's wrapping around on the back side, but I don't think we're going to get too much. So the tides, here we are. We've passed our low tide. We're coming up on high tide. Did we get there? What time is it right now? We're just about there. But the water is still up here, right? It's starting to come back down, just now starting to crest in many of these locations. And basically, as I mentioned, I think most of these numbers verified for the forecast. You're hearing everybody say, we've never seen that much water, and you're absolutely right, you haven't. But I guarantee you, if you go back and look at all these forecasts, that's about as much water as we were thinking you were going to get. So that's why it was so important to heed all of the evacuation orders. These are the levels as of midnight. And this is that graphic basically that shows you the difference between what we saw, 6.6 in Clearwater, and what the previous, and I can say previous because we broke all of these records except for I think Fort Myers, and that's not on this list, and that's just because they had a big one with Ian. But you can see Clearwater 6.5, a little better than that. That beat the old one by 2.5 feet. East Bay, over 7 feet. That beat it over 2 feet. Port Manatee, 6 feet. And these were at midnight, and what this little star means is that it hadn't crested yet. Most of these have now actually crested, but the number is going to be a little bit higher than what you're actually seeing right there. St. Pete at 6 feet, 0.29 inches. Almost, no, not quite doubling, but look at the old record from 1985 was 3.97 feet. So that's what I'm saying. When we've never seen that. Yeah, absolutely. But the forecast for St. Pete, 5 to 8, right? 5 to 8, and that stayed. Once they set that, they bumped up Pasco just a little bit. But then after that, they just basically held everything right in that line, and that was a good forecast from the Hurricane Center from the get-go. All right, this is Clearwater Beach. That is what we want to see. See it starting to come down right there? See what it should be? Yeah, but that's a good sign that it's cresting there, so it is starting to come down. Then you get up towards basically St. Pete, very similar. We finally saw St. Pete start to crest and kind of at least flatten out. It was tough to do that. But it didn't end up doing too much. I'm sorry, Kyle, I didn't see you sitting there. Could you hit that space bar for me? Or are we on St. Pete right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's back up to St. Pete if you don't mind, please. There we go. That's Clearwater.
This is Clearwater. Hold on, let me go forward.
Do we have a St. Pete one in there? There it is. So this was earlier. I got to check it right now, but you can see right at the top, in the major flooding, by the way, it actually kind of topped out right there, and it's starting to come back down. Now, here's the tides through midday. And they're not going anywhere. I mean, technically it's a high tide. There's another low tide right there in the middle, but it's not much lower at all. And then the tide comes back even more. So we're not losing tidal water at all. But we are going to lose all this surge from the wind. All right. There's the bigger picture. We still have our tornado watch in effect. Pinellas, Hillsboro, Polk County, northward. South of there, no, we'll keep an eye on it. It's been fairly quiet, knock on wood. I shouldn't have said that, but it has been as far as that goes. And we don't see the intensity in the cells that have been blowing on shore anymore. So that's really good news. Rainfall estimates, you can see just basically right here along the coast has seen more along and west of I-75 and the immediate coast more than anybody else. And look, there's some areas that have not seen much rain at all, especially the further east you go across the state, which is ironic, just to see a hurricane like this go by, and some folks didn't even get much in the way of rain. You can see some of the totals were about an inch or two. That was depending on how far back you look. There are some spots that saw more than 4 inches out here total with the storm going by, but that's just way out in the Gulf there. Here's the forecast. So this is now, well, watch what happens as we go through the day today. This is around 3 a.m. That's 8 a.m. And we're really starting to dry things up. Now, this is Saturday morning. Saturday morning, this is not necessarily associated with the storm. It's not part of the storm, but it is the flow around it. And so we're going to start to develop more showers developing from the southwest to the northeast throughout the day. We're essentially done with the heaviest part of the rain that we're going to see, again, which wasn't terrible. That rainfall amount right there that is forecast, that's Saturday. But what I wanted to do was show you as it goes further up into Georgia, Tennessee, and North Carolina. Look at some of these rainfall totals for Kentucky, for Tennessee. That is a factor of the system going like this, and then going like that. It's literally going to do a little bit of a loop-de-loop or a U-turn right there over top of Tennessee and Kentucky, and they're going to have some major flooding. They're talking 4 to 8 inches plus. Some areas going to see more than that, almost 10 inches of rainfall in that area. And that will take through the weekend, right? That's certainly going to be through Friday into Friday night and part of Saturday. And some of that moisture drifts off towards Virginia and the Carolinas, especially towards Sunday of the upcoming weekend, although I think that would be much on the lighter side. This was part of the wind that we had seen earlier. Here we are back out live at the TV station looking down our old deck out there. You can still see this water level has not dropped much at all. In fact, I don't think it's dropped at all. So you know about the northeast area where the sewage is turned off. So we don't want you flushing anything, not even down the drain, not the toilets, nothing. It'll back up if you do. This is part of our sewage system right there. It's underwater. That should not be underwater. And Lee, our head guy, he capped that off, he said, so it's sealed for us. But that is going to cause an issue, right? And that's going to cause issue for businesses. Obviously, it's going to cause issue for your house. We're going to be a little while before they can get that turned back on. They actually did that because they were going to get saltwater intrusion where they are. And if they let that go and they didn't shut it down, then you would have this situation where you couldn't use the sewage for a long period of time. So they made the call to go ahead and shut it down so they can protect their systems. When this water goes back, they'll be able to turn it back on and they won't have a lot of damage. If they didn't do that, they'd have a ton of damage. They have to fix all of that before they could turn it back on. So that's the inconvenience that we're having to work with right now, but that's okay. 85 degrees. Do you remember Idalia last year that went by? It was in the 60s. Because we put in a whole bunch of dry, cooler air on the backside. Not now. If it's the middle of the night, it feels like it's 99 degrees because the dew point is 80 degrees. Ton of moisture in the atmosphere out there. There's the radar now, and you can see just a few light showers across the area. Nothing to really cause any trouble. There's the heaviest showers that are out here towards Lakeland and points eastward. That will parallel I-4. So if anybody is thinking about getting on the road going up in that direction, probably going to run into some heavy downpours. This is still that tropical type rain. So that any ordinary day, if you had a shower like this, it'd be, oh, that was a pretty heavy shower and put a lot of water down on the roadways. Certainly going to be the case here. And the good news about all of this, and because we were showing this model, showing a very similar look to this, the question was how much are these going to train over the same area? They're still pretty much working their way to the east slowly, but that trend will slow down a little bit. So especially, I think, south of I-4 for the rest of the morning hours, and then again tomorrow, which is technically Saturday, we will see this kind of fire back up here. I don't think it's terrible. I don't think it's flooding that much, but it's definitely going to give you a chance to see some more of that rain. All right, Recon, we're going to thank those guys. Look at some of all these. Remember, when this thing was down here, it was a tropical storm. And we had the guys from Lakeland Linder, from Keesler Air Force Base flying in and out of there. Their team is amazing. We have a sail drone that was out here that has video of it. That's based out of St. Pete. It's just incredible technology that's gone into making these forecasts. And that's a pretty good forecast for what happened. If you go back and look at that, they're going to be pretty close. Don't forget my Facebook page, Bobby Deskin's Weather, YouTube. I'm on all kinds of social media stuff. But these things are calming down now. Let's try and take care of everybody. Check on your neighbors. Now, wait till the sun comes up, especially people start coming out. The forecast for tomorrow, mainly dry. We'll have a mix of sun and clouds, and it will be warm and it will be muggy. And then you can see we're going to go up into the upper 80s to near 90. It's not one of those late September, early October storms where you get enough cool, dry air pulled down behind it. Sometimes it can even shut the season down. That's not going to happen. But as you get going out there tomorrow, remember, not everybody's going to be allowed back on the beach. But you have to be a resident, number one. But number two, even the residents will not be allowed back on the beach, at least initially, until they can clear the roads and make sure that there's no down power lines, that it's safe. So kind of hang out tomorrow morning, relax as much as you can. I know this is not a good time for a lot of folks, but have a little patience, and we're going to need it, not only for tomorrow, we're going to need it for the weeks and months ahead as we rebuild. Guys, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Deskins. How are you? Bobby, Jameson Euler here with Caitlin Lockerbie doing a change over here so Dave and Courtney can get some much needed rest.
Yeah, you guys did an incredible job last night keeping us all informed. We were watching from afar for all of this. I know you guys at home too have a lot of questions right now this morning, obviously waiting for the sun to come up to reveal a lot of the damage here.
Yeah, and that's obviously going to be the telltale sign. Everybody's looking out their window. If you have some major flooding going on, you're looking out your window, seeing it in the dark, but obviously we're just a few hours away now from sunrise, and we're going to go out and make some assessments here. But obviously if you're looking out your window and seeing some flooding, you know what's going on out there, and hopefully things are going to get a lot better. If you are maybe just waking up in the middle of the night and rejoining us for our coverage here on 10 Tampa Bay, we want to welcome you in here at 2:01 on this now Friday morning. Helene has already made landfall. Let's go over three things to know if you are just joining us here, maybe catching up on some overnight news when it comes to Hurricane Helene. Hurricane Helene did make landfall right around 11:10 last night, a little before midnight, just west-southwest of Perry. That was where it was generally forecast to make landfall. Yeah, we've been talking about that. And pretty much hit the mark there as a Category 4. Another big story from overnight as well was a major accident on I-4.
Deadly one too. So sad here. This was on I-4 in Tampa where I believe a sign fell on a person there. That person was killed. We're still working to get some more information, but obviously devastation across the area too. The power of this storm claiming lives already. Widespread flooding across the Bay Area. Of course, we've been showing you that throughout the evening here on 10 Tampa Bay. Bobby Deskins just giving us a look moments ago. We're in our backup studio here in the Tampa area on higher ground because we were in Zone A in Pinellas County, where you can see we've got flooding in our own parking lot there.
Yes,
so very thankful that we're in a safe spot.
Yeah, and potentially now, like everybody else, we're going to wait for those floodwaters to recede before we can get back to dry land and get back to our normal confines, right, at Channel 10.
Yeah.
They're over in Pinellas County. But again, a lot of folks in evacuation zone A, as they were telling everybody from Sarasota to Citrus County to the Big Bend area. If you're in that area, please evacuate. There was a reason, because as we're going to show you all day long and probably for the next several days, there is widespread flooding throughout our entire viewing area.
Yeah, a lot of devastation, a lot of people without power right now as well. Our Chris Hurst has been in Venice. He's been showing us that throughout the evening. I want to check in with him with the latest there.
We're here in southern Sarasota County near Venice Beach, where it looks like the storm surge is starting to recede a little bit as we go into the early morning hours. The water line here got up to right about where I am right now, but just in the last hour or so has been pushed back farther towards the Gulf. Now, for a lot of these coastal communities in Sarasota, Manatee, Pinellas counties, the question will be is how did the water get there, and does it have an ability to recede? Sometimes the water pushes over places and then is going to pool there for a while, and that really could complicate things. But we do know that overnight, authorities are trying to get to the people that they can who have asked for assistance to be rescued from their homes. Many neighborhoods in Sarasota and Manatee are underwater right now, especially low-lying areas along the coast. But we just talked to the Holmes Beach police chief, who said that they probably are not going to be able to go out and rescue anyone tonight, that they actually have a fully involved fire in Holmes Beach right now that they can't get to and put out, and that they've closed the access road to Anna Maria Island. That's Manatee Avenue. And so they don't have an ability to get you if you need help. So they've actually been telling people to just hunker down and wait until the morning. Now, we do know that here in Sarasota County, the authorities also are trying to respond to people who need help in Siesta Key, Nokomis, Venice. We were just in Nokomis for most of the evening on Thursday night, and the storm surge was going over US 41 and the Tamiami Trail, and those neighborhoods that were next to it where we were at were definitely flooded. And we had homeowners that were coming out telling us that they had several inches of water inside their home and that they were just going to try and stick it out. But for right now, at least until dawn, the tide is not going to be helping us in terms of getting down to a lower point to push some of this water even further back. Reporting in Sarasota County, Chris Hurst, 10 Tampa Bay.
Our way a little further north to Tampa, our Jenny Dean has been standing by there live, where she was starting to see flooding as we were going off the air to get a rest yesterday in the afternoon before 2 o'clock. So I got to imagine it's much worse this morning. Let's go out live to Jenny now to tell us the very latest from Tampa. Jenny?
Yeah, good morning, Jameson and Caitlin. You know, we are just coming on to work this morning, so we're getting our first look at kind of everything that's happened overnight, from yesterday afternoon to overnight. Now, this is the area where I was yesterday, except if you look way down there by that stop sign, that's the area I was standing in until about 2 o'clock yesterday. I was already starting to get a little bit deep. We were up just a little ways from that, but this is just too dangerous. We're now about 2 blocks away, and the water has come up. It's down Brevard. This is Swan Avenue that I'm standing on, by the way. Down Brevard Avenue, I'm told that there are houses that are flooded down that way. Not too bad once you get, there's a side street right here. Didn't really seem to go down those side streets, but I want to show you all the debris. This is how high the water has clearly pushed up to, and there's just a ton of debris. There's a metal box of some sort, a lot of stuff that has pushed up, some trash, even a piece of fencing right through there. So definitely water pushed on shore with all of those winds, pushed up into these roadways, and is definitely causing some issues. Now, I did talk to an officer who is actually guarding this roadway, not letting any cars come down this roadway, because the bridge to Davis Island is right through there. And there are some flashing lights. You probably can't see. I'm seeing some yellow flashing lights, but the officer was telling me that Davis Island is cut off right now. You can't get to it. And there are some major issues over there, major flooding. We've heard that there's a house fire over there. We are also getting word that there is water in the parking garage of TGH. We haven't gotten an update. We can only hope that TGH has put all the hardening in place to make sure that their generator's running and to make sure everything's good for all of the patients there. So we certainly are hoping for the best with all of that. But as far as the residents who live outside the island, they are having to send their Marine units, the Tampa Police Marine units, over to help residents over there, because they've had several calls out and several on hold right now for rescues out on Davis Island and Harbor Island. So it's definitely a situation that is fluid as we continue to go through the middle of the night and into the morning. We're going to see things definitely change and start to see the extent of the damage in the light. But just coming back to where I was yesterday is just a stark difference, and shows me that this is something I've never seen before. I've been in Tampa 25 years, and this is definitely significant flooding. Now, we were staying in the South Tampa area, kind of Hyde Park area, South Howard. We did not lose power. The streets through Hyde Park look good, in case you're wondering. So all of that looks pretty good. It's just all these side streets anywhere near the water that you're going to see this flooding. We're told south of Gandy, not looking great either. The West Shore District down in that area. We're going to try to head that way and see how far we can get there. And then we're going to try to see if we can get downtown as well. So we're going to kind of just stay around downtown South Tampa area to try to give you an idea of how far you can get around this area, what's flooded, how many homes are flooded, businesses, and that sort of thing. But right now, we are live near Bay Shore on Swan. Jenny Dean, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, thanks, Jenny. Yeah, I was really definitely wondering about your drive over there, because, again, the streets are across Tampa, and you're seeing a little bit different. We're up in Tampa and drier area near the Hard Rock, and driving in, I will say the band's still coming in about an hour ago. Really scary, the gusts of wind you could barely see in front of you. Is it seem that it's not raining at all? I mean, not raining right now by you, but has that really calmed down? When's the last time you saw rain there?
So definitely, we left around 1:30 from our room, and we haven't seen a drop of rain. And I have to tell you, the winds are calm right now. We aren't even feeling any gusts of winds. Nothing like it was yesterday. We were seeing those significant winds and significant gusts just standing here at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So this is much calmer. much quieter. Of course, there are a lot of people asleep, and I am seeing some lights on through here. So, I mean, there might be sporadic power outages along Bayshore where it's flooded, but right now, this area seems to be okay with electricity. But yeah, you know, I heard the rain bands coming through as I was getting ready to leave. You know, that was probably right around 12:45, 1 o'clock in the morning, but we have not seen any rain since we've been out. And like I said, everything's calm until you get to a place where you see the police cars, and that's where you know you're not going to be able to get through because of the water. So, you know, I wouldn't recommend people get out and start trying to check everything out this morning. Let the emergency workers do their job, because they have a big job ahead of them to be able to get to people, you know, out on our barrier islands, just to make sure that they're safe if they have fires to fight. I know I was listening to Chris Hurst's report, you know, down in Manatee, Anna Maria, Holmes Beach, all of those places. You know, they need to be able to get to that. They don't need to be stopping people or trying to keep people from getting out here and getting into all of this debris. We're staying a safe distance away from the floodwaters, but just giving you an idea of what it looks like so you don't have to get out and do it. Caitlin Jameson.
All right, thanks, Jenny.
Jenny Dean reporting live for us in Tampa this morning. We're going to be checking back with her throughout the morning, throughout the day as well. We have on the phone with us right now Danny Alvarez with Hillsboro County Fire Rescue. Danny, Jameson Euler and Caitlin Lockerbie here with 10 Tampa Bay. Thank you so much for joining us here in these early morning hours. Can you tell us at this point where the biggest challenges have been for fire rescue during and now after this storm?
Right. So our biggest challenges have been Ruskin area, but we are seeing some significant challenges at this time in the Town and Country area.
Ruskin and Town and Country. And is this home fires, or what are you seeing? Swiftwater Rescue, what's been the biggest challenge for you?
So we've had structure fires throughout the county that unfortunately we haven't been able to gain access to. There's been a few in Ruskin, a few in Town and Country. So access to getting to the call has been an issue, and obviously we have teams strategically placed trying to get us access to these calls so we could help the residents. But it's been a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, and Danny, I know ahead of this storm, Jenny, who we just spoke with too, was really warning people to get their electric vehicles to higher ground. Electric vehicles, right. Electric scooters with those lithium batteries. Has that been a big problem for you guys?
We haven't seen it, but I'm sure that's always been a concern. We tried to push that message out, obviously before the storm hit. Try to stay away from any flooded areas. If you have an EV, electric vehicle, scooters, the like. So, yeah, we did try to push that. At the moment, we don't have any confirmed issues due to that.
Yeah, Danny, I know your men and women have been out. They're trying to stay out of this as much as possible. What kind of reports are you getting back from some of them who have been here in the Bay Area for a while as to what they're seeing and kind of how they can't believe what they're seeing with their own eyes? Have you gotten any reports of that?
Well, we did give a report earlier or throughout the day, really, that the storm surge was going to be between 5 and 9 foot surges, and I think we are seeing the realities of that, and it's been pretty eye-opening for quite a few people. Currently, we have 2 homes in the Town and Country area where residents are on their roof waiting to be evacuated. So it is a sad situation, actually, with so much flooding.
Yeah, and Danny, explain to me here, because this is really important. This is why we tell people to please, if you're in that evacuation zone A, to get out. You have people waiting to be rescued on their roof right now. Can you please tell folks why you can't get to them at this point?
Yes. So obviously we're going to do our very best to get to people that are in need. However, we need to assess how we're going to access these patients. Sometimes we have to come up with a plan based on what we're facing. Sometimes we obviously need to keep in mind the hazards that we may face as we're trying to conduct these rescues. So whether it's flooding, whether it's electrical hazards, there's a series of things that we need to consider before we could even get to you. So whenever we put out these evacuation orders, it's imperative that you heed that advice, find somewhere to go. We're really putting that information out there for their well-being, for the citizens of the county. So in the future, whenever we give these evacuation orders, hopefully we could look back at this as a learning experience. And when we give these orders out, please go ahead and find somewhere to go that is not an evacuation zone.
Yeah, I know no storm is the same, and I think people that have lived here for decades especially, and they haven't seen flooding like this before, this is a shock to a lot of people this morning, which a lot of people are waking up, probably texting their loved ones, checking in on friends across the Tampa Bay area. As you've just said, that there are some people that you guys just can't get to right now. If that's the case, if you're checking in with a loved one right now and you realize they're in a pretty dire situation, what's the best advice while they're waiting right now?
I'm sorry, you broke up a little bit. Could you repeat that? My apologies.
Yeah, Danny, I wanted to know, because people are obviously trying to communicate with loved ones, checking in with friends and family right now. If they are checking in and realizing that they're stuck, they're in a flooded situation, a dire situation, what's the best course right now for them? What should they do for safety measures if you guys can't get to them right away?
Right. So that's a wide range. If they're safe in their homes, they just need to be assisted with being go to dry ground. That's one thing. If it's a dire situation, obviously we're always going to say call us, call 911. We're doing our best to prioritize and triage these calls. So if you are in a dire need of our assistance, we're going to get to you. We'll have to come up with a plan on the fly sometimes and try to make access to you and your loved ones. But we are prioritizing these calls. And if you don't need our assistance at the moment, please do your best to kind of see how you could help yourself. However, I do want to emphasize, if you are in need, please give us a call.
Okay.
All right, and Danny, just one other thing before you go. You did mention Ruskin and South Hillsboro County having some flooding issues there as well. I got to imagine that's folks who maybe are along the Little Manatee River at this point. And what kind of flooding situations do we have down there? Any type of rescues? Any calls for that, or are we just seeing widespread flooding there in Ruskin?
So yeah, it's Ruskin and Apollo Beach, and there was widespread flooding throughout those areas, and we were. About an hour ago, we were receiving multiple calls and trying to prioritize evacuations. And unfortunately, there were some areas that we couldn't gain access to. We had a couple of structure fires there that were real difficult to gain access. Things have settled down a bit, and we're really trying to navigate that situation. But there was pretty much widespread flooding down south.
And one of the biggest challenges too, Danny, is a lot of people don't realize these fire trucks, everybody thinks they sit up so high you can go through any type of flood water, but that's actually just not the case, and that's what kind of stalls these rescues.
That's correct. So, we do our very best to get to our people, to get to the residents. The last thing we want to do is become a victim ourselves, so we need to assess the dangers that we face and how can we get our equipment to the scene. So a lot of things go into play when it comes to trying to come to someone's aid. So again, I do want to emphasize, once these evacuation orders are given, this is why it's so important to try to do your very best to leave these evacuation zones.
All right. Well, Danny, you have a very busy morning ahead of you. We're waiting for the sun to come up. Thank you so much for giving us the latest information there. And you guys stay safe. I know you guys have a tough job ahead of you.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and first responders throughout the entire Bay Area
Yeah.
are going to have this issue all day long. They're going to have this issue now for the next several hours. It doesn't matter if you're talking to Hillsboro County, Sarasota County, up to Citrus County, Hernando County, Pasco County even.
Right.
They're just going to have a hard time getting to you at this point. Hopefully you can get to a safe place. You can stay dry. Everything will be okay until they can get there. But again, Sheriff Bob Gualtieri of Pinellas County told us yesterday during one of the recent storms, they tried to go rescue people in high water. The fire truck got stuck. The firefighters had to be rescued. So if you're sitting there wondering why they're not coming.
Where is everyone?
Where is everyone? Where's the cavalry? Well, the cavalry was trying to tell you to get out ahead of time. If you stayed hopefully you can stay safe until they can get there, till these waters can recede just a little bit.
And you
They'll
heard
come
them.
get you.
They're working.
Yeah,
they're call 911. They're going to try to prioritize
let
as
them know
best
where you
they
are.
can.
Yeah, let them know where you are. They're going to try to get to you. And as Caitlin said, they're going to try to prioritize you as well.
The part of the problem, too, though, obviously we have crews stationed around the Tampa Bay area, but our bridges adding to the issue. We have widespread flooding right now, and we have closed bridges right now. I don't know if we have this live look of the Courtney Campbell this morning, and you can see a flooded car there right now. Where are we looking? This is State Road 60.
Yeah, it should be right. Yep, right around State Road 6 on the Tampa side.
On the Tampa side, okay.
And folks, this is if you're just kind of getting up in the middle of the night, or maybe waking up early to kind of look out your window and turning on coverage. All of our Bay Area bridges are closed right now, so you're not getting back and forth to both sides of the bay.
And we heard from FHP just yesterday when we were talking to them. They said once those bridges were closing, they were going to wait for the storm to pass. There wasn't going to be back and forth openings of them. So it's going to be another waiting game right now as we wait for the sun to come up. We see the extent of the damage, because it may not even be the bridge itself, but the roadway leading up, the causeway, underwater. Got to make sure that it's structurally sound.
And don't forget, too, especially with the Courtney Campbell, the Howard Franklin, with all that water, a lot of debris is going to be up there, a lot of sand as well. So even once that water recedes, they're going to have some debris removal there as well. So it's not just going to, be you turn on the light switch and everybody just gets to go again. So hopefully you've gotten to a safe place where you can be at least for the next 24 hours, maybe even more, as we're trying to navigate the bridges and navigate our ways maybe back home. If you evacuated from the Pinellas County side to get to the drier ground, you might not be going back just so quickly maybe as you wake up this morning thinking you're going to go back.
Well, the sewage is another big part of this story right now for the St. Pete side. If you are just waking up, we do want to remind you here, the sewage treatment Northeast St. Pete facility that was taken offline just for safety measures, but that's impacting 40% of St. Pete, 70,000 people right now. So that means you can't flush, you can't shower, you can't wash your dishes right now. That water is not anything that you want to mess around with.
Yeah, they were considered with some saltwater intrusion there, I guess, into the sewage treatment facility there in Northeast St. Pete. And that area is north of 30th Avenue North. So think of that, north of 30th Avenue North to just east of I-275. If you're in that area right now, it could be a day or two before you can turn your water back on or even flush your toilets.
Said at least 48 hours.
Okay, so
Hopefully you have your gallons of water. I know a lot of people went to the store and bought all the water. This is when you want to use that to brush your teeth.
This is when it comes
in
handy.
Bottle.
This is when it comes in handy. It comes in handy, and this is what everybody prepares for, right? Okay, so kind of looking at all this storm damage, you're going to see a lot of it over the next 24 to 48 hours. Let's go to our Aaron Parsegian. He's been live for us in Crystal River all night long to show us the very latest from there in Citrus County.
Now that it's early Friday morning here in Crystal River, the conditions still deteriorating and storm surge beginning to grow throughout this community. We're actually east of US 19 here in Crystal River, and this wasn't even considered to be the problem area when you talk about flooding and storm surge, but you can see this water beginning to pile inches and inches deep on this road. We actually just heard from a Citrus County deputy that they're going to begin closing everything west of US 19. That's that evacuation area here in Crystal River. Let's take a look across the street. This is Citrus Avenue, one of the many stretches here with a couple bars that are popular in this area. That was dry land just about an hour ago, and now you can see a couple inches of water and more as that's beginning to surge. We were over by Kings Bay. We had to actually move about an hour ago because that water was surging very quickly, and it happened quickly as well, but they're not out of the woods yet because we just heard from a fire captain here in town. They're going to be watching the next couple of hours closely and anticipating this storm surge gets even worse. Of course, this area has been battered by storms in the past, namely Hurricane Idalia about over a year ago. That was 7 feet of storm surge that damaged businesses and homes all throughout the Kings Bay and Crystal River area, and now they're anticipating more storm surge to be coming as we approach even more earlier and earlier through this morning. We'll of course keep you updated as things tend to change, but expect not to be able to travel west of US 19 here very soon. In Crystal River, Aaron Parsegian, 10 Tampa Bay.
think we have some video of flooding along Bayshore too, which started early yesterday. We were on air with you until about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and our Jenny Dean was going up and down the Hillsboro County area. Much of that was in Tampa, and I know she was monitoring Bayshore yesterday. We just touched base with her just a bit ago, and they're still seeing the flooding there. We've got to wait for the waters to recede today, but this was yesterday. Just look at the power of the hurricane pushing the water there.
Yeah, and so we see flooding on Bayshore all of the time, but I tell you what you do not see are waves.
Now I'm seeing the railings.
Yeah,
that's
the
how
railings.
high it is.
Yeah,
I didn't even see the railings in the video before.
So normally you see that flooding on Bayshore, right? But you don't see waves on Bayshore. You don't see a current that strong on Bayshore. So that is an issue there as well, because as Jenny was just telling us live here on 10 Tampa Bay, getting over or off and on Davis Islands, it's amazing. Davis Islands as well as Harbor Islands.
Oh my gosh, and somebody in it.
Well, yeah.
These are the videos, guys. This is why just stay home today. I think we're all finding out together the extent of the damage here. And again, I keep saying it, but it's true. We got to wait for the sun to come up so we have the daylight to really help us see the most of this. And Bobby is standing nearby. I wanted to double check here because I believe yesterday I wrote down 2 a.m. was when we had high tide. Was that okay? So it's starting to recede now.
Yes, absolutely. Everything that we've seen so far looks like it's cresting.
Okay.
The tide, yes, is coming down, but that's not even actually playing. The tide's now coming back up. Excuse me. Well, 219, right?
219.
But what happened was when it drops less than about 4 inches to low tide in just a few hours.
Yeah.
Then high tide around noon tomorrow, which is about almost another foot up.
Okay. So, but I can
a little
hear
complicated.
Bobby's
I'll show you in a bit.
Yeah.
But we could see it get higher potentially.
No.
Okay.
No, because what we're losing is the wind. It's coming down, and that was driving most of it.
Okay.
So things are going to slowly get better. The problem is it's not going to drop down real fast. It's dropping.
Yeah.
But it's not going to go as fast as it came up.
We want to give people some good news this morning because I know they're looking out their windows. They've been up all night long, especially if they're flooded, Bobby, and they're worried.
Yeah, exactly right. So, and I have lots of friends texting me, and I keep asking them, is it cresting? It looks like it's going down. Well, no, not really. But it has over the last hour or two for most areas. And the gauges that I've been looking at and everything that we've seen so far shows that it is. It's just it's not dropping fast because we still have all of this wind. You can see here's the storm. Guys, it's still a Category 1 hurricane with 90-mile-per-hour winds near Valdosta, Georgia right now, okay? 30 miles north of Valdosta. And there's Atlanta right there. It's going to be about 65-mile-per-hour winds, maybe even a little bit more than that sustained, which means you're going to see gusts of hurricane force in the Atlanta area. Hurricane warnings almost all the way up there. It is moving quickly to the north-northeast at 26 miles per hour. And you can see it's going to start turning to the north-northwest and then eventually do kind of a little bit of just a loop-de-loop up there. Not much. There we go. This was landfall. 10 minutes after 11 o'clock last night, Alcilla River mouth. That's about 10 miles west-southwest of Perry, Florida. It had 140 mile-per-hour winds and a pressure of 938 millibars. We were talking just a little bit ago. Because of the track and the way that it went, if you watch where it went on land right here, they had a really high storm surge on the right-hand side, but they didn't have as much over here on the left-hand side because the wind was blowing out, right? So not bad here, bad over here. We didn't really, I hate to say didn't have that luxury because, yes, we didn't get those winds, and that's one great thing. But the surge, it's not that like it just had surge here and not here. We had surge all the way up and down the coast because of the trajectory straight from south to north and nothing really kind of getting the center on shore. Now it becomes certainly a situation with wind and rain across Georgia into South Carolina. The further north it goes, the less wind they will have because it will continue to weaken, but the more rain it will actually produce. Now, for us, we've seen most of the rain that we're going to get. We're going to keep this kind of look to it. This will actually thin a little bit as we get going into the mid to late morning hours here on our Friday. But you can see that we still have some pretty good downpours coming through here. But these are very quick movers, 45, 55 miles per hour, kind of splash and dash, if you will. And the tornado threat is lowering. It's not quite over. but it is a lot lower for all of us. And you can see these cells don't look all that threatening, but they definitely will continue to add some water to the mix here. We've really only seen about 1 to 3 inches, maybe some spots with 4 inches of rainfall in the area, and that's right along the immediate coast too. Inland locations not seeing that much, although we've had a couple of bands like this that have moved through the Polk County area that have put down a pretty good amount of rainfall in a short amount of time, but it's not like anything like what we saw Debbie. Hurricane Debbie, for the folks in Manatee and Sarasota County, yes, this is not like that. That's the good news there. We will keep some rain in the forecast, but things are much better. We had gusts generally, and we'll show you this coming up here a little bit, upper 70s to low 80s more than anything else. We had the highest wind gusts, I think it was 82 in St. Pete, and we had, was it Cedar Key, had 84. But most of the gusts were in the upper 70s. Right now, we've got gusts at 32 in Tampa, 38 in Sarasota, 39 in Venice. That is a large wind field. The center is north of Valdosta, Georgia, and we're still getting tropical storm force gusts in Venice. And that's saying something, and that is honestly one of the reasons why we had so much storm surge. And it definitely verified. This thing was over 350 miles wide for the tropical storm force winds associated with this. That's huge. And the larger that is, the more water in this particular position that it went by that it can push up against our coast, and that's what happened. 28 mile per hour wind gusts in Brooksville, 21 in Clearwater. We lost power, I think, at the ASOS here. Downtown St. Pete has a lot of power. The pier, the marina, I'm not sure about the airport, but all the pier and the marina, all that stuff's dark right now. The power has gone out. Now here's the forecast for wind gusts as we get going in through the next several hours. And you can see generally in the mid-30s. We're in the upper 30s now. So it's really not going to change too much between now and about 5 to 6 a.m. And then after the sun comes up, it stays breezy, but we're not going to really be seeing as many gusts in the 30s as what we're seeing right now. So you're going to see a small change. And what you want to look for here is a big drop, because then that water will come down a little bit more. It's going to be a real slow drop of that water, but it is dropping, and that's the good news. If you think back last year to Idalia, we had 2 to 4 foot of surge. This year is going to be 5 to 7, and Idalia went up and came right back down. 2-3 hours, maybe 4 hours at the most. This was high when we woke up this morning. Anytime after 5 p.m. today, we were really seeing the inundation occurring, and here we are. We're going to push about 10 hours worth of it. In fact, probably going to end up with about 12 hours of really high surge. So here's the tides that I was talking about. This was the 5 o'clock low tide earlier yesterday. Now we've gotten to this high tide, but literally the next low tide's like here, and then it comes up to here. And so that's why I was trying to explain earlier that the tide's not really doing too much. What you need to know about the tide is it's not dropping down here 1.5 feet to 2 foot. That would help us out a little bit, okay? Unfortunately, we've timed it so that the wind pushed the water up. The wind's trying to hold it, although it's a little less wind, so it's coming down, but the tide's just not helping us by not dropping out underneath of all that. Here are those record water levels, and these numbers were as of 12:30 this morning. The asterisk that you see there means that they had not crested yet, meaning that the high tide level there, the surge, will be higher than that number. And every single one of these is a brand new record. So when you hear somebody say, we've never seen, I didn't evacuate, I've never seen that much water in my house. No, you haven't. Nobody has. You have to go back to 1921, 103 years ago, before we got hit with the Tarpon Springs hurricane to do anything similar to this. And even those records are spotty because we just didn't have the population here that we have now. Look at the record at Clearwater alone. The no-name storm in 1993, almost 4 feet, well, just about 4 feet of water in Clearwater. We got 6.5, a little better than that, at Clearwater from this storm. This storm was 110 miles out to our west, out over the water, the center of it, right? And we still ended up with these incredible numbers. Cedar Key, 9 feet. That probably will approach 10 feet. But that beats what we got last year for Idalia. St. Pete. St. Pete, to me, is one of the more impressive records because that's over 2 1/3 feet. Well, it's about 2 1/3. But that goes back to Hurricane Helene in 1985. And Hurricane Helene kind of came at our coast, did a little loop, and then went back out to the north and the west. So it was sitting there pushing some water. Just incredible numbers. We'll eventually have the official numbers, but what you need to know is that everything verified. The Hurricane Center forecast for the Tampa Bay area was 5 to 8 foot storm surge. Most of us got 6, almost 7. Anywhere from 5 to 6 and almost 7. Here's also the good news. Here's the water dropping. That's Clearwater Beach. Fantastic news right there, but it got up into the major flooding. We had it all the way up in the parking lot there. We had it towards the circle. I don't think it made to the roundabout there, but it was very close. It's when you start losing daylight here, and that's when we saw a lot of the surge. You couldn't see a lot. This is Cedar Key. You can see Cedar Key got up there just shy of 10 feet. And now that's St. Pete. And again, this is falling too. We've got a camera at our TV station. Let me go ahead and show you that. We're on our backup site. You can just hit escape and then play. I think it's at the top here. Let's see if it's in there. But I've been using that as a little bit of a reference point because of the fact I can tell if it's coming back down or not. And I will try and find that. Here it is right there. And it's not coming down a lot. I mean, our winds have, thank goodness, but this is coming down just a little bit, not a lot. There's a step. There's 2 steps right here, actually. Yeah. And this is our little deck on the back. But that's not coming down that much. But it's not coming up either. And in fact, this right here is part of the sewage for the station there. And I bring that up because of that sewage situation we have for that area, Feather Sound and Northeast, right? We capped ours off. They turned it off. They turned the system off so that it wouldn't mess it up. And once this water goes down, they can be able to turn it back on. And it should be getting going here. But again, very slow for this water to go down. Guys, 12 hours.
Right.
Yep.
Of storm surge.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
And that's why they were saying catastrophic ahead of time.
Yeah.
Because we just knew it was just going to be an inundation. It wasn't just going to be a quick mover.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I'm not going out on a limb when I say they'll probably retire the name of this storm.
Right.
Just what it's done to Florida alone, but what it's going to even do, not even just Georgia and the Carolinas, Tennessee, Kentucky.
I'm looking at a video right now from on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, of the rain right now, Bobby, in Valdosta.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable. I mean, it's hitting them just as hard as it hit us.
They just had 70, 80 mile per hour winds come by.
Right.
South Georgia.
And it's the bands of this. We saw this even before the storm got here, the power of it. But even this morning around 1 o'clock coming in, I was even kind of fearful on the roadways. It was you couldn't see in front of you, and it was such a gusty amount of wind. So they're in for it coming up now too, of just the power of this, whether there's storm surge or not, the power of the rain and the wind that's associated with it.
And the video behind you, as we're looking at that live camera there behind you, that's our station parking lot there in St. Pete, right off of Gandy. And we're in evacuation zone A. That's why we moved to higher ground to our temporary TV station. Bobby, you've been there for 18 years. Have you ever seen it flood like this?
No. Oh, no. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's the whole point. Nobody has. You have to be 103 years old and been here to see that.
Yeah, right.
Because those records that we've seen were some were last year.
Yeah.
But we just never have seen it this high.
Right.
We may have had it in parts of this area during 1921 hurricane and then back in the late 1800s with the other hurricane. But everybody's going to say I've never seen it, and that's right.
I think, Bobby, and this is where we're going to be seeing all these rescues today. We're seeing the widespread flooding, but just what you're saying there is, I think people have that false sense of security, and you always say it just takes one storm.
Yeah.
No storm is the same, but so many people probably thought the same thing. I've been around, my whole life, they say. I've been here for, maybe they're in their 90s at this point, and they haven't seen anything like this. So that's why I think people have that false sense of security.
Yeah, and we've had people on it tonight that should have known, that didn't know, and just didn't realize because it's second nature.
Right.
It's not something that you think about right away. And my hope as a meteorologist was when Ian almost got us, but it got Fort Myers, and it was like, I hated to see Fort Myers get that. But I think since it's right down the road, our population here in Tampa could say, oh man, that was so close. And I really think a lot of people that were here did actually really respect that and then kind of have an eye opening. And this one will change it for everybody. And especially, we've got a lot of new people in town.
Yeah.
This is their first storm. And this is a doozy.
And you know what's difficult, and now this storm is really going to hammer this home for us, is understanding storm surge. Because a lot of people think hurricanes and they think rain and wind, and when you try to explain storm surge to folks, it's a little bit difficult until you actually experience it.
Yep.
And now people are experiencing what storm surge is because they're going to go, well, we got 2 inches of rain and 50 mile an hour wind gusts, right? So now when we talk about storm surge, Bobby, from now on, we want people to remember this.
Images like this.
Irma went up to the north. It blew out. It blew the water out.
Yeah.
Right?
I remember that, yeah.
And we had, after Irma, we had so much wind, and we had all this, we had these trees and damage, and just for months and months, we had these piles on the corners of all this debris. It was mainly like tree debris. Right. This one will be different. We didn't have the wind. We're going to have debris from houses, from businesses.
Yeah. And like you've been saying all morning long, you got to be careful with the water after this, too, because what does recede, you've got contamination and the water and debris, and it's going to be a long cleanup process right now. But we do have Angelicia standing by. She's been in Hernando County. Where is she this morning? In Spring Hill right now. Angelicia, how are you doing there, and what are you seeing out on the roadways?
Yeah, good morning. Right now we are on Cortez Boulevard, and the deputy right here was telling me that beyond this point is Pine Island and Bayport, and he says it's completely underwater beyond this point. That's why he's parked right here, because it's not even safe for people to come down this road. And I'm not sure if you can see this sign right here telling people to stay safe. That's been in place for a couple of days now. This is evacuation zone A, and the county put mandatory evacuations in place in zone A, B, and C, and all low-lying neighborhoods and mobile home communities ahead of the storm because they knew the flooding was going to be bad in this area. I checked with Lacucci River Electric, they have a lot of customers in this area, and they shut down power at 11 o'clock last night. So it's completely dark in this area. Crews have just been out monitoring the water conditions. They're not sure when they're going to be able to restore water. It could take up to a couple of days. But despite all the precautions put in place, I've still seen a lot of cars driving up and down the roads. There was just 2 cars trying to get in, and the deputy had to turn them around. Someone was coming back to see if they can pick up a few more supplies, check on some pets, but the deputy said it's not even safe to go beyond this point. Right now, their best advice for people is to stay off the roadways because they're still monitoring conditions. There's a lot of downed trees. There's a lot of power lines down. So the best bet right now is to stay in place. Live in Spring Hill, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Angelicia, I wanted to ask you about that debris as you were driving. How far away did you stay from what was your drive to where you are right now?
Right, we're about a couple minutes away from our hotel. There's not much right in front of us, but beyond this point is where I spent a lot of my day yesterday. A lot of it was just small puddles yesterday, but you can tell that the water was slowly starting to rise. And I know, talking to Hannah, just by midnight, all of that was completely underwater.
My goodness.
All right.
Scary situation. Again, we're waiting for the daylight to really just see more of the extent here. Angelicia, stay safe out there. Another reminder, though, the debris out on the roadways to the power lines, and because it's dark right now, even worse because it's wet, you can't see those lines. Sometimes you would drive right up onto it. So it is best to stay off the roads right now, especially let first responders assess first and clean up, and we'll go from there.
Well, as our overnight teams are taking a break, our morning crews are starting to come on board. We just checked in with Jenny Dean. She was live in Tampa for us just a short time ago. Jenny, as you were waking up, now you're kind of getting your legs underneath you a little bit, kind of getting to look around a little bit more. Can you give us a little more detail as to what you're seeing this morning?
Yeah, just getting more information also off of X and Instagram from official sources. I want to first show you where I'm at. I'm on Swan, and way in the distance there is Bayshore. It does appear the water is starting to recede a little bit. We've been out here about 45 minutes now, and it does look like the water is starting to go back a little bit. So that is certainly good news, but it's leaving behind just a ton of debris that has washed up. And you can see where I'm standing. The water obviously came up to this area because of all the debris. There's a fence here, there's a metal box over there, so it is definitely what has flooded some of the homes and some of the businesses up closer to Bayshore. Davis Island, a real problem. We talked to an officer here on the scene saying they had to send out Marine units to Davis Island to do some rescues. Now now. As far as TGH out on Davis Island, I was checking out their official X account. They posted video of their aqua fence that they have around their generator that keeps that hospital powered. Should anyone else lose power, they have their own huge generator that'll keep the hospital powered. That aqua fence doing what it's supposed to do because everything around it is flooded. So you can see like the parking lot is flooded to sort of the some of the first level areas, but the aqua fence obviously protecting that generator that is keeping all that important medical equipment running right now. All right, Hillsboro County, let's talk about out in the county a little bit. We're told that south of Gandy is bad. That is where, as soon as we're done here, we're getting in the car, we're heading that way, seeing how far we can get to south of Gandy, West Shore area to try to give you an idea of what that looks like as we kind of get down closer to McDill. We were in Ballast Point yesterday and the water was high, but we also went up over to Ruskin, South County, and we heard Danny Alvarez. You were talking to Hillsboro Fire Rescue's Danny Alvarez saying they were having some issues there. And I was looking at their official Instagram page. They're showing flooding on Shell Point Road. That is exactly where my photojournalist Sasan and I were at yesterday. We drove down Shell Point Road down to Little Harbor, the Sunset Beach Grill or Sunset Grill out there in Little Harbor. And Danny Alvarez saying they were having some issues out there trying to do some rescues in that area. Also, Town and Country is another area that they're trying to get to. And this is really the reason everyone needs to stay off the roads. You might be waking up, you might be looking and saying, oh, it's calm now. You know, we're not even seeing any rain. And it is calm out here. It's eerily calm. You know, it's just quiet. There's no rain. It's warm. It's humid. This is not the time to get in your car and go check out the damage or go see where the flooding is, because the rescuers really need to be assessing the situation, doing their work, making sure you're not driving over anything dangerous, over any downed power lines, over any debris. You know, Sasan and I have been covering hurricanes for years now. We don't, go past anywhere where officers tell us not to. We follow the rules, and we don't need officers having to take their time and say, hey, you can't go there or don't be doing this. So a lot of road closures. I want to mention a few in Hillsboro County just because these may seem like roads that you might be able to get to. 50th Street and Causeway, 56th and Adamo, US Highway 301 and Hanaway Drive, and then parts of US 41, which goes all along the port there, all the way south, turns into Tamiami Trail. Parts of US 41 right along the water there. That's what we were on as we were heading down to Ruskin and Apollo Beach yesterday. Parts of US 41 are flooded, so we're going to see some significant damage to homes and businesses throughout Hillsboro County due to this. I will tell you, this morning we were staying in sort of the South Howard area, Hyde Park area, drove through all of that. All of that looks fine. Everything looks good. You see a few branches down here and there, but we haven't seen any major damage. I think what we're seeing when we start to see the sun come up this morning is we're just going to see this, a lot of flooding near any waterways, parts of downtown, down by the convention center, places we were standing yesterday, the Sail Pavilion, which is kind of that outdoor bar right across from the convention center. I've seen official video of that. It is flooded, so water coming all the way up those steps if you know that area around the convention center. So definitely a serious situation. We need to let the water go down. We need to assess the damage underneath it before you're out driving on it. So we don't know if any of the pavement could be giving way, and what kinds of things they're going to have to deal with. So we want you to be careful. We have crews all around the Tampa Bay area and all of our counties out here safely doing what we can to show you what we're seeing and the damage. And as the sun comes up, obviously we're going to be seeing a lot more of that, guys. But yeah, we're going to head over to south of Gandy because we're told that it's pretty bad over there, and we need to let these rescuers kind of get out and start doing their work and assessing the situation in a lot of these parts of the county.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jenny. Doing a great job out there, and she's always showing us so many different spots. Jenny's always on the go when she does this storm coverage, so you stay safe on the roadways. I think the concern too, again, the tires, the debris, everything out there, you just don't know what's on the roadways right now. So we're going to give you the best picture that we can as safely as we can, but best to just stay home this morning.
And she's going to head over to that West Shore area there in Tampa. I can tell you just by going over all the feeds on Instagram or X or everything this morning, there's flooding over in that area as well. You know, that is close to somewhat of a water line, depending if that Beach Park area as you're getting into that area. So yeah, there is flooding over there. She's going to find that as she goes over there. She did mention talking about some of the issues down in South County. We were talking to Danny Alvarez with Hillsboro County Fire Rescue. He was mentioning Town and Country was another area where he said at this point 2 different people on homes or on the rooftops of homes waiting to be rescued. They can't get to them because of the floodwaters. We're going to update you with that as soon as we know a little bit more than that. And South County, Ruskin also.
I was going to say access an issue there in Ruskin as well. And they said if you have an emergency, do not hesitate to call 911 because they're prioritizing that right now. It's just a matter of how quickly they can get to you and how big the emergency is. If you can hunker down for the time being with your loved ones, do that as safely as you possibly can. But as again, you said, call 911. Definitely do that if you need some assistance. Let them know where you are.
And it's also, sorry to cut you off there, it's also not about the water rescues too. They're having structure fires down in those areas as well from the flooding. So they're having structural fires, not sure exactly if that's electrical or what's causing all of that, but they're having structural fires down there as well that they can't even get to. If you go a little bit further north along the US 19 corridor in Pasco County, we're also seeing reports there of at least 40 water rescues along that US 19 corridor in Pasco County. So we're working to get you some more information on that as well. St. Petersburg, another area that's facing a lot of issues this morning.
A whole lot of issues, especially with sewage there too. We've had an incredible crew of reporters working around the clock to give you a look at each location. Our Miguel Octavio is in St. Pete.
Well, for a number of people living here in Pinellas County, the storm certainly feels historic to them. Some of them saying they've lived in some of these low-lying coastal areas and have never seen this much flooding before. We're talking about folks living on those barrier islands in low-lying neighborhoods, including Shore Acres as well. Some of them letting us know that part of what makes this so frustrating is they know there's damage, they know there's flooding, they can see it from their cameras, but they're not able to return home safely. And of course, for Pinellas County, part of the concern is the fact that about 40% of people still don't have power. We're talking about more than 200,000 people in the county right now without power as well. Throughout the day, we've noticed really the storm surge even during daylight hours. Before this storm got worse, the water getting over land here, several streets being blocked, and first responders really asking people to stay off those Zone A evacuation routes. We know that the threat of the flooding and storm surge is not over yet, so we'll be sure to keep you posted on that. For now, reporting in St. Pete, Miguel Octavio, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, thanks, Miguel. Yeah, historic flooding in the St. Pete area as well, and we're going to watch for that too. 60 miles north, we have Hannah Deneen, who's in the Weeki Wachee area.
Yep, she's in Weeki Wachee. They're dealing with flooding there as well. We knew that was going to be an issue, so let's go ahead and take a look there.
In Hernando County, first responders are not taking any chances of people going down to the most coastal-lying, low-lying areas of the county to explore and see the storm surge there. We are on Cortez Boulevard, which is one of the few roadways that leads to the beach, to Hernando Beach and all the coastal-lying regions of Hernando County. You can see there is a roadblock here. I believe this white truck is about to be turned around, as we've seen happen several times since we've been here, because again, these first responders are not letting anyone go down this roadway, and that is not only so that they don't have to go out and perhaps bring those people to safety, but it's also for their own safety. We're told Cortez Boulevard is already seeing some flooding. They're seeing limbs in the road, a lot of debris in the roadway, even at points down power lines in the roadway. So this is what first responders are doing, what emergency crews are doing in order to ensure everyone is staying safe. They're urging people not to go exploring and looking at damage until sunrise at the very earliest. In Hernando County, Hannah Deneen, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Hannah, thank you. Let's continue our round robin around the Bay Area now. Our Eric Glasser was stationed throughout the night in Tampa. He has the very latest there as well.
Well, the winds have definitely started to subside, and we're not seeing nearly as many of those heavy rain squalls moving through the area. But there is no question that Hurricane Helene has left its mark on Tampa. Bayshore Boulevard, for example, what we may have seen, what we have never seen along that stretch of road, a storm surge higher than the walkway's railing with waves crashing over the road itself. To the south on Davis Islands, hurricane flags waving violently over the Seaplain Basin. The surge leaving high water on the south end and inundating Tampa General Hospital. The bridges were cut off by high water, forcing emergency vehicles to use one lane in and out. Downtown docks flooded, and the Riverwalk became part of the river at Ashley and Brewery, and barriers carried away by currents. And on Tampa's west side, a relentless storm surge. Countless homes in that area, several feet underwater. In fact, one man told me that the water at his house came up to his hips. And it's likely going to be a story that we hear over and over as the water recedes. As we get our first light, it is likely to reveal quite a bit of damage. From what people tell me, to their knowledge, simply unprecedented. In Tampa, Eric Glasser, 10 Tampa Bay.
Yeah, this is just, it's really devastating for the whole area, and I know it's a lot to take in if you're just waking up this morning and joining us. This storm did make landfall shortly after 11 o'clock last night up in the Perry area, which is where meteorologist Chief Bobby Deskin's right here in studio with us, all tracking this, verifying this storm for us. And we're getting perspective of how it impacted the Bay Area and the storm surge that we've seen in our area too. We were just talking about Tarpon Springs, so known for its amazing Greek restaurants right there by the sponge docks.
Yeah. And as Bobby's kind of stepping up here, you know, we're talking about all of this. If you're looking out your window and you're dealing with flooding, you're not alone this morning.
No,
it
you're
is
not.
everywhere around the Bay Area, some worse than others. But as we were just talking, Bobby, this is kind of what we expected. And this is what we're seeing.
Yeah.
So when we go back and we look at this, our surge numbers are going to be in that 6-7 foot range for most areas. The forecast from the Hurricane Center was 5 to 8, pretty much from the get-go. The forecast track 5 days ago, 4.5 days ago, when it was down southwest of Cuba, was very, very close to where it actually went. It's amazing. We're going to go back and look and show you this when we get going in the next couple of days here. Very, very accurate forecast. Our in-house model did a little bit to the right. Like I said earlier, the problem was it actually didn't make landfall, so we didn't have a ton of wind from it, but that made everybody get surged because it just kind of went parallel up. Now it's moving up here. I know a lot of folks here travel up to North Georgia, Blue Ridge area, up to Asheville. The National Weather Service there has just put out a statement saying that they're probably going to see some of the most severe weather they've seen in the modern era in that area. And they're talking flooding, landslides, the whole 9 yards in this area, actually starting now and going through most of Friday. So this storm, as far as damage goes, is just getting started. The sun's coming up here in just a little bit. Our water will still be coming down. It's still high, but things are not quite done with the storm. We just have a little bit of this rain left over. It's not a big deal at this particular point, and even this will thin out as we get closer to sunrise and thereafter, but we'll keep some of this throughout the afternoon. If you were just joining us, we did have several tornadoes down in southeastern Sarasota and parts of Manatee County, well down to the south, mainly, and this is wild, but right in here, which is exactly the same place that we saw 21 tornadoes for 44 warnings for Hurricane Debbie. Just amazing. And it happened in the southeast quadrant, which it typically doesn't happen as much. So it's been a little weird as far as that goes. Let me get back out to our winds right now. We've got those gusts starting to come down a little bit. Look at Port Richey right now, a 6 mile per hour wind, 20 in Sarasota, 25 in Venice. So things are getting a lot better. And that will help that water come down. It's still very slow to come down, guys, and it will continue to be very slow to come down. But again, the good news is that even though the tides are kind of hovering and going to another high tide after sunrise, the majority of the high water that we have out there is from the wind, and that wind is coming down.
What can we expect with that, Bobby, with the water receding? So many people want it out of the way, obviously, at this point. When do you think that water will recede?
Right.
Entirely?
Well, it is receding now. When will it be not flooding? It depends on where you are.
Yeah.
Right? It depends on how much water is flooded into you. If you need it to drop a foot from where it is right now, I'd say 2 to 3 hours.
2 to 3 hours.
2 to 3 hours, and then it might come down a little bit faster than that.
2 to 3 hours a foot, you're saying?
A foot.
Okay.
Maybe 2 hours a foot, something like that.
Okay.
And then I think eventually it'll drop off actually pretty quick after that. So maybe
Okay.
the first foot would be about an hour and a half to 2 hours.
All right, little patience with all this today. If you're seeing some of those flood waters out there,
Right.
it's going to take some time, and then everything's going to have to dry out after that as well. One of the areas that has been hard hit, obviously, Pinellas County. So much of the coastline there of Pinellas County has been dealing with flooding. We have Ashley Giovanetti, she's the county government there, the public information officer with Pinellas County. Ashley, Jameson Euler, and Caitlin Lockerbie, thank you so much for joining us here on 10 Tampa Bay this morning. What has been your biggest challenges that you've seen now in the overnight hours into this early morning?
Yeah, so we've been seeing a number of people calling in, seeing that they were having storm surge flooding coming into their homes. At one point, we received over 300 911 calls in a 15-minute period. We saw, along the beaches in the evacuation zone A, that we had called for mandatory evacuations. That not a lot of people did evacuate, and we're seeing that storm surge coming into their homes. Really, right now, we're just trying to make sure people are staying safe. If that water did come into their home, that they're staying inside, that they're not going out into floodwaters. We have over 240,000 people that are without power in the county, meaning that those power lines could be down in those waters. We want people to stay safe. If people have lost power and they have flooding in their home, we want to make sure that they turn off the electricity so that if water got into the electrical outlets and the power comes back on, that they're not seeing issues. Also, we know people are going to be using generators since the power is out in many of these homes, and we want to make sure that those generators are being used in a well-ventilated area and not used in a garage and not used in an enclosed space. Like I said, those water damage power outlets can cause fires, so we just really want to make sure people are heeding our warnings and that they are not going outside into those floodwaters.
Right. Ashley, this is Caitlin here. A lot of people obviously stuck. As you said, 300 911 calls in 15 minutes. Is that people who are stuck in their homes, or are these major emergencies?
It's a mixed bag, but there were a number of people that were stuck in their homes because of floodwater, and then you run the gamut of anything from medical to people that are seeing structure fires. There were a number of structure fires over the evening as well. We did get a lot of impacts from this hurricane because of the storm surge that we saw in some areas up to that 8 feet. So knowing that it is receding, the water is heading back out, but in some areas that is going to be slower than others. So we want to make sure that people are staying inside, that they're staying hunkered down until we give the all clear.
Yeah, and Ashley, as you're talking, I know you can't see, but we're looking at video from a hotel that waist deep water in the parking lot that people potentially went to thinking they might be safe there to get out of the floodwaters, and still that didn't even work. So what is your message going forward here in the next 24 to 48 hours to your residents there in Pinellas County, as everyone there with first responders to government cleanup? What message do you want to get out there to everybody this morning?
Really the biggest message is we want people to stay safe. We know that there were some that did not evacuate. We know there are people that are have their homes flooded, so we want them to stay safe knowing this. We want people to get to higher ground, not to be wading into floodwaters. Don't be tempted to go outside. Stay inside until we give the all clear. That evacuation, mandatory evacuation, is still in place. We have not lifted that order, and we just want to make sure people are staying safe and staying out of those floodwaters.
With that in mind, just because I know a lot of people listening here, obviously a lot of people waking up this morning, seeing the extent of this storm, Ashley, and also reaching out to their loved ones. If people are trapped in their homes right now, I think the temptation, of course, is to get out, to find higher ground, like you're saying, but that may
entail wading through water or getting through that water. So again, I just want you to touch on that. If you're stuck in your home, if you have a second level, get to your second level. What do you want people to know? Because I think a lot of people would feel tempted to, I just want to get out of here.
Yeah, as people are waking up or as people have been dealing with the flood overnight, it can be tempting to just want to get outside or want to get to higher ground, but we want to make sure people are staying out of the flood water. There is debris, there's animals potentially, things that you do not want to see in those floodwaters, power lines that could be down, very dangerous. So stay inside, get to higher ground inside, and wait for that water to recede.
Okay.
Ashley, you're over there at the EOC, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, what has Fire Rescue been telling you about some of the challenges that they're facing? Are they able to go and rescue anybody at this point, or are they still kind of on standby until they can get to a place where they're clear enough to go out?
They are triaging that as the calls come in. They are to the places that they can get to safely and do their safe rescues. They're going to, but they're, as they do with any call triaging, getting to those people that need it most, that they're able to get to. So we want people to be patient. As I was talking before, we had, over 6,000 911 calls that we received in this incident. And over one point, we had over 300 calls in a 15-minute period. So there are a lot of people that were seeing water coming into their home. Just because it's in your home doesn't necessarily mean that it's an immediate emergency. It seems like it, but just wait there. We just want to make sure that people aren't going into the floodwaters. If it's not, there's not something on fire, you're not having a medical emergency, just wait for the water to recede.
Okay. Yeah, I know for people who are trapped right now, it sure feels like an emergency for them right now. Just try to stay as safe as you possibly can in your space, and as Ashley said, out of those floodwaters. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I know this is going to be a long road ahead as we await today to see the extent of this truly, and then the days to come as this cleanup continues. A lot of rebuilding in store.
Yeah, a little further north in Tarpon Springs, we were just talking about that a little bit ago. The sponge docks underwater this morning. Our David Shealy is standing by there now.
Unfortunately, the situation at the sponge docks here in Tarpon Springs has gotten worse. We've seen flood waters rise continuously because of the storm surge. There is a truck, I'll give you a visual, there is a truck, a city truck, that's in the middle of this boulevard that maybe a few hours ago you could see the headlights of the truck. It is almost completely submerged. The business owners along this street said that they have never seen water get this high. In fact, we spoke to a business owner earlier that said he has never had water enter his business until tonight.
There was a no-name storm probably in the 90s, I think, that had shrimp boats on top of the bridge over here. But besides that, this is the worst I've ever seen it. Tropics never gets flooded, ever. Sidewalk gets wet at the most, and it's completely underwater inside. So this lets everybody know how bad the rest of the businesses at the end of the street are. They're completely sunk.
And then we also spoke to a couple of brave high schoolers. They go to Tarpon Springs High School. They decided to take their paddle boards into this water, and they told us exactly what they saw.
A lot of water. I mean, the buildings, it's like 4 feet deep out there. It's a bunch of cars. Everybody's day is going to be ruined with those.
All the business owners we spoke to say that they're just going to have to wait this thing out, and unfortunately we will not know the extent of the water damage until the sun comes up and we can get a real good look as to how high the water really is. For now, in Tarpon Springs, David Shealy, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, thanks, David. Yeah, we're seeing the extent of this 6 to 7 feet of storm surge across our area in Tarpon Springs there too. And of course, we were talking those restaurants beloved by so many people in the area. So this is going to be an incredible length of rebuilding ahead of us right now.
Absolutely. Jennifer Titus was up in Crystal River for us yesterday. She spent the night there, waking up this morning, an area that the water was starting to rise before we even started raining yesterday and before the wind even really picked up, Jen. So as you're waking up this morning, give us the latest from there in Citrus County.
Yeah, Jameson, unfortunately, that water is still continuing to rise. The sheriff's office is telling me it's rising fast. They've already closed parts of US 19, which is the major corridor there by Kings Bay. They have road closures already happening here in Crystal River. And behind me, you can see this is kind of a staging area that has been set up by the fire department, the sheriff's office. I'm told 3 different counties are here to help in case it is needed. There's a number of marine boats that are ready for any sort of water rescue. You can see one right over there. I asked them, have you guys had to do any water rescues yet? What does it look like? The good news is they tell me none yet so far. They are hoping people really heeded those warnings. They heeded those mandatory evacuations. Unfortunately, Jameson and Caitlin, this is something that Crystal River has been through recently. A year ago from Idalia, they went through this. They went through the mandatory evacuations, and they saw the devastation from a storm surge. I just looked at Mayor Joe Meek's Facebook page. He's been really great about posting updates for those here in Crystal River. He posted some photos of a camera off of US 19 and downtown by the main street there. It already has a few feet of water on the street there, and we saw yesterday the businesses just doing what they can and hopefully keep that water out, because from Idalia they had 3 to 4 feet of water inside. And now that was a 7-foot storm surge. Now we're looking at a 10 to 15-foot storm surge. I'm walking you guys along the corridor here. If you can take a look right there, guys, you can already see that road closures are taking place. If you can see the lights there from the sheriff's office, and kind of put in perspective, you guys saw us yesterday. We were along Kings Bay, we were downtown, we were US 19. That's about a mile away, and that's how much road closures they're already happening. We got one of the fire trucks heading away that you guys just saw in our shot behind us that is just taking off, so we'll see any update of that. But literally 10 minutes ago, they said everything was quiet, and now we're starting to see some of these trucks head toward more of the downtown Crystal area where we see those road closures. That's what we're seeing on the streets right now, guys, is pretty much it's quiet, and the only kind of cars that are heading along the roadway here is officials, is road managers just closing these roads down, and now we just see the fire trucks. And the good news is that we have a lot of departments here in Citrus County in case those water rescues are needed. Again, they are hoping that everybody heeds those warnings. The sheriff's office wanting to remind everybody, if you look at the road there, those are the safety lines. If you cannot see those safety lines on the roads, they're saying do not even attempt it. Don't even try to go down the road. That means there is water. You only need 6 inches of water for your car to get pushed away, and that's why they're asking people right now that this storm surge is coming. It is coming up fast, and they're just asking everybody to stay put. Do not come out here, now that the rain has stopped, do not come out here to get a look at the situation. Stay inside until they give it the all clear. Guys, we've seen this happen. We saw it with Idalia. We saw a little bit with Debbie. The water stops coming from the sky, and now it's going to start coming from the ground, and it just slowly, gradually creeps up fast. We'll start seeing these road closures, unfortunately, as that water continues to get high. I just asked the sheriff's office what do they think, and they think it's only going to get worse because, guys, high tide is still about an hour and a half away.
Yeah, Jen, you're doing an incredible job out there. It's a little difficult to see because just how dark it is, and I know we've been watching Kings Bay, so where those road closures are back there, can you see, is water on the ground there too? Can you see, is it covering the roadway?
So Kings Bay is still probably a mile or so down the road there, Caitlin. So that just like shows you. I don't know. Can you see the lights?
Yes,
so if
we
you
see the flashing lights. Yes,
the flash. See those flashing lights. So Kings Bay is probably still another mile down the road. That's how quickly that water is coming up. And so I know that US 19 is inundated by water right now, and then we're going to kind of see it just go kind of like block by block. We're going to make our way down there after this. We had just stopped over to talk to the officials, see what the picture is, see what's going on, see if there was any update. They wanted to get out to any residents, and they really the big thing is here. I wanted to pull this up so I get this right for anybody here in Crystal River. There's a detour in place. Highway 19 to Turkey Oak Drive to Highway 44, Highway 44 to Duncanfield Avenue behind the Publix, to Venable Street to Highway 19. So that goes to show you if anybody's from those areas, those roads are going to sound very familiar. That's what we're talking about. Those are the kind of detours that are already in place now, and that water is just going to continue to get up, continue to rise as the day gets on and as that sun begins to rise.
And Jen, you know the area so well. You're up there with Adalia too. Right now, just looking around, and I know you haven't gotten very far just yet. You got some much needed, I hope you got some much needed rest after being all over the area yesterday. Does it feel different right now? Does it look different right now? We've been talking about how historic and how bad this could be for the area. Now, a few hours later, now that the storm has passed, what's your feeling?
It's bad. And unfortunately, that's what the mayor had just put on Facebook a little while ago. He posted a photo of US 19 there and the Main Street area. And you can see that the water has taken over, telling people it's just going to get worse. And like we kept on saying yesterday, you just feel for these people. They went through this a year ago and now they're going through it again. And we saw one business owner put a photo of her shop downtown and she's like, yep, the water's already breaking through inside the businesses. So unfortunately, we know that is the situation that's going on right now in the downtown area, in these businesses, in these homes, as that water just continues to rise. And so it's unfortunate of what we are going to see once that sun begins to rise.
All right,
yeah, Jen, and you were there yesterday on Kings Bay, and some folks were kind of getting their stuff out of their condos there, out of their homes. You can't even get back over there to even see how they're doing yet at this point.
No, all of that is closed down, Jamison. I've been texting with one of those guys that we spoke to yesterday because he actually has cameras on his house watching that water come in, and he's like, yep, it's coming in. So we're going to try to get our hands on those videos so we can show you just how high that water is going. And they know it's nothing to mess around with. You heard everybody yesterday. We're going to prepare, we're going to remove everything, and then we're going to get out because they knew that this was coming. They knew that storm surge was going to take place. And those numbers, guys, 10 to 15 feet. And unfortunately, we're starting to see some pictures and videos come in to see exactly what that storm surge is doing to the area here.
All right.
All right. Jen Titus this morning for us in Citrus County. Jen, we're going to check back with you throughout the morning and throughout the day because there's going to be some significant issues happening up there as well. Also having significant issues, Tampa General Hospital. That's an area where they put up the aqua dams because they've always had the concern of a catastrophic hurricane coming in that direction.
Thankfully, their generators are safe. So the patients inside, those appear to be working. Thank God for those. But the parking lot, a different story outside.
Yeah, the water was starting to actually flow into the parking lot, the lower level parking lot over there. And as Jenny Dean was showing us earlier, you cannot access Davis Islands and get over that bridge right now because it is flooded to try to get over there. So we're not hearing anything that's affecting the operations of the hospital over there. But this is something they have been planning for a very long time. For a major hurricane or a major water event. And those aqua dams appear to be working over there this morning. Again, we're not hearing any reports from the hospital. They are sending us this video today. Certainly grateful for that, just to kind of give us an idea of what we're seeing.
Yeah, you see just how high the water is there too. Again, 6 to 7 feet of storm surge throughout the Tampa Bay area. If you're just waking up with us, thanks for joining us here on 10 Tampa Bay. We've got a lot to get to this morning. Widespread flooding throughout the area. Our Nick Valturo is live in Venice right now. And Nick, you were there yesterday as we saw the surge start to come in. This was again well before 2 o'clock. This was in the morning hours that we saw that surge. You now out there right behind more flooding. So tell us what it's been like for you.
Yeah, Caitlin, good morning. It's really been bad. I mean, Sarasota County says they had to respond to over 4,000 calls. So one of the biggest problems, of course, is that flooding. And you can just see the amount of damage that was done. I mean, just take a look at this bench that was just either whipped up or blown over here on the streets. And now as we're over here on Casey Key, I'm just going to give you a look at the road over here. Now the water's finally starting to recede, but you can see the water and the road just completely washed out. It was hard to even see the median of the road just a few minutes ago. Now that's starting to be visible. But one of the biggest problems throughout Sarasota County is this widespread flooding. It has happened all over, and there are thousands of people in the dark right now and without power. And one of the biggest issues we've seen is what we knew what would happen is with all that moisture, all that in the ground, all that moisture in the ground, it uprooted a lot of those trees. We've seen power lines that are down, that has sent a lot of people in the area without power. Now, one of the biggest problems that we're seeing here is it's really hard with visibility to get a clear understanding of just how much these roads are flooded. But if you just take a look across the street, you can see that water is rushing up right about to that fence, right about to the neighbor's driveway. You can see debris that is scattered through the streets. We even heard from our friends out in Sarasota that alligators even washed up onto the main roads over there. So you never know what it's going to be in these flood waters. This is an extremely challenging situation, of course, for anybody trying to get anywhere, get in or get out. So many people without power, and obviously here in Sarasota County, one of the biggest problems is you're in that low-lying coastal areas. We heard the barrier islands completely underwater. There's no access to there. The John Ringling Expressway, Causeway, not able to access there, completely shut down. So this widespread flooding, such a big issue with that enormous amount of storm surge that we saw over the course of last night and into the morning. But the one good thing we're seeing right now is at least that water is starting to recede just a little bit.
Yeah, hey Nick, and by the way, you're talking about power outages. Just going over some of these off the top of our heads right now. FPL right around 250,000 without power. Duke right around 5,000, and Tico just came down to about 95,000. So everybody's kind of dealing with the same thing this morning, power outages and flooding. Nick, I hear wind down there as well in your microphone. That's not something we've been hearing from some of our other reporters out there this morning. It sounds a little gusty.
Yeah, it's definitely extremely gusty. And that wind, as you said, you can hear it in the microphone. I'm trying to talk as loud as I can. I'm not quiet, so you can tell just how loud that wind is really whipping, right? I mean, you know me, my voice projects. So if you're having a hard time hearing me right now, you can just imagine just how strong that wind actually is. And you guys talked about all the number of power outages. It's unbelievable. And we do know the governor had mobilized so many different members from those utility crews to come out here and be on standby to try to help restore that power. But with all the damage, with all the flooding, I'm sure that's going to take some time, and people are going to have to be extremely patient.
Yeah. Can count on Nick for the comic relief there, for sure. Never quiet, Nick. We appreciate you for sure. Now, cars just drove by behind you there, too. So that roadway not blocked off right now, too. Obviously, a lot of people not, I hope, not getting out and driving around. But are you seeing people out on the roadways, aside from that driver who just went behind you?
It's been very minimal. Well, there's only been a handful. So, that's a good thing. At least people aren't taking the chance, because we know it's a very risky proposition if you want to come down the street not knowing what's underneath, and especially just how deep that water can go. So we haven't seen too many cars out on the road, which is a good thing, because obviously the mantra, turn around, don't drown, don't take that risk, and don't put those first responders at risk if they have to come out here and rescue you, because we know it doesn't take much of water getting into that car to stall out those engines. So like we said, there's just so much flooding, there's so many power outages, but at least right now, from what we're seeing, that water is at least starting to recede just a little bit. And once we get some visibility, once that sun comes out, we're still a long way from that, and we're going to get a much better idea of just what this damage looks like.
All right. Thanks so much, Nick. Yeah, Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskin is just telling us just a little bit ago that every 2 to 3 hours we can see about a foot of water recede. So that gives us some hope this morning. I know a lot of people waiting for that water to recede so they can get out of their homes. If you're stuck right now, just hunker down, hang on, just wait for those waters to go down so you can safely get out into higher ground.
Yeah, and speaking of high water, if we go a little bit further north to Bradenton, Nick was there in Venice. If we go to Bradenton, we have some video of a home right there along Sarasota Bay last night where a couple had to be rescued from water rushing into their home. I mean, not just seeping into their home, but look at that. This is the scene of many homes today who were in evacuation zone A up and down our entire viewing area, and this is what they're dealing with. Again, that couple had to be rescued. This is near Bayshore Gardens and IMG Golf Academy there.
Right, and I will say again, this is, I know the video ahead just before that was from Parisa, our producer, that was loved ones of hers. Who said they had never seen flooding like this before. They felt like they were safe because, again, this has been over a century since some people saw flooding like this historic. And so there is that false sense of security that, my home's fine. And they stayed, and unfortunately, that was the situation there. They are okay, which is the good news. But obviously, their home is not right now, and that's the case for a lot of people. Their businesses, their homes, inundated with water.
Yeah, and as Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins was telling us, this hasn't happened. Flooding like this hasn't happened in about 103 years.
Yeah.
So when we call this historic flooding, that's not hyperbole. You're not going to find anybody probably still alive who's going to tell you that they've seen flooding like this before, so widespread from north to south along our coastlines as well. As we're kind of given a little bit of a reset, and as you're kind of going a little bit further up, also want to point out access to Clearwater Beach will be suspended until further notice. That's because bridge issues there, and of course the flooding that came on shore there in Clearwater Beach. All of our area bridges are closed this morning, getting back and forth between either side of the bay. It's not going to happen, and it might not happen for a little while, and here's why. We have high winds on the Sunshine Skyway Bridge.
Right, and you have to assess the damage too. That's the aftermath. And we've got a lot of flooded roadways, and we saw our station right off the Gandy, which was an evacuation zone, which is why we're in our backup studio right now, and for good reason. Our parking lot is completely flooded there. Our camera is showing us that. Up to the sewage system there. This is very high, and you know, people who've worked at the station for decades say they've never seen anything like it. Again, you're going to hear a lot of that.
It appears like our station is okay. It doesn't look like the water intruded in there. Fingers crossed, everything okay. But here's the issue too with the bridges. Once that water recedes, they have to make sure the bridges are structurally sound. Then they're going to have to remove a lot of debris that's on the road from the sand that got pushed onto the bridge there as you get onto the bridges and whatnot. So it could be some time getting back and forth, and this is going to be patiently waiting for water to recede. We have video all morning long of flooding up and down the coast as well. If we take a live camera look now, from what I understand is US 19 at West Denellen Road and Crystal River. You can see deputies blocking the road. Detours are there in place, and you are going to see a lot of this today. So if you don't have to go out, you're not going to have to figure out a detour if you can stay put.
Good day to do that. We just checked in with Jen Titus up in Crystal River as well. We're watching Kings Bay this morning too, and the extent of the damage as well. Waiting for that sun to come up to really showcase exactly what people are going through and the cleanup that's going to be underway throughout the day today. Our Miranda Parnell has been in Pinellas County. We checked in with her all day yesterday. I know you were outside of the Don Cesar the last time that we saw you, where there was storm surge around 2 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday. I hope that you got a little bit of rest out there. I know this has been quite the undertaking for our reporters. They're doing an incredible job up and down our coast showcasing what's going on so that you can stay safe at home. They're your eyes and ears this morning. Miranda, how are you doing?
You know, that's the thing, Caitlin. We want to be out here so you don't have to be out here. You don't need to be putting yourself into any danger, and we are going to play it safe. Now, speaking of playing it safe, I want you to just look at the flooding behind me here. Now, we are in South Pasadena right now. This is at Oleander Way and Gulfport Boulevard South. We've seen a couple cars try to make it through the center of this. And the thing is you pass through one bit of flooding, I can tell you there's more up ahead, and that's what we see. We see them get through here. That's dangerous. You go up a little bit more, now you're faced with more danger. That's why our safety officials are asking people, if you can stay home, please stay home. We even saw one of those electric vehicles ride through here, and they have told us time and time again, our safety officials telling us that salt water does not mix well with the electric vehicles, and that causes extra fires that they have to respond to when they are already swamped and inundated with 911 calls from the aftermath of this storm. Now, we were trying to make it through this area because we saw in one of the Facebook groups that there were reports of a home that caught on fire and that first responders were having trouble. Is what neighbors were saying, that they were having some trouble getting to it because of the flooding and because of these hazardous conditions. So we were trying to make it that way. But again, we're not going to drive our vehicles, especially not the company car, through all of that. This is something that you want to just take safety first, and we'll have to go check it out another time. But as we've been driving around the area today, even we were over by Roosevelt and Caroline, we saw some flooding over there. We saw officers had the roadway blocked off because they just don't want people having to traverse through that to cause extra safety issues. And I know you all had mentioned the power outages. As we were driving through Gulfport, it was hit or miss sometimes. You'd see lots of lights kind of like behind me. It looks like these stores may have generators, but as we passed through a lot of neighborhoods, pitch black. We almost had to turn the high beams on because it's just so hazardous out here. You don't want to be out on these roadways. You don't know what's in the road. You don't know what's in this water. So if you can stay home, I am absolutely begging you to stay home. It's not safe out here, and I'm sure our first responders would appreciate it. They don't need anything else on their plate. They're working so hard already. So we're in Pinellas County continuing to check things out, you guys.
Yeah, and Miranda, and we were just on the phone with Pinellas County's public information officer, and she was telling us they've already received 6,000 911 calls in total since the storm began. They got 300 911 calls in just a 15-minute span as the water started to rise there. So as you're kind of going around this morning in Pinellas County, you're starting to see exactly why folks were calling. They were hoping they weren't going to get those calls, but they were getting those calls.
That's right, and we don't want to add any more to their plate. Like you said, they're already being swamped. They're already being inundated just from the general aftermath of this storm. You don't want to add anything else to that.
All right. Miranda Parnell reporting live in Pinellas County for us this morning. Miranda, you're going to be seeing a lot of damage, a lot of flooding there this morning, and we're going to be checking back with you in just a little bit as well. We want to
stay safe there.
Yeah, stay safe for sure. And we're going to go to some video that we've also have into our newsroom of other flooding that we're seeing throughout the Bay Area.
And high water rescues here as well. We've had those trucks stationed. The governor's been telling us that and swift water rescue stationed around the area too. But again, so many people not anticipating that their homes would flood, and so those calls coming in by the minute for rescue and response. Getting into those higher waters to get people out. Again, call 911 if you are stuck, if you are in the event of an emergency, let them know, but they're going to get to you as they can. This is all about priority and who's in the most emergency situation. If you are safe, just hunker down, try to breathe, reach out to your loved ones, reach out to your neighbors, check on them, check on your friends this morning, because we've got a rough road ahead. As you can see, this is historic flooding for the area.
This is difficult too because they have to triage essentially what call is more important than another one, and
which
where
is
they
tough,
can, and what they can access. So if you're making that phone call and you're sitting around, just know that you're not the only phone call they're getting. So you have to be patient, and they're trying to figure out exactly where they can go and what they can do.
They've had medical calls, they've had structure fires to get to too, and again with all that flood water making it very difficult to get to those places because those first responders obviously putting themselves in dangerous situations too. They don't want to get stuck. You talked about earlier this morning, yesterday, Sheriff Bob Gualtieri said they were he had deputies trying to assist people who got stuck. Fire crews were trying to.
And then they got stuck.
Yeah, and then they get stuck, and then you've got your first responders stuck in a situation as well. So there's a domino effect here as we try to get to people most in need at the moment. But again, that does not mean don't reach out. Call 911 if you're in an emergency situation. Let them know where you are and the extent of the damage that you're seeing, and they will definitely try to get to you as quickly as possible. That is a big priority right now and will be throughout the day.
40 high water rescues off of US 19 in Pinellas County. is what they're dealing with so far today. That's the number we're getting. If we have a video in Pasco County as well, some damage from up there at a gas station, I believe, that was State Road 54 and Seven Springs. When you're talking about Pasco County, according to their Twitter and X website, whatever.
Oh,
you
wow.
call it,
Look at this.
Yeah, some damage there to a gas station.
That's obviously wind.
Pasco County also dealing with high water rescues. They've had about 3 dozen of those as well. So they're having their issues when it comes to rescues. And as you go and you're talking about, issues throughout the county, whether it's flooding or whatever it is, a lot of folks looking out this morning in the dark because Pasco County, as we're looking here, 20% of Pasco County is without power, 41% of Pinellas County is without power. Citrus 35%, Hillsboro 13%, Manatee 14%, Sarasota 18%. So everybody's dealing with their issues today. They're going to be dealing with them for quite some time as well.
And to be able to get up in the buckets, that's a big thing with the gusts of wind. And it's different and sporadic across the Bay Area because we touched base with Jenny, who is along Bayshore about an hour ago now, and she was saying it was almost eerily calm out there. No rain, no wind. Obviously damage from the flooding and wind in the area, but at the time it was very calm. And then we just talked to Nick down in Sarasota, and you could hear
the whip around
wind there. So it's still moving through the area here, and that's what is big about getting the power back on is they got to do that safely too. They are staged, they're ready to do that. But in order to get it back on, our wind gusts need to be at a reasonable rate.
Yeah, well, we're just talking about Pasco County and some of the high water rescues that they've had to do up and down that US 19 corridor. Joining us on the phone right now is Mike Carbala. He's with Pasco County. Thank you for joining us this morning. Jameson Euler along with Caitlin Lockerbie here on 10 Tampa Bay. Mike, thanks so much for joining us. Tell us the issues that Pasco County is dealing with here at 3:30 in the morning.
Yeah, hey, thanks for having me on. I can tell you the issues that we're dealing with right now are we're dealing with high water rescue, a number of fires, and our rescue units stretched thin just because of the huge demand and service. I'd like to say that some of it would have been avoidable, of course, but not everyone can necessarily evacuate. We've dealt with probably over 300 to 400 calls for service. At least 23 structure fires that I'm aware of at this point. And our first responders are working like crazy, both on the fire department side as well as the Pasco County sheriffs.
Mike, as you guys are working on these high water rescues, what is the hardest hit area for Pasco County right now?
Yeah, for us, I would say generally anything west of US 19, but particularly in that north of the Gulf Harbors region, as well as up in Hudson, is where we've received a majority of the calls. But we've been inundated with water. I think the National Weather Service gave us 8 to 12 feet of storm surge. I would say we definitely hit that 12 feet number, and probably a little bit more than that.
And is fire a big issue for you too? Because we're hearing that in Pinellas County that they had a lot of structure fires, and because of the floodwaters, just unable to access them. Are you guys seeing the same?
Yes, absolutely. Like I said, at least 23 structure fires that I'm aware of. Several of them, houses right next to each other in neighborhoods that we just simply can't get to because of the flooding. So that can have a tendency to set off electrical shorts and lead to fires.
Yeah, Mike, I was going to ask you, you're getting calls that I'd imagine you can't even respond to at this point because of just the situation as to whether or not it's not even safe for your men and women to access.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think at one point we probably had well over 200 calls that were just basically having to wait because we simply, first responder crews were too busy with other calls.
So, Mike, this is Caitlin again. Just what do you want people at home to know? Because I think a lot of people this morning listening on, again, because this flooding is so historic, they've never seen anything like it in their lifetime. They're pretty shocked by it, even though there were reports of it. To actually see your home inundated is a totally different story. So what's your message to people right now as maybe they're waiting this out? They are waiting for responders to get to them. What can they do? How do they stay safe? Because really you don't want to get out in this. That's been the big message right now, is don't get out in the floodwaters because you just don't know what's in it.
Yeah, no, you don't. I mean, you need to stay calm, and find a spot where you can be safe from hazards. Both water and electricity are kind of the major ones that we worry about with folks, and just be patient. We're going to get to you. Fortunately, we're seeing a lot of areas now where the waters are just beginning to recede, so that's going to make our efforts a lot easier. I know that we've gotten some resources from Swiftwater dive team, folks like that are out there. I just tell them to be patient. Our 911 operators, can be a friendly voice as well if they need to, but they're busy working and trying to make sure we get everybody taken care of. So just be patient, be calm, and we'll get to you.
Okay, and Mike, people can call a non-emergency line too as well, so they don't inundate your 911 call center as well.
Absolutely. There's some folks that manage to get out. There are good Samaritans out there as well that have managed to kind of help out. So I would say that call the non-emergency line. Let us know that you got out, so that way we can take you off the list.
All right, Mike, thank you so much for your time this morning. Good luck to you. We really appreciate your time.
Thank you. You guys have a great one.
With that in mind, with these rescues going on, let's get right to Jen Titus in Crystal River this morning. And Jen, we understand that there's a rescue going on right now.
Yeah, one just came up, Caitlin. The water already this high in Crystal River, still about a mile away from Kings Bay. One family just came in from one of the airboats. I'm going to talk to Skylar here. He just came from a rescue. And now, Skylar, tell me, how high did it get for you guys?
5 to 6 feet.
And where were you guys just watching the water? I mean, how scary when you're just seeing this water come up?
We hopped on our boat, and we sat there until they came with theirs. So.
And how long did it how long did it take for that water to come up?
Mere 30 minutes, if that. In the middle of the night, you don't see it coming up either. So.
And were you guys here for Idalia?
Yes.
And how high did it get for Idalia?
2 feet, 3 feet, nothing like this. No.
When did you finally think to yourself, we got to get out of here?
When it got to my knees, yeah, it was time to roll. Yeah.
And I guess now, just like thinking about it, it's what do you think's your house look like now? How high do you think it's in your house?
I don't want to think about that. So, yeah, it was over the stop signs when we were leaving. So. Yeah.
Well, we are thinking about you guys. Everybody is thinking about you guys. You're safe. That's all that matters. And you guys will go somewhere hopefully, and then wait till the sun comes up. And
yeah, they said it will recede by 9 o'clock in the morning. So we got a few hours to go.
Are you a native?
Yes.
So have you ever seen anything like this before?
Close, but not to us. Not happening here. No.
Well, thankfully, you guys are safe. Thank you, Skylar. Thank you guys so much as we head out of the bus here, because I want to walk you guys over here because we do know that another airboat is coming in. They were rescued by an airboat, and I'm told that there is another airboat that just went out here in Crystal River. So another rescue is happening right now, and they expect this just to continue through the day as this water continues to come up. And like you heard Skylar say right there, guys, is that for Idalia, it was just 2 to 3 feet, and his house already has 5 feet of water in it, and we still have a couple hours to go as we see this storm surge continue to come in. And walk you down here, guys, along the main corridor here to show you just how high the water has risen in just the past hour or so. We were talking to one sheriff's deputy who showed us video from about 1 o'clock this morning that was along US 19, and he could still get his car along US 19. That is not happening right now. I think you can probably see the street signs, the road signs for US 19 that are hanging way down the way there. That just shows you how far away we are from US 19 and how high that water has come up. I know it is dark, but you can kind of see if you look along the roadway here, along the buildings, you can see how high that water has come up. We've been paying attention to videos and photos from downtown Crystal River, and I was like, how high do you guys think that the water's gotten inside? And basically they're like, it's going to be inundated there, guys, and it just goes to show you how quickly that water comes up and why the sheriff's office, told everyone to evacuate if you were in that zone, because they knew with that 10 to 15 foot storm surge that it was going to get bad.
Yeah, Jen, it's almost speechless looking at the video here. You feel for these families, Jen. And I wonder, you said another rescue going on here. How many of his neighbors are in the same boat? I know a lot of people got out of the area, evacuated, but people like Skylar who are left behind, I mean, right now, I guess it's kind of unknown how many of these we're going to really need to get out of the area and to safety. How many families?
And I think when you heard Skylar, when you heard Skylar, Caitlin, he's a native. That they're like, we've been here all our lives. Like they didn't think it was going to get this bad. They've never seen it this bad. They've never seen it this high. And then we're talking about the hours that we're dealing with. 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. It's middle of the night, so it's dark outside, and that's when you're seeing that water rise. And that's when they're like, okay, we got to get out of here. Especially you got children involved. We got to make it to a safer area. And thankfully they did, and we'll wait for that next boat to come on through, and we'll be standing here to see that situation. And this is where they're kind of deploying the airboats. You can see the trailers right here where these airboats went off at, and that's how high the water is. We literally have airboats going down the major corridor here, where you're not seeing that any other day until a day like this, when you have this storm surge of 10 to 15 feet.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the Marine units up there in Citrus County. They're going to be making a lot of water rescues today. Our Jennifer Titus is going to be there for us all morning long, all day long. This is not going to be the only water rescue today, not just in Citrus County, but in our entire viewing area, because this is the video we continually keep seeing over and over all morning long, and we're getting reports of folks being stranded in their homes right now, and first responders cannot get to them, whether it was today in Ruskin, in that area, or Town and Country.
Right.
They were talking about all the way up to Citrus County, where Jen just was.
Yeah, they had families on their roofs in Town and Country waiting to be rescued earlier this morning. So it is a dire situation for a whole lot of people. Again, if you are safely in your home, hopefully you have a second level. That is crucial in a storm like this. If you can hunker down and just wait this out and wait to be rescued at a safer point. That's the best bet right now. Our Jenny Dean is in Tampa. She's been watching the water in that area. Jenny, I know you were along Bayshore. I think you moved for us, right? Oh, hang on.
To Gandy.
Oh, there we go.
We wanted to get south of Gandy.
We can hear you now, Jenny.
You got me now?
Yeah, we got you now.
Go ahead.
Okay, good. So we're in South Tampa, and we came down Manhattan. We're attempting to get to Gandy Boulevard, because when we want to get to south of Gandy, we know that there are a lot of people stranded, or we've gotten reports from an officer that we talked to over at Bayshore that there were people stranded south of Gandy. We can't even get to Gandy. So if you look, but Gandy's about 1.5 miles that way. There's a car behind me that they've had to push out of the water because it got stranded and stalled, and so that car was actually pushed. We are just up on higher ground, but when you look down the road, as far as you can see, there's water. And we did just see a big high-profile lifted truck come through. It was up to about halfway up its tires. It's too deep for us to try and drive through. Plus, all the electricity is out around here, so it's very dark. We can't see what's in that water. We aren't going to risk driving through it, but we can just tell you that there are a lot of neighborhoods around here, a lot of homes. The homes don't look badly, at least where we are, but there's going to be water on the streets, and they're going to have trouble if they are going to try to get out of their homes, trying to drive anywhere, or people trying to get to these homes are going to have an issue. So like I said, we're on Manhattan, about 1.5 miles to Gandy, which is way down in the distance. We've seen several. We got somebody coming by now. Let's see if they try to drive through it. And they are stopping.
Yeah.
Oh, there they go.
Oh no.
This is what they tell you not to do. Because you don't know what's under there. You don't know if power lines are down. You don't know if there's maybe the pavement's gone, maybe something's given way. So this is just why you're told not to do that. Now that truck has come to a stop, and I don't know if they're trying to help someone or not. But we want to just kind of give you an idea of what we're seeing as we're out and about. We're going to continue to try. We're going to try a couple different ways, maybe to get down to Getty. Yeah, that truck turned around. They aren't risking it.
Yeah.
Because it does get deep through there. So, and this is pretty far from Gandy, guys. So I'm actually pretty surprised. I've never seen flooding like this. This is pretty significant. So we got a lot to deal with as the sun comes up. We are starting to get rain bands again. So just adding more water to an already flooded situation is definitely not something we want to see.
Yeah, Jenny, we've covered our fair share of hurricanes in this market for a while, all of us, and I've never seen this before. And as Bobby was saying earlier, I know you were moving. Bobby was saying this is historic flooding. 103 years is what it adds up to. So you're not going to find anybody. So we're not exaggerating here when we say historic flooding. I'm just trying to think in my head, Jenny, how you're going to get over to Gandy, because I'm trying to think of all the side roads, but everything is going to be flooded if Manhattan's flooded there.
Looks like somebody's behind you too.
Yeah. So I don't know how you're going to get down there.
Yeah.
But just making your way around. Be careful.
We can go back the way we did. Yeah. We will. We're certainly taking every precaution. When we see roads where it's flooded like this, we're not taking any risks. We don't know if it's shallow or deep. If we can see the lines, we might creep a little ways and then hop out and kind of look around. But we're being safe. We don't want to get ourselves hurt.
Yeah.
And we are also, as we're standing here, we're hopefully preventing others from maybe getting into a situation where they stall out. Because there's actually a lot of traffic coming down this road. I think people are hoping they can get to Gandy.
I think
that's just not going to be able to do it. I've got another car coming here. So
yeah. That's the tough thing this morning.
Yeah,
that car's definitely
right. I think, Jenny, the tough thing, and I don't know what you've seen out there driving in today, and we were just on the highway, but the Florida Highway Patrol had a lot of trucks driving up and down. I think just to make sure that people were okay on the roadways, just being there along with whatever traffic was out there to just assist, and that was on the interstate. So you've got these back roads, and I think that's the tough thing, is that they're trying to block off roadways, but there's just so much flooding, and there's only so much manpower right now and vehicles to do that. So it's going to be a waiting game this morning. That's why stay home if you can, because they can't block off all these roads. People are finding out the hard way that they're closed, whether they like them or not, whether they like it or not.
And it looks like it's starting to rain out there
Tampa
too as well.
Police already even. Yeah, it's definitely raining and getting those rain bands, but Tampa Police even putting out the message, getting out here in this is not worth a social media post. Once it begins to be daylight and the sun comes up, you don't take your floaty out to Bay Shore. This is a serious situation here. And also, this is some serious flood waters. We don't know what's in it. It can be very dirty flood water. It can have debris floating around in it. You just don't take any chances on that just to have a cute social media post. I know there were some people getting injured yesterday down in some of our southern counties as they were, trying to get out and get something cute, standing out on the jetty. We saw a jet ski run into a wall because the water's high everywhere. Don't just be getting out trying to be recreational and seeing what you can see. This is the time to stay home and let the first responders get out, check everything out, do their work, do the rescues that need to be done, and then once they give the all clear, you can start coming out and start trying to put things back together. But just stay around your own yard. There's going to be enough work for people in their own yards. So just work on that and just try and stay safe for the rest of today.
And also something else of caution here too, Jenny, when we talk about flooding and street flooding like this, because a lot of our sewer systems and septic systems are all backed up now. The manhole covers a lot of times will pop off and they're gone as you're walking through the floodwaters.
That's a very good point.
Keep that in mind. I've done flood reporting before, and someone actually stepped inside one of those, and it was over. So you have to be careful of that stuff. Plus any potential down power line. So that's why it's not really safe to be walking through this, and you got to be careful.
Scary.
So.
Yeah, be safe, Jenny.
And we're going to stay safe. We're going to keep driving around, you guys, and we'll kind of see where we can get to, and we'll keep you updated here from Tampa and Hillsboro County.
All right, Jenny Dean reporting
It's
live
another
for us in
car.
that West Shore area of Tampa, trying to make her way to Gandy, and then a lot of folks look like they're trying to make
Trying
their
to do
way
the
to
same
Gandy,
thing, yeah.
and it's not happening. Everybody's turning back around
Yeah.
again, so that area of South Tampa having issues as well.
I know we have a weather update coming up, but I do want to get to this video here out of Clearwater Beach right now. We have some exclusive video right now of fire there. If we can get to that, look at this.
Fire.
This is what we're seeing. So many of these from several of our county officials. They've let us know that they've gotten a lot of these house fires just like this, where you're seeing neighboring homes. You know, one home impacted. Unfortunately, the flames spread. And the wild thing is, you look at this video here, you see the flood. You'd think, you know, with all that water, how's the fire? Well, you have an electrical fire. Maybe it's in the upper level, in the roof area. All that water on the ground, and the home.
Mandalay Bay and Bruce Avenue area there in Clearwater Beach. You know, we were just talking to Pasco County. They said they've had 23 structure fires overnight. Hillsboro County saying that they had some as well. Everybody dealing with structure fires here in some way, shape, or form this morning. And the biggest problem, as you can see from the flooding, they cannot get to these fires, so the home.
They just have to let it burn.
They just got to let it burn to the ground, and hopefully the homes next to it don't sustain any damage from those fires.
It looks a little less gusty there, but I think that's the other awful issue is that you've got a home on fire. We've had these massive wind gusts come through the area too, which just pushes the flames to a neighboring building. You can see too the electricity going on in the home beside it there. So,
and these usually start from electrical. They usually start from electrical as well.
all right, right now we want to get right back to Jennifer Titus. We were talking with her earlier. She was with Skylar, a father and son who were trapped in their home. They were just taken off by an airboat, and you have another family rescued here as well, right?
Yes, we literally have the airboat coming in now. You guys can see it right there. This is what is taking place in Crystal River as the water continues to rise. This is the second airboat that we have seen so far in Crystal River. You can see this rescue happening right now, guys. Another family as this water just continues to rise here. Kind of just gives you goosebumps as you watch this live, and just gives you an understanding of how serious of a situation it is with the storm surge here in Citrus County. You can see, look at the water just coming up now because of the force from the airboat there that's coming up. It looks like there's some pets on this boat as well, as this is the second family now we've seen come through here. These airboats, guys, literally taking off from the main street here in Crystal River, the main corridor, as US 19 is completely inundated by water.
Hey, Jen, this is Caitlin. Can you hear me?
I can hear you guys.
Okay, dramatic. My goodness. Thank God this family's okay with their dog too there. They're getting carried off this airboat. Do you have any sense of how many other families are in the same situation right now? Again, we talked to Skylar and his son, this family just coming off the airboat. How many others are they dealing with right now?
I don't. I know that this is the second boat that has come in, and I can see that another one is already out. That second boat that took the family is already out, making sure that everybody looks to be in good condition. Everybody looks to be okay coming off of the boat right there. Animals and all, you feel for them. Like you heard Skylar say, they don't even want to think about what the condition of their home is right now, because they wait and they hope that they don't have to get to this point. And then unfortunately, we are seeing this happen. We are seeing this situation and these water rescues take place here.
Yeah, you
and
see this kid with his
in the middle of the
backpack.
night is what we're talking about, guys.
Yeah, Jen, I'm just watching this video. You feel for this family. This child has his backpack on him right now. Obviously, you just did it, and some people surprised by this. Again, we're going to be saying this all morning long, but families who've lived in the area for decades have never seen anything like this.
And you know something to point out here too is that
No,
if you've never been in floodwaters before, Jen, that water's cold. I mean, I don't care if it's 80 degrees outside right now.
It is cold. it is cold, guys, and it's 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. It's completely dark out as well. So it's not just cold, it's scary. And these are people that have lived here all their lives, and they think it's not going to get this bad. It never has gotten this bad. And Dahlia gave them maybe a 2 or 3 feet of water in their homes. They could survive it. But now we're talking 5, 6 feet of water inside of their homes. And here we go. You can see this airboat going back out for another rescue.
Oh, Jen, I know this is a traumatic situation
there
for
we
them.
go, yeah.
For this family, a really traumatic situation for them. Are they doing okay right now?
They look to be. They're dry for the most part. They are, they have their animals. They have they're safe now. They're on dry land. They're kind of talking with officials right now and getting to where they need to be. They're probably going to get back on the bus where we saw Skylar at. They do have transit that are taking them to a safer location. And you can see right where we were, guys, the cars are actually moving as this water continues to go up here. Hey, Sheriff. I have the sheriff here, guys. So what, that was the second airboat that we're seeing come through?
Actually, that's our third load here for this airboat. These guys are now going out to Fort Island Trail, which is down by the plantation, and then takes you out to Fort Island Beach. And they're going to go get a couple of elderly folks out there and see if they can bring them back here to get them to one of our shelters that is open. We're also doing rescues down in the Homosassa area off of Halls River Road, which we do have quite a few folks that did stay behind back there.
And you talk to these people who have lived here all their lives. We just talked to one of the gentlemen who were just rescued in the transit car, and he's like, hey, for Dahlia, we just had 2 to 3 feet. Now that water's over 5 feet. We've never seen it like this before.
Yeah, it is. Well, and as we were talking about before, in the 137-year history of our county, we've never seen storm surge like this. And indeed, before all of this is done, based on what we're seeing for the values down south of us, we anticipate additional water coming in as the morning continues to unveil itself to us here and the sun comes up a little bit later on.
Do you guys have any idea how many people stayed behind?
No, but what I can tell you, and it's a very positive thing, is because I went door to door to some of the homes and the different communities here on the west side yesterday afternoon, just checking on the folks, and a lot of folks did leave. A lot of homes were boarded up. A lot of the folks packed up and heeded our warnings and got out in plenty of time. It was almost like a ghost town yesterday, which was very reassuring and comforting. But again, there's some folks that just won't heed those warnings and want to stay behind because they put more emphasis on those personal things instead of their lives. And as you see here, we're rescuing pets, we're rescuing some of the children, and of course the family members as well, to get them to safety and then get them out of what is ultimately, it's going to be like a biohazard and everything else that we're going to have to deal with for quite some time, in addition to the reptiles and everything else that's moving around.
I was about to say, for a Dahlia, I know that we were on this road. We saw it. I was about to say, we were never this high, right?
No, we were never this high. And in fact, we were dumping our airboats down here almost to the intersection. And, you know, obviously you see it's different. And again, high tide's not too far away from now. But again, that high tide water is not going to have any place to go. And as the storm continues to shift the winds, we're going to see more emphasis on the water staying in here and staying loaded up into the bay and, of course, into Crystal River and the Homosassa.
Your main message to the people of Citrus County right now that might think, oh, the storm's passed, we're good, we can go home now.
Oh, no, please don't do that right now because we just don't, we don't know about the down power lines. I went to the house at about midnight last night to lay down and sleep for about an hour or so, and everywhere that I was driving there were down power lines, and you could see the arcing of the blue and the yellow and the high flashes that you see, and you knew it wasn't lightning. You knew it was the power lines arcing from trees getting on the power lines and everything. So there'll be some down power lines throughout the day that we'll have to deal with. And then the other thing is electricity is going to be cut off to some of these businesses and these homes out here. So when the power does come back on, there's a high potential for structure fires, like what we saw last year after Idalia, probably like 2 miles from where we're at, and a home caught on fire once power got back to it, and the home burned to the ground.
And for people that have stayed back and they have stayed at their homes and they watch this water rise, I guess find a roof, find anything. What is your message?
Well, get to the highest place that you can and call 911, and we'll get out to you as soon as we possibly can. We've got a lot of assets here on the ground. I've got additional assets from the Sheriff's Mutual Aid Response Team. I'm the task force chair for this part of the state of Florida, and we've coordinated to have additional assets here on the ground to help us out. As you might have seen earlier, Sumter County's airboats here. We've got Citrus County Fire Rescue, our airboats here, and a lot of other assets are being brought to bear once the sun gets up and we know a little bit more about what we've got to face today as we get the recovery efforts underway.
Well, stay safe, Sheriff.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, guys. And that's just really the situation we're seeing. We're seeing the airboats constantly leaving this area, getting those rescues. You heard there's a number of rescues, not just here in Crystal River, down in Homosassa for the people that decided to stay. Caitlin and Jameson, they never thought it was going to get this high. 103 years we haven't seen it this high here in Crystal River.
Yeah, and we were talking to Mike Prendergast yesterday, the sheriff, and he was worried that a lot more people were going to stick around. It's reassuring to hear him say that he's out there. Yesterday, it felt a little bit like a ghost town, but still, you're going to have the people who always hold back, and you're going to have water rescues all day long. Thank goodness for that Marine unit.
Absolutely, and you heard that they're coming in from all over the place. This is another county that's come in to help and take part of these rescues for these people that did decided to stay because it's their home. You want to protect your home until that water gets too high, and there's just no way that you can stay any longer. You see that water rise, and the only thing is to get out.
Jen, I wanted to ask you too, because we keep touching base with you. We have Jenny Dean in the Hillsboro County area and Nick Valturo we're going to touch base with in just moments down in Sarasota. And we've seen all is calm, no rain, and then sometimes we'll check in and there's bands of rain and really gusty winds. Right now it seems really calm. Has that been the case? Because with these swiftwater rescues, you don't want to have to contend with any other elements than this high water that we're seeing.
And that's the thing that you heard the sheriff say is people are going to think, oh, it's calm, the storm has passed, we can come outside now, we can look around. But that's when the water is rising right now, and that's why he's asking, no, just stay home until they give you the all clear, because this water is continuing to rise. Guys, a year ago when you saw us out here for Idalia, we were down the road. We could get down the road. We can't get there anymore. That's how much higher this water is from Helene.
All right, Jen, thank you so much. Incredible to see those families rescued, and thank God that they're okay right now. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
You can replace items, can't replace your loved ones. So thank you so much.
More rescues to come, obviously, from the sheriff saying they're heading back out there, and they're in another area near Homosassa doing some other rescues as well. Our Nick Valturo has been stationed down in Sarasota County for us. We know that they were literally just drying out from Debbie, and we've seen massive flooding down there today as well. Nick, what's the latest from where you are?
Yeah, Jameson, Caitlin, good morning. And you mentioned how much devastation they saw during Debbie. There were so many people out in the Sarasota, Venice area. They had furniture that had to be thrown away. Water was rushing into their house. So many people had pods out, had to take all their stuff out. Now they had to do it all over again. And this is definitely going to be something that's going to take a while to pick up those pieces and clean up. But we're out here right now in downtown Sarasota. And just look, I mean, you can see how this water is completely flooding the road. If you just take a look in the distance, you can see that car. That water is all the way up on the tires, and just here on the road itself, I mean, right here you can see all the mulch that was just washed out from all the plants, all this dirt and debris just scattered and strewed across the entire roadway out here. There's been so much flooding, so many streets that are inundated with water, and so much standing water pretty much everywhere we go. And one of the big things out here that we've seen, one of the biggest problems, is a lot of those power outages. They are so widespread throughout the area, not only here in Sarasota, but also throughout the Tampa Bay area. So many people are in the dark, and we've seen it. We knew with all this water that we're going to see it was going to cause a lot of problems. It was cause that moisture down in the ground. It was going to cause those cause trees to topple. That would cause a lot of complications, crashing down into those power lines. So a lot of issues with that. But one of the biggest things we're seeing is there's so many roads that are just washed out. This is just one road that you can see, and there's just dirt, debris, all scattered across the road everywhere. And it resembles more of a swimming pool at this point, just because of how much water is out here on the roads. And that's really the biggest thing that we're seeing, is a lot of that flooding and a lot of those power outages. Sarasota County said they responded to more than 4,000 calls over the course of yesterday into this morning. So that is an enormous, insurmountable number when you really put that into context. And then also remember that we also have all those crews from Duke Energy and all those utility companies that are on standby. They're going to be trying to get this power back, get this power restored. But of course, that's going to take some time, and we're just kind of waiting to see once the sun comes up to get a little better idea in the visibility of just what this damage looks like.
All right, Nick, thank you so much. We appreciate it this morning. I know that flooding, again, we've been saying, Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskin saying by the hour, 2 to 3 hours, you'd see about a foot of water recede. So I know a lot of people want to see that water recede so that they can safely get out of their homes if they're trapped, and also assess the damage in the aftermath of this. Homes and businesses inundated by this. Yep. We want to take you up now live to Clearwater. We're talking on the phone right now with Police and Fire PIO Rob Shaw. Rob, this is Caitlin Lockerbie with Jameson Euler right now. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thanks so much for joining us. I know you guys have a lot of work ahead of you. It's been a long night. Can you just tell us how things are going right now? It's 4:07 in the morning, and where do things stand?
Yeah, our police and fire department have conducted a number of high water rescues, both on the beach and off the beach. We have pulled probably 8 or 9 people out of flooded homes and brought them either for medical treatment or to safe locations. It's been a very busy evening for us.
Yeah, and I know the fire is a huge issue right now. We've got electrical fires, and I've been watching the video, which seems wild to see so much water on the ground and then the homes up in flame, because usually you want water nearby when there's a fire in store. But unfortunately, it's been the opposite right now, where that has had a dramatic effect on these homes and the gusts of winds spreading it. And you guys really can't get to them, right? That's the big problem with what we're seeing right now with these homes, is there's just too much flooded water to actually get to the house.
Yeah, we've had a huge problem with several feet of water on the streets of Clearwater Beach and in other areas of Clearwater. So that high water prevents fire crews from being able to make it to the scenes of structure fires like that.
Rob, Jameson Euler here. What's the status of getting on and off Clearwater Beach at this point for anyone trying to get back onto the beach area, or even trying to get off this morning?
Right. We don't recommend that anybody go anywhere if it's related to the beach. You definitely cannot go onto the beach, and you won't be allowed to for some time. It would be at least later today, if not longer. The Memorial Causeway is just littered with a sea of debris right now, so all of that needs to be cleaned up, and I'm sure that the streets of the beach itself, whether it's the commercial area or the residential area, also had the same thing. We had multiple feet of water that brought in all kinds of different debris all over the place. So we're going to have to clean that up and make it safe before anybody can have access to the beach.
I wanted to ask you, with these fires, do you know, do we have any injuries? Are people okay? Are these empty homes?
I don't have specific information on that incident on the beach, so we'd have to research that and get back to you. I haven't heard of any injuries or anything along those lines.
Okay, that's great news.
What are the biggest issues you're facing at this point, Rob, that you want to get out to some folks? Is it too many people calling 911 with non-emergencies? Is it trying to get out to homes that you just can't get out to for rescues at this point?
Yeah, we had significant problems just making it through the deep water on the beach. We had multiple officers in a city dump truck that were trying to go forth and rescue people, and they simply got too deep and they would have to turn around. Our fire crews were using inflatable boats and other types of inflatable materials to get out to people. So it's very hard to get to them, and we're just asking for patience. We are also asking, as you mentioned, if you don't have an emergency, and if it's not a serious matter, don't call 911. You can always call the non-emergency line for the police department.
Any major road closures at this point, Rob, that you need to stress to people? I know some folks, as the day goes on, they're going to want to try to go out a little bit, maybe assess what's going on. Any major road closures? Obviously, you want people to stay off the road, but what are you dealing with when it comes to road closures?
Yeah, I think just the major thoroughfares to and from the beach are the major ones that we're talking about. We also just don't recommend driving if you don't have to. There are a lot of debris down in there. We have fallen trees, we have wires down, we have all these different hazards, and simply if you don't have to drive, just stay home and stay safe would be our recommendation.
Yeah, and I think we're taking just a video
live
now,
look.
some live traffic camera right now, and you can kind of see it. Looks like, the wind and the rain has died down, but again, it's going to be the flooding issues that you're going to be dealing with today.
You can still see some of it on the camera, though, and you were saying the Memorial Causeway littered with debris. You can't see it as well on this camera, but obviously much of it in the distance there, too, and in the dark. Rob Shaw, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your help this morning and all that you guys do. And I know it's a long road across the Tampa Bay area for all of our county leaders.
And Rob, thanks for keeping us informed. We appreciate that. We know you have a lot going on, so thanks for taking the phone call with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right. We have a little further north, Angelicia Bruton in Hernando County. She's been stationed up there for the last 24 hours for us as we're, talking to her. We're going to talk to her in just a little bit. But as we want to...
Live traffic cam, is that what we're going to get to? Okay, let's take this at Curlew Road.
Yeah, here's some flooding at Curlew Road.
There we see more of the deputies blocking off the area. And this is actually a good thing, too, because this is keeping people away, as we saw with Jenny in Hillsboro County earlier near Gandy. It's tough because it's really dark right now, and there are a lot of roadways that are impacted with debris and floodwaters. And so closing off these roads really imperative because people, unfortunately, are trying to get out and about and are finding out the hard way that some roads are impassable right now.
Yeah, and the ones that are passable by airboat at this point, and that's what you're going to see out there. So again, kind of everyone we're talking to, public information officers from north to south, from every city and county. If you don't have an emergency, please don't inundate their 911 lines because they're keeping those 911 lines open for people who need immediate attention. And again, at that point, then they've got to triage and assess who they need to get to first. So, if you can make do with your own, if you decided to stick around and you need help, they're just asking to be patient as you are with the water receding today.
Yeah, our executive producer here helping us out with some aftermath notes right now. Unfortunately, there have been 3 deaths confirmed, 2 in Georgia. Valdosta really getting hammered earlier this morning around 2 a.m. when we came on air. You and I came into the studio. That's where the storm had moved. We can confirm 2 deaths, I know, in the Georgia area, not exactly where. 1 here in Florida.
That's in Tampa.
That is in Tampa. A sign fell near Ybor City onto a person. So
on I-4,
devastating.
It was a driver on I-4.
Yeah,
was the word that we got. A sign had fallen on the road, and the driver died there on I-4. That's the numbers we have so far. 3 deaths already attributed to Helene. 1.3 million customers here in Florida right now without power. A lot of them are here in the Bay Area.
And we do have National Guard standing by, 3,500 National Guardsmen standing by to respond. But of course, they're going to be able to do that and get to emergency situations as they can, because floodwater, debris, all a big issue right now in terms of access to people who need the help right now. Also, 1,300 flights canceled. That was yesterday. Of course, the airport has not reopened yet. We're keeping an eye on TPA and the impacts there. I know a lot of people trying to get out of town, or we're waiting for people to come in. Not that they necessarily want to come in at the moment to Florida. Maybe rather leave for a little bit and let this. There's going to be a lot of work to do to clean up in the coming days. A lot of people without power and sewage system in Pinellas County and St. Pete out. So that means for about 70,000 people in St. Pete right now, you can't flush your toilet, you can't take a shower, you can't use your water right now. So it's going to be a long road.
Yeah,
and we're going to find out more of it
they
today.
took that sewage treatment plant facility offline in Northeast St. Pete. If you're just waking up this morning and you know somebody who lives in that Northeast St. Pete area, this is some important information we definitely want to pass along here. About 40% of St. Pete right now, or about 70,000 customers, are without that sewage treatment facility that's north of 30th Avenue North and east of I-275. Jennifer Titus.
Yeah, don't want to cut you off.
Citrus County, we have another water rescue coming in right now. Jen, let's go to you there in Citrus County.
Hey guys, so we are seeing, this is the third airboat that we are seeing come through, guys. Another rescue taking place here in Crystal River. It is just the reality that is happening as this storm surge continues to rise. Guys, in just the past 20 minutes, where you saw the sheriff and I, we were standing there where that airboat just pulled up. That shows you how high the water is rising. You see these water rescues take place and these families. And again, guys, your heart just breaks for them because you know the situation that they just left inside their home, as we see just full families of kids and pets and everybody that was just waiting till the last minute, hoping that Helene wasn't as bad as we thought it was going to be. And we are seeing this just, again, the absolute worst. It's been the sheriff saying they haven't seen this in 103 years, guys. And we're looking at 4 o'clock in the morning. You could just imagine that they were just staying up watching the water rise inside their homes. And another rescue, guys, taking place here in Crystal River, holding on to the belongings that they could keep, holding on to the belongings that they could take with them, as the water just, like you heard one of the guys we talked to who was just rescued say, 5 feet inside their homes, and they knew. Everything okay, guys? Can we talk to you real quick? Can we ask them a question? You guys good? You guys healthy? That's all that matters, right? Yeah, be safe, guys. So as they talk to the officials there, guys, you just saw the one man who was just rescued wave at us and tell us that, yes, he is healthy. We'll walk over here a little bit. Watch out, Carter, because we're going to come along the sidewalk here over the area as we see if we can talk to them at all. Again, they are kind of just with the officials right now, the sheriff over there, as we see these water rescues continue to take place. He just smiled, he waved, he said, hey guys, we're healthy. That's what matters, guys. As we see these rescues and we see this water come up, that they are here, that they are okay, because we see our emergencies crews taking these boats out and doing these rescues that are needed. Oh, here's an animal that was on that. Do you see the dog that they just took off there, Carter? Going into the hands of the man we just spoke to. So that was a boat, guys, of kids, adults, and their pets. As we give you another look of the rescue that just happened. You can see the dog there, the shaking off. You can imagine all of them. I could just imagine shaken to the core, guys, when you get to the point where you're like, hey, we need help. We need to be rescued.
Jen, can you hear me? It's Caitlin.
I can hear you.
Yeah, so emotional to watch this and these families pour out, because I know just you have to sense how scary that was for them as the water came into their homes and they're just left to wait to be rescued. That's a panic situation, so this is a huge sense of relief for them right now. Now, for people just waking up, is this another airboat coming in, or that one's just going out?
That is one that is going to go back out. Yeah, I think I saw one of the people that were just rescued. You can see that they're wiping tears from their eyes because once they come to terms with how high that this water is getting, one of them taking photos probably just to show that, hey, this boat I was just rescued by and brought in here, and these people, they've lived here all their lives. They're locals, and that's why we're hearing so many of them stayed, because they saw how high the water got from Idalia. It got 2 to 3 feet. They thought they were going to do it. Not with Helene, guys. Not with that 10 to 15 foot storm surge. I think they're still speaking to officials. I'm trying to get a sense that one of the men that were just rescued was okay with coming over and talking with us. I see
Sheriff
one
right there too. I know they're working so hard.
there. You can see young kids heading over to the transit, heading over to the transit bus. There has to be, I would say, guys, probably 12 full inside that bus right now of rescue people who were rescued from their homes. Like you heard the sheriff say, we got rescues going on right now in the Crystal River area, along Kings Bay, as well at Homosassa. I lost my AirPod when I was talking to you guys, so I can still hear you, Caitlin. I just gotta put my phone up to my ear a little bit if you have any more questions.
Jen, feel free to interrupt me because I know this is a fluid situation and I know you want to talk to these families, but for people that are just waking up, these rescues are ongoing right now. Obviously a desperate situation overnight for so many people who tried to ride this storm out and then were stuck. And I can hear that loud airboat there too. I know they got a lot of work to do on their hands, but for people that are just waking up seeing this, these water rescues are underway. They've been underway throughout the Tampa Bay area overnight as our emergency responders can get to families. But describe for people who aren't familiar with the area, the neighborhoods here. Where are these airboats going in? Skylar, who you talked to earlier, he and his son, they were on their own boat waiting this out, waiting for the airboat to come get them on their own boat after seeing about 5 feet of water in their house.
This is all, Caitlin, the Crystal River, pretty much all west of 19. So it's all the area near Kings Bay. It's that low-lying area. It's that Zone A. We knew this was going to happen. We knew that this storm surge was projected at record high, and we are seeing those record high numbers right now play out. That's Crystal River where these water rescues are taking place, down in Homosassa, which is about 15, 20 miles south. Many rescues there, and the sheriff says, and I know that if you're getting rescued right now, your power's out. If you're listening on the radio, if you're listening on the app, wherever, if anybody is out there that needs help right now, the sheriff says get to a safe place. It's if it's a roof, get on top of your roof, call 911. They will rescue you. You guys can see that they have the airboats, they have the equipment, they are ready to go. And it's not just Citrus County who's here, Caitlin. It's 3 other agencies have band together to make sure those that need rescuing are going to get rescued. Look at these pets right here. Let me see if we can talk to one of them. Can we ask you guys a question? Want to meet you over on this side? Meet you over here. Let's see. How's it going? How high did it get up, guys?
I woke up to the toilet bubble and I stepped down and it just started coming in the door right now. It was up to our ankles.
We probably had about 3 feet come in within about 5 minutes. Our window sills are about, I'd say 5.5 feet off the ground. It started reaching
covered the truck and the alarm started going off on my truck as well. So
how long have you guys lived here?
We actually just moved up here. This will be our second storm.
Our major second storm. Our first storm wasn't that bad.
Was your first one Debbie or Idalia?
It was,
I believe Idalia.
And how high did it come up for Idalia?
Not high at all. We didn't have to evacuate or anything for the first one.
Yeah, the one that we just had prior to this one. If that was Idalia, that's the one that we made it through.
And how many people rescued with you guys?
It was a family and us two, and then my neighbor and another boat with his dog.
Yeah.
How scary watching that water rise in the middle of the night?
It was really scary for me.
When we woke up, it was very panicky. Weren't sure what to do. First thing we can do is just call 911. We saw how fast it was coming in.
I saw you wiping your eyes. I'm so sorry. Our heart breaks for all of you guys to know what you're going to have to see when that sun comes up.
Yes. Hopefully it goes down.
Go back in and hopefully we didn't lose too much.
It's not going to be livable, so
we tried to move
the floors are coming up already and everything.
As high as we could. We got them on top of the cabinets
us.
for now. We're hoping it doesn't reach the top of the cabinets. We got some electronics up high and stuff too.
Yes.
What did you guys grab?
Clothes, our computers, our phones, our paperwork our important paperwork, and that's about it.
Yeah, everything else is replaceable.
It is. You guys are healthy. You guys are here. I am so sorry. I am so sorry.
Thank you.
Oh, be safe, you guys.
Stay well.
You guys see the tears and you guys see the emotions on their faces, guys, because literally they've lost everything. You guys hear how high that water has come up for them. There's a branch there that we got to be careful, because that's why they say don't walk in the floodwaters, guys, because of the amount of debris. We'll give you guys another look there of how high that water continues to come here, Caitlin and Jameson.
Yeah, Jen, it gives you goosebumps, a feeling for these families that are coming off, because you can only imagine just the panic to watch that. The water pour in 3 feet in 5 minutes. That's a sense of urgency and panic that sets in when you thought that everything was going to be okay, that false sense of security having been okay during Idalia. This is a different storm, a different set of circumstances with this high water coming into people's homes. Now, and I wonder too, Jen, as you're talking to them out there, were they able to communicate with their neighbors? Were they able, obviously they've got on the airboat together, but were they reaching out to their neighbors? Were they hunkered down in one home together? I know from stories in the past that families will literally take a boat over to their neighbor's house and try to all band together or check on each other throughout the storm. But there's that panic feeling and a big sense of community in a situation like this.
I think that is the key word here, is community, Caitlin. We're in Crystal River. It is a small knit community. We saw that yesterday with those homes where people are literally lifting the furniture, lifting their appliances. That was a community that came together to help them. And that's what it sounded like with the two that we just spoke to, their neighbors, connecting with them, contacting them. Should we go? Should we not go? This water gets to too high of a levels, guys. We're talking 3, 4, 5 feet inside, and people are making the right decisions and they are evacuating. They are not waiting it out, because unfortunately the sheriff just said it's another hour of this, another hour until high tide. We're going to see these levels continue to rise, and thankfully that neighbors in the community has band together as this water continues to rise.
Yeah, and Jen, I want to pass along something here from meteorologists Amanda Pappas and Mike Prangley. The good news is just north of you, Cedar Key just dropped from major to moderate flood stage. It was 9.3 feet at the peak. It's now down to 5.26. So things are getting better there as rescue crews are heading back out there in their airboats to do rescues. But things are getting better there. If folks are hearing us or folks are getting anything, that's the one good thing that we can get from that is that the water is starting to go down, even though those folks are talking about 3 feet coming in in just 5 minutes. That was a while ago, and thankfully they were rescued.
Yeah, so at least there's, I don't even know to use the word silver lining, but in a dire situation like this, you obviously want those waters to recede as quickly as possible so that you can get people out and assess the damage and go from there. Jen, you talked earlier to the sheriff live with us, Sheriff Mike Pendergrass, and he was saying we're going to get these people to a safer place. Are they taking these families to shelters? Do you know? Obviously, they want to assess and make sure that they're okay first, but obviously need to get to a safe place.
100%, and I'm watching the bus pull away right now, and I would have to guess, guys, probably 15 people on those buses, adults, children, and pets. They are going to go to a safer place. I know some of them are trying to call people. I heard them making phone calls, talking to anybody. Hey, this is where we're going to be. This is where you can pick us up at. So yes, they're going to go to a safe place. We know that there are 2 general shelters open, a shelter that will take the pets, and then a shelter with special needs. So shelters are available. Shelters are open, and so that's when these rescues are taking place. They are going to get to dry land. They are going to get to safety, and I think that's the biggest key, is these people are safe. We haven't heard of any fatalities yet, thank God for that, and so we're just waiting to hear, as the day goes on, these rescues, and you saw the one woman, crying because they have their health, they have their personal items. It's just what are they leaving behind, which are their homes, and just the devastation that they're going to see once that sun comes up.
All right, Jen, we're going to stay with you here all morning long, and we're going to come back to you as more water rescues come in from down the road there. We're just dipping back in and out because, as we know, the airboat went back out there to do some more rescues. So, Jen, just be on standby for us, and we'll be on standby with you, and just let us know if we need to come back out to you.
Yeah, give you a breather for a moment. Thank you so much,
guys.
Jen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's emotional to watch this. You really feel for these families. This couple that she just talked with saying that they're pretty new to the area too, so this is their second major storm, and you kind of don't know what to expect. But even the people that have lived there for decades really bewildered by all of this water, because this is just something we haven't seen in more than 100 years.
Yeah, and as much as we try to warn people, a lot of times people don't understand storm surge,
right?
Especially when they saw that this was going to be so far off the coast and whatnot. So that's the issue that they're dealing with there. As we go a little further south to Newport Richey, our Angelicia Bruton has been stationed there for us. Angelicia, just talking to officials in Pasco County, we know that in the Gulf Harbors neighborhood, there in unincorporated Pasco County, right near Newport Richey there, they were doing water rescues there overnight and into the early morning hours. Tell us a little bit more about where you're at right now and what you're seeing there in Pasco County.
Yeah, we just drove down from Hernando here to Pasco County, and on the main roads, we didn't see much damage until we started to get into the city here in Newport Richey. Right now, we are on State Road 54, and that's when you start to see the damage in the area. You can see all of these street lights are out. It's not safe for people to be out. We've seen a few almost really close wrecks happen in this area. Street lights are out for several miles in both directions. It's really not safe to be out here. And we even saw that there's more devastation at the businesses. Look at the 7-Eleven here on the corner of State Road 54. The awning is completely peeled off, and if you look, it's starting to hang down. A lot of it is even on the ground, hanging off of some of the pump stations, some of it mangled up here. They're gonna have a huge cleanup as soon as the sun starts to come up in the morning, and crews everywhere are dealing with this issue. As you guys mentioned, there's been water rescues going on all morning. The Pasco County Sheriff's Office says that they've gotten more than 100 calls. And again, if you have to stay on they're advising people to stay off the roads because they've just been zooming in every direction trying to rescue people. Live in Pasco County, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
Angelicia, thank you. We had seen that video earlier of this damage there, so to see her right now live in front of it, obviously tremendous amount of wind moved through that area too.
And as I was just mentioning, not too far from where she is, I know they can't access it. Gulf Harbors, that neighborhood there, they were doing water rescues. The Pasco County Sheriff's Office was there doing some water rescues. Not sure, I know that they've moved on to some other areas as well. We're trying to work on getting you some more information for that. And Angelicia, maybe we can move you over to that location as well. But I did see a lot of cars in the background in the dark there driving around. I can even hear cars
hear it
behind
in the background
you,
too, yeah.
and you're kind of wondering at 4:30 in the morning what they're doing out driving, because it sounds like a lot of traffic.
Right, yeah, there's a lot of traffic going on right here on State Road 54. People are zooming in and out of this intersection. I'm not sure where they're going, but yeah, the street lights are completely out. We've seen several wrecks almost happen. People are not sure when to stop or when to let traffic come through, but it's been a huge issue all morning that we've noticed in just the last 30 minutes. It seems like it's just going to get worse as the sun comes up.
Yeah, got to be really careful out there right now. Angelicia, thank you so much. We appreciate you this morning. We'll check back in with you in just a little bit, but that's what we're seeing across the area is power outages. So that means lights out, flooded roadways, debris down. So it's just not worth it. The ones who are out driving, maybe not watching right now to see exactly. They want to try to go see it for themselves. But we're trying to be your eyes and ears this morning so that you can be in a safe spot. It's just not worth getting out right now on the roadways. We've never seen flooding like this in our area as widespread, as historic as this.
Yes, it is. But speaking of being your eyes, Lee County, we do have some video that we want to show you there in Lee County. This is coming from the Lee County Sheriff's Office. You can see Marine deputies preparing for a rescue there in Lee County. This is down south. Yet again, issues like this all morning long, and thank goodness for our Marine units here with our local sheriff's offices that are
Look
going
at how
helping.
powerful the current is there too. As the water was pushing on, they're walking against that. That is unbelievable there. The surf in the area, what we saw with that surge coming in, the power of the water, which is why you always say run from the water. This is nothing to mess around with. It's just not safe. Look how strong that is. It's like white water rafts.
Yeah, and this is why the heads up was continually given from emergency officials. If you're in Zone A, get out. because now they're doing these water rescues there in Lee County. As we go north up to Hillsboro County, the Hillsboro County Sheriff's Office there also out in full force rescuing some stranded individuals there by flooding. I believe we got some video of that too with this heavy duty ATV that they have there.
Right. Thankfully, you need the height there to get into some of these areas. And again, they're getting calls throughout the night. Lots of people trapped in their homes, some on their roofs waiting for rescue. We heard that from emergency officials earlier this morning. That was really scary to hear.
Yeah, it was in Town and Country that they were dealing with roof rescues in Town and Country. They were also dealing with some rescues in the Ruskin area along the Little Manatee River. They did tell us they had some flooding as well in certain areas of Apollo Beach. So this is the coastal areas and the areas that are flood prone. They're doing some of these water rescues there in Hillsboro County, as well as dealing with multiple power outages all throughout the Bay Area, Hillsboro County included.
And again, they're getting to people as they can. They're prioritizing who's in the most emergency situation, whether that's medical. Some fires they've just have to let burn because the flood waters are too deep. I think you see a child there, getting picked up and brought to safety. So we're so thankful for these rescue crews. It's so sad that they're having to do this, but this is a historic event for our area. Our Jenny Dean has been, speaking of Hillsboro County, monitoring the Tampa Bay area. Now, she was over earlier this morning near Bayshore on Swan Avenue. I know you moved toward Gandy, and it looks like the overpass there, right? Are you on Gandy Boulevard?
Yes, we made it to Gandy Boulevard. We're about a block away from West Shore. So we were able to come. We were on Manhattan, couldn't go, got to about a mile and a half from Gandy, couldn't go any further. Went down to Dale Mabry, came down Dale Mabry. Dale Mabry, looking good, is open, by the way. Made it through Dale Mabry, came down here, and then get stopped by the water about a block away from West Shore. And word of advice, a lot of our officers and first responders are off doing rescues. So they're not here with flashing lights telling you can't go any further. You're just we have seen so many people come flying down Gandy Boulevard. We're about to see another one here, and they think they can just go on through. And then all of a sudden they see the water and they stop. And they realize we aren't getting through. So I'm gonna step out of the way because I'm gonna let my photojournalist Hassan kind of show you. You can see there's a white car down right at the intersection of West Shore. You can see the power's out down there. Okay? You can see the power's out down there, and you can see that white car is submerged in the water. And it's stalled. It's not going anywhere. We have seen some tow trucks coming through. We've seen some higher profile trucks that are able to get through that area. But, people come speeding down Gandy. They think if a street's closed or if there's water on a street, there'll be an officer and flashing lights that won't let me go any further. Well, that's not the case here. If you come down this road, if you come down Gandy and you come speeding down Gandy like you would on any other morning, on a Friday morning, you try to go through that water, you're going to stall. Even if you're in a high-profile vehicle. We did see a truck going through there, just barreling through there. And you just make that water come up higher all around your car. I am hearing on the overpass, the extension above me, I am hearing traffic on that. And I don't know exactly where they're going because we know the Gandy Bridge is closed. So I'm curious as to if that's maybe emergency vehicles getting to the other side. But everything south of Gandy that I can see from my viewpoint and heading west, it appears the power is out. Now, we do have power here right around us directly on Gandy, but once you get further past here, past West Shore, we can't see any lights, and we can't see anything in that West Shore Marina District, that whole new district out there. So we don't really know what the situation is, and we can't go any further to check it out. So we're just kind of driving around trying to get an idea of what the roads in general look like. And so that's why, police and first responders are saying, stay in your home. don't get out and try to look around at things. And if you are in an A evacuation zone and you evacuated like you were supposed to, don't rush to get back, because you're just going to get stopped. And you may not have an officer telling you not to go, and you may wind up getting stuck in this water or stalled out in high water. So just be really smart before you think about getting out trying to look around at things, because officers have a lot to do right now and a lot on their plates, and they've been working around the clock, and the first responders have. So let them do their jobs. You stay home. If you're in your safe place, you got your hurricane kit, you can eat your snacks, drink your water, and let everybody do their work, and try to stay in if you can today till everybody can assess the situation here and assess the damage. You see some SUVs coming through there now, so it gives you an idea of how high the water is in that area. Again, too high for us to drive through. We can't see it, so we won't be driving through that. So
yeah, Jenny, we can
What
tell
were you
you
saying,
behind.
Jameson?
I was going to say right behind you there. You're talking about that West Shore Marina area. There is power out. The power is out back in that direction as well. So folks are gonna have to stay put for a little while until some of that water goes down and deal with some of that power outage. 82,000 TECO customers without power at this point. I will say, Jenny, as folks are starting to kind of go through that water, it looks a little bit better than when we checked in with you maybe about a half an hour ago, or is that maybe just because you're in a better location?
We're in a better location. We're kind of higher up. We were, further north of Gandy on Manhattan, and all the power was out there, and it was just hard to see, and we really couldn't tell. And we're getting to see there's a lot of tow trucks coming out here, and some of them are going through. Some of them are. There's a car about to try to go through there, which is not a good idea.
Yeah.
And we are seeing people starting to kind of get out and walk around and check out. So, just be careful. I wouldn't walk through these floodwaters either. It's dark, we can't see, and you don't know what's in it, what kind of debris has been washed up and washed on shore here. So yeah, we're kind of going to keep checking things out for you and giving you an idea of what we're seeing out on the roadways, so you can stay at home and you can stay safe. Of course, we're going to be keeping ourselves safe as well. Back to you.
Right. So important, Jenny. Thank you so much. Now we want to get right back to Jen Titus. A very active scene in Citrus County this morning with swift water rescues going on. Airboats have been going back and forth. This is off Kings Bay. People who live off of the bay experienced widespread, really fast flooding. We heard from a couple earlier who said that they saw 3 feet in just 5 minutes pour into their home. So a lot of people caught off guard, even though those evacuations orders in place. Some people chose to ride out this storm because storms in the past just didn't dump this much water. Look at this dog here in their pet carrier.
We got two rescues going on simultaneously here. Jen, can we check in with you and tell us what the latest is? We have 2 more rescues here.
So it looks I heard 6 people on one of the boats, and it looks like another couple on the other, and I think I hear another one in the distance coming in, and this is just unfortunately the reality, guys, happening here in the Crystal River area. What is this now? Probably the 6th or 7th rescue we've seen just here in the Kings Bay area of Crystal River, and then we know that rescues are happening down in Homosassa as this water has just risen so drastically and so fast. And this is what the sheriff's office has been so worried about, because we knew that this was going to happen. I know the good news is, if you can say even good news, is I know that the water has really stopped rising. As our meteorologists have told me, it's starting to recede a little bit, but you can still see how high the water has gotten. Guys, people waiting till the last minute, look at it with their dogs and everything. People don't want to leave their homes. It's hard. It's their everything. It's their lives in their homes. And so they're waiting to the very last minute. And I think it's dark out, the water rises, and it gets too scary. It comes up too fast. And thankfully they're making that decision that, hey, we got to get out of here. We need to ask for help. And that's why the sheriff is asking anybody, guys, if you need help, if you need to be rescued, get to a safe spot, get to a roof. They will come and rescue you. You can see these airboats are non-stop right now. Look at this. You guys, your heart just breaks for these people. They got their belongings, they got their personal items, anything that they can grab, you can see it. Their animals, anything, and then look at this, and then they're going right back out. It's not like, hey, we're stopped, we're good, this is the end. It's no, these rescues are continuing to take place.
Yeah, it's just so sad. It's so encouraging to see that these people are okay, but obviously just gut-wrenching to see what they're going through right now, just grabbing anything that they can in grocery bags and leaving.
Yeah, imagine that. Like if you didn't plan ahead for this, and just to put this in perspective, you didn't plan ahead for this, and then all of a sudden, like the folks who we just talked to, the Jen was just talking to, they said 3 feet in 5 minutes came into their home. You've got to figure out in just a matter of minutes what you're putting in a backpack or what you're putting in a grocery bag, and what clothes you're putting on your back and getting out.
And this is a perfect example, guys, that we've been talking about, that these boats are here and they're ready for rescues. Look at this is Sumter County Sheriff. These other departments have come here to Citrus County to help. They knew that this was going to happen. They knew that people were going to try to ride out this storm. And like we always say, hide from the wind, but run from the water, because the water is so powerful. And that's where we see all of the devastation and the destruction caused by the water here, pretty much along the Tampa Bay and up here in Crystal River. And look at this, guys, once again, heading back out. They do the drop-offs, the transit bus. I told you the transit bus left about 15 minutes ago. That just pulled back up, and once again, another family is walking inside that transit bus that has just been rescued. Pets, children. Is this another dog? Yeah, this firefighter here has
another little dog.
Each of them have dogs in their hands right there.
And Jen, I was gonna say, I think that's the sad thing, especially for a pet lover that always just like grabs at your heartstrings. These poor dogs don't know what's going on there, but that's the love of a pet owner. When their pets, some people don't know where to go. Maybe they don't have friends and family that they can bring their animals to. There were shelters, pet-friendly shelters
look at this
open.
big one coming.
Oh, yeah, but people feel like they don't have anywhere to go. Some people feel like they don't, and that's the panic situation. They decide, I'm not going to leave my pets behind and I'm going to ride it out with them. There are places that you can go safely with your dogs, but we're seeing so many pets come up with them on these airboats, and you just feel for these families. I'm so glad that they're okay. That's the most important thing right now this morning, is getting them to safety.
I think you're so right about that, Caitlin. Is I think, I'm a born and raised Floridian. I think we kind of become complacent, or we think it's not going to get so bad. We've never seen it so bad. They've never seen it so bad. We're talking, the sheriff saying they haven't seen this in 103 years. You just hope, okay, yes, these were high numbers projected. We are going to expect the worst, but we're going to hope for the best. And I think people just hoped that it was going to be okay. And nobody could have imagined how high that this water was going to get. And like you heard the people that we spoke to just about 20 minutes or so say, a couple of feet in just a matter of minutes.
And
here's
look
another
at
one coming,
another one,
guys.
and they all have their pets with them too. They all have these sweet babies with them.
Yeah, if you're just waking up with us here at 4:47 a.m. here on 10 Tampa Bay, Jen Titus is stationed up in Citrus County, and all morning long for at least the last hour, it has just been airboat after airboat of rescues from folks who got stranded in their homes in the middle of the night in the dark, water rushing into their homes, and now they're being rescued by airboat.
Yeah.
So this is what you're looking at live right now.
And Sheriff Prendergrass of Citrus County said they were going home to home, trying to get the word out, trying to get people out of these evacuation areas, these low-lying areas. Kings Bay, notorious for its flooding, and we knew that it was going to be bad, but nobody could see how bad until you actually see the water. You feel the water coming into your house. That's when the panic really ensues. And so these families tried to wait it out. Jen, you talked to that couple just a little bit ago who said they'd only experienced Idalia before. They were newer to the area, and Idalia wasn't as bad for them. So a false sense of security for them. They thought they could ride this one out. Obviously, others tried to do the same.
I think so too with Idalia. If you remember, that was the highest that people had seen in quite some time. Oh, here's another family being rescued, guys. You guys okay?
Yep.
Yeah, good.
Thumbs up.
Yeah, they gave us the thumbs up there. Yes, there's the thumbs
dog.
up right there, and they have their dog. They have the dog.
Oh. That's quite the workout
and
this morning.
They're gonna
Holding
go talk
that
to
one.
officials now. Yes. Yes, you can just imagine what they've all been through, guys, this morning as they're just sitting in their homes. You got to imagine nobody slept. Nobody slept. You know, nobody's sleeping during this. Nobody's sleeping, and in a time where this water is continuing to rise because you're watching it, and then you're making that decision. Okay, we need to call 911. We need to be rescued. We need to get somewhere safe. And Caitlin and Jameson, you saw the last lady. We spoke to the emotions that people are going through right now, because they've just lost it all.
Right, and I can only imagine the sense of relief right now to actually be on some solid ground. Obviously, they're still walking through water there, but to actually feel the solid ground, to have the emergency officials there to bring them some relief, to get them to a safe spot, the amount of just relief they feel right now and that we feel for them too. Incredible. You just feel for these families. What a scary night to be trapped in your home with the water pouring in there, not knowing when you can get to rescue, because that's the big part of this story this morning too, is that there have been so many emergency calls. It's just a matter of when they can get to you. They're going to get to you. They're going to work as hard as they possibly can and as fast as they possibly can to rescue families, but it's a matter of the water right now. That's the big part of the story, and actually getting to each family and prioritizing the emergency situations right now. It's tough. It's tough for everybody. It's tough for the responders too, to be having to make those choices.
Yeah, and Jen, I can tell you this is all happening to them, in the middle of the night and in the dark with Lacucci River Electric. I'm looking at their website right now. 42,000 people up in that area where you are right now without power. So as that water came rushing in the middle of the night, as we heard, 3 feet in 5 minutes in one front door. They're doing it in the pitch black. So this makes it even tougher, what they're dealing with right now. So.
And I think what you heard too, the sheriff, you're mentioning about the power going out. Think about the amount of power lines underwater, guys. And that's why when you see the water getting this high up, they're asking you, do not come out here. Do not go yourself on the roads. Do not drive on the roads. Maybe you think, oh, I can make it. I can get in my car. Don't do that. You don't know if there is a live power line on the ground. I've covered way too many storms, guys, too many hurricanes where we've seen what a down power line can do to somebody who's made that decision to walk, drive, or even boat if you're not in a rescue boat going over a power line. These are streets. This is not a lake, guys. This is not a river. This is the main corridor in Crystal River right now, where we are seeing boats and where are we seeing these rescues take place. And so that's why they're asking everybody, stay inside as we see these rescues happen. If you need to be rescued, call 911. Here's another rescue coming. I think we got some more pets on this one. Guys, I think we can say now I've lost count, but I think we've seen dozens now of people being rescued just here in Crystal River, and the sheriff was very optimistic that a lot of people did leave, that a lot of people did heed the warnings, that it seemed like a ghost town, but there are some that, it's so hard to leave the home maybe you've lived in for 30, 40 years and to grasp that, oh, this place could be underwater in just a matter of minutes.
Yeah, and Jen, sometimes a lot of folks don't even feel like they have some place to go, or sometimes they don't even have the financial means of some place to go. So they stick it out. No one ever thinks they're going to be part of history, but these folks who are being rescued are part of weather history. We're understanding that this is a record flood totals that we're seeing and water high levels that came from this storm, and this is the exact impact of all of it.
Yeah, and again, Adalia gave us just an inkling of what this could be, and if it wasn't that bad for them, if maybe their home was a little higher or the flooding was manageable at that point, this is just a different story. It's a different storm and a different aftermath that we're seeing today. Obviously, we're going to learn a lot more as it gets lighter out, as the waters recede more too. The extent of the damage here looks like maybe a gas can there that he was handing off.
Hey, Sheriff, are we getting more calls coming in? Are we getting more calls coming in, Sheriff?
Yeah, we are. We're getting a lot more calls.
I'm seeing just the rescues pick up a little bit, and I was figuring that you...
Waking up. And they're realizing what's going on, and that what they hoped wouldn't happen is happening, and they're dealing with the reality of this. You've seen children, dogs, lots of frail elderly citizens. Right now we're looking for an 86-year-old here in Crystal River that our guys are going out to try and rescue and get her back here because she's ran out of oxygen and she needs that. So we're extremely busy, and it's just going to continue to escalate when it comes to how much busyness we're going to have for many, many hours to come.
And so what are they doing? Are they calling 911? Like, are they able to give you guys locations when you're looking for an 86-year-old?
We're looking for an 86-year-old. They're giving us the exact physical address, and we're going to that address based off of our GPSs. And all these guys that are from our agency, they know this part of the town real well. And our partner agencies have just been a huge blessing for us. And we know we're going to have more folks here later on once the sun comes up.
Are you guys finding once you get to a location that there's even more people needing to be rescued once they hear that boat? They're waving their arms like...
Well, actually, we just got a call. There's 30 people in an area of Crystal River that we're going to muster all of them.
Another boat going, guys, but the sheriff is saying 30 people are waiting to be rescued in an area.
We have 30 people here in Crystal River that are waiting to be rescued. They're all kind of clustered around, and the water's about 3 feet deep in their house, and that's where we're sending the boats off to now to see if we can go get them picked up and bring them back to high ground.
And when you say 30 of them, is that the Kings Bay area? What area are we talking about?
It's this part of Crystal River. It's to the north of this area here in Crystal River, and it's out past the high school going out towards Turkey Oak.
And, we're talking to these people. I'm like, why did you stay? They're like, we've lived here all of our life. We've only had 2 feet for Dahlia. I think it's hard for people to comprehend that it was going to get this high.
Well, the National Weather Service was spot on. We're almost at 10 feet. In fact, we have reports of different areas here in Crystal River of over 10 feet of storm surge. Our gator tail boat that was here a while ago refueling, they actually reported to us that there are 1 foot rapids of water still rushing in parts of Crystal River, and that's 8, 9, 10 feet of water that they're going through. But it's just the water's almost breaking over the bow of our gator tail boat.
How worried are you about what you're going to see when the sun comes up?
I'm extremely worried because we'll find some pockets of folks who didn't leave, but as we talked about earlier, a great many of our citizens did heed our warnings and get to higher ground, get into a safe area, go stay with family and friends, which is precisely what we want them to do, because as you see with these winds right now, all it takes is a 50-mile-an-hour gust, which is still possible today, and it'll flip one of our rescue boats over, and we could face serious injuries for some of our first responders.
Sheriff, thank you so much. Stay safe. Thank you for everything you guys are doing right now. You guys are literally seeing people calling 911 to be rescued from their own homes, to be rescued by airboat and taken to safety, guys. And you heard we're going to see another group. It sounds like 30 people, he was saying, right now are near the high school that are all together, like you said earlier, Caitlin. Are they together? Are they neighbors? It sounds like it. We got a group of 30 people right now asking to be rescued.
And that 86-year-old Jen, I think that's where your heart goes out, and that's what really stops your heart this morning. There are some people really in a dire situation. It's one thing to be trapped in the water, but you are safe and you can wait it out. It's another thing to be out of oxygen and to be an elderly 86-year-old woman alone, seemingly waiting for that rescue. So that's who they really want to get to first. And I know that's what they're having to do this morning. That's the situation they're in, is prioritizing the calls and seeing where can they go next, who needs us the most right now. And it's just a tough situation for the rescue crews, but obviously they're doing incredible work out there. And I was saying that you heard that loud noise of the motor of the airboat. That's like the best noise you can hear right now for people.
And thank goodness, Jen, they were expecting that they were going to have to do these water rescues today. They knew that some folks weren't going to leave. Thank goodness they have those means and the ability to pull in other counties as well to help out who maybe weren't as impacted. Sumter County coming over to help out Citrus County. We know that happens from time to time, but we've never seen it to this extent. We've never had to use it to this extent. And it's going to be happening all morning long, as the sheriff was telling us yesterday and then just telling you now. They know this is going to be a long day of water rescues for them. And as the sun comes up, the damage is going to be extensive.
Now, we want to give you a breather, Jen. We're going to touch back. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. I was just going to say too that the big message about people staying inside. We did see somebody come out of their vehicle with a pet walking through these floodwaters, because that's how high that the water is coming. That you might think, oh, I can get out in your car, and then your car stalls because the water is just way too high. Literally, guys, we were standing in the middle of this road. I think maybe an hour or so ago. I can't even see how deep it is, because that's how high the water is getting. It's so quickly coming up here still.
That gives you some perspective. Carter just zoomed into that car that was in the water there, halfway up to the driver's side door. So that's some pretty deep, still feet of water that you're dealing with there. And so this is going to be a long road. We're waiting for that water to recede this morning. We are going to give you a breather. We're going to touch back with you in just a little bit. I know these rescues are ongoing, and I really hope that they can get to that 86-year-old woman, as well as this 30 people, she was saying, waiting in an area right now.
And Crystal River.
3 feet of water in the house. So lots of people in a dire situation waiting this out. We're going to get back to those rescues in just a little bit. Thanks so much for waking up with us here on 10 Tampa Bay. It is a rough morning for us across the Bay Area as we're getting really our first looks at the extent of the damage of this storm. Yesterday was the waiting game. Well, now we're seeing the impacts of Helene. I'm Caitlin Lockerbie here with Jameson Euler.
Yeah, and as maybe you're waking up this morning and you're looking out your window and everything's fine. Well, good for you. For a lot of folks, it isn't. The flooding is historic. This happened overnight. I want to get to 3 things here at 5 a.m. maybe that you did not know from overnight. We have multiple rescues that we're watching live on TV right now in Citrus County. We've been checking in all morning long with all of our counties to see the damage. One of the things that has been going on consistently is a lot of the flooded out areas are dealing with house fires, both in Pinellas and Hillsboro counties. That's the word that we're getting. We also know that they were dealing with that in Pasco County as well.
Yeah, and the issue with that too, they just had to let some of these homes burn because of the floodwaters. They couldn't get to them, and because of the wind gusts, some of those fires were spreading home to home. We saw some neighboring homes go up in flames and just burn in the Clearwater area earlier. We spoke to the PIO up there, and unfortunately that just was the case. You couldn't get to some of those homes. It wasn't safe to do so, and a lot of this probably electrical related. The good news was at the time we didn't hear of any injuries associated, so hopefully those were empty homes, but we'll learn more throughout the day. Let's get to weather this morning.
Yeah, how did we get here, and what's for the days to come? We go to meteorologist Amanda Pappas. Amanda?
Good morning, guys. This is our home. This is where we live, and I have talked to multiple people that I love and care about, and they have been impacted severely by either severe weather or by this flooding. We knew the storm surge was going to be historic records, and I have all those numbers for you. Right now, taking a live look at now what is Tropical Storm Helene, obviously still bringing a good amount of rainfall. This is severe, this situation. As this system continues to push into Georgia, portions of the Carolinas now are going to be under multiple warnings, including a tropical storm warning. In addition to that, they're going to see catastrophic flooding. We know those wind speeds right now sitting at about 70 miles per hour, moving north at 30 miles per hour. We want to keep that forward speed quick, right? We want this system to move fast, because then as it continues to push over land, it's cut off from that energy source, those warm Gulf waters, and that will help for this system to finally start to go ahead and weaken. And that's what we want to see. You can see the sheer strength of it just by its size. I mean, look at this. We continue to see just all of that rain shield right here over towards Charleston. So as you're waking up this morning, what you need to know, Helene, now a tropical storm pushing into other portions of the southeast. Another thing you need to know is that I've spoken to multiple people. Around 3 o'clock in the morning, I got a call from my friend Bill talking about how his house was underwater. More of my friends as well down in South Tampa seeing all of that flooding. I had friends in St. Pete calling me that they had no power, still without power in some areas, and the record water levels are here. They're in. This is fresh data for you. We see Clearwater peaked at almost right there, 7.5 feet, just under it, 6.5, and we see 7 feet of surge over towards East Bay. Look at this. The record previously only just at 4.5 feet. This was historic. Guys, I can't stress it enough. Port Manatee as well, 6 feet. Previously, that record at 3.5. I mean, this is ridiculous. We're doubling those records in most of these numbers. St. Pete saw record water levels at 6.83, and we see that previous record at 4. And we know Cedar Key, Jennifer Titus, look at this. It peaked at 9.3 feet, so just under 9.5 feet. That previous record back in 2023, of course, with the system that we know, and that was Idalia. So look at this, 6.89. So 7 feet of storm surge previously. This time was 9, almost 9.5. What you need to know as well, high wind reports, 80 miles per hour over towards Cedar Key. And in addition to that, we see that the system's still bringing a lot of rainfall to other areas. We know that there's good amount of banding. There's short acres that dealt with all the flooding, and we saw the rainfall there, and we continue to see too that we have that tornado watch in effect until 6 o'clock. Here are those water levels dropping now to moderate. All of that great news for us over towards Cedar Key, dropping down. And go ahead, Mike Prangley is here with me, helping me out. St. Pete now at a minor flooding stage.
Okay.
So that is great news for us.
Thank you, Amanda. Great to be with you, meteorologist Mike Prangley. And yes, our hearts go out to you. A lot of prayers this morning, and we're thinking of you. We're trying to pass on some brighter news, and I do have some. Okay, we take a look at the latest for the St. Petersburg tides. It will fall, and the water will continue to fall about 1 foot every 2 hours. So Amanda showed you those falling water levels. That will continue despite another high tide coming at 10:34 this morning. So keep that in mind. And then even better news, as we head through the afternoon, I think we'll see much bigger improvements as we've got that low tide at 6:32. So for our wind gusts, yes, the water, the rise, it was a function of all that wind, and it was a gusty wind with some wind gusts near 80 miles per hour overnight. As we go through this morning, not only will we see more sunshine, but we will see some lighter winds out of the west-southwest at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. So as we look at the overall picture here, we're watching the dropping water levels. And as we look at that 7-day forecast, we do have some better news. Weather impact today, all right, high water, debris in the roadways. We're going to stay out of the water. We need to know that. We need to stay patient. We need to stay safe and wait for the all clear. So just keep that in mind. In fact, as we look at that 7-day forecast, here is the improvement coming our way. Not just this afternoon, but notice for our weekend, we're going to see decreasing showers and storms. A lot of cleanup going on, just what we need, but it's going to be hot with highs near 90.
All right, Amanda and Mike, thank you so much for that. Looking forward to maybe some drier days ahead.
Yeah, we're going to need it for the cleanup and the aftermath of this.
Absolutely going to need it. And hopefully today those waters are going to recede for a lot of folks. One area where it is still standing water is St. Peter. Miranda Parnell has been stationed for us throughout Pinellas County throughout this storm. Miranda, as you're out there this morning, where are you and what are you seeing?
Right now, I'm over in St. Pete. This is kind of right on the border of Gulfport, though, near Clam Bayou. Now, we've been over here before. I want you to just kind of take a look at the water back here. It's actually starting to recede. We've been out here for a little bit, actually watching that water rescue that you guys were reporting on, waiting for our turn out here. The water has started to recede a bit. We talked to a man earlier who says he was ready to go on his daily ride on the trail, but yeah, you're not going on the trail, not yet. But the water is starting to recede out here. Folks we've spoken to out here before tell us that they see this all the time. It doesn't even take a hurricane to bring this type of flooding to their area. There are houses all down there and around the corner. They've even had times before where they have manatees right up near their backyard because the flood water gets so high. Now, I want to show you some of the cars that were thrown around a bit during that storm. We're trying to figure out if that's from the wind, if that's from flooding. We spoke to a man earlier who says one of his buddies was out there and he has one of his vehicles that has been moved a bit, not in the place where they left it. They think that it is because of flooding. And so we're trying to figure that out. We're checking on with our meteorologists to see if there were any particularly strong wind gusts or maybe even tornadic activity. So I know that Amanda and Mike are looking into that for us. But again, just a strange scene out here to see those cars push right up to the curb, thrown around in the middle of the street. But again, this is an area that regularly sees flooding. So right now they are just waiting for that water to recede. And we'll continue to monitor conditions out here and around Pinellas County. Just want to drive home the point. You don't want to be out and about in this. You see that the conditions are bad. Our first responders are still trying to work through everything that's going on out here, and they don't need anything else in the mix. So if you can stay home, if you are safe, just please do that. We'll continue to kind of check it out and scope it out safely ourselves. But yes, we don't want to add any other issues to the mix. In Pinellas County, Miranda Parnell, 10 Tampa Bay.
And Miranda, it looks pretty dark near you. I do see a light on in the background there, but I know there's widespread power outages through the area. What have you noticed as you've been driving around? Are there a lot of street lights out?
loads of houses just pitch dark out here. You're not even seeing kind of the little get away from my property lights a lot of times. It's hit or miss on the power grids. Even the house that we were parked by across the street, we could see someone with a flashlight kind of moving around in there. So we're assuming that they don't have power. We do apologize to that person if we woke you up kind of planning out this live shot. But yes, people are still kind of trying to waking up here, and I'm sure we'll be able to assess the damage in the area more as the sun goes up. But we have seen a lot of those electric crews out and about working. Our first responders, our storm crews, these people are out here working so hard to get things back in order. And so we just want to stay out of the way and let them work.
Yeah, absolutely. Signs of hope. The electric crews. Everybody cheers for them.
Yeah, when you see them coming down the street, right? Exactly. All right, Miranda Parnell, we're going to be checking back with you throughout the morning, throughout the day as well, as you make your way around Pinellas County, a little further south. Our Nick Volturo has been there in Sarasota County for us. Nick, everywhere you go, it seems to be flooded.
And breezy still.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay, yeah, it's still breezy. It's still flooded, lots of flooding. And we're over here at Sarasota Bay Park. And just take a look right now. You can see all of this stuff has just washed up, like things like this furniture. And one of the other things is this boat ladder. Now, this boat ladder is wedged into this tree. You might ask yourself, how did a boat ladder get there? Well, just take a look at this right now, because if you take a look now, you can see this huge boat was washed up into the park itself. Now, if it wasn't for the tree that is on the other side of this boat that you're seeing right here, that boat would have continued to go right across this park and into the other end of the bay. It's unbelievable. We cannot believe just how this is just sitting right here in the middle of this park. And that's what we're talking about with that intense storm surge, that historic storm surge, those water levels rising to unprecedented levels above sea level, and just how much wind we had combined with all that water that just had this boat that was out there in the water come crashing right here in the park. And if you look just a little bit past the boat itself right now, you can see, we're not going to go near it, but there is a power line hanging that is also sparking. And that's one of the other big things we've seen, right? We talked about it so many times about how many power outages that we've seen in this area, widespread, so many people out here in the dark, and there's so many potters and planters and debris that is scattered and strewed throughout this park here. It is really unbelievable. We know that there is, of course, the utility companies, they've managed to get a lot of those people. They've got out. The governor is trying to get and assemble those to come out, about 18,000 people from the different utility crews out here trying to help out, trying to get that power restored. But we're seeing, just with this wind, all this flooding and all this damage, it's definitely going to take some time.
Much, Nick. We're going to check back with you throughout the morning. We want to head back up now to Citrus County and Jennifer Titus.
Yeah.
As we've been showing you all morning long, boat rescues have been happening throughout that area. Jen, we have another one coming in now.
Yeah, and right behind that is another one, guys. That's how many rescues are taking place up here in Crystal River. You see these families get off with all of the belongings that they possibly can grab. And look at this. We got a gentleman here with his dog. I can't tell if there's another person on the other side. Yeah, there's 2 adults there coming in, and then right behind them, another rescue. The sheriff telling us that as people begin to wake up, the 911 calls are coming in, with people seeing how high that water has gotten and that they need to be rescued. And you can see here's another one right behind them, another rescue here taking place in Crystal River. You heard the sheriff say, I wonder if this is the one woman they were looking for. They were looking for an 87-year-old woman who's out of oxygen. And is that her? I can't. Let's see.
Might have been.
Was that the one you were looking for, Sheriff? Sheriff. Let me see if he can confirm. He's standing right there. Take it. Sheriff. Oh. There we go. Look at them guys coming off with the dogs and everything they possibly can grab. I'm not sure. I don't see. I know they're still looking for a lady, guys. They said 87-year-old with oxygen. Right. I don't know if
running out of oxygen, right.
yeah, and
Right.
so these. Yes, and here, oh, we got a dog coming our way. You've been through a lot there, buddy, haven't you?
Oh.
Just be nice to me if you come close. So we lost a dog, guys. Is he nice? Is he nice? Yes. Okay, you're not I'm gonna grab you. All right, all right, let's go. You're gonna pee on my microphone here. It's okay. You've been through a
Sweet
lot.
Jen.
Right underneath there. I'm like, as long as he's good, as long as he's gonna be nice to me.
Who wants to do an interview, Jen?
You guys, hold on. Let me go. If I can't get my mic out of him. There we go. Okay. Are you guys doing okay?
Yes, ma'am. We got flooded in our apartment. We didn't think the flood was going to be that bad. I had no idea. I kind of prepared, got my bag, and got my money and stuff. But we woke up about 2 o'clock, and my brother said, "Oh no, the water's coming in the apartment." I said, "Get some towels." Did nothing. We was up to our waist in water.
Oh my gosh! And how scary is that? Just watching it come in the dark.
It actually felt like we was kind of have panic attacks. I was about to break down crying. My brother said, "No, it's not a time to cry. We're gonna get saved. We're gonna get out of here." We also had a cousin that was coming on an airboat, on his personal airboat to get us, but we got out of there as soon as we can. So it was glad to see the police has come by. We did call 911 because we had some neighbors that was stuck, and we had a couple. There's still some people stuck in the apartment right now. I didn't even know she was over there. And I said, "Hey, some people over here that's stuck," but. Huh? Okay, we're gonna get out of here, but thank you.
You guys are all okay. That's all that matters,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
And you
Yes,
guys,
ma'am.
what did you guys grab?
We
I got one of my cats
we got some clothes.
and a
got a
dog.
cat?
Yeah, my cat. This is Tiger.
Oh, that's the tiger.
Yeah.
You guys are safe. That's all that matters. Yeah. I didn't like.
Thank you guys so much, and we didn't know it was gonna flood like that. We had no idea it was flooding like that. We would have been got out, but yeah, it was waist deep. But thank you.
Yeah, you guys be safe now, okay, guys? You have everything. Don't forget the dog. What's his name? What's his name? What's his name? Hutch? Kush. Kush. All right, Kush. You're safe now, bud. Get yourself on dry land there. You guys be so safe.
Oh,
I see this. That
poor
they,
Kush.
people are waking up.
Oh, you just want to hug them. You feel so, so glad that they're okay. And Jen, you're seeing so much of this.
Look at this, guys.
Got another one.
Yes, look at this. We got what? 1, 2, 3, 4 now. This is the most, I think, as these rescues continue. This must be the cousin. They said they're waiting for a friend or someone.
Oh, the kids.
That they're talking to as these rescue. Look at, and then the kids. Oh my gosh, guys.
Yeah, your
Folks, if
heart
you're just
goes out
tuning
for
in,
them.
we've been seeing this all morning long.
Right, this is for families living along Kings Bay in Citrus County right now, trapped in their homes overnight. Some explaining that the water came in so fast, 3 feet in like 5 minutes is what they were saying. So this was homes that were just inundated by the water. They were told to evacuate. Many didn't heed that warning, or they just thought, listen, Idalia, we made it through Idalia and we'll be okay this time. And unfortunately, it's a different storm and a different circumstance. Thankfully, these responders are working around the clock right now to get these families to safety and to get these pets like Kush to safety.
Yeah, right. And lots of pets, lots of kids, lots of elderly folks, lots of families coming in on these airboats nonstop. It's like a train schedule over and over again. It started, probably around 3:30 this morning that we've seen live on the air here on 10 Tampa Bay. That we've been live and seeing water rescue after water rescue here live on 10 Tampa Bay, and they just keep coming down the street.
And you heard the woman say, she felt like she was having a panic attack, woke up in her apartment thinking things would be okay, and then realized water's waist deep there. But then another dire situation, and we don't have confirmed yet whether that was the woman or not. There was an 86-year-old who was running out of oxygen, who obviously that's an emergency situation, so they were working to get her to safety very quickly. Sheriff Prendergrass said the call was out for her. They were looking to find her this morning. So hopefully, I'm not sure if the woman that we saw earlier was indeed that woman, but they are working around the clock right now to get people to higher ground, to dry ground, to a safe spot. And these families will be evaluated, I'm sure, and then they'll be able to be taken to a shelter or a safe place where obviously they are not inundated with water. This is going to continue right now. We keep seeing these airboats go back. We're going to give Jen, we're going to give you another breather
one.
here. Yeah.
Here's another one.
Jen, we're going to give you a break here for
Here's
just a
another
moment.
boat coming on. Coming on through, guys.
And this is a packed one. And again, the sheriff was saying there were 30 people that were waiting.
Oh, this is a full. This is an entire. This is an entire family and young kids.
Yeah, let's stay with this for a moment here. I want to know, this was a whole family here coming off the boat? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Looks like it.
You guys see this. This is the constant that we're seeing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, I was asking the sheriff, we're at the dozens marks, guys. We're not at 12. We're not at 24. We are in dozens of people that we have seen rescued here so far in Crystal River, getting carried off of these boats, these young children being carried off by the crews here, by the firefighters that are literally just on standby waiting for these airboats to come back.
Yeah, in Crystal Springs, or excuse me, in the Crystal River area, the sheriff telling us earlier about 30 folks were there waiting to be rescued as well. So, Jen, we're going to give you a break, just to give you a moment here as some of these air rescue boats are going to head back out there and bring some people back to dry land again.
Yeah, it's incredible to see right now. You're just so thankful for our first responders here that are getting to them so fast, literally carrying them on their shoulders.
And Citrus County getting help from Sumter County to do some of these airboat rescues there as well. These are scenes that are playing out all over the Bay Area, from Sarasota County, actually Lee County, all the way up to Citrus County and into the Big Bend area. So this is not just unique to Citrus County. We know they were doing water rescues in Pasco County, Pinellas County, Hillsboro County, some folks stuck on a roof in Town and Country earlier this morning. So we want to go to that. Let's stay in Hillsboro County. We were talking about, Town and Country there a little bit, because here's a water rescue.
Body cam video
Body cam video of a water rescue, a teenage girl earlier this morning on the water.
Yeah, this is what happens. You drive up, you don't realize how deep it is, and you try to make it through, and then the car stalled out here for her. This was a car left stranded on Racetrack Road near Lafayette Boulevard earlier. This is HCSO body camera of the event. Obviously a terrifying situation for anyone, and you feel for these people. You think as you watch it play out, you're like, turn around, what are you doing? But then you feel we're all human beings, we make mistakes, right? And you think it's not going to happen to you, especially in a storm situation, a desperate situation for a lot of people, either trying to get out of Dodge or trying to get to their homes. And you just think, maybe I can make it through this water. I've done it before, not this time.
Yeah, and so let's point some of this stuff out to you today, because even if you're not supposed to go out today, you're going to see a lot of flooding. They tell you 6 inches of water can stall your car out. Just 6 inches of water is all that it takes if you have a regular sedan type car or whatnot. At 12 inches, then you can actually get pushed away and maybe carried away to the point where you can't even control your car at that point. And that's when it gets really risky for you.
Just getting new information here. Producers are continuing to keep us abreast of what's happening. Access to Clearwater Beach will remain suspended until further notice. The barrier island roads, business and homes were inundated with several feet of water. Even after the water levels recede, there's a lot of debris out on the roadways too. So there's going to be a big cleanup underway. Multiple high water rescues from homes on the beach and mainland. They were conducted late last night into early this morning too. The police and fire department working together in partnership there to make sure that people are brought to safety. But this is going to be quite the undertaking here as the areas dry out. And of course, the debris is left. We have our bridges shut down. And the problem that we've said too is not only is there the cleanup, but there's also the assessment after. They got to make sure that things are safe to cross, that roads are safe to travel on as well.
Yeah, so the bridges, all the main ones closed down. A lot of that debris, the sand especially, that washed over. I mean, if you saw any video of the Howard Franklin last night before they closed it,
it
was
was crashing over you.
The bay was absolutely unbelievable. And roads everywhere are going to be closed today, just like you're looking at here at US 19, alternate 19 and Curlew Road. Everything's shut down in multiple directions where you're going to go today.
A much more quiet photo here. This earlier image, we had emergency responders there at the scene too. So we're going to see these roadblocks for good reason. These are really, actually, we're grateful for these because of situations like we just saw, that body cam video of people thinking that maybe the water's not that deep and can get through, and that's just not the case.
Yeah, so we're coming up at 5:22 this morning. Maybe you're just waking up and joining us here on 10 Tampa Bay. For Jamison Euler, I'm Caitlin Lockerbie. We, as a man,
we need more sleep. Jamison Euler. I'm Caitlin Lockerbie.
Flip that.
Almost.
Almost got it right. You can tell we need some sleep as
So you
well.
gotta find the comic relief when you can in these
Boy,
moments,
oh
right?
boy.
We need
Okay.
Miranda Parnell again too. She always is good for a laugh.
Goodness. Coffee, please. Yeah, folks, if you're waking up this morning and everything's fine with you, you're lucky because a lot of folks are dealing with some extensive historic flooding. Just to let you know, we are awaiting an update from Mayor Jane Castor from Tampa.
That's happening at 6
At 6
o'clock,
o'clock
yeah.
this morning. We're going to bring that to you live as soon as that happens. I'm going to let you talk.
No, you've been doing an incredible job. Our Jenny Dean has been in the Hillsboro area and the Tampa area. She was on Gandy earlier, and you can see widespread power outages for much of the area too. Bayshore Boulevard still heavily flooded this morning. We're waiting for that water to recede in the area. She was on Swan Avenue at one point where you could see Bayshore in the back.
Yeah.
A lot of flooding, and you could see debris down in the roadways there. So in that Hyde Park area, some flooding in homes too. The good news is TGH doing really well this morning. They had the floodgates up there. I'm sorry, our producer's talking to us too.
Yeah, we're going to go to Jenny
up?
Dean.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll go to Jenny Dean. She's live for us in Tampa. Jenny, flooding everywhere you go today as well.
Yeah, you know, we've seen a lot. You can't get down Gandy if you're heading down Gandy trying to get to West Shore. You can't do it. It's all flooded. The whole West Shore Marina District is dark, and it's impossible to even get to that area. If you're trying to go down Manhattan in South Tampa toward Gandy, you can't get there. You can get on Dale Mabry. Hyde Park looks okay, but a lot of places anywhere near Bayshore in South Tampa, there's a lot of flooding through that area. We are now down by the convention center in downtown Tampa. The Sail Pavilion is right here. It's the bar right across from the convention center, a little outdoor bar here. And I'm on the steps because the water from the river here is all the way up to that bottom area. People are typically walking on this area. I'm not going to get down in it, but there's just a little bit of water. But here's what's surprising. It looks like it's going down, but there's debris all the way up these steps. It comes all the way up almost to where my photojournalist Sasan is standing. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely the river walk past this area is definitely flooded. We have not checked out the river walk in other areas. This is the first really chance we've gotten to check out downtown Tampa and see what it looks like. Convention Center looks okay. I know that there was flooding kind of getting up these steps, so we don't know the river walk past here. We have not been out to Harbor Island. It does appear electricity is on all throughout downtown. That is good news. Davis Island, the hospital is lit up, and you can hear, I don't know, I'll be quiet for a second and let you listen to the generator. I don't know if you can hear it. It's a very, very loud, large generator that is running and keeping Tampa General Hospital. All of that vital medical equipment right now is still on because of that generator that I'm hearing, because the rest of Davis Island is still dark. And the water is up to where the hospital is. There's aqua fence there that is around the generator doing its job, keeping that generator dry, keeping the patients there safe and comfortable and getting the help that they need. I know that first responders are having a hard time getting out to the residents on Davis Island that did not evacuate. We talked to, when we first came on at about 2 o'clock this morning, we talked to a Tampa police officer that was blocking off one of the roadways to get to Davis Island. He said they've had to send Marine units out. He said that there was a reported fire out on Davis Island they were trying to get to, people that needed to be rescued out there. So we have not had a chance to confirm any of that. It was just what a police officer was telling me, but we do know, you know, it's not accessible by any of the bridges. Bayshore completely flooded and the bridges to Davis Island flooded. So they are having to take Marine units out there to get to that area. Downtown, though, I got to say, overall, I mean, just from the little bit we've been here, looking pretty good, unless you're trying to get back over to Bayshore or to any of the islands. Like I said, we haven't tried to get over to Harbor Island yet, but it does appear that Harbor Island has electricity. So that is certainly a good sign. The bridge there, we haven't tried to go over it, and we can kind of go over that and try to get an idea of what the flooding looks like over there. But right now, this is the situation in downtown. And one more thing I want to say is be careful.
Yeah.
Don't get out and drive around if you can avoid it, because you can't see the floodwaters, and there aren't officers every time there's floodwater, there's not an officer sitting there stopping you. You could wind up just driving right into it. That's what people were doing on Gandy when they were trying to get to West Shore, obviously. They're just speeding down Gandy and then, whoa, I got to stop. I can't go any further. They don't have enough officers to put at every flooded road, and there are a lot of them.
And Jenny, while we have you, because we're just getting the latest information from Tampa too, right now we're being told that there were 78 evacuation water rescues, downed lines, 46 of them. So I don't know if you've seen those on the roadways too. I know you guys have been very careful this morning, but that's something to keep in mind, that there are several down lines in the area, which would be very dangerous, especially with floodwaters. 12 down trees as well. We had the winds move through the area too. So debris, down trees, down power lines, all going to be an issue today as well. In about 30 minutes, we're expecting an official update from Tampa Mayor Jane Castor, so we'll get a better sense of the Tampa area. But as you've been driving around, I know you've seen some areas out of power, certainly. Have you seen any lines down?
Yeah. We have not, we aren't, because a lot of the areas where the power's out, there are flooded roads, and we're not venturing there. It's dark, we can't see, and we're not taking any chances with our own safety. So we have not seen downlines. We have seen a lot of debris on the roadways, especially in South Tampa, where they have all those big, beautiful oak trees everywhere. Haven't seen any major damage or any trees turned over in those areas, thankfully. Granted, we haven't covered every street, but we've been all around South Tampa quite a bit. But again, a lot of smaller branches, a lot of debris on the roadways, and you just got to be careful. We're driving very slow. We actually had someone pass us because we're driving so slowly as we go to make our way through the streets, because we don't want to come up onto a flooded roadway and have to stop and turn around. So we're just really watching where we're going. But again, we're not going in those places where the power's out, because we care about our own safety as well, and that's why we're advising everyone else. Stay in your homes. Don't get out if you don't have to. If you evacuated, it's not time to go back yet. They need to do their work. The first responders need to make sure they get everybody safe that needs it, and then they need to assess all the roads, all the situation, where there might be power lines there. Get the electric crews out there. So let everyone stay put where you are for a while. Let it become light and let everybody start to assess the situation before you make any moves and try to start getting back home or getting out to even see what it looks like out here.
Yeah, hey Jenny, and we're going to get to Nick Valturo in Sarasota in just a moment. I want to bring up one thing, and this is really important. The city of Tampa, since 4 a.m., 19 traffic signals that are out or malfunctioning. Did you see any of that while you're driving? And the reason I bring that up is because we know that a lot of deaths post-hurricane are a lot of times from people blowing through intersections where there are traffic signal malfunctions. Did you see any of that driving around?
Yeah, there are just traffic signals plain out. I mean, they're just not even working. So, we're mapping everything as we go, because some of the flooded areas are mapped on our maps on our phones. So, it'll say turn at the stoplight, and we're like, oh, the stoplight's not even working. It's completely out. So it's not even flashing. So, we're, like I said, we're taking it very slow while we're out there, because there are a lot of signals out, a lot of stoplights out, and it's just dark in a lot of places because, there's all these sporadic power outages. I will say, though, as I mentioned before, downtown looking pretty good, other than when you ride along the Riverwalk here. And there's a lot of those little boats out here. They seem to, those rental boats out on the water here, everything seems to have fared pretty well, even though the water is as high as I've seen it. And if it came up these steps, which it appeared it did, I mean, that's probably 4 or 5 more feet. So, obviously it's gone down a little bit, but this is definitely a serious situation that we're going to see a lot more when the light comes, how much we're going to have to clean up.
Yeah, and act as Jenny is. She's being very cautious this morning. We appreciate you, Jenny, giving us a lot of great information and doing it safely too. Let's check in with Nick Valturo. He's down in Sarasota. Let's head south and see what it looks like there right now. Nick, actually looks a little bit more calm. Obviously severe flooding in the area too, but each time we've checked in with you this morning, we've had the wind gusts. It looks like it's almost eerily calm right now.
Yeah, Caitlin, that's a really good point. The wind isn't nearly as strong where we are right here at Sarasota Bayfront Park, but what you can still see is the water is still rushing. I mean, we're standing here over by the seawall, and you could just look and see as that water continues to splash and continues to just keep splashing up over the seawall here. So we're still seeing a lot of that surge, a lot of that rising waters. But just take a look here out in the distance. You can see this sailboat was completely washed up, came crashing into the seawall over here. You can see how it's tied down, anchored up, but it is on a complete tilt, almost a 180-degree angle up in the air, all the way up by the palm trees over there, and it's just kind of wedged in to the seawall here. We're still seeing like a lot of that water. I mean, just look at it as it just continues to splash up over the seawall. And if we take a look just across the bay, you can see all these high-rise apartments out here in Sarasota. You see very few lights on. All these people are in the dark. All of these people without power. And you know, we talked about it with TECO and along with Duke Energy. There's so many widespread power outages in this area, along with the entire Bay Area that we're seeing. So many thousands of residents still out in the dark, and this water is continuing to just keep crashing. But we have heard from some of the people here that they are starting to see the water recede, which is obviously really good news, because this was not something that was happening before. And you know, as we're standing here, this is something we've seen everywhere we've been out here in Sarasota County. Just a lot of flooding, a lot of streets washed out, a lot of cars stalled out. So it's really been a problem. The flooding has just been an immense issue out here.
Have you seen any more boats like that? Obviously, the anchor of that boat, no match for Helene, and the gusts and the storm surge that we saw in the area. But are you seeing, I know in Adalia, that really stuck out to me, all the boats kind of smashed together, and maybe it's too dark to really see that yet. But are you seeing other boats, other issues out in the water?
I mean, we haven't seen any boats really issued in the water that are, besides right now, this one that, like you see, is lodged into the seawall over here. But we did show you that boat before, just a few minutes ago, that was washed right over the seawall, went right into the park itself. It was right there in the middle of the park, and the only thing that stopped it was a gigantic tree that was in the way that it crashed into her. It would have went right across the bay onto the other end. So that's really just some of the problems we're seeing. Of course, visibility right now is still an issue. It's extremely dark out here. It's really hard to gauge and get a really good idea of just what this damage looks like. But once we start seeing the aftermath in the daylight, I'm sure we're going to have a much clearer picture of just how much damage there has been.
All right, Nick Voltura reporting live for us in Sarasota this morning. Nick, we're going to check back with you shortly again. Nick, thank you so much for that. Just kind of resetting, maybe you went to bed last night. Hurricane Helene made landfall near Perry, Florida, up there in the Big Bend Panhandle area, right around 11:10 p.m. last night. Is a Category 4 storm, bringing with it a lot of power from the wind, also from all the storm surge as well. 3 people now confirmed dead, 2 in Georgia, 1 here in Tampa during an accident on I-4 last night. Nicole Valdez with CBS News has the latest report on Helene.
The wind howling in Tampa and the roads heavily flooded in Naples and Lee County. Hours before Helene made landfall in the Big Bend area of Florida's Gulf Coast, Governor Ron DeSantis said 1 person was killed when a sign fell on their car on a Tampa highway.
It's very dangerous conditions out there. You need to be right now just hunkering down. Now's not the time to be going out.
These college students from St. Petersburg were among the many who evacuated to escape Helene's wrath. They drove 3.5 hours to Fort Pierce.
It's still stormy, but I can't imagine what it's like closer to the storm, so I feel a lot safer being away from it.
Some who live in Tallahassee made the decision to move to a shelter.
Well, it's kind of scary. I just stay prayed up. I just hope everybody get through it together.
Forecasters warned of extreme winds across the region and a nightmare storm surge of up to 20 feet. Millions are expected to lose electricity. Power lines fell as far east as Port St. Lucie.
It was scary. I'm not gonna lie to you, especially when I walked out and I seen that. And I seen the cables right over me. I was like, yeah, that's not good.
The storm so immense it already toppled trees in Atlanta, and heavy rains opened this sinkhole north of the city. This is what Helene looked like from space as it bared down on the southeast. Nicole Valdez, CBS News, Tampa.
Yeah. Hundreds of miles of wind speed impact there. What a massive storm and what a massive impact to the Bay Area this morning. Of course, the storm surge, the big part of the story right now as we are watching the impacts of that. We've got rescues underway up in Crystal River. We've seen those across the Tampa Bay area, but very active scene where our Jen Titus is stationed right now, where families are literally being pulled off of their Kings Bay area homes, out of them, where the water just inundated the area. We're also expecting an update here in Tampa from Mayor Jane Castor. That's going to be at 6 o'clock this morning, not far away, about 20 minutes out from that. Fire and police will be with her as well.
We can certainly use some good news when it comes to the weather, as the sun's about to come up here in the next hour and a half or so. So folks are going to be heading out there kind of to assess the damage. Let's send it over to meteorologist Amanda Pappas. Amanda?
Good morning. I have some really good news for us. Those water levels finally are dropping, and I'm talking about 3 to 6 foot drops here. So 3 to 6 feet is really going to make a major difference for you this morning. Good morning. We are seeing that our latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center showing us that this system still, even as it's cut off from its energy source, is maintaining that tropical storm strength and bringing tons of rain and wind, and also that flood threat and the severe weather threat to portions now of Georgia, and we could see over towards Carolinas as well. They're seeing the banding of those rain and wind gusts. I mean, seriously, guys, this is an enormous storm. This was record-breaking storm surge with this system as well. We saw multiple tornado warnings. So just recapping it all for you today, the big impact, we knew the most deadly part of any tropical storm, and we warned you yesterday, this was going to be the most impactful part of this storm, was the historic storm surge levels. Look at the peak water levels. For Clearwater, we saw about 6.5 feet of storm surge. That previous record only at 4 feet, another 7 feet for East Bay and Tampa. Port Manatee, I was just updating this graphic. We saw 6 feet there. Old Port Tampa as well at 6.8, so almost 7 feet of storm surge for them, when previously back with Idalia they only saw 4 feet. So we know that Helene was much stronger and a much more impactful storm in terms of storm surge and all impacts realistically. Seeing 7 feet of storm surge was that peak level for St. Pete, and 9 feet, almost 9.5 for Cedar Key, where our Jen Titus is, and there's multiple rescues underway that are going on still at this point. High wind reports from Cedar Key at 84. We saw Albert Whitted at 82 miles per hour. We know over towards St. Pete we had a peak wind gust of about 82, and the storm is still bringing bands of rain and wind. We see it's pushing into northern portions of Georgia and South Carolina right now. Still for us here at home, seeing those outermost bands. Now things are going to get better for today, which is wonderful news. As these bands begin to move away, the system will continue to push to the north and east, and these bands will then slowly lift out of our area. However, because we still have some rain bands there, we want to make sure that you're safe and you're informed about this. There is a tornado watch, meaning that tornadoes are still possible even up until 6 a.m. So just please be careful, folks, with that. And here is the good news. Over towards Cedar Key, we have a 6-foot drop. Look at this, 6 feet from that peak. We saw the peak right around 9.5 feet. Right now they're at a minor flooding stage. So this is great news as those water rescues continue. We see as well for Old Port Tampa that right now they're at a minor flooding stage as well. We can see that water has dropped immensely back down to about 3 feet there, just below moderate flooding. So they got some ways to go. A major great update is over towards St. Pete. Look at this. We can see that they're in that minor flooding stage just above 2.5 feet there. So this is wonderful news. And the big one right here, look at this. We can continue to see that we are back to normal for Clearwater. So that is great news for you this morning. Current winds are also dying down as well. That'll help to bring those water levels down. And we do see that later today, conditions start to return to normal, and we're going to be drying out, and we're back to normal in terms of our weather pattern heading into tomorrow.
All right, thanks, Amanda. That is some good news right now to have the water receding. I know a lot of people waiting for that to be the case, if they're in a safe spot, waiting for that to drop so that they can get out of their home. I know a lot of people trapped in some areas right now. We do have a live pic to give you right now. This is Park Boulevard at Oakhurst road this morning.
And this is a downed traffic light. That's
Yeah, you
there.
can see it.
And this is what we're seeing. We're just getting reports. Just the city of Tampa alone has about 20 of these malfunctioning at this point, along with a lot of downed power lines. So you're going to see this throughout the Bay Area today. That's why, if you could stay inside, it would probably be best if you can do that for as long as you can, because they're going to be doing some cleanup work.
And if you can, we have some flooded roads too, but if you come across a light that's out, just remember, treat it as a 4-way stop.
Sign, yeah.
Very slowly come through because you just don't want to cause any more issues out there. We don't want you to get hurt. We certainly don't want another issue that emergency responders have to deal with right now. There's a lot going on that they are already consumed with.
Boy, absolutely. Let's go back up to Citrus County, where we've been seeing airboat rescue after airboat rescue all morning long. Let's go back live to Jennifer Titus now up there in Citrus County as they're doing some more rescues as we speak. Jen.
Yeah, Jameson, I would say probably, I was just talking to someone, I'm like, what do you think? Dozens of people? And they're like, absolutely. That's how many people we've seen be rescued here now in Crystal River. The boats are out now, and we just have seen more and more get deployed with 6, 7, 8 boats out there at the moment, and you'll see them within the next few minutes make their way in. We got Kush over here. Kush was rescued earlier today. You guys came off of the boat. You said, how many feet of water did you say was inside your building?
Oh my God, I want to say at least 4. It came to our waist, and we sat on furniture, and it was up to the furniture in the living room, so it was bad. All the rooms was flooded. Everything was just floating. I'm like, oh my God, look at my Nikes floating all over the place. So didn't get very much at all. So grabbed what we could and got out of there with the animals.
And what are you guys doing now? Are you going to go back when the sun comes up, when the water goes down, and I guess it just see what's left? It's just heartbreaking for you guys.
Okay, I'm coming.
It's okay?
Yes.
All right, we'll let you. You okay?
Yes, ma'am. I'm good. Thank you.
Good.
Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
All right. As you guys see, people that just leaving their homes after they just notice the water coming through, it gets to a point where they just can't stay any longer. It's dark. The water comes rushing in. We've seen them rescued. We've seen pets rescued. We've seen children rescued. We know that boats right now are out looking for a group of 30 people, Caitlin and Jamison, where they're looking for an 87-year-old woman that is out of oxygen. We heard, and we can walk you guys over here a little bit. There's kind of a gathering place. I think I just saw where you can see a number of people waiting for the transit bus to get back who were rescued. You have a transit bus over here in Crystal River that is taking people to safer place, to one of the shelters, to drier land until they can call somebody if they have anybody they can go to, or they will just shelter in place at one of the emergency shelters that are opened up. They are asking anybody that might find themselves waking up this morning. You guys are out of power. You're listening to us on the radio. You're following us on the app. Anybody that needs to be rescued, the sheriff is asking you, call 911. They have agencies from all over. We've seen Sumter County here with their airboats ready to rescue you. Here we go, guys. We have another airboat coming in right now. Another rescue taking place. You can see it. And another one I think I see right behind that as they continue to make these rescues, as they continue to get these 911 calls to come in. We were told, guys, they are getting a lot more calls right now because people are starting to wake up, and they're waking up to so much water inside of their homes. Here we go. Here is an airboat coming right now, which we have been seeing all morning long. Another rescue, another 911 call. Here we go. It gets a little loud, so I'll move out of the way as you guys see this boat come through. And here we go. The fire crews have been here all morning. Nobody has slept. None of these people have slept, from the emergency crews to the people getting rescued, waiting to see how high that water was going to get. And look at this. Look at this weight, guys. It's kind of crazy because this is the main corridor in Crystal River. This is not where boats are supposed to be. And you can see this wake happening literally in the middle of the main intersection here in Crystal River as these airboats pull up I think that's another one that's coming in behind. Here we go. We're going to watch this rescue take place. They are literally carrying them out of these boats because the water is so high. Kids, pets, adults, elderly people. We've seen it all. We've seen it all happen.
Boats come up.
Here's another one right there, guys. Yeah, there's another one. There's another one there that's coming up, and I think at one point we just saw it. It's kind of surreal, Caitlin, because we're seeing so many of these boats come. It's like this is not normal. It's like I think for the last shot, we had 8 of them, and now we have 2, and you'll see them constantly just come and make these rescues.
Well, you can tell when these families in this water is waist deep. Obviously, a panic situation. They just want to get out and to a safe spot as quickly as possible. And thankfully, these rescue crews are getting them to a safe spot, to an evacuation shelter, maybe with friends and family, but out of their homes, which have been inundated with water this morning. Jen, thanks so much. We're going to give you a breather here. I know you want to talk to some people getting off the boat in the area, and of course, we're keeping our eyes. What?
I was saying, I know we're all waiting to see if they've rescued the one woman who called 911 who's out of oxygen. We actually have a stretcher going out right now from one of the EMTs that are here, guys. So people that need serious help, that's why they've made that call to 911 to be rescued.
Really dire. That 86-year-old woman was without oxygen.
She called 911 saying she was without oxygen and needed to be rescued. So we're still waiting to hear about that, as well as some folks, about 30 folks in Crystal River, who were needing to be rescued as well. So that's why maybe you saw one of those smaller boats, because they have a bunch of the airboats going out. They can carry more people out there as well. We know there's more out there right now, so we know more are going to be coming back in here anytime soon.
Yeah, and we're 10 minutes away from 6 o'clock. We're going to get an update down in Tampa from Mayor Jane Castor there. But if you're just joining us, just waking up, Jen Titus doing an incredible job up in Crystal River, showcasing what's going on there and these water rescues that have been coming. Dozens of people pulled from their homes after flooding along Kings Bay.
Yeah, and as if you're just waking up this morning, that flooding has been catastrophic. Not only there in Citrus County, we're seeing water rescues from Lee County all the way up to Sarasota, to Manatee, to Hillsboro County, to Pasco County as well. That's where our Angelicia Bruton is right now. She's in Newport Richey. Angelicia, the last time we were talking to you, some of those water rescues were happening in the Gulf Harbors neighborhood, from what I understand. What's it looking like there right now?
That's right. Right now, I'm in the middle of the Gulf Harbor community, and people are starting to wake up and assess the damage. I can see there's homeowners right here on the street behind me walking around, checking out the damage. They're also going down the street to see if their neighbors are okay. In this area, the water is not that bad. This house right here, it's not even to their driveway, but you can look at the street behind me. It's pretty much a lake. There's this car going by right here, barely making it through. It's not that safe. If you've got a low car, you should probably just stay in your home and try to avoid these areas. But I was talking to some people that have loved ones in the area. They were at the entrance of this community waiting for the water to recede, and they said that they got a call saying that the water was making it up to their chest, and they started a lot of their neighbors were getting on the roof, checking on other people, going to their neighbor's house that have elevated homes to see if they can wait out the rain, wait out the water levels with them. And that's why water rescue crews have been in and out of this community just trying to rescue people, because even though it's not that deep right here, it's been several feet in many other parts of this community. And Pasco County has already responded to over 100 water rescue calls this morning, and they say that is only going to go up as the morning continues. Live in Pasco County, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
Yeah, and Angelicia, earlier this morning too, we spoke with officials in Pasco County. They were saying high water rescues 23 structure fires in the area as well at that point, and some of those homes they just had to let burn.
Yeah, Angelicia, this was an all hands on deck kind of thing. I noticed even from Twitter, the sheriff was even out there today as part of some of those water rescues in that Gulf Harbors neighborhood. Everybody's busy right now doing some type of water rescue anywhere up and down the coast.
That's right, and there's also other county crews here as well. We saw the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office was here. We also saw Polk County Sheriff's Office was here, just because they know that with these low-lying neighborhoods, they're going to need a lot of help.
They sure will. Angelicia, thank you so much. We're going to check back in with you in a little bit as we have our team of reporters stationed up and down our coast to give you some perspective to the power of Helene and what we're dealing with today in the aftermath of this storm. We're getting new information by the minute here, so thanks for sticking with us. Just in from Treasure Island, officials right now, search and rescue teams are making their way onto the island right now. They're using teams from Broward County and Oklahoma are working with Treasure Island officials right now. Bridges remain closed while law enforcement will open the bridges when the islands are safe to do that. We spoke with Pinellas County earlier this morning. Some areas, they had at one point 300 911 calls in a 15-minute period overnight during this storm. So obviously a lot of people still waiting to get those rescue crews to them to get out of the flooded homes and businesses.
Yeah, and those 911 calls, those 300 911 calls that came in a 15-minute span came from a flood zone A. From evacuation zone A. Yeah. So once again, a lot of folks thought, I'm probably not going to be part of history when they were talking about historical flooding.
Yeah.
It was historical flooding, and our meteorologists will talk about that a little bit later as to what we were dealing with as you're waking up this morning and looking out your window. If you're seeing some of that catastrophic flooding, you're not alone. It is up and down the coast here of the Bay Area. So everybody's just saying, please, just be patient as they're trying to get to you this morning, and just be careful as you're heading out there.
Yeah, I want to let people know too, because the bridges have been closed for quite some time now.
The major bridges,
yes,
yeah, especially.
FDOT has engineers and bridge inspectors en route to the Howard Franklin right now to check on that. Of course, they got to make sure that it's structurally sound and that it's clear before they can even think about reopening that. Courtney Campbell Causeway, Gandy, and Skyway bridges, they're going to inspect them as well, but they are not open this morning, so no reason to get out and about. There's nowhere to go right now. Hard to get around with the flooded waters and the bridges closed.
Yeah, and a lot of traffic lights out at the same time. Side streets are flooded everywhere you seem to go as well, so kind of just keep that in mind when the sun comes up. Maybe if you can stay put for just a little while, let first responders do what they need to do, because they still have more water rescues to do, and they're still going to get more 911 calls. They've been telling us that they know there's going to be more 911 calls for rescues, even in Hillsboro County. We'll show you some video now of a 97-year-old woman that was being rescued in Hillsboro County. Wow. Some video that we got. They're using one of these mega ATVs to kind of go around and help some folks out.
You can see the flooding right through a door there.
Right through the door. And speaking of Hillsboro County, one of the first phone calls we made when Caitlin and I came in this morning was to Hillsboro County, and they were saying that one of the big issues that they were dealing with was flooding in town and country. Some folks were stuck on their roof. They couldn't get to them, and they're telling them essentially stay there until it's passable for us to even get to you.
And I just noticed in that video, I don't know if you guys at home were able to see, and I don't know if we'll see it again, but the woman who was rescued out of that brick home, you could tell they had to wait it out a bit because the water itself on the brick a few feet higher than where it was when they watch this play out again. They're pulling up here. This is a re-rack of the video. You can see how high the water was.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
And how low it is now, even with the flooding. But obviously, these are the situations that they find themselves in, these responders. They have to wait for flood water to recede so it's safe for them to come and get you. So, and they're prioritizing it across the area. But that woman there, just one of many who were trapped inside flooded homes.
Yeah, and Hillsboro County, like we said, going to be dealing with that. We're again waiting for that press conference from Mayor Jane Castor in the city of Tampa, having their own whole host of issues this morning.
Just minutes away. That's supposed to start at 6 o'clock. She's been pretty prompt too.
Yeah, so we'll bring that to you live as soon as that happens. Here, we also have some video we're talking about the bridges and talking about some of the issues with debris that's out there, and potentially this is video from the Memorial Highway area and all the debris that's kind of strewn about, and this is kind of the issue that they're dealing with. Not only does FDOT have to go out and make sure when you're talking about the bridges, dealing with the water, that's the standing water that's there, but also once that standing water goes away, there's going to be a lot of debris, a lot of sand that's going to have to get removed before they can open the bridges back up. But you're probably going to see a lot of this today as you're out and about, if you are out and about.
That's
again, telling you not to go.
With this in mind, as you're looking at this, access to Clearwater Beach is going to remain suspended until further notice. Barrier Island roads, businesses, homes, they were inundated with water overnight. A lot of rescue situations on and off the beach happening there too. Let's take you live to Pinellas now, another part of it. Where are we looking, Tim? If we can, Okay, Curlew Road here.
Alt 19 and Curlew Road. As we see more, just from some of our vantage point here from some of our street cameras, we see that's actually an intersection, flashing lights in the background, but that was also an intersection where we had some downed, traffic signal there at that intersection.
Looks to be restored at the moment. That's what we'll see. These linemen are working around the clock right now to restore power as is safe to do so. And Mike Prangley is walking by right now, meteorologist. Can I just ask too, I know the wind gusts, a big problem. Do you have your mic on, Amanda?
Yeah,
too?
we had wind gusts around the area of 70 to 80 miles per hour.
70 to 80 miles per hour right now, which of course is...
Right now, no, we're down to about 25 to 35 miles.
Right. Okay, well
Last
that's
night,
much
70
better.
to 80, and that's what pushed all that water that we've seen all in our way.
But we still see those wind gusts in the area, so they have to make sure that
they're at about 25 near St. Pete.
So the good news is the wind is no longer pushing water onshore.
Right. Wind is no longer pushing water onshore. So, and we're starting to see that water recede. Hopefully you're seeing that where you are right now, because if you're waking up this morning, hopefully it has not come into your home the way that we're seeing repeatedly everywhere. Evacuation zone A seems to be the worst of it.
Yeah, which is what we expected, which is why they had evacuations in place.
All right, it sounds like we have Tampa Mayor Jane Castor about to start to get into place there for her press conference.
Yeah, we're coming up on 6 o'clock this morning, so thank you. If you are just waking up with us right now, we're in our backup studio because of the evacuations. We had some flooding, hopefully not in our studio, but around the parking lot area, some historic flooding out there. Just all the more reason why we evacuated to this backup studio here and are bringing you round-the-clock information. We are your eyes and ears trying to be this morning. We've got our reporters, our crews stationed up and down the Florida coast right now to give you some perspective of the flooding here. Mayor Jane Castor in Tampa now with an update. Okay, she hasn't started just yet. You also have the police chief and fire with her as well. So we're going to get, I know they've had a lot of calls throughout the night.
And Fire Chief Barbara Tripp there. Yeah, they're kind of getting listen, there's a lot of statistics that are going on here between the power outages, the water rescues, all the things that they're going to be going over as Mayor Jane Castor's trying to go over some of those notes so she can address the media. Jenny Dean has been showing us a great job all morning long of some of the issues that they've been dealing with in Tampa, from the flooding to the power outages, structure fires, water rescues. It's been absolutely nonstop as Mayor Jane Castor getting set there to address the media and address the residents of Tampa. Let's go ahead and listen in.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Mayor Jane Castor here with the Fire Chief, Emergency Manager, Chief Barbara Tripp, and the Police Chief, Lee Burkall. Tampa Fire Rescue and the Tampa Police Department have had an incredibly busy night. They have been doing water rescues from a number of areas throughout our city, South Tampa, Davis Islands, and Palmetto Beach, in addition to a number of other activities, medical calls, power lines down, lights out. They have been very, very busy. As we will find when the sun comes up, there have been a number of people who did not heed the warning that they were given to evacuate those low-lying areas. And so, again, Tampa Fire Rescue and Tampa Police Department are currently doing water rescues. They've done a number in the South Tampa area and mainly focused on Davis Islands right now. They've received close to 150 calls from individuals whose homes are flooded, and they feel that they need assistance from us. There have been 87 rescues so far. Now, these numbers are preliminary, and the rescues are not just rescues from boats going to take people away from their flooded homes. Those 87 rescues will include things like flooded cars in the middle of roads and high rescue or high vehicle rescues in different areas. The last count was 47 individuals and 8 dogs have been rescued by a boat. So they've been at that mostly since about 2 a.m. There has been some receding of the water. So some of the individuals that wanted out before have called back to say that they'll just wait it out now. The water has gone down a couple of feet, It looks like with the Davis Island tide station that they're still haven't peaked out at high tide, and then we'll begin a long, day-long receding of the tide. Right now, the count is 74,000 locations without electricity. I know that TECO is up and working again. They have really done an incredible job at restoring electric service throughout our city. So those who don't have electricity right now, I know that Chief Tripp is going to talk about generators and the use of candles and those types of things, how people can stay safe if their electricity has gone out. So TECO's working at it. The men and women in uniform have been out here all night long, keeping our community safe. And I tell you, I could not be prouder of the job that they have been doing. In many instances, putting themselves in danger's path in order to help individuals, once again, that didn't listen to the evacuation orders in the first place. As soon as the sun comes up, we have all of our damage assessment teams that are ready to go. They are deployed geographically, so they're going to be able to fly drones over and assess damage on private property, and then also see what damage has been done throughout our downtown area. I was just driving down there, and there's a great deal of damage from the flooding. Barricades moved, construction trailers moved, and those were just the things that I saw in a very short drive. So when people wake up this morning, please pay attention. Turn on the television. If you have electricity, pay attention to your local news. We are going to assess the ability to open things back up. Still can't get on or off of Davis Islands. Bridges, to my knowledge, are still closed. So we're going to let you know when it's safe for those things to open up. Don't go outside to explore, because there are, I believe it is 78 down power lines that we've had reported, and there are probably more than that. So don't go outside walking around, especially in standing water. Please do not drive through standing water. I saw a number of vehicles that were submerged on my drive-through downtown as well. In addition to that, we asked everybody that had a vehicle, an EV with a lithium battery, to make sure those got up. There's a few of those that didn't get up, and now they're burn up. And so with the lithium batteries, a little late for that warning, but we may see more flooding this evening too. So pay attention to those things. When we give these warnings, we really ask everyone to heed them, because they're for your own safety, and they're for the safety of our entire community. Now I'll bring up Chief Barbara Tripp.
Thank you, Mayor. As Mayor has stated, the men and women of Tampa Fire Rescue, Tampa Police Department, and all first responders throughout the city of Tampa have been efficiently working hard overnight. We want to thank all of the first responders in the state of Florida, as well as tackling this storm. We want to remain focused on our safety and well-being of every member in this community. We have responded to over 200 medical and fire-related calls, anywhere from power lines down to burning vehicles, burning homes, and as well as any traffic accident, as well as serious medical calls. We currently are assisting Tampa Police Department with rescuing personnel. We have 4 John boats that's out there as well, continue to do rescue from off of Davis Island as well as South Tampa. We have actually transported multiple people, as the mayor stated, over to shelters for security and safety. We currently reached out to the state for additional resources. We have 4 swift water rescue teams that is staging to assist us. 1 is coming from Orlando, 2 is coming from Virginia, and 1 is coming from Ohio. As Mayor stated, it's not over. We have our high tides that is suspected to be in at 11:01 a.m., and the low tide will not be until 7:13 p.m. today. We want everyone to be cautious. As Mayor says, we still have power outage. please do not leave candles unattended. We prefer you do not use the candles, but make sure you're attentive to the candles. And as she stated with generators, you have to make sure the generators are operated in a well-ventilated area. Do not operate them in your garage. Do not operate them in your home. Make sure it's a well-ventilated area. With that being said, we have reached out, and thanks to the Hillsboro County School Board, who's also assisted with us with transporting personnel that have been rescued to shelters. Now I turn it over to Chief Burkhall.
It's an understatement to say that our officers and our first responders were busy. They were extremely busy. And several years ago, they were in Northport doing this exact same thing. Unbeknownst to them, years later, they would be doing that in their own hometown. They are prepared, they're trained, they're doing an excellent job. We're out there with 6 boats. We have 3 high water vehicles, and they are working diligently to help our community. Many of our officers, firefighters, paramedics, they continue to show the true hearts of a public servants as they put their own concerns and their own families and their own homes aside to do their public service. Once again, the partnerships that we have with the county, with our other local departments and the state is truly amazing. I was on Kennedy Boulevard earlier, and I saw some resources from Nashville, Tennessee going to Pinellas. So the state of Florida has plenty of resources out here. But I want to urge everybody to stay off the roads. And if you see water, please turn around. Don't drown. High tide is not here yet, so we need everybody to be vigilant. And we also need you to report any suspicious activity or if anybody's in need. If you see something, say something so all of our first responders can do something. Thank you.
All right, one more. Oh, okay. One more. We had one of our wastewater pumps fail, but it was in an area where it was submerged. And so Tampa Police Department took our wastewater team in by one of the high water vehicles, and they're working on fixing that right now. But the water on Davis Island, our high rescue vehicles can't even get on Davis Island. So that's, that flooding was what we had warned everyone about. So the only way we're getting people off of the island right now is by boat. Come on up, Rose.
Buenos días, soy Sargento Rose Angelakopoulos con el Departamento de Policía de Tampa. Primeramente le queremos dar la gracia a todos los oficiales de primeros auxilios, a los bomberos y a todo el mundo.
So you're listening to the city of Tampa there, just giving us a 6 a.m. update as Hurricane Helene has passed. And again, like every other county or city right now, dealing with some type of flooding this morning.
Yeah, right now we're a little over an hour away from sunrise. It's going to happen about a little after 7:20 this morning. And I thought a big note out of that too, they have those drones ready to go out and assess the area. They obviously have a good sense of the needs right now just in the calls that they're getting. 150 calls from flooded homes for help is what Mayor Jane Castor just said too. 87 rescues so far, including people's pets as well. Obviously power outage, a big thing as well.
Yeah, the big areas of concern that have flooded the most that Mayor Jane Castor was talking about was Bayshore, Davis Island, as well as the Palmetto Beach area. Even saying Davis Island, they can only get to it by boat at this point. The bridge onto Davis Island is closed. Even their high water rescue vehicles, they're having a hard time getting over there. So again, water rescues happening in the city of Tampa as well.
Yeah, and the fire chief there, Barbara Tripp, talked about using your generator safely with a lot of people without power. TGH is certainly using its. I know they had the aqua fences put up, which seem to be working well, keeping their patients safe, which is definitely a concern there. The hospital, major one for patients, many of whom are in major medical emergency situations. They're protecting themselves from the water that surrounds it with those aqua fences. Those are working. The generator is on. Earlier this morning, our Jenny Dean was live, not far from it. She said she could hear it working in the distance.
Absolutely.
There.
And we and we certainly need the help all the help we can get. Orlando is coming in to help. We have some help from other states as well. Fire Chief Barbara Tripp saying they had 200 medical and fire calls alone overnight since the storm has began. 87 water rescues, down power lines. The numbers here that I have in front of me, they're just kind of off the charts, and it's kind of going to get worse as the day goes on, as they get out there to get the drones, assess everything that's happening as well. I want to get some important information that we're just getting in from Manatee County as well.
Okay.
It was coming in from Manatee County in that Bradenton area. They just gave us an extremely urgent release here saying that residents in Manatee County need to begin immediate efforts to limit their water consumption. We're trying to get you some information as to exactly why that is. Are they having issues with filtration, water quality, or anything along those lines? We're going to get you that information. But again, in Manatee County, this alert just coming to us, city or county leaders in Manatee County urging residents to immediately begin efforts to limit their water consumption. We'll get you some more information on that as soon as we know more.
Yeah, it's why it's so important. It's why we do so many stories throughout storm season to let you know you got to have that hurricane kit on hand, especially here in Florida throughout the storm season as well. You want a gallon a day per person. Hopefully you have water on hand. If not, I know shelters I'm sure have some resources right now. That's another reason to check on your neighbors, check on your friends, because water is going to be an issue in the coming days for St. Pete too, and for parts of for Tampa too, as Mayor Jane Castor was saying there as well. So we'll learn more about that this morning. We also have our Nick Valtura is who we're going to. Yes, he's down in Sarasota this morning. And Nick, again, we're talking about the sunrise coming in about an hour or so. Right now, very dark, but you've been throughout the area seeing the flooding and the boats. This is what these storms do. You know, we've got a lot of people who love to boat, who love to get out on our beautiful water, but it is also powerful. It can be deadly and dangerous. And you saw those massive sailboats just tossed like toys into trees.
Yeah, you know, there is a price to living in paradise, right, Caitlin? And we saw those sailboats that were crashed into trees, wedged into the seawall. Unbelievable. One that even washed out into the park itself was just stopped by a tree. There's so much damage all over, no matter where you look. And we're out here in one of the lots right now. You can just see that a lot of these branches from these trees all snapped like twigs. Like, let's just take a walk down this lot right now, and you can just see there is debris just scattered all across the lot. I mean, parts of these palm trees all snapped off. This mulch is all washed off onto the parking lot. It looks like a hill right now. It's like a hill of mulch that you have to climb up, and there's just so much debris. You could see candles, you could see garbage, all scattered and littered throughout the lot. So we're seeing so much of that, just stuff that's been washed up, washed away. There's even potters and planters that were probably sitting right there out on the grass that just came flying right through here in the parking lot. And of course, one of the other things that we've been talking about that you even alluded to before is the power outages. Just take a look across the road here. You can see all the lights are out in these high-rise apartments right here in Sarasota. So of course, as we mentioned, there's thousands of people that are out here right now that are in the dark, and we know there's a lot of resources that are being called out from all over, from other states, to kind of help, you know, bring this power, get this power back on. But of course, like you mentioned before, we really can't get an idea or an assessment of just how much damage there is until we get that sunlight. And then we can really get a look at the aftermath of all this devastation. But there was so much widespread flooding, so much debris that's scattered across the roads out here in Sarasota County.
2 hours now, Nick, too. Are you noticing the water recede a bit in the area? That's part of the story today, too, is that we're going to wait for those waters, not only for the sun to come up, but for the waters to recede to see the extent of the damage there, too, and to help people be able to get out of their homes who are trapped.
Yeah, that's where we were standing by the seawall before. You know, it was a matter of like 15 minutes while that water was crashing crashing over the seawall, then you started just to see it recede just a little bit. So the water is receding, but we do know right now that we're not even at high tide. So, that's going to be a problem as we get to that 9, 10, 11 o'clock hour where that water can start coming back up. But right now that water is starting to recede, which is obviously good news for any of those people that are underwater. But, one of the things that I did notice, I've been monitoring a lot of those Facebook groups all day. There's been so many people that we've seen that are stranded in their home that didn't leave. And, they really did try to make all those efforts to get those Ubers, get those free buses to the shelter. And, when I talked to people, they just said they wish that more people heeded those warnings. A lot of people have lived in this area for years and years and years and have never experienced anything like this. So this is truly an unprecedented situation. Like you mentioned before, I haven't seen this type of flooding in more than 100 years. So lots of damage. Of course, we're going to give you a better look once the sun comes up.
All right, thanks so much, Nick. We'll check back in with you in a little bit. Of course, when the sun comes up this morning, we'll have a much better perspective of the extent of the damage. But the calls coming in, the desperation overnight is really already telling much of this story here. We have our crews stationed across Nick down in Sarasota. We have Jen Titus up in Crystal River this morning, too, where we've seen airboat after airboat rescue. That area inundated with flooding. Kings Bay, as we anticipated that it would be.
Yep, and we just heard from Tampa Mayor Jane Castor and the city as well, talking about how they were doing boat rescues in the city of Tampa overnight as well. A couple of the problem spots that have flooded for them and some of the rescues they were doing. Our Jenny Dean has been in Tampa for us all morning long, kind of charting out some of this flooding. Jenny, I'm not sure if you got a chance to hear Mayor Castor there in that press conference talking about 87 water rescues overnight. Kind of surprising a little bit. But I was surprised the number was that high, but you saw a lot of this flooding, so maybe not so surprising from your vantage point from what you've seen as you've been driving around.
Yeah, we've been all around South Tampa. We tried to get south of Gandy. You can't get there. That new West Shore Marina District, as you would be taking the Gandy across into St. Pete. You can see the new high rises they're building in the brand new area. Lots of new apartments, Salt Shack by the bay out there, Hula Bay. A lot of that completely without power, and you can't get to it. You can't even get to West Shore from Gandy because the street is flooded. Gandy completely flooded in that area. And then south of Gandy there, because there's so much water in that area and a marina and all of that, also flooded. So I know they've been having issues with that area. But, I'm here. I just want to say, too, we've been here at the convention center. We know the water came up pretty good along the Riverwalk down across by the Sail, which is the outdoor bar right across the street. It has receded some, so the river is going down just a little bit. We did go down by Sparkman Wharf, all good there, but I want to step out of the way because I want to talk about TGH for just a minute because that is just right across the bay from us here. And TGH looking good. You can see they have power. You can hear the roar of the generator, the huge generator that is keeping that facility with all the power it needs for all its life-saving medical equipment and all of the patients there. But it does sit on Davis Island. And it is across a bridge which no one can get across right now, not even, according to the mayor, the police high water rescue vehicles. And you can kind of see way in the distance there, because Bay Shore's right there. There's some flashing lights there, and that is where the entrance is to be able to get onto Davis Island and go over to the hospital there and then go over out onto the island. And if you've ever been out on Davis Island, there's a lot of beautiful, really nice homes out there, but a lot of them sit on these little inlets so that they can have boats and they can have, be right on the water, a lot of these homes. So when you have that, you have a way for water to get up and onto there. And, the mayor's saying the only way that they're able to get to people out on Davis Island right now is by boat. That's the only way they're going to get to you. And that is why when they call a mandatory evacuation for Zone A, which Davis Island is in a Zone A, is they need you to leave for your own safety, for your family's safety. And, say your home didn't flood, but suddenly you were having some sort of issue, some sort of emergency or medical, they can't come and send an ambulance to you. You're kind of on your own. So this is why they've told everybody to take it seriously. Obviously, we aren't able to get out there once in the light of day. I know the mayor has said this too. We're going to really start to see just how extensive this damage is. I mean, my photographer Susan and I are out, and we're only able to get a small glimpse because we're moving slow. We don't want to be speeding around because we don't know when we're going to run into any standing water on the roadways. We're watching for down power lines. We're watching for down debris. So we can't get very far very quickly. And that's why the mayor's also saying don't get out and about, because, you know, people start thinking, oh, this is going to be a fine area, I can drive quickly. And that's what we were seeing on Gandy Boulevard. People just flying down Gandy Boulevard in small cars thinking, oh, good, look, I can get, and then all of a sudden there's just water. So so you don't want to risk your car. You don't want to risk driving in any water. You don't want to risk making a bad situation worse. And I think that's kind of what the mayor's really urging people to do, is just stay home, let them do their work. Most city, county offices are closed. You know, there's really not a lot of traffic out on the roadways, thankfully. Just hoping as it gets light, people continue to stay home and let these rescue workers do their evaluation, do their work, and make sure everything is good before you start getting out to check things out. But I can tell you things looking pretty good in downtown Tampa, and they do still have power all throughout downtown Tampa as well.
Yeah, and that is a huge saving grace for a lot of people waking up, obviously, with the AC on this morning, the lights, that always certainly helps. And Jenny, not to instill fear, but as you're out there on the roadways this morning, I know the warning really is, we did just hear, as Jameson said, 200 medical and fire calls is what the fire chief says that they've been dealing with. And so you don't want to get out there and be just another one, because at this point too, they really are inundated with not only the calls for emergencies, but water rescues too. And so you don't want to find yourself in a bad situation and just be left waiting right now, because obviously they're on a priority stance, right?
Yep.
Is your emergency more of an emergency than somebody else's?
Yeah, we are seeing, we've seen several fire trucks out and about. I mean, they're not, you know, speeding anywhere with lights on. They are, you know, obviously just trying to get to situations as they can. I think, you know, most situations are emergencies right now if people are calling in. I mean, there are people waiting. So we have seen a few emergency vehicles, seen a lot of tow trucks out. So tow trucks are getting in place and getting ready to help people get their cars out of high water that maybe got into a situation that they, you know, didn't want to be in, and they couldn't get out, couldn't get their car out. There are also, we've seen a couple of electric trucks. We haven't seen the big brigades or any big, you know, streams of electric trucks coming in. I think they just need to assess the situation first and let this water go down before they can really get the trucks out there to restore electricity to places like the West Shore District. And, you know, Davis Island is dark. The only reason the hospital's lit up is because they have that huge generator and that aqua fence protecting it. Everything else on Davis Island is dark right now, unless some people have personal generators.
All right, Jenny Dean reporting live for us throughout the morning from Tampa. Jenny, thank you so much. We're going to check back with you shortly. Staying in Tampa now, talking about Tampa International Airport. All of our area airports are closed right now and have been for more than 24 hours. We are hoping, we're getting word that they're going to have an update sometime later on today. As you're taking a live look at Tampa International Airport, they're going to get us an update later on today about when they are going to reopen. But first, they have to go out there. They are in a flood zone as well. They have to go do their damage assessments before they can give the all clear as well.
Right, which are underway right now, which is the good news, because once they get that done, if there is no damage, you know, hopefully if you're awaiting a flight at some point today, maybe that will be an option. They're obviously looking at the bridges too in our area that are closed. They have to do damage assessment there as well. So that's definitely what's happening this morning. The assessment getting underway. Of course, sunlight will help with that too, but they're going to need to make sure that everything's structurally sound.
I was going to say, and if they do open the airport back up, getting back and forth, if you're in Pinellas County and you're catching a flight, the bridges are all closed. So
you're not going anywhere.
You're not going anywhere. So we're going to keep you, you know, informed, prepared, and connected throughout the morning as to the latest one when it comes to whether it's the airport, the bridges, any type of travel or whatnot. But let's go to some video from St. Pete as we're getting this into our newsroom from this morning.
Oh my goodness, this is outside the Trop there. Look at the Raise sign.
Outside the Trop. The Raise sign toppled over in some of those winds, and that wasn't
First Street South there, right by, and then
Yep.
trees down in the area too. And really, you know, obviously we had some very severe gusts of wind out there, 70 miles an hour, if not more, at some point. So obviously very, very easy to topple trees, especially when you have such a saturated ground. We've had so much rain leading up to this storm
Absolutely.
already, and then you mix with it storm surge and a whole lot of rain as well. With the wind, you see the power of the storm there. Let's go to Polk County now. We're getting some more details there as well.
One of the great things, you know, talking about, you know, just recently we were just talking, the city of Tampa was talking about how we're getting help from the outside, from Orlando and whatnot. This is pictures of Polk County getting ready to deploy to Perry up in Taylor County. They're going to leave in just about 30 minutes. Perry is where Helene made landfall at 11:10 p.m. last night. Polk County really spared from a lot of the impacts from this. They're going to be sending their mobile response team up there, and again, they're going to be leaving at the top of the hour.
Yeah, we see these partnerships in place. Also going to send you to Augusta, Georgia now. Let's take a look at what's going on there. At 2 o'clock this morning, when Jameson and I came on air, the storm was pummeling Valdosta, the area. This is Augusta, Georgia, northern area of the state there. You see the power of Helene after it's made its way through Florida, causing quite some issues for the state of Georgia. At this point, we can confirm there are 2 deaths in Georgia. We don't have the latest details on that, but we know one person died here in Tampa when a sign fell. That was right near Ybor.
On I-4, a driver
Yeah.
died on I-4 as a sign fell there on I-4 in the overnight hours as well. So we've got 3 deaths now tied to Helene. Again, as the sun comes up this morning at 7:21, we're going to get some more assessments, some more water rescues definitely going to be happening today as well. As we want to take you to some more video from Hillsboro County, some trees that were down and toppled in this storm as well. You're going to be waking up today. If you're not seeing flooding, you're potentially going to be seeing a lot of this. Trees down as well. Again, as Caitlin mentioned, the ground so saturated this summer. We were over our rainfall totals, as I'm kind of like eyeing Mike Prangley here. Yep, giving me a little head nod.
Yeah.
We were inundated. This was near 50th Street and Adamo Drive. That area is flooded, by the way. That area near 50th Street, near Adamo Drive, if you know that area right near the crosstown, that area is flooded right now too. And that is the story this morning, folks, as you're waking up, as we reset here at the bottom of the hour at 6:30. Want to welcome you in and joining us here on 10 Tampa Bay. I'm Jamison Euler with Caitlin Lockerbie. As we've been covering Helene since yesterday into the overnight hours, you're waking up this morning, massive, catastrophic, historic flooding happening all along our coastal communities.
Yeah, we knew this storm surge would be the largest part of the story, and unfortunately it is, and unfortunately it caught some people off guard who were hoping to ride it out in their homes, but instead got stuck because the storm surge is just too powerful. Some people saying that it came pouring into their home, like feet of it, in just 5 minutes,
In a matter of minutes,
last night. So we're going to be staying on top of the aftermath here. Swiftwater rescues in place up and down our coast. We want to start you off with 3 things to know as we come up to 6:30 this morning. We are awaiting the sunrise around 7:20 this morning, which will give us a much better sense. But right now, multiple rescues in Citrus County. We've been watching them live on air here on 10 Tampa Bay. Our Jen Titus is up there. We had the sheriff talking to him earlier. I know they were looking for an 86-year-old woman who was running out of oxygen at the time. Some issues really dire in the area. Some others just tried to wait it out, and some woke up to water in their homes. So that is an ongoing fluid situation in Citrus County. The good news is that those airboats are working. The crews are working together to get people to safe and dry ground.
Yeah, and as you can see some of the top headlines there from overnight as you're waking up this morning. I want to go to our Miranda Parnell. She's been in Pinellas County and in St. Pete for us this morning, where she's been going from area to area, just seeing flooding no matter where you seem to go, Miranda.
That's right. I'm finally on dry land right now, Jamison. We've been riding around, like you said, and a lot of that riding around has been in the darkness, not just because of the hour, but because we're not seeing any lights from homes because a lot of people lost power. Now we're out here with Ann McGovern from Duke Energy. She tells me crews are working around the clock, and they have been. Today's not even the first day. They started yesterday. Tell me about what you all have been seeing.
Sure. So as of this morning, we've got about 230,000 customers without power just in Pinellas County. And as you mentioned, our crews have been out since yesterday restoring power. So more than 50,000 customers have already been restored sort of prior to the storm as we were seeing those initial impacts. So crews have been out working. And today I think you'll see a lot more folks on the road, a lot more Duke Energy trucks out there really working to get customers' powers back on.
And we have already seen yesterday, like you said, and also this morning, a lot of those trucks moving around, trying to get that power restored for folks. Now, I know we talked about some of the hazards and hurdles that you all face. Tell me about what those issues are and what you're facing when the crews are out in those bucket trucks.
Sure. So the first thing we always keep in mind is safety. So our crews will start traveling when winds die down below 40 miles an hour for safety reasons. And so once they're able to get out there and start assessing damage, really a lot of things we see after storms are flooding. So water obviously is not compatible with electricity. We, we're also mindful of down trees and other hazards that might need to be cleared before we can restore power to homes and businesses.
And I understand that you all are not just using kind of the local crews who are typically holding things down for us here in Pinellas County. You have outsourced other people to come help because you already knew that this was going to be a storm that would be kind of knocking out power for folks.
Absolutely. So that was part of our preparation process. We've got more than 8,000, damage assessors, line crews, other support personnel staged throughout the state of Florida, through all of our service territories. Of course, there are a lot of folks here in the Pinellas, Pasco County areas because we have a lot of customers here. But we've definitely got folks from Duke Energy. We actually had some of our crews from the Midwest come down to support us, contract crews. So it's really all hands on deck. We definitely have the resources we need to restore power quickly.
Truly is all hands on deck. We see some of the crews that are starting their shift. Like she said, they're working around the clock. We saw some of them have their luggage. They're seeming like they're just getting here and ready to get to work. So we want to stay out of their way. We want to clear the roadway so that they can get to work, bring that power back. And Ann told us earlier also, it helps if you go ahead and turn off things so that when the power does come back on, you don't have a huge surge of energy. So that's something you can do to help. Stay off the roadways and go ahead and turn stuff off. Maybe leave a little lamp on so then without having that whole power surge with everything in your house coming back on all at once. So send it back to y'all.
All right, Miranda, thank you so much with that update. 230,000 people there in Pinellas County without power this morning. That's slowly going to go back on as the day goes on, hopefully sooner rather than later for you. We've been going up to Citrus County all morning long with Jen Titus, where it's been water rescue after water rescue. It looks like we have another one happening live right now. Jen?
Yeah, we just had 2 boats come in, and of course they come with the pets as well. Guys, here's one unloading that you can see happening as these water rescues take place. And the sheriff said this is what we were going to see. As people begin to wake up, they're going to notice how much water truly came into their homes, and they're going to want to get out. And the only way to get out in much of the area around Crystal River is by boat. And that's why they have so many of the airboats out right now, and not just from the Citrus County Sheriff. That's a Sumter County Sheriff boat right there. We know one of the local tour boat operators, he's been in and out as well doing water rescues. And this is just really people that tried to hold on for as long as they could until they realized they couldn't hold on any longer and that they needed to call 911 for help, and they needed to get out of there. We're going to watch them. There's a dog coming out of this boat. Again, guys, like that's what we've been seeing all morning long is the pets coming out with these people. We've seen young children. We've seen cats. We've seen dogs. We've seen so many tears because they wanted to believe it wasn't going to get that bad. And now they were able to grab what they could. I've asked people, what have you grabbed? They said, anything we could fit into this backpack, because that's all the time that we had as that water just rushed into their homes. Here we go. I think they're pulling another dog out of this boat here. There has to be, at this point, we've seen dozens of people rescued, and I would have to say probably dozen plus airboats that they have launching here on the main, guys. This is the main street in Crystal River, the main corridor here. This is the street, and now it's literally become a lake that we are seeing boats go down to make these rescues. up one of the dogs getting out of the boat there, getting away a little bit as these rescues take place and happen. And if we walk over here, you can see how many people have been evacuated. I was just talking with the sheriff about this, that it's all ages. We know we're looking for a person that was out of oxygen. That was one of the main rescues that they were trying to get to. Over on the other side here, there's a transit van that keeps coming, a big bus that keeps coming back and forth to take people to higher land. And you can see many of them waiting over there. I talked to one guy. He has a broken foot, so he's laying down in a stretcher right now. Some people in wheelchairs, as they wait to be taken to shelter, to be taken to safety. They waited as long as they could. One lady telling us that 3 feet of water in just a matter of minutes. And just imagine, Jameson and Caitlin, that this is the middle of the night. This is darkness, that you're waking up in the dark. People are out of power, and all they see is this water gushing in. And that's why the 911 calls are up right now as they continue to make these water rescues and continue to get to these people that are in need, that are looking for any sort of way out of their home, because there's no other way out right now besides the airboat.
Yeah, Jen, you just feel for those people. You just see them sitting there realizing they've all been rescued on a boat from their homes all morning long, and we've been seeing these water rescues live all morning long, and they're waiting some type of medical assistance over there and a ride to a safe dry spot, maybe where they can get warm, because that flood water is freezing cold, folks, when you get in it. And some of these folks were dealing with flood waters. They came in by 3 feet in 5 minutes is what some of those folks are saying. I'm seeing some folks that we were talking to an hour ago still waiting to get a ride there. All of them in evacuation zone A. A lot of them looking as though they need some type of medical attention. Hopefully that guy who broke his foot didn't break it in the process of the flooding there and the weather.
But you really feel for these families.
No,
Jen,
it's all casted up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
You do. You feel for these people, and you think about it, is that some of them have their personal items in their backpacks. So some of them don't even have clothes. The only clothes that they have right now are the clothes that you see them wearing, and it's all they were able to grab. What are you thinking about in those moments that the water's rushing in? It's dark. What are you going to bring? What are you going to grab? You're going to grab your kids. You're going to grab your pets. You're going to grab yourself, and then making sure that you're getting on that boat that's here to rescue you.
It's a state of desperation. And I have to wonder, Jen, watching these airboats come in, we've had so many pets this morning, and I know they're pet-friendly shelters, but I wonder if that's part of the reason people chose to stay, that they felt like they didn't have anywhere to go with their dogs or their cats, and so they just hunkered down. I certainly know, pet lovers certainly understand they are part of the family, and you don't want to leave them behind. They certainly didn't have to do that, but it's a feeling of desperation, and I understand that. And I think a lot of people here clearly hunkered down with their dog or cat at home, hoping for the best. Obviously, the worst happened in the area.
And Jen, is this an accurate observation, Jen, as I'm looking at it? Because earlier this morning, where you were standing and where these folks are that we're seeing right now, that was underwater. So it seems as though the water is starting to slowly recede there.
I would say it's slowly receding, yes. I think when you saw us at 3, we were actually able to stand more near that airboat right there, no problem at all. But then about an hour or so ago, I think we were showing you guys how high this water was. I don't think I could have stood here an hour ago. So I do think, Jameson, that is a good observation. I think it's receding a little, but it's not receding enough for these people that are down by Kings Bay, that are down near downtown Crystal River. We're hearing rescues near the high school. We're down in Homosassa. We're hearing groups of 30 people. You guys hear that? I don't know if you guys can hear that, but that's the sound of the airboats. It's like a constant sound here of these rescues taking place. So I bet any minute we're going to see another airboat come here. You can see they're probably just fueling this airboat up here. The airboats have had to come back and refuel a little bit. That's probably what that one just did. Now, as it gets ready to go out, we know that the 911 calls are continuing. The sheriff is asking you, if you need to be rescued, if you need to get out of your house, if you are listening to this on the radio right now. Call 911 because the only safe way is by boat. There are power lines that are down. They do not want you getting into a car and driving. You don't know what is underneath this water. I'm going to hear that right now. I knew another one was coming. You could hear it getting really loud because this is just,
right around the corner.
The heartbreaking scene here in Crystal River. Yeah, see it? There it goes, coming in right now. Another rescue.
Heartbreaking scene, but Jen, I kept saying, and it's true this morning, that loud noise of the airboat motor is just, hopeful. It's like sound of hope right now. It's desperation for these families that are trapped. So to hear that motor coming their way,
you hear the cavalry coming.
So
I'll tell
much
you.
relief.
Yeah, you hear the cavalry coming. You hear that noise. You're in good shape.
I think you nailed it too, is that it is a sound of hope. We were talking to the sheriff that once they get out there, are they noticing that there's even more people to be rescued, just not that first person that called 911. He's like, yes, people hear that horn and they're like, you know what, we're not chancing this any longer. They're going up on their roofs, they're going outside, they're waving their arms to be flagged down to be rescued.
Yeah, this woman getting off now. Do we have any update, Jen? I know that you've been working to do that, but the woman who was out of oxygen, any update on whether or not they've been able to reach her yet?
Sheriff, did you guys find the lady that was out of oxygen?
Yes.
You did, yes. The sheriff just confirmed that they were.
That's great.
She got on an ambulance and we took her to the hospital a little bit ago.
Okay, so the sheriff just said that they took her on the ambulance to the hospital just a little bit ago. So great news there, because I think that's something we've been following for the past 2 hours, right? Yeah. So you just confirmed that she was taken to the ambulance, and then you have seen, I guess probably 20, 30 people over there that are waiting for that transit bus to be taken to a shelter. And it shows you, we have this family that we just saw got pulled off. You have the animals that are all there with them as well. I mean, it's the pets, it's the children, it's, they were waiting to see how bad it was going to get. And you said, are they staying because of the pets? Why didn't they leave? And I think it's hard for people to leave the home and the area that they've called home for so many years. You don't think it's going to get that high. Idalia was a big awakening, but maybe it was only got 2 to 3 feet of water and they thought they could do it. This of course is much worse than that. Here's a family coming off, another family coming off of a boat.
Yeah, we're so grateful that they're okay. Just
as another rescue,
such a scary situation. We heard from that woman earlier who had cooched the dog, who the dog loved you, Jen, just wanted to be near you, but she was saying it was almost like a panic attack, waking up in the morning to that water inundating her home. She just felt in total fear, woke up to the water waist deep in her home. So I'm sure neighbors are experiencing similar situations where maybe they were, there's the loud boat.
I think
they were hoping to ride it out, just too deep.
100%. And we have seen some smiles, we've seen some thumbs up. I'm able to talk to some of these people being rescued, which is great to see, because I think some of these people are smiling, because when they're not smiling, they're crying, because they've literally just lost it all. They thought that they were going to be okay, and they realized that it wasn't going to be okay. They needed to get out of there, and now they are all just wondering what's going to happen once the sun comes up, that water goes down, and the devastation they're truly going to see once they can get back home.
Yeah, really the crux of this story today, that storm surge. And Jen, you've been doing such an incredible job out there. So glad that you are safe, and so glad that those families surrounding Kings Bay are back on dry ground. What an incredible effort by those rescue crews this morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Jen, we're going to check back with you all morning long as we get more boat rescues. We've been seeing these water rescues all morning long in every single one of our counties. This is all happening in the dark, so once the sun comes up right around 7:20 this morning, we're going to see some catastrophic and historic flooding that we've told and been told, and you can tell by the video that we're seeing in the overnight hours, is going to be pretty devastating when that sun comes up this morning. We're going to get you a better vantage point from that, as well as we show you just a little bit of video from Sarasota, where we had a lot of flooding down there, as well as our Nick Volturo was down there this morning, where we have several just derelict boats at this point that have just kind of washed ashore, and they're kind of all over the place, going over seawalls at some points, even as as we can see right here.
Yeah, no match for the power of Helene coming through the area. Nick Valturo was live there near the boat earlier this morning, saying he could see the anchor was just ripped right out of the ground and tossed. These are they look like toy boats at this point. They're just, it's the power of the storm here. We saw 2 of them, that one there too, in the park area. Obviously, with the storm surge, just pushed right on over the seawall there.
And no county spared from any of this flooding.
Right, no, we're all seeing it.
The water rescues we keep telling you about all morning long. HCSO just sent us some new information just minutes ago saying they've received 2,450 calls since 2 p.m. yesterday until 5:45 this morning. So that has just been going all morning long in the overnight hours as well. Everybody calling in. We even heard from Hillsboro Fire Rescue earlier today, Town and Country. People were stranded on top of the rooftops. Waiting to be rescued.
Talk about desperate, yeah.
Yeah, and people along the Little Manatee River in Ruskin and some areas of Apollo Beach also had some issues as well. So they're working on structure fires, as a matter of fact, at Tampa. And we saw a lot of structure fires in the overnight hours, probably starting from electrical issues.
And unfortunately, because of the floodwaters, sometimes they're just going to have to let them burn if they can get to the house, especially if somebody were inside. Yeah. But it does appear when we talked to rescue personnel earlier that they didn't have any injuries associated with these fires that we know of yet. So that's the silver lining there, that hopefully these were empty homes.
Hope so.
And unfortunately, they're a part of this story this morning and these floodwaters. Now, our meteorologist Mike Prengley standing by for an update here. The storm has moved past our area. Of course, we're still seeing the impacts here this morning.
Right.
But tell us where exactly it is now. It's moved up in Georgia.
Yeah, we now have Tropical Storm Helene. Okay, that was as of a 5 a.m. update. And the new information out now is that tropical storm moves away today. It's going to be a slow, gradual improvement on our water levels, but I do have some good news. Our new information in from Cedar Key showing that the peak is over. So you see right here in the purple, where you see the purple, that was major flooding, historic flooding we have not seen in Cedar Key. So we've been showing you rescues this morning. We had officially a peak at about 9.3 feet, but notice we've gone from the purple to the deep red to the yellow. So this yellow, this is the minor flooding range. So we've fallen quite a bit, a good 3 to 6 feet from the peak that we saw overnight last night after midnight. So Jennifer Titus was showing you that water coming down. Of course, we're checking on you and your families. And the good news is this trend is going to be our friend, but damage has been done. We're on the wrong side of history this morning because as you see Cedar Key, that 9.3 feet, breaking the old record, not even close. Usually when you break records in weather, yeah, you make by a little bit, but this time around it's like 2 to 3 feet higher than we've ever seen. So notice the last time we saw this was during Debbie, but only at 6.89 feet. St. Pete, we saw the water rise, unbelievable. 2-3 feet in a matter of minutes, and you can see why. We just shattered that old record of just under 4 feet for that, which was last 1985, and then 6.83 officially as we went into overnight last night. East Bay, 7.2 feet, so you see this, just 4.5. And then Clearwater, I've been getting some calls on my phone from Clearwater. A lot of folks are in the dark there. Folks that aren't used to losing power during storms. So Bel Air Beach, Sand Key, I think you're streaming us on your 10 Tampa Bay app. That's why we always say download the weather app and the 10 Tampa Bay app to get the latest information. So I appreciate you streaming on your phones this morning. Unfortunately, the temperatures in some of those areas are 80 degrees in their homes. So today, my concern is as it gets hot outside, we're going to turn sunny, going to be 90. Make sure you find your cool spots because that can be very dangerous. The post-storm, the after effects of the storm can be sometimes just as dangerous. So find your cool spots, especially for those that have lost power. As we take a look at some more numbers, Clearwater Beach, good news, you've dropped 3 feet from the major flooding. So I know a lot of you are in the dark and streaming us here on your phone this morning. The good news is the water is going to come down, it's going to stay down. Bad news is it's going to be very hot out there and we've got to be careful. And we take a look at St. Petersburg, yeah, we're talking about another major flood here. So that's the historic flood, the highest water we've seen in more than 100 years, and is now coming back down into the minor flooding range as we head through this morning. As we take a look at the tides, yes, we have a high tide, but the good news is the big tides we saw last night were really driven by the wind. Now that the wind's lightening up a bit and lessening and decreasing, we're going to still see those fall falls of about 1 foot every 2 hours. So despite the high tide, I still expect the water levels to slowly and gradually decrease. We're not going to see another big bump in that or another crest. In fact, verifying that, we've got our 10 Tampa Bay app and we've got our 10 Tampa Bay cam. So look at this. This is the parking spot. I usually park right here. There's a little back and outhouse there. So earlier this morning, this was full of water. 3, 4, 5 feet of water. Now that water is down, and that's the reason why we evacuated here at 10 Tampa Bay. We were in Zone A, so we heeded our own advice, okay, and it's a good thing that a lot of folks did as well. As we take a look at our current conditions, this is pretty amazing. Right now, it feels like 100 outside. We said that heat will be a big weather impact today for those that have lost power, because 85 with that dew point of 81, it doesn't really get much higher than Tampa. It's just stifling out there with those triple-digit heat indices. As far as rain, I think the heaviest rain is over. We'll still get these brief 10, 15-minute showers. They're not going to last long. Not expecting any flooding from the rain today from Hillsboro County to Pinellas up into Pasco, where it's about cleaning up and checking on our neighbors. We take a look at wind gusts, the wind that at times reach 70, 75, even near 80 miles per hour. Well, we're going to be down into the southwest range at about 15 to 25 miles per hour, especially as we head into this afternoon. And there's that hot sunshine coming in. So as we look at our weather impact alert, in effect through at least 7 o'clock, okay? So the big thing is we're watching still the high water, okay? We're still seeing some water rescues, of course, debris in roads, so you've got to be really patient after the storm. Remember, there's 3 parts of the storm, the before, the during, and the after, and we're going to be here for you until we can give the all clear and make sure everybody is safe and sound. Need? Well, we got to stay out of the water today. There's some dangerous things in that water. Power lines, marine life, and wait for the all clear, so that is the key. The next 12 hours, yes, we're talking about temperatures back up near 90, but I like this. We're lowering the rain chance to just 20% and lighter winds, again, helping us in a big way. As far as the latest, okay, on our hurricane, well, it made landfall here. Helene last night at 11:10, just an enormous eye wall here coming ashore near Perry, Florida, 140 mile per hour winds with the 938 millibar pressure. So when you see that pressure that low, you know it's very intense. And really, if you look at the H storms in the history book dating back to the 1800s, this one's right near the top of the list as far as the sheer size of it. It was the size and the intensity that brought that record-setting storm surge here at home. As we go through today, we're going to have we're going to have tropical storm force winds all the way up into the Carolina mountains. Pretty amazing, up into Tennessee, as it does a little loop around our upper level low. So a very slow moving storm, and those mountains are just going to squeeze all that moisture out. They're going to set a lot of records, and unfortunately more history being made in the bad way all the way up to the north. So as we look at our 7-day forecast, let's get to it. We're still in the red today. All right, patience after the storm, and we're going to be here for you at 10 Tampa Bay. All right, so we've got that 88 degrees. We're going to lower that rain chance. No worries there. For the weekend, yes, we're going to keep temperatures on the hot side. So I'm still worried about folks that have lost power. Very humid, so these are going to feel like triple-digit heat indices here. But we'll continue to lower the rain. In fact, by next week, how about we just call for some nice, good old-fashioned sunny weather, especially by Wednesday and Thursday.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I know we're really going to have a whole lot of work on our hands and going to need some dry, sunny days to get that done. Waiting for the sun to come up this morning. Coming up on 7 o'clock, we've got about a little less than half an hour to go before the sun rises. I know Tampa is working on getting some drones up to be able to assess the damage there. We heard just about an hour ago from Mayor Jane Castor, who was telling us that that is their priority right now, to be able to assess that, as well as, of course, get to people who are in flooded areas, Davis Islands, especially right now. You can't even get to it with the high vehicles. You have to go by boat.
And this is video from Tampa right now that you're looking at some of that flooding. Mayor Jane Castor telling us this morning, just about an hour ago, Bayshore, Palmetto Beach, Davis Island areas, all dealing with some issues when it comes to flooding. Flooding in South Tampa, all throughout South Tampa, an area that is prone to flooding, but is not prone to flooding like this, as people are waking up this morning. They had to do 87 water rescues in the city of Tampa alone in the overnight hours. So that is what they are dealing with.
They also said 150 calls from flooded homes. They needed to get help, which was not necessarily as expected there. You know, Bayshore is going to flood. It's notorious for that, but that water came up and it was really strong. The surge there pouring in. You could even see it on Swan Avenue too. So our Jenny Dean was in the area earlier this morning saying obviously some homes are flooded in the area. Now, this storm, as you heard Mike say, moves up to Georgia. 2 confirmed deaths in Georgia right now, about 1 million people without power throughout the state. This is video out of Atlanta this morning.
Yeah, and this is what they are dealing with here as well. We talked about the sheer size of Helene. Whether you went east to west, north to south, you were talking a lot of damage. And as it makes its way to Atlanta, they're dealing with their own issues up there. This morning, they were dealing with flooding issues in Valdosta, as well as we saw some heavy rain in Augusta. There were even tornado issues yesterday in South Carolina.
This video, laughable is not the word because there's nothing to laugh at here, but I even had friends that thought, I want to get away from the storm here in Florida, I'll head up to Georgia.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people were thinking, I'll head that way. Well, the storm took its wrath right there with it. It's like people were trying to get out of the area right into its path.
Georgia was in the cone of uncertainty of the whole time when you were looking at this too. I think a lot of times the best thing you can do is go up. Go west.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, because eventually this thing goes up to the north and the northeast, and you got to get out of there in time. So you're just all you're doing is dancing around this thing all day long, just trying to figure out where to go, and it's a guessing game at that point.
Speaking of dancing around, I know a lot of people are trying at some point to get around the area. Still landlocked at this point because the Gandy Bridge is still closed right now. I do know that crews are looking to assess it, make sure that it is at some structurally sound this morning. You can see this is a live look on the bridge. These cars getting turned around because the bridge is not open right now. I think some people hopeful maybe that they could get across. That's not the case yet. And that is still the story as well for the Howard Franklin, for the Causeway, Courtney Campbell, and the Skyway as well. So we were told yesterday by FDOT once they closed those bridges that they were going to remain closed throughout the remainder of the storm and wait to be assessed afterwards. So that's still what has to happen today at TPA as well. Airport is still closed this morning. You made the right call too, is saying that even if it was open, if you were stuck in St. Pete, you're not getting there.
You're not going to get over the bridge to the airport
unless you got a ferry.
Yeah, exactly. That's what everybody's going to be dealing with today, and we really don't know when the bridges are going to reopen because the next issue is so much water was lapping over onto the bridges. At some point, they're going to have to remove a lot of the debris today. That's going to take some time. We saw after Tropical Storm Debbie, they shut down one side of the Howard Franklin, and the next day everything was sunny, but yet there was debris there, and the bridge still hadn't reopened on the southern side, the Pinellas County side of northbound I-275 as you're going from Pinellas County into Tampa. So again, that's going to be another issue today. So traveling around today is not really going to be a really great opportunity for you. There's really no way to kind of get around this.
Yeah, and again, we're taking a live look at the airport now where you can see no flights taken off or landing right now. They are doing a damage assessment to make sure that it is safe for flights to take off at some point today. Still waiting on an update right now, but at coming up on 7 o'clock this morning on this Friday, that airport remains closed as well as our other airports in the area. I also wanted to remind you, if you're just waking up with us this morning, because this impacts a lot of St. Pete, 40% of St. Pete, 70,000 people without sewage. The sewage treatment, the Northeast St. Pete plan had to be taken offline, so that means no drinking water for them this morning, no showering, no doing laundry,
no flushing your toilet.
Yeah, that's probably the lead of that.
Let's talk a little bit about that, because that sewage treatment line in Northeast St. Petersburg that was taken offline, as you said, about 70,000 people affected by that. No water, you can't flush the toilets. That's in the area of, it's north of 30th Avenue North, just north of 30th Avenue North, east of I-275. So kind of do the math in your head, kind of visualize where you are. If you're in that area and you go to flush the toilet today or turn the water on, don't learn the hard way, because you might not be able to use that for 24 to potentially 48 hours is what they're telling us. A lot of extensive flooding in St. Petersburg, and they were worried about some saltwater intrusion there to the sewage treatment facility there.
Right, so a good day to rely on those water bottles. Again, that hurricane kit, so necessary during the storm season here in Florida. The hope is that you have a gallon per person per day. So just use that sparingly as you need. Stay hydrated, of course, but when it comes to brushing your teeth, when it comes to doing all of those things, use the water bottle this morning.
And that also reminds me, talking about water issues, Manatee County just a short time ago issued us an alert that they wanted to get out to our viewers, telling everyone to limit their water water consumption there in Manatee County. We're trying to get some more information about that. It seems there may be an issue there as to why they're sending out that emergency alert to tell everybody in Manatee County to limit your water usage, your tap water usage today. So if you have bottled water or whatnot, maybe go with that if you can make do.
Yeah, we're coming up on 7 o'clock right now. Thanks so much for waking up with us here on 10 Tampa Bay. We've been in wall-to-wall coverage throughout the night. We've been here since 2 o'clock this morning, taking care of what we can here to give you some sights of what's happening in the Bay Area, being your eyes and ears. We have an incredible crew of reporters up and down our coast to do that for you. Our team of meteorologists as well tracking this storm. 3 things to know right now. Storm-related deaths. We have 3 confirmed deaths, 2 in the state of Georgia, 1 here in Florida, unfortunately, here in the Tampa area after a sign fell. This was on I-4 overnight.
Yeah, the rescues also underway in several counties. Water rescues that are underway in several of our Bay Area counties. From Citrus County, you've been seeing those live all morning long. From Citrus County all the way down to Pasco County in the Gulf Harbors neighborhood. Hillsboro County has done multiple water rescues. Hillsboro County saying that they're using one of their Sherp ATVs. This is like one of these massive ATVs that are going around. They've done a dozen rescues there. They've done 87 water rescues in the city of Tampa. Yeah. And as you go further south, it goes all the way down to Lee County. We saw video from there as well. Georgia is being impacted by Helene at this point too. As it came on shore, made its way into Georgia. It was a Cat 1, now down to a tropical storm, Helene. But again, they're seeing the impacts, and you just saw some flooding from Georgia happening there as well.
Yeah, we're seeing the power outages here. Georgia dealing with about 1 million of them at this point. I keep checking in with our sister station up there, 11 Alive, reporting about 1 million people in Georgia in the dark right now. So they're going to need their linemen, their crews as well. A big part of the story here is up in Citrus County this morning. Everybody has, every county in the area has experienced that storm surge, but Citrus County this morning has seen a number of swiftwater airboat rescues out there. People trapped along Kings Bay, lots of families, lots of pets, their kids, and our Jen Titus is there right now. Jen, we keep checking in with you, and each time we do, it's like another boat comes with more people. So dozens of this point have been brought to safety, thankfully, out of homes that have been inundated with waist-deep water, some of them.
Oh, yeah. I think the guy we spoke to first this morning, early this morning, I think the first rescue was about 3 o'clock this morning. He was saying 5 feet of water in his home from Idalia a year ago. He had 2 to 3 feet. He thought he was going to be okay. And then he's like, once it got to that 5 foot mark, he hopped his family on a boat. They waved down an airboat and they got to safety. And since then, guys, we have seen the airboats just continue here with these water rescues. We're at dozens. I could say over 100 people at this point have been rescued here in Citrus County, whether it was Crystal River here where we are seeing boats launched. We know that there are rescues taking place down in Homosassa as well. It's just continuous, the number of these rescues, the number of the boats that are out there right now. And we've seen children, we've seen pets, we've seen elderly. The good news, we just talked about it a few minutes ago, is that we got confirmation that the sheriff told us they were looking for an elderly woman who called them saying she was out of oxygen. They needed to find her. They found her. They rescued her by airboat, brought her up here into the ambulance, and then the ambulance took her to the hospital. Across the way here, I would say there's probably 30 plus people waiting for the transit bus that is taking those rescued over to a shelter to get dry, to get a shower, and just figure out what is going to happen next, guys, because people are leaving their homes because they just could not wait it out any longer. The water just got too high. They tried, they wanted to, it got unsafe, and that's why the sheriff is asking anybody that needs to be rescued, if you have a family member, if you know that they are in a place that is flooded, call 911. The airboats are out. The airboats will rescue them. They are asking people not to get into their cars. You can see the cars down the way there. We saw somebody leave one of those cars, get out of their car with an animal and wade through the water because their car was stuck. And you can see just how high the water is. The sheriff says there could be down power lines. Oh, that was something I want to mention, guys. That was kind of the good news. We always talk about the heroes of the storms, heroes of the hurricanes. These guys, all heroes out here for sure, but then we had the linemen. We saw one of the power trucks make its way through this water, make its way through down there, starting to work. So we know that those guys are already out there because there are thousands of people here in Citrus County, we know right now, without power. So that's why I keep saying, if you're listening to us on the radio, listening to us on the app, and you need help, the help is here. Look at all of them. They have their airboats out. They have the ambulances waiting if you need that. They are literally coming up here with the airboats. They are wading through the storm water, and they are taking people to dry land. All of these guys all night long, they have been out here. Nobody has slept. Nobody has slept. I don't think the people who waited in their homes had slept because they didn't know how high it was going to get. And the sheriff saying it hasn't been this high for 103 years. That's how high the water has gotten. People are comparing it to the no-name storm, to Idalia. The sheriff says, no, it's never been this high. People who waited out Idalia, that 2 feet, that 3 feet of water, they say they could not wait out this any longer, and that's why they called to be rescued. And it's not just, guys, the area over by Kings Bay downtown, over by the high school, we know that rescues are taking place, and groups of people. I think around here, neighbors talk, they chat. This is a community of lifelong people who have been here for a very long time, and they talk to each other. We're going to be okay. Let's do this. We can ride this out. And now they've come together. We can't ride this out any longer. We had a group of 30 people that were rescued here by airboat because they thought they could make it. They've never seen their place flood before, and that's what we are hearing. We are hearing that the water just gushed through their homes in a matter of minutes. The one lady, guys, you heard us talk to just about an hour or so ago, said it was literally minutes that 3 to 4 feet of water came gushing in, and that's why they are out here. That's why these airboats are out here, because they knew it was going to be bad. It's why you had those mandatory evacuations for Zone A. Why the sheriff emphasized, please get out, go somewhere safe, because this water, these storm projections of 10 feet high, this is higher than Idalia. Idalia was 7 feet. Helene, I'm hearing about 10 feet of water, the sheriff said, in spots. He said record numbers that they had not seen, that they are measuring in areas throughout town. And then as the sun comes up, unfortunately, he says it's going to be devastating what they see. These businesses, these homes, people still hadn't even moved back in yet from Idalia. We've talked to people who are still waiting on remodels, on construction from Idalia. Still has not moved in. Here we go. I think we're going to have another airboat come this way, guys, because of another rescue. You just hear these airboats continue to just echo in the distance. You continue to hear these airboats make its way throughout the road. This is 5th Street. This isn't a lake. This isn't a pond. This is 5th Street. This is a street that now they have become a boat launch of airboats just launching as we see these water rescues come through. Yeah, here's a boat coming right here, guys. Another rescue, and it's been eerie all day watching these. You're all morning long. Your heart breaks for these people that are literally just grabbing anything they can. They have the clothes on their back, and that's what they left. Here's another boat coming up here, guys. As this rescue comes on in here, and we've seen it all morning long. You'll see about 10 of the firemen come along, head towards that airboat there. There we go. Here's another rescue happening. We've seen it all morning again. Kids here in Crystal River, pets here in Crystal River. Just continuing to get dropped off when these boats come on in. Here we go. Let's see. Let's see here. There we go. Another rescue, guys, taking place here. And that's really just been the story here in Crystal River, guys. And look at right behind it. I told you, I said, look, there's the linemen somehow making their way, wading their way through the water. Wow. The linemen behind the rescue boat. Look at that, guys. Wow. All right. And that's really what we continue to see, guys, here in Crystal River in Citrus County. Stay inside until the sheriff says it's okay to leave because the water is still high and these rescues continue to take place. For now, we're live in Crystal River. Jennifer Titus, 10 Tampa Bay.
Thanks, Jen. I'm Jenny Dean in downtown Tampa. I'm at the Convention Center and just across the way from Tampa General Hospital. Of course, we're getting our 6 o'clock update about an hour ago from Tampa Mayor Jane Castor. And Mayor Castor says they've already had to do 87 water rescues. Now, that doesn't mean they've had to go out on boats. It means that they've had to go out and rescue people stranded, maybe that their car got flooded in some water. But it also means that they have had to use boats. I'm going to step out of the way here just so you can see Tampa General in the background at Davis Island, because that is where they are really focusing on right now. Tampa General, all good. You can hear the generator that they have there working as it's supposed to. The patients there are good. Tampa General has been posting on social media. Everything worked as it was supposed to with the aqua fence. And so the patients there, the medical attention that everyone is receiving there is what it is supposed to be, and it is doing okay. The rest of Davis Island, however, is an issue. Many people did not evacuate, and there are a lot of homes out there, homes that were flooded. The power is out. The only reason you're seeing power at Tampa General is because of their huge generator. The rest of the island does not have power. So they don't have power and they don't have a way to get off that island. Even the high water rescue vehicles are not able to get across Bayshore and get across that bridge. The water was simply just too high. So they've had to use boats to go out and get people off of Davis Island and bring them to shore. Harbor Island looks pretty good. We were able to drive over the bridge into Harbor Island. We didn't go exploring too much, so we don't really know how flooded some of the outer parts of it are, but the bridges to Harbor Island open. Now, I can tell you this too. Where I'm standing, the water came up to this level where I'm standing. There is debris kind of all around and up by the Sail Pavilion, which is at the bar, kind of the outdoor bar right across from the convention center here. So it was definitely high, very high at one point, and it has gone down significantly. When we got here, probably about 3:30, 4 o'clock this morning, it's gone down about a foot since then, the water has. So it is receding slowly, probably slower because we're coming up to high tide, and it's going to take a while. That was what the mayor was telling us, of course, that high tide was still expected. The light of day is now finally starting to come. And, you know, so many people, it's so much scarier at night when you're dealing with severe weather, with flooding, with storming. I think, you know, while the light of day does bring some reassurance to people that they'll be rescued, that things will work out, it's also going to really show us the damage and all of the flooding and the stark difference between yesterday and sunny skies and the idea of what could happen and people out taking social media posts to a very different reality today when we're looking at flooded roadways or what's left over from homes that have been flooded, from people's lives simply being washed away in storm surge. So it is a very serious situation and something that everyone, first responders, rescuers, city leaders are all still trying to assess right now as they get ready to get out and start to make repairs. But yeah, they really have to just determine where the damage is, what's worse, and then prioritize. They have to get those people rescued first to make sure everybody that needs medical attention or rescue gets that. And then they can start looking at, okay, where do we begin? What do we fix first? How do we get the city back up and running? How do we get the beaches back up and running? As you know, all of our bridges to Pinellas County currently closed. I've had many friends already early this morning who've been up for a very long night. I've had one friend who lost a home in Newport Richey, an entire home. Another friend who is stranded in St. Pete. Pete. They were in an evacuation zone, and they did not heed the evacuation warning in St. Pete. And, they're kind of stuck right now. They have their hurricane kit. They're going to be okay. But the reason city leaders and county leaders tell us to evacuate is so that we are safe and that we don't have to worry about getting stranded somewhere and worry about our car getting flooded. And now we're seeing fires pop up because of electric vehicles and lithium ion batteries that are in vehicles. And so we just really need everybody to listen to your city and county leaders right now. They're urging people to stay inside, stay off the roads, let them get out, let them assess the damage. Just because it's light out doesn't mean it's safe for you to drive through any of these flooded areas or flooded waters. Don't be getting out in your golf carts. A lot of them are electric and they can be a fire hazard as well. So really just want everybody to heed that warning. We're going to continue to monitor things here in downtown Tampa. We've gotten word that Curtis Sixon Park was flooded pretty badly along the Riverwalk there. So we're going to head that way now, and we will show you what it looks like down here so you don't have to get out and take a look at it for yourself. For now, live in Tampa, Jenny Dean, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Jenny Dean reporting live for us in Tampa. She's going to make that move so we can kind of see around the city a little bit more. Mayor Jane Castor telling us around the 6 a.m. hour of all the things they've been doing in the overnight hours, 200 different medical calls, 87 water rescues, lots of downed trees and power lines, stoplights out all over the city, issues that they're dealing with.
Flooding really the major story right now. We also have at 9 o'clock this morning an update from Governor Ron DeSantis, so we'll bring that to you as well, awaiting that information this morning. We have a team of reporters out being your eyes right now. I'm watching the clock here because we asked our meteorologist earlier. We're stuck in the studio, but the sun's going to come up a little after 7:20 this morning, and that really is going to give us much better perspective as to the extent of the damage in the Tampa Bay area. That storm surge really inundating a lot of homes. You saw Treasure Island inundated with that in Pinellas County, up in Citrus County. We've had the airboats doing multiple rescues, more than 100 people up there along Kings Bay, some in really dire situations. We had an 86-year-old woman who was trapped running out of oxygen. She thankfully was rescued, taken by ambulance away. So a lot of people just really waking up kind of in a panic overnight, now assessing the damage and the extent of this storm and the cleanup that is going to be underway for quite some time.
And waking up in a panic because here's what happened overnight. If you woke up this morning and your house is fine, your property is fine, you're very lucky.
Yeah.
A lot of folks in our area from the northern side to the southern side are waking up to what is being called catastrophic and historic flooding levels they have never seen before in recorded times, at least dating back 103 years is what Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins was telling us this morning. Those numbers.
Sticking with me this morning is he was saying overnight that really nobody in the Bay Area has seen this kind of flooding before. And unfortunately, I think people have that false sense of security because you haven't seen it before. You thought, well, I'll be okay this time around. And unfortunately, a lot of people have decided to stay in their homes, even in those Zone A evacuation zones. We've had to see a lot of swift water rescues, a lot of flooded homes, a lot of emergency calls overnight, even fires, a big part of the story as well.
Structure fires,
yeah, structure fires because of, well, you mix water and electronics, doesn't go very well.
That's it, yeah, a lot of electrical fires. The biggest problem is that the water line was so high for so many of these counties and cities where these structure fires were that they couldn't even get to them. So these structures, these homes, buildings, they just burned to the ground. There was no way for them to get to them. They can't even get a fire truck safely to them. That's how high the water was. We saw water rescues from Citrus County, Hernando County, Pasco County, Hillsboro County, Manatee, Sarasota, down to Lee County. They were even doing water rescues down there.
I do want to say, and of course, this is preliminary information, and so we're going to wait for the sun to come up and more data and more information to come in. But right now, I think the good news in all of this, because there's so much devastation right now, we do know there are 3 confirmed deaths. 1 life is always too many, but three confirmed deaths, 2 in Georgia, 1 here in Florida. A sign fell near Ybor City on the roadway there.
On I-4.
Yeah, I-4, 1 person was killed in our area. So very sad news to report this morning. But when you look at the flooding, the extent of it, and the fires as well, I asked earlier, right now, no injuries reported with the fires that we've seen, and we've seen multiple fire calls. So if there's any somewhat good news right now is that it always could be worse. You know, this feels awful right now, but lives certainly matter. You can replace your belongings, you can replace your homes, but getting people to safety and to higher ground is really the name of the game right now.
Yeah, and one of the things I want to talk about, because you know, you talk about death toll. Experience tells us that number is going to go up post-hurricane. It will be attributed to the hurricane, and it goes up post-hurricane for a series of reasons. Stoplights out, people driving through intersections, car wrecks that are fatal, people with their generators on in a non-ventilated area. That is another area. People walking through floodwaters and getting injured or touching what is a down power line and a live line.
Yeah, Sheriff Prendergrass was saying biohazard in the water.
It's true. And so we're hoping that if folks didn't heed the warning about that this was going to be historic flooding and to get out and evacuate from Zone A, if you didn't listen to that, please listen to this. They're telling you just stay inside today. If you don't have to go outside, if you're living in an area where streets are closed, streets are flooded, power's out, there's no reason to go out if you really don't have to.
Yeah, and if that's not enough for you right now, just think about how non-mobile we are right now. Our bridges are closed, the airport's still closed, we're still awaiting damage assessment there too, and there's so much debris on the ground. Even if the flood waters have receded, and they have in some areas, even our parking lot, we're in our backup studio in the Tampa area because our station off of Gandy Boulevard was in a flood zone, so we evacuated just like many others did, and we saw, for good reason, we saw the cameras this morning, that floodwater has receded a bit, but we had a very flooded parking lot outside of our studio, and
our cars would have been totaled.
Yeah, they would
if we were there.
They would be done.
Thank goodness we moved. Yeah,
that's true.
Without a doubt. But you know what? So many cars were not so lucky. We've seen video all morning long of dozens of cars, especially I believe we have a live camera right now. We have dozens of cars parked on the Pinellas Bayway, the bridge to the beaches.
There you go, yeah.
These are folks who wisely got their car to higher ground, parked it, and walked away from it. You know, that's remind you here as you see this bridge. The Skyway, the Gandy, the Courtney Campbell, all closed. Access to Clearwater Beach, closed. Everywhere you go, access to the barrier islands, closed. So this is what we're going to be dealing with today. Mayor Jane Castor talking about, you know, the city of Tampa as well as all of our area counties are going to get their drones up today because that's going to be a real help for them.
Right about now, too.
Yeah, right about now.
22. So sun should be rising out there.
Good morning, because we definitely need it because in the overnight hours, folks are waking up to floodwaters potentially rushing into their homes or coming right up to their doorstep. And this morning the sun's coming up and you can kind of take a look and see what's going on out there. I know first responders especially were waiting for daylight because they know there's going to be more rescues in the daylight than there even was in the overnight hours.
Well, speaking of the daylight, let's see if we can get a peek of it. Miranda Parnell has been in Pinellas County in the St. Pete area near Gulfport too, and you are near the power crews, and a lot of people, we've been talking to Jen Titus up in Citrus County. We said the sound of those airboats, like hope for people who are in a flooded home. The sight of those power crews, hope for people who are in the dark right now, Miranda.
That's right. I know you all were mentioning how you might be driving around. If you are driving around or had to for some reason this morning, you might have seen a lot of those stoplights not working. They are working to get this back going, and things have really started to activate out here as you see kind of the bucket trucks going up there. Now that the sun is going up, they seem to be getting even more activated out here. Now, we did speak to some folks from Duke Energy, and they told us that they have been working around the clock since yesterday to make sure that folks have the power that they need. But they did have to kind of subside those operations as the storm was coming through. The trucks can't drive safely when wind conditions are blowing at a certain miles per hour, so they did have to kind of wait for that to finish up before they could head out again. But we've seen these trucks as we've been riding around the county this morning. We've seen these crews kind of getting activated, bringing in their luggage because many of them are from out of town. They told us that they have 8,000 people on hand to help restore power after this storm. And we know that as we were riding around, it was pitch dark in a lot of places because people just don't have that power. They're just asking folks to be patient. They're asking people to stay off the roadway so that they can move around freely if you don't have to be out. And they're also saying that, you know, if you do have or if you have lost power at your home, try to turn things off. Make sure that they're turned off so that when the power does come back on, you don't have a surge, because then you might have more problems if everything comes back on at once. But again, these are folks from all over. They're not all from Florida. They're not all from our area. And, you know, that makes a difference as well, because it's not just us that are impacted. I'm talking to my mom in South Carolina. She says she just lost power from this storm. So this is going to be kind of a regional thing, but they have brought in thousands of people to help us in the aftermath of this storm. But again, these people have been working so hard to get the power back on. They're just asking that you be patient. They're trying to get over to you. This was a bad storm. It was a big storm, and they're trying to work to make things better right now. In Pinellas County, Miranda Parnell, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, thanks, Miranda. Yeah, that is a really good piece of advice. If you're at home right now and you are streaming us, I know some people were able to power up their phones, but you definitely want to turn off all those other items in your home if things were on. That's a good point. You don't want to have a power surge right after you've dealt with an outage for quite some time. Many people in the dark all night long. That AC even more important too.
Yeah, and Miranda, they can't get really out there until some of these floodwaters recede, because obviously some of the streets that don't have power right now are flooded. So I kind of see some of them standing around. They're just waiting for their to-go orders, essentially. They're ready to go for their marching orders.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. They were saying, like we mentioned with the bucket trucks, they have to wait for the wind with those. But like you just mentioned, it's also the flooding as well. You know, they have to make sure that they can see. And so we're thinking that now that the sun is up, they can get kind of a better lay of the land to decide where it's safe to go. And I know these trucks are lifted, but they still don't want to risk it either. That's why we say just stay out of the flood water, stay at home if you can. But yeah, we know that as the sun comes up, it is going to help get things back on track. But we also know that folks are going to want that AC. So they are working to get that rocking for you. And hopefully, again, if you can just be patient, if you can stay at home and kind of wait it out, they are working around the clock to get that power restored to folks here in Pinellas County.
All right, Miranda Parnell reporting live for us in St. Pete this morning. At last check, Caitlin, 230,000 people in Pinellas County without power.
Yeah.
So certainly,
a lot of work to do.
Yeah, a lot of work to do, and folks are going to be happy to see them coming down their street and coming into their neighborhood this morning. Up in Pasco County, in Newport Richey, another area that was prone to flooding, and then when you add historic flooding on top of that, the Gulf Harbors neighborhood was one area this morning that I know that deputies were up there doing water rescues as well. Our Angelicia Bruton has been in Pasco County for us, northern Pasco County for us all morning long. Angelicia, what's the latest there?
Yeah, right now we are in downtown Newport Richey, and as the sun starts to come up, starting to notice that there's a lot more traffic in the area. Officers are out helping direct traffic, waiting for some of the street lights to turn back on. Some have turned on just in the past 5 minutes in this area. Crews have been working really fast. You can see there's some crews working on the power line behind me. They say there's about 40,000 outages in this area. And although it seems like the water is receding pretty quickly in most communities, there's still a lot of areas that are experiencing a lot of flooding. That's why they're asking people to be careful on the roadways. If they have to come out, they still want people to stay indoors, but they've rescued about 200 people, just water rescues alone. And it's not even noon yet, and they're expecting that number to go up even more. Live in Newport Richey, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
All right, Angelicia, providing an outline of really what's been going on up there from Pasco County into Hernando County, Citrus County. We've been seeing the live water rescues all morning long. Angelicia, thank you so much for reporting there as they're working to get the power restored back there in Newport Richey as well as Pasco County as well. We're talking about water rescues all morning long. Some really unbelievable video that we got from the Coast Guard overnight, and this was something that I saw on Twitter that was absolutely amazing. This was a man who had to be rescued off of his boat in Sanibel. It was an unbelievable video. If we can cue that up for you guys, because it is something else. As the Coast Guard sees his sailboat out there. Yeah, and literally they lower down and wait until you see this. Just watch this video here. I know it doesn't have the sound, but there he is. He's stuck on the boat with his dog. Here comes the dog.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, I'm so glad they're okay.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. We've seen so much of that. What sticks out to me too with this, up in Crystal River, so many people rode out this storm with their pets. They had their cats, their dogs. They're bringing them on the airboats too. You know, they're part of their families, and they're concerned about them as well. But oh my goodness,
What a rescue there by the Coast
yeah.
Guard. Thank you so much for that one.
Wow.
And look at the boat just being tossed around like a toy out there in the ocean.
Yeah, I mean, it's no match for the power of the sea, and that's perfect perspective in that video there. You saw a video earlier this morning down in Sarasota. Our Nick Valturo is stationed there now, giving us some looks there, and you've seen massive sailboats that are down in Sarasota.
Just washed ashore.
Washed over the seawall there with the power of the storm surge and the winds there. You just see they look like nice, big, sturdy boats until you see the immense sea and Mother Nature.
Yeah,
My goodness.
Yeah, and that's what we were dealing with all night long, and we'll talk about that a little bit more this morning as well, because we keep using words like historic and catastrophic flooding, but it really was when we set high water marks for pretty much every spot in our viewing area overnight, in the overnight hours, from all of the storm surge that we kept telling everybody about. A lot of folks in evacuation zone A did not leave, and that's why we're seeing a lot of those water rescues. A lot of times folks, we don't leave when we're in evacuation zone A because we saw this thing was far offshore. It really kind of sort of wasn't our storm when it came to wind and rain, right? That's kind of the mentality, because everybody says, oh, I'm from Florida.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, we don't understand storm surge clearly.
And we will now.
We do now. So when we start talking about storm surge from this point forward, we're going to start to understand what we're talking about now, because we're seeing this morning people whose lives are upended because they didn't leave.
Right.
They thought, the wind's not going to be that bad, the rain's not going to be that bad, I don't understand storm surge maybe,
Right.
so I'm going to stick it out. And when you stick it out, now all of a sudden you're putting first responders in harm's way too,
Right.
who want to go home to their families, who don't want to get hurt when they're at work. But as we're hearing all morning long, 200 calls just in Tampa alone, emergency calls, 87 water rescues in Tampa, hundreds up in Citrus County now.
Yeah.
I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And so
Hundreds
hopefully,
of people.
Yeah, hopefully we're going to learn
Tampa
something
Bay
from this
area.
storm, and we're going to learn a lot more now that the sun is coming up and folks are going out to assess the damage. First responders are getting out there now.
Yeah.
And we're going to bring you that video, throughout the day. As soon as we get it, we're going to pass that on to you as well. Talking about boats down in Sarasota.
Yeah, let's go down to Nick Valturo, who's live for us now. And Nick, we were just talking about the boats that we saw earlier, and of course you have been saying we were waiting for the sun to come up, and not such a sunny day just yet, but certainly the sun up is giving us a clearer vision of what's going on. So where are you now?
Yeah, and that's a great point, Caitlin. We're starting to at least be able to see some of the damage. And we're on Banana Place over here in downtown Sarasota. And as you can tell right now, this street is completely washed out. I mean, you could just see how deep the water goes. I'm going to just stand here for a second to just give you an idea of what we're looking at. We saw this cone that was actually out in a garage over there. It just washed out completely into the street, and that's what we're really seeing, right? We've talked about the widespread flooding that took place all over because of that incredible storm surge between 5 to 6 feet out here in the Sarasota area, and a lot of the downtown area, of course, was underwater, a lot of that standing water. And before, they had the John Ringling Causeway completely closed down. That's one of those main thoroughfares that people can access and get across to St. Armand's. That is starting to slowly open back up. But you can just tell by the water, right? Just taking a look at the water, how much there is. So you can still see it rushing through. We're starting to have a lot of those wind gusts still pick up. So it's still pretty strong out here. But we talked about it, right? The storm surge, the 6 to 8 feet, the abnormal water levels above sea level, and just how much of the area really was inundated with water. And Jameson, I thought you made a great point before when you mentioned a lot of people don't understand storm surge, and we saw so many posts from friends and other people on Facebook and all over social media about how they lived in Florida for years, how they weren't going to evacuate, they were going to stick it out in their house. And of course, you see a lot of those same people posting that they were stuck, they couldn't get out, they needed help. So many people underestimated it because there wasn't a lot of rain, wasn't a lot of wind early on in the afternoon. They really didn't know what was coming. And of course, now you're seeing just the repercussions of that. So many people out of power, so many people stranded, so many people needing to be rescued. So it's really just an unbelievable turn of events what we're seeing here this morning.
Yeah, and talking about people being stranded, Nick, you're down there in Sarasota. I'm kind of wondering how you're going to get back into town. We've got all the bridges closed down. So, hopefully you're set down there for just a little bit because, this is an area too, not downtown necessarily, Nick, but Sarasota County that had flooding after Debbie, and they were literally still pumping water out of some of their neighborhoods just a week ago. So hopefully we can get some updates on them as well. Are you surprised by the flooding that you're seeing even in the downtown area?
Yeah, and that's a great point, Jameson. You really are surprised by the amount of water you're seeing. And you talked about it, just the amount of people that had to clean up still after Debbie, that so many people were underwater, still pumping water out of their homes from out here to Azuna. So many places that were just inundated with water and with flooding. And as a matter of fact, we know that there were a lot of people who really didn't anticipate this to get as bad as it did. And of course, now they're going to have to pick up all those pieces after before. As for getting home, that's a different question. I really wish I had an answer to. I'll tell you what I won't be doing while I'm waiting to try to get back. I will not be watching a replay of the game last night because I stayed up to watch that, and I don't need to see it again.
Yeah. All right, Nick reporting for us down there in Sarasota County. Nick,
the Giants lose last night?
Yeah, they did. So he's definitely
more bad news this morning.
Yeah, all right. We'll get you. Don't worry.
20 to 15.
20 to 15. Yeah, if you lost power last night, by the way, that was the score.
More bad news.
Yeah, for Nick. Yeah, exactly. Hey, by the way, let's take a live traffic cam right now because we have some information coming in from the Pinellas County area, all the barrier islands from the Dunedin Causeway all the way through Tierra Verde. They continue to be closed to everyone, including residents. As you can see the traffic cam there at State Road 679, and you see everybody blocking that off. So again, the barrier islands from the Dunedin Causeway through Tierra Verde continue to be closed even to residents at this hour. So if you evacuated, you want to come back, you want to see the damage perhaps that was left behind, you can't do that just yet. If we get some information as to when they might let residents back on, we will be the first to pass that on to you so that you can come up to that traffic stop, show your identification, and get back on. But at this point, you're being asked to stay put where you are.
Yeah, we're monitoring all our bridges right now, which are still closed this morning, just after coming up on 7:40 in the morning. Let's take you to Tampa Fire Rescue. They were putting out a fire earlier this morning on West San Miguel Street. Take a look at that and what they had to go through there, the flood waters to get to it. As we've been telling you this morning, there were several structure fires, dozens of them throughout the Tampa Bay area overnight. And unfortunately, because of the flood waters, because it was just too risky to even take their trucks in, some structures they just had to let burn.
And that's a newer structure. That's one of the newer homes in that area,
right
on San Miguel. As you can see, kind of a newer home there. Yep. And so they were able to get over in that direction. Luckily, they were able to fight that off. Because a lot of times in the structure fires that we've been seeing from county to county to county all morning long, they have not been able to get to them to put them out. They just got to let them burn to the ground.
Yeah, Fire Chief Barbara Tripp updated us at 6 o'clock this morning saying that there were 200 medical and fire calls overnight, vehicles, homes, all included in that. So those calls, I'm sure, will continue today. Of course, water does not mix well with electronics, and that's part of the story right now. We also want to take you to Treasure Island. Boats piled up on properties there. We knew that this would be part of it as well because we saw that massive storm surge. You know that pirate well as you come on
Yep.
to Treasure Island. Yeah, over the bridges onto the area. Look at these boats tossed aside in the front yards of people.
Whoa.
Wow, boat after boat there. This is going to be quite the cleanup over the next several days. And as our meteorologists have been telling us, we are going to dry out a bit. It's sure going to be hot over the weekend, but hopefully some of that cleanup can begin. This also, Safety Harbor, the pier is damaged out there this morning too. This storm surge just so powerful, inundating our area with more than 5 feet of it in some areas, 6 to 7 feet across the Tampa Bay area.
I'm just still amazed at the boats on everybody's front yard.
I thought at first looking at it, I thought, well, maybe they pulled that up, but no, I mean, this is just left from the storm surge and the aftermath
So
here.
I have to imagine those are boats that were in the intracoastal that went over the
pushed
wall.
over the wall into people's front
yards. That's the only logical thing.
And the water has receded out in that area, clearly.
And there's the Safety Harbor pier that flooded. that sustained a lot of damage after Hurricane Helene as well. You know, you saw just how angry the Bay was at a certain point yesterday, especially with the video that we got from Howard Franklin. I mean, that's as choppy as it gets.
I know. Pouring over, like massive, almost like Atlantic coast waves coming over the Gandy Bridge or the Howard Franklin Bridge. Yeah, a scary scene. And watching the video, I couldn't believe, as they were closing it, just about to close it yesterday, I was watching the cars come over, and I thought, I can't believe these cars must be terrified, the drivers of them, because these were massive waves coming over.
Yeah, and they eventually did close it down. They eventually closed everything down. So again, if you're waking up this morning and you're thinking of traveling from one side of the bay to the other, you're not. All the area bridges are closed. And as you just saw, the Dunedin Causeway, even just trying to get over there on some of the bridges, that's all closed off as well, even to residents. A lot of storm damage assessment to be had this morning. It does not matter what city or county you're in. The only folks who seem to have really been spared here are the inland counties like Polk and Hardy, Highlands, DeSoto. They made out okay. It seems Polk County even sending some of their team up to the Perry area. That is where Helene made landfall. 11:10 last night is a Category 4 hurricane, a major hurricane with catastrophic damage, especially from the water and all the storm surge.
Yeah, we were watching that cone kind of move yesterday. We were worried about it because it had been ticking west and then it kind of was ticking east a little bit, and our meteorologists were tracking it very closely. It was interesting to me to wake up this morning because I was not awake when it made landfall, but right near Perry, about 10 miles away, that's exactly where they thought it would.
Almost spot on. And Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins was talking about how the Storm Prediction Center, set this course out days and days and days ago, and pretty amazed at how it pretty much kept its line from beginning to end. It was pretty remarkable how they got the call on this right. They especially got the call right on the catastrophic storm surge. They were on top of that all along, and that's kind of been the warning that was going out for days on end. So the folks who did evacuate, hopefully you're going home to your homes today and everything's okay. Hopefully you're okay. Your possessions are okay. Thankfully you're okay. But we
can replace those.
Yeah, we can replace all that stuff. Hurricane Helene though caused quite a punch. And she's hanging up around Georgia right about now. Let's go over to meteorologist Amanda Pappas as we get the latest on Helene and some of the numbers that we saw come out of this storm, Amanda.
Good morning, Jameson, Caitlin. I've been on the phone with multiple friends, family members. I have family over towards the Panhandle waiting on their response at this point. We know this is our home. We were impacted. We warned you about the storm surge. That was the most deadly and also devastating part to Helene. Right now, Helene, currently a tropical storm. The 5 o'clock advisory showing us it's going to make its way towards western portions of the Carolinas into Tennessee, pushing into that Ohio River Valley. It's going to weaken, of course, because it's cut off from the water, its energy source. So those pressures will begin to rise, essentially meaning the system will weaken. Now, we do see that the cone overall still putting portions of Florida under the gun in terms of a tropical storm warning. That should be lifted here shortly. With that 5 o'clock advisory in mind, our next advisory will be at 8 a.m. here. So coming up soon. Right now, we do see, though, that the system moving to the north at 30 miles per hour. This landfall taking you back in time for a moment. Hurricane Helene last night at Perry, Florida. Look at the eye as it's about to cross over. We can see that this system was just something of just sheer magnitude. Look at the eye wall of Perry. This is Perry, Florida. Thank you so much to storm chaser Reed Timmer. This is Perry, Florida. The eye wall. Look at those winds gusting. You can barely see, the visibility so low. That was what it was like to be inside of Hurricane Helene, the eye wall, the most dangerous part of the storm. That's where the surge is the worst, and those winds and rain are the worst as well. Look at that imagery.
Yeah, we're still an hour, but we just have 50%. I just wanted to make it.
Very dangerous, but overall, we want to give you this imagery so you can see the sheer strength of this storm. Look at those palm trees holding on for dear life there, palm fronds. And watch this, that light, look at that red light. Keep your eye on it. bam, there we go. We saw that all last night into this morning, power going out because of how strong these winds were. So I want to take a look too at also the storm surge. So getting back to this, we do see that right now we have a little bit of a break in terms of the rain. Thank goodness. It's the outermost bands over towards Highlands County that are putting down a little bit of water right now. So speaking about that water, this was record and historic surge that we saw. We've never seen surge like this across the Bay Area. For Clearwater, we got up to about 6.5, a little over 6.5 feet there. East Bay, 7 feet of storm surge. Another almost 7 there for Old Port, Tampa, and St. Pete. Cedar Key, where Jennifer Titus is, seeing multiple people being rescued this morning because they had almost 9.5 feet of storm surge. Look at that previous record from Adalia, almost about 7 feet of storm surge there. So this was something they'd never seen before. So a lot of people chose to not evacuate. We told you guys why, because we do see that the storm surge was the strongest part of this system. So right now what you need to know, the strongest winds are down towards Nick Volturo in Sarasota. Those winds are going to continue to die down, which is good news. We're here to bring you the good news now. We recap this storm, right? But the great news is that all the water levels are dropping quickly back to minor flooding or no flooding at all. That's for Cedar Key. We saw a 6-foot drop there. And in addition to that, we see Clearwater Beach. Those water levels have dropped as well. And even more good news, Old Port, Tampa. For a lot of my friends over there, I saw multiple homes being flooded. We do see that those water levels are dropping quickly too. So the storm surge, what you can expect for the rest of the day today, every hour we will see, every 2 hours we will see about a foot of that water go down. So that's good news for us. Now, as we do approach that high tide, the next one coming in right around 11 a.m., we will see that that water is going to slowly start to drop. So it's not going to come back and rise, but it'll just take a little bit longer for it to completely recede in those low-lying areas especially. So we want you to make sure you are not underestimating the power of water. Look at this, 6 inches of fast-moving water can knock you right off your feet. Another 12 can carry a sedan away. And if you think you have that big lifted truck and you're good to go, well, guess what? 18 to 24 inches of that fast moving water can take the storm. The storm can essentially just take the whole entire truck away. So with that in mind, another look from Perry, Florida, from Reed Timmer, you can see the sheer wrath of Hurricane Helene as it made landfall in Perry, Florida. Go ahead, and if you are able to and you have any cool storm damage footage or imagery, especially keeping your safety in mind. Your safety is my #1 priority, but if you want to go ahead and send that in to me, that helps proof the forecast and also your eyes in the sky as well and on the ground. We do see that this QR code, you can go ahead and send all that information to it. Looking at your local forecast, we see those wind gusts are going to begin to die down, especially after 2 o'clock. Your 7-day forecast still featuring, of course, a weather impact alert day because we still are dealing with the after effects with that surge still in place. It'll slowly go down, which is the great news after Hurricane Helene has battered the Gulf Coast. We return back to normal weather pattern heading into Saturday and Sunday into early next week. We're back.
All right, thanks, Amanda. We're getting more information. Really, at this point, it's a day of assessment. We're going to have to assess the damage across our area as the waters recede. Right now, we're getting word, too, they're assessing some of our bridges, the Howard Franklin, which has been closed since yesterday, the Gandy Bridge as well. TPA, they have an assessment crew out there at the airport, too, because the airport's been shut down as well. This is all about safety and getting everybody, back into some sense of normal. It's going to be a while before we're really there, but today, getting people, stay home because they're going to be assessing before they can get you back on the roadways. Now in Gulfport, downtown Gulfport has sustained considerable storm damage. We've been showing you that video. Our Miranda Parnell was down there. You'd see the businesses, the water. It was really starting to surge in the area prior to the storm's arrival yesterday too. So we saw that storm surge overnight. They're going to assess the damage in the area too. They're asking people in the Gulfport area to stay home, avoid the downtown area there too. Only essential personnel right now. And Florida Power and Light, too. They are restoring more than 65% of customers affected by Hurricane Helene. So assessing the damage out on our roadways, assessing the damage to our power structures as well.
Yeah, and FPL restoring 65% of the power to the folks who had their power knocked out. Just on their power outage map here, I'm just taking a look here in Sarasota. 46,000 customers in Sarasota County, FPL customers still without power this morning. Manatee County right now, that number hovering right around 40,000. A lot of them have been restored. Manatee County, about 22,000 have been restored. In Sarasota County, about 71,000 had their power restored. So hopefully that is you. As we saw Miranda Parnell earlier, we saw power crews lining up down there by the Trop, getting ready to head out as soon as the wind dies down just a little bit, as soon as the streets that they need to get to recede, the floodwaters recede a little bit. They're going to get back out there and start to restore that power. We have power crews. Governor Ron DeSantis telling us yesterday and the day before, as a matter of fact, that power crews are coming from out of state to come and help us on this one. So we've got a lot of cavalry here.
More than 18,000 linemen.
Yes, trying to get this power turned back on for us. You know, if you're watching us this morning on your phone or maybe a tablet with the 10 Tampa Bay Plus app, we say thank you for watching us through the storm. And as you go through the day without your power, hopefully you don't have too much cleanup to deal with. But we know that there is a lot of storm damage assessment, as you mentioned, that has to happen throughout the Bay Area. Citrus County, one of the worst that we've seen all morning long. If you're just waking up and kind of taking stock of everything that happened, historic catastrophic flooding from Hurricane Helene here in the Bay Area that we're dealing with.
Trying to keep up with all the news conferences that are now lined up. The first one we had this morning was from Mayor Jane Castor, as well as the police chief and fire chief in Tampa early this morning. That was at 6 o'clock. We're awaiting the governor, who's going to speak in just over an hour this morning at 9 o'clock. So we'll get an update across the state there from him. Also, Manatee County, too. They plan to have a 1 o'clock news conference. This is public safety in Manatee County. We've seen widespread flooding, so we're going to wait. By 1 o'clock, they should have a better sense there, too. More water receding in the area, so that's actually not bad timing for that.
Absolutely.
Hillsboro County too.
Yeah, Hillsboro County is going to have another one. Hillsboro County, that's one of the first phone calls we made this morning. We were talking about 2:15 this morning. We were talking to Hillsboro County Fire Rescue. Kind of set the scene here for you, maybe while some of you were sleeping last night. They told us in Town and Country they were doing some water rescues there. They were even getting phone calls of some folks who were stranded on the roofs of their home because the water had gotten so high. And they couldn't even get to them at that point. They told them to stay put as long as they could. They'll get to them as soon as they could. They were also experiencing flooding along the Little Manatee River in Ruskin, in that area. Saw some minor flooding as well in Apollo Beach. Lots of structure fires that they were dealing with as well. And that's been kind of the recurring theme all morning long, whether it's water rescues, structure fires, power outages. If you're waking up this morning and everything's fine for you, you're very lucky.
Yeah, that's the main impact that we've seen. A lot of people overnight. I mean, we talked about this yesterday, preparing for this storm, but it made landfall in the late night hours, the overnight hours. So the darkness mixed with that flooding, really a scary situation for so many families who tried to wait it out, even in those evacuation areas. So many airboat rescues up in Citrus County. We watched them play out live as families were pulled off those airboats, many of them saying that the water just rushed into their home so quickly. Within 5 minutes, feet of water were in their kitchen. They were, up to their waist. And so some were going to their second level or trying to get, on their kitchen counter, waiting out the storm, waiting for those airboats to come and get to them. But at the height of the storm, in the middle of the night, they couldn't do that safely, too. So some people had to really wait it out for a while in fear.
And they had to do it in the dark as well. So here you are in the pitch black, water's rushing in. You feel no power. Running. You feel this cold water rushing in, and you're trying to get out. And as we saw from all those live airboat rescues in Citrus County all morning long, you saw folks getting out off the boat with either just a grocery bag of like whatever they could grab, of clothes, their phone, maybe a laptop.
Their pets.
A
lot of them with their pets.
A lot of pets. So, this is a prime example as to why when they evacuate, they say get to a shelter, maybe go a little bit further inland, go stay with some friends who might be in a safer location. Because these airboat rescues that they've been doing, and they're going to do more today as the sun's coming up and folks are calling 911 again. This puts everybody in harm's way, including those folks getting rescued.
Yeah, but a reminder that you've said, and you've lived in the area for well over a decade. So many families have lived in the Tampa Bay area for decades. We haven't seen flooding like this in more than 100 years. So in your lifetime, you've never seen flooding like this in the Tampa Bay area. Really catastrophic for some people who are losing everything through this. Maybe didn't anticipate that being the case. A lot of people were able, we watched them able to get items out of their homes yesterday, literally move out of their homes, but that wasn't the case for so many people who seem to be caught off guard by this. That storm surge, not something that they're as accustomed to.
Yeah, and I think we're going to learn a lot about storm surge, from this point going forward here in the Bay Area. We're from Florida. We can get through hurricanes, but now we've learned a lot about storm surge going forward. So, this is hopefully, a cautionary tale for most of us. I'm going to go to a live picture right now at State Road 60 and McMullen Booth Road. As we've been telling you, in this area, the Courtney Campbell is closed down. So this area that you're looking at here, you can see is all closed off. You're not heading in that direction.
Look at the debris on the roadway too.
The mud and stuff like that. Yeah,
washed all up.
Exactly. You can see that, and that's going to be the other issue is, once this is all passed and the sun's out, you've got to get that stuff off the road before folks can start going back and traveling safely as well.
Let alone assessing the damage. That's the big thing, and that's going to be quite the undertaking.
The
with
structure
all
of the bridge,
bridges
you mean?
Yes,
exactly.
Assessing and make sure that everything is okay, because of course you don't want to give people the go ahead and find out the hard way that the road is not sound.
Yeah, if you didn't see flooding and you didn't see downed power lines, you may have seen downed trees in your neighborhood as well. We saw a lot of video of that from Hillsboro County from today. Some of that video that we were seeing online, a lot of great online video of some folks who have really been like reporters for us out there. Here's some pictures of trees down in the road in the aftermath of Helene.
Yeah, we've got that. And again, it's going to be moving that debris out of the way as the water recedes in many areas across our state at this point too. We've got a live image here. I want to take you to Gandy Boulevard if we have that right now. Gandy Boulevard, our station right off of it in the St. Pete area, and you can see over the extension there, cars stuck because the bridge is not open yet.
It's not. So if they're heading towards St. Pete, and that's what I'm assuming that they're doing.
The Selman extension. So this is traffic there. Maybe they're waiting for or in hopes that the bridge is going to open. It's not though. And so I think maybe they've missed the memo that the bridge is closed and are now sitting in standstill traffic.
Here's my guess. That's the flyover there. Folks trying to head into St. Pete, and I'm guessing they're being turned around right at the base of the flyover, which, if this is true, I'm not sure why they didn't close off the unbound ramp to the flyover. So so this is, if you're trying to go out today and they're telling you not to, this is what you're going to deal with, because you're going to go down a lot of roads, state roads, and you're going to get turned around. And you're going to have to figure out a way to get to where you're going. So if you can not go there today,
right?
Maybe just stay inside. You just wait it out one more day.
Not a good time to.
Not a good travel day.
Not a good travel day. Not a good time to test the bridges, because you don't want to get stuck in that either. Certainly, you don't want to be stuck at home. You don't want to be stuck in traffic, standstill traffic on the bridge. Again, they have crews out assessing it as well. I don't know. We don't know. They haven't said whether they'll even open it today or what the time frame is on that. They do, again, have to make sure that it's clear, that it's safe, and that the structure is A-OK.
Something else you don't want to get stuck in is now Tropical Storm Helene, as we saw Helene make landfall and then head into Georgia, still causing issues up in that area as it continues on. Let's go over to meteorologist Amanda Pappas with the very latest as we look at Helene. Amanda?
Good morning to you, Jamison, Caitlin. We've been here all night long tracking this out for you, keeping you informed, prepared, connected, and most of all, safe and calm throughout this storm. There was no hype with this. It was all forecast facts. I told you guys yesterday, along with the rest of the team, storm surge was going to be our #1 threat and is always the biggest killer of any tropical system. And so at this time, we see Helene with the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center is showing that the system is pushing into portions of Wilmington. I talked to my mom not too long ago. I know that they're receiving tons of rain and wind already there, as well as South Carolina. The system then is going to track as we head into the next couple of hours towards the northwest. For right now, it is continuing that strength and moving to the north at 30 miles per hour. So the faster the system moves forward, that forward speed, the better off we are. It'll allow for it to weaken a little bit quicker. And in addition to that, it's going to continue to race off over towards portions of the Ohio River Valley, including Tennessee, and they could be facing some more isolated tornado threats, also flooding, catastrophic flooding, and a lot of rainfall coming to the rest of the southeast. Aside from that, a live check of our own parking lot. I've been keeping my eye on this closely. St. Pete, we've seen a lot of power outages, a lot of storm surge, so things are finally coming down in terms terms of the water levels, if you're just waking up, thank you so much for trusting us to guide you through this storm. Myself and meteorologist Mike Prangley have been continuing to go over the numbers all throughout the evening and morning hours, and we've been seeing a great indicator that the surge is finally coming down. Those water levels, I just updated them. They're dropping, which is wonderful news. Live look around shows us that we do see really great conditions over towards Plant City. We knew our inland zones weren't going to face the major impact. They were the ones with the least amount of impact. So things are moving along towards Plant City. We see those skies are opening up, a lot of sunshine over towards TPA. Hopefully they open that airport pretty soon. We do continue to see that downtown Tampa, that water receding now, thankfully. We had Jenny Dean that was there not too long ago. And taking us back in time for a second, if you're just tuning in and maybe you were asleep last night, and we had the landfall of Hurricane Helene in Perry, Florida, to recap for you. And it's continuing to bring tons of rain, even as it's cut off from its energy source. So that landfall, again, Perry, Florida. So if we could pull up some of that video that we had from storm chaser Reed Timmer. He was in Perry, Florida in the eye wall, the strongest portion of the storm. So if we can pull that up, that video, it is insane to see the gusty winds, the sheer magnitude of the storm and the strength of it is insane to even think about. Take a look for yourself. This is the eye wall. This was Perry, Florida. Thank you so much to storm chaser Reed Timmer. Perry, Florida was where we saw the landfall of major Category 4 Hurricane Helene last night, and it brought gusty wind. Look at that. And tons of rainfall and a 20 to 15 foot storm surge, life-threatening and endangering surge. And realistically, I mean, it's just so shocking to even watch this video back to see how strong this storm was. Look at it. Just dangerous. And we know that there's multiple rescues, not just only to Perry, Florida, but also here at home, Citrus County. We've had Jen Titus also showing us that multiple people have been rescued and being picked up by those airboats because of how just impactful this storm was with the storm surge, how large it was. Watch that. You see that red light going out. We've lost power over there towards Perry. I'm also talking to my own family along the Panhandle and just getting us back to the graphics for you. We do continue to see that right now we still have the outermost bands of Perry. That's how big, or excuse me, of Helene. That is how big this storm is. So this is the aftermath of Helene. Thank you so much for trusting us this morning. We see radar showing us just some of those outermost rain bands continuing to race off to the northeast. So following around that flow. So now that we've recapped a lot of the devastating imagery and we've talked about it, we also want to talk to you about the water levels. So this was historic. The anchors have been saying it. And here's the proof in the pudding. We see that it was about 6.5 feet we had for Clearwater storm surge, 7 towards East Bay, another almost 7 for both Old Port, Tampa, and also for St. Pete. And Cedar Key was the one that completely just devastated some areas and people's homes. We saw multiple rescues because the last time we saw that much surge was Idalia back in 2023 in August. This time, not only was it 6.89, that 7-foot surge, right? Last time that made a lot of just headaches and devastation and destruction. This time we had almost 9.5 feet of storm surge for Cedar Key. So right now those winds, thank God, are dying down. We see the systems moving away from us. Those impacts will lessen throughout the day today, and those winds are coming down as well. The strongest winds though for right now are over towards Sarasota. In terms of the positive note, we're so happy this morning to bring you the positive news that we see the winds are dying down, meaning the storm surge is dying down as well, and those water levels are dropping rapidly. That's exactly what's happening at Cedar Key since they had the most amount of surge. You can see that drop 6 feet. Thank goodness right now we see that water dropping. Still, flooding is going to be an issue across the Bay Area today, dependent upon, of course, where you are. So the major thing to take home with you right now is that we see all across Clearwater Beach as well. We're not in a flood stage, which is great. And we see that minor flooding to almost no flooding over towards Old Port Tampa with the water levels dropping. And here you go. So we already saw low tide. Now we see our next high tide, Tampa. So just be careful. We do see that that water is going to gradually go down down. It's not going to rise back up for high tide. However, it just takes longer. Remember, we don't want you to underestimate the power of water. And of course, we're going to see that flooding today. Remember, turn around, don't drown. Now, if you are outside and you happen to catch any sort of imagery or video or anything you want to share with us, please, your safety is our #1 priority, but you can go ahead and scan that QR code and just send us what your area looks like. We care about you. We want to keep you safe. Looking at the wind gusts for today, thank goodness they're going to continue to go down, especially heading into the late afternoon. Big 3 takeaway, made landfall as a Cat 3 in the Big Bend of Florida. Historic flooding. We had surge up to 9 feet towards our northern counties. Those water levels will continue to drop, but flooding is the major issue for today. So that's why we have a weather impact alert day. Your 7-day forecast, though, and other good news right now after the storm, we return to a normal weather pattern, finally starting tomorrow and into early next week. And we have our brand new anchors with us. Frank, Sarah, good morning.
We say good morning to you. Thank you so much, Amanda Pappas, for keeping us informed, prepared, and connected. You know, we appreciate you sticking with us as we ride out the aftermath of this storm together now at this point. I'm Frank Wiley.
And I'm Sarah Rosario. Again, we are going to continue to keep you updated on everything that's happening as we now track the aftermath in our area of Hurricane Helene. We are getting reports of catastrophic damage all across our area, including water rescues, 911 calls. We're going to be keeping you updated throughout the rest of this morning.
Yes, sir. You said it right there. The word that we're hearing a lot around our newsroom, catastrophic. Historic simply because of the surge and the level of the water that we're dealing with. That is why we pulled this up right here. I want to bring this up if we have it. 3 things to know in the midst of this situation. All right, so as we're dealing with Hurricane Helene, making landfall at 11:10 last night, Perry, Florida, Category 4 storm. Major hurricane, of course, massive in size as well. 3 storm-related deaths that we've had to account for, right? And numbers are still coming in terms of the damage and destruction that crews are dealing with as well.
We're also seeing water rescues underway in several counties. That includes Hillsboro County, Pinellas County, Citrus County especially. Our Jennifer Titus giving us pictures all morning long, telling us exactly what's been going on up there as the water has risen to historic levels there. And we're also getting impacts even out of our state.
Yeah, and you see that right there in terms of Georgia, waking up dark and early and seeing the impacts there. People saying, wow, the hurricane can stretch that far. Yes. Hurricane Helene, so massive that somebody was going to get touched in parts that weren't even directly connected to this part of the Bay Area. So that is what crews are dealing with right now. And now that we're, sunrise is upon us, we see the sun, we see the damage as well.
Exactly. And TECO crews, Duke Energy crews are working around the clock. They've been on standby since even before the storm began to try to get power restored as quickly as possible. We are keeping you updated on power outage as well to let you know when you could have power restored to your area. We're also seeing a huge backup on the roads this morning. We've been looking at pictures all morning long, especially in South Tampa, that Gandy extension leading to the Gandy Bridge. We told you yesterday how the storm shut down several of our Bay Area bridges, and now that's still the case. We're going to be giving you updates as we learn more about when these bridges will be opened. Right now, several roads across our area are seeing some delays, especially that Gandy extension over Gandy Boulevard in South Tampa headed towards the Gandy Bridge.
And as many crews as we have out there doing rescue and recovery for people, they're still overwhelmed. Some of those structures, they had to burn out because fire crews could not get to it. Right now, I believe we have Jenny Dean available for us right there on the Tampa Riverwalk live. And the water's not normally at that level, obviously, right?
Right. Jenny, tell us where you are and what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, I will tell you actually a little bit of good news. The water's gone down a little bit. From overnight, the water actually covered this entire Riverwalk, and I'm going to kind of walk you around so you can kind of see the water was up over the Riverwalk, went up onto the bank, and you can see enough debris to see that it likely went up into the roadway. So a significant amount of water was here at one point, has receded much lower, and then there's still some silt and debris here on the Riverwalk that you can see from the river itself. But even since we started this morning, we've been to a flooded bayshore that's still very flooded right near the entrance to Davis Island, which we'll talk about in just a moment. Sparkman Wharf looking good. Downtown by the Convention Center, also that area there had water up on it, but also looking good. I'm told there is a dock down closer to Armature Works where the dock obviously floated up and then got caught on a pylon, so the dock is kind of messed up, but it doesn't appear to be any structural damage to any place like Armature Works or anything like that. We're kind of making our way around South Tampa. I will tell you, Davis Island is the biggest area of concern when you're talking about downtown Tampa. We can't get out there. As a matter of fact, as of 6 a.m. this morning, the high water police, Tampa Police Marine units were not able to get out there. They had to go by boat only. And we are hearing from people who are, friends of ours in the newsroom and so forth, telling us that they're stuck and that there's water in places that they've never seen water on Davis Island. That main downtown stretch there where all the little restaurants are in Davis Island, restaurants and bars, there was a couple feet of water in somebody reported in one of those restaurants. So we know that the damage on Davis Island is going to be significant. TGH, okay. Their systems worked as they were supposed to. They were fortified with a aqua fence around a generator that helped keep them working and with power all night, a very significant generator. So the rest of Davis Island without power and with a significant amount of water. We've gotten reports of home fires out there where they can't get out there to those folks. So that's a pretty serious situation. We're going to make our way back to Bayshore to see what the water is when it starts to recede there, so we can kind of get an idea of when they're going to be able to get some cars out over to Davis Island and get rescue efforts. Of course, we're not trying to get out to Davis Island. Just want to make that clear. We're going to let rescuers get over there and do their job. That is not something we're trying to get in the way of. We're just trying to show you guys what we're seeing from a safe distance and being safe while we're out here and letting these workers do their job and show you so you don't have to get out and try to see what's happening out here. We are seeing a lot of people getting out and walking along the Riverwalk. We've seen a lot of city vehicles out here as well, city golf carts. They're assessing the damage to the downtown area itself, but downtown seemed to have fared pretty well, the downtown area. Harbor Island seemed to be okay. We could cross over the bridge into Harbor Island. We didn't get kind of way out onto it, but it seemed okay in places. And it's just Davis Island's a real concern. Town and Country, I've seen reports of pretty significant flooding there. Early this morning, Hillsboro Fire Rescue talking about Ruskin having some significant damage in South County. I don't know if we're going to get out that way because we're kind of having a hard time getting everywhere at once, but we do know there's some damage reports in some of those areas. One thing I will tell you, we're talking about the traffic, Sarah. People had gotten on. We were standing under the Gandy extension. We could only get to like a block before West Shore when we were trying to go west on Gandy, and it was flooded. You couldn't get on Gandy Boulevard itself anywhere near West Shore. And so the West Shore Marina District, obviously, there's a lot of power outages there. I think they were probably having to do some water rescues out there as well because you just couldn't get to it. But we were hearing traffic on the extension overhead of us because we were kind of standing under it, blocking from some of the rain and stuff, and wondering where those cars were going. Well, now we know they're just sitting there because they have no place to go. The Gandy Bridge is still closed. I did just hear a report that Tampa Road is open, but don't trust your maps. Sasan and I have even found, as we're using our maps trying to navigate around, there are places that are flooded that it doesn't show on your map, and you wouldn't want to drive through it. So don't trust your maps on your phone. It may say a bridge is open and it may not be. So make sure you're double checking before you head out and you get stuck somewhere where you can't get around it. But we have heard reports that Tampa Road is open. So if you need to get kind of up north and sort of over to maybe Pasco, Pinellas County in that area, that might be a way to do it because all of the other Bay Area bridges are closed. But that's all I have right now from downtown Tampa. We're keeping an eye on things. Like I said, we're going to try to make our way back toward Bayshore so we can kind of show you what that's looking like and if the water's receding pretty good around South Tampa and give you an idea of that situation there. For now, we're live in Tampa. Jenny Dean, 10 Tampa Bay.
Jenny, we do want to ask you a couple of questions. As far as Davis Island goes,
Sure.
Any idea on when people will be able to get out of that area? I mean, it's blocked or it's not blocked to Davis Island?
Yeah, there was no way to get over there. The mayor's update at 6 a.m., with Bayshore being flooded, those are really the only bridges that take you out to Davis Island. And Bayshore was so deep, even at 6 a.m., the mayor said the Tampa police and fire rescue, their high water marine vehicles, they couldn't get through. It was just too deep. It was only accessible by boat. And so that is the issue that they're dealing with. Now, the water's been sort of receding pretty quickly this morning, so that's why we kind of want to get out there and see if it's receding enough on Bayshore, because I think once it does, they can probably get over that bridge and then have an easier time, get those high water vehicles at least out there to take care of the residents that are in the most immediate need. They're obviously having to triage and prioritize where they need to get to first. I mean, some people just have some standing water in their homes, and obviously that's horrible, and it's going to be a situation for a lot of people, but they really want to make sure they're getting to people that need the help, need the rescue, may need medical attention. We've also, like I said, had reports of fires. So these are things that they're really trying to get access to. And then they got to get the power back on, because that's a significant issue for those folks as well.
Any impact to the hospital that you're aware of, Tampa General, or people, maybe emergencies trying to get to TGH?
Tampa General looks fine. And there was some flooding. Tampa General posted on their social media, so they did post some videos, and I think we have those posted on our 10 Tampa Bay app, where we can show you what they've posted if you want to see. We are posting videos that we're getting from social media from all of the cities and counties and things like that. So Tampa General, as we've talked about, put in an aqua fence, which is a flood barrier around their generator so that water couldn't penetrate it, and that way they could keep power to the hospital, so they could power all that significant medical equipment. Now, the video that they showed, you can see water kind of pouring into the parking garage area around TGH, and there's sort of a plaza outside of the hospital that overlooks the water there. That seemed to be flooded, and there was some water on the other side of that aqua fence that was not getting through. So it was doing its job. And, the folks at TGH, they have done their research, and they knew what they needed to do to protect that hospital and the patients inside of it. And it appears that they did it right, and that everything seems to be A-OK. There may be some minor flood damage to the garage, maybe some first floor areas, but from all social media reports from them, is everything's okay, the patients are okay, the power had been running. We could see it when we were over over at the convention center. It was just across the way. We could hear the generator running, we could see the power to the hospital, but the rest of the island was dark. So yeah, TGH seems to be okay.
Look at that, Jenny Dean, everywhere while standing in one spot right there, giving us an update on the entire situation. I want to talk about this really quickly before I let you get out of here, because I know you've got to gather some more information. That said, right, so you've lived here, right, for years. This is home for you. The sunlight. A lot of nerves just unsettled overnight, not knowing the extent of the damage there, Sarah. So now that we can actually see it, this is the other side of that situation.
Yeah, well, every time after a storm happens, you always see the calm after the storm. There's a calm before the storm and a calm after the storm. During the storm, obviously, it's so crazy. But when you see the sunlight, you realize, hey, the storm has moved on. Now, for many people, it's not so calm anymore, because they're seeing the aftermath. They're seeing the damage. Some people stuck in their homes, as Jenny telling us, and still in the dark. So they're now worried about many things that they have to do as the sun has come up now.
Yeah, I want to talk about another area that was hit very hard, still trying to figure out what to make of the situation right now. Jennifer Tite is joining us live in Citrus County. Jen, look, we see the roads right there. Maybe some of that water has receded, but the heartbreak from the situation has not.
Yeah, you can definitely see how much the water has receded so far this morning. But again, this is the first time we are seeing the sun come up, and we are really getting an idea of how much devastation has taken place here in Crystal River all morning long, Frank. From 2 a.m. till 7 a.m., we saw water rescues every couple of minutes, airboats coming down Fish Street. Again, this is the main corridor. This is a road that literally turned into a lake. It was airboat after airboat, water rescue after water rescue of children, adults, pets coming off of these boats. We talked to numerous people coming off. I said, what was it like? What's going on? They said they were scared. They just within minutes saw feet of water come through their homes, and they knew that they had to get out, and that's why they called 911. They said for Idalia 1 year ago, this time last year, they had 2 to 3 feet of water in their homes. Now they said it was 5, 6 feet of water, and they said it was scary. It was dark outside. They have children, they have pets, and they're like, we got to get out of here. So that's what we basically watched all morning, and just saw how high this water got. The water's still high, guys. This is still Fish Street. There's still a majority of downtown Crystal River inundated by water. I was messaging with one of the men that we spoke to yesterday who was right along Kings Bay there. I said, how's it looking? How's it going? I don't know if you can see this or not, but this was a picture that he had sent me. That's where we were standing yesterday, where we were standing. And I mean, if I was out there right now, guys, that water is going to be right, right up here. He sent me a picture of Crackers Restaurant as well. And I don't know, here's one. Look at that. So these are the videos and these are the photos coming in right now of the properties along Kings Bay area that we just cannot get to right now because of the amount of water. We're seeing these airboats continuing to come in. I will tell you that the water rescues have really kind of stopped at this point. We haven't seen many in the past hour. I know the people have told us that they've gone back through some of the roads and some of the streets. They've rescued who have wanted to be rescued. Some people are saying no, they're still out there. They're waiting inside their homes. They're going to just wait for this water to recede, but there's no power down there. The good news, it was kind of eerie about an hour or so ago where we showed you that live shot where we saw the airboat coming in and the linemen coming out. We have the heroes of the law enforcement making the rescue, and then the other heroes of the storms, the linemen. So we saw that linemen were actually making their way down the street there. I'll give you guys another last look here in Crystal River of how high that water is getting, or really first look as that sun has decided to start to come up. The sheriff asking everybody, though, guys, to stay inside. That there are down power lines, so many people without power. You don't want to be going into this flood water. Let me tell you, there was a lady that came up here and she was mad because she said that people are driving on the roads right now, and that is pushing water that has yet made it into some of the homes. So people do not want you out on the roads who are down here because they don't want any more water inside of their homes. The sheriff wants to keep you safe. He wants you to stay inside until they give you guys the all clear and we see this water truly start to recede.
Yeah, that is something of a compound fracture right there, Jen. You know, people have already dealt with the storm, and now you're talking about more water just being pushed into their home.
Yeah. Any idea on when they're going to be reopening some of these roads? Obviously, it all depends on when that water recedes, correct?
Yeah, it all depends on when that water recedes, and they said it could be a couple of hours, it could be a day. You know, we have low tide in a couple of hours, and we got high tide again at noon, so we really just got to see what this water does throughout the day. There is no all clear anytime soon, though. Sarah, look at how high this water still is. We've seen some really high trucks with the really huge wheels, but again, that is bringing the water more so into these homes on these streets that maybe have the water just creeping up to the doors, not there yet. Any sort of that traffic is pushing that water inside, so they're asking people to stay off the roads up here. The good news is they said that everybody that wanted to be rescued, they called 911 and they were able to get them help. They got them to the shelter. We saw an 87-year-old lady get rescued. She was out of oxygen. She was rescued, put into an ambulance, headed to the hospital. So they made these rescues. They were able to make these rescues. We had agencies from all over the place here, not just Citrus County. We had dozens of airboats coming out and answering those calls.
I feel like we have this conversation every hurricane season, Jen, in terms of obviously the storm surge and how devastating it is. But I'm going to tell you, we saw those images that you pulled up on your cell phone. Those were sharp and clear. And then you talked about how high that is compared to your height right there. You've lived here for years. This has to be overwhelming and unbelievable for you reporting on this.
And that's just talking to some of the people. When I asked them, I'm like, why did you guys stay? We were talking about, 10 to 15 feet storm surge. And people are like, we just didn't think it was going to get that bad. I think all of us Floridians, we've been here, born and raised. We kind of become complacent. We don't think it's going to get that bad. And again, I don't think people thought it was going to get that bad. Idalia was the worst that they've seen in years. And so people that had 2 to 3 feet, they thought they could do it. Now they said they had 5 feet of water. We talked to a man who had 2 kids and a pet, and he said once it got to 5 feet of water, he hopped into his boat. Thankfully, he was able to wave down an airboat as well, and he was able to get rescued. So I think that's why people, kind of just wait to see, is it going to get that bad? And they don't want to leave their homes. They've been here for decades, for years. This is a tight-knit community that's been here for years after years, generation after generation. They don't want to go, and then they finally have to. And now I think we're afraid to see the devastation now once we get back into some of these roads here to see how devastating it is. These people just really losing it all.
Wow, Jen. Well, our Jennifer Tide is live for us this morning in Citrus County, Crystal River. Thank you so much for all you do. Citrus County Sheriff's Office also putting out some warnings telling people do not try to tread through floodwaters by yourself. They're saying floodwaters hide dangers that can cause sickness, injury, even death. And they're saying that the water can hide animals, live wires, sewage, sharp objects, large debris, and other hazards. So they're telling people, please call for help if you can and try not to do it on your own.
Now, you know of the obvious threat with drowning, right? But we talk about sickness. Again, we've alluded to this a lot. You don't know what's in that water.
Exactly.
The bacteria. All right, so we want to go to another area here. Miranda Parnell and St. Pete with a look at the situation right there. Miranda.
We're in St. Pete, right out by the Trop, where a lot of our electric crews are working right now to head out and start getting the power back on. Now, they have been working around the clock since yesterday to try and make sure power is restored for people who have been affected by the storm. We spoke to officials from Duke Energy earlier this morning, and they say that they have brought in 8,000 people in total to kind of help with this process. They have 8,000 people in Florida helping in the aftermath of this hurricane. They tell us that, again, they started yesterday working to restore power from people who were already experiencing those outages, but they have had to work around the clock, only stopping, when the wind speed gets too high. With these bucket trucks, they can't drive the trucks around or work in those conditions. So when the wind speeds hit a certain minimum, they have to stop and kind of park and wait for those conditions to subside. So they were doing that during the storm this morning, and now they are mobilizing. Now that they can see where the flood waters are, they can start figuring out which neighborhoods they're able to get into right now to restore that power. Now, something that they're asking for you all, they're asking if you have everything turned on in your house and your power went out, turn those items off. That way, when they do restore power, it doesn't all surge when everything comes back on at the same time. So just go ahead, click those buttons, turn everything off, maybe leave a lamp on so you know when the power does come back on. But they're asking you to go ahead and turn those items into off so that when the power is restored, they don't have a huge surge right after the outage. Again, they have brought in crews from all over to try and help in the aftermath. But we know that other states in our region are also experiencing outages from this hurricane as it continues to move along. I know that personally in South Carolina, my mom said that they lost power. So they're pulling a lot of different resources to help in our entire region because of this storm. They're just asking folks to have patience. They are getting out there and they are working around the clock to get your power back on. In Pinellas County, Miranda Parnell, 10 Tampa Bay.
We are in the Bay Area. Miranda mentioning South Carolina, which of course is home for her. Yeah. That just gives you an idea of the reach of this particular storm.
Yeah, I know power crews even there in South Carolina, Georgia Power and Electric working to restore power, and our power crews as well here at TECO and Duke Energy. We're also getting updates on our bridges. Florida Department of Transportation putting out this morning that they are having crews go out to inspect all the bridges, the Howard Franklin, Courtney Campbell, Gandy, and the Skyway bridges so that they can hopefully try to get them open soon.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's do this. Let's check in with Nick Volturo. I understand he's in Sarasota, St. Armand Circle. With the situation right there, it looks like obviously that floodwater bringing a lot onto the roads, and some of those roads apparently blocked behind you as we see that vehicle off to your right behind you.
Yeah, absolutely, Frank. And this is the one thing that we're really noticing, that floodwater still has not receded. And we're over here by the John Ringling Causeway, which is still blocked off. I mean, just take a look. You can see police are detouring anyone trying to get over it. We're being told this is an FDOT controlled bridge. So we've seen generators being brought across the bridge. We've seen some canoe boats being brought across the bridge, but they are only letting those emergency workers come across. They said they have to go out there. They have to bring in these crews, these utility crews, to go in, check for debris, and also check for any downed power lines. That's one of the big things they're looking at on this bridge. There's a lot of erosion, they tell me, from the beach that washed up onto the bridge. So there's a lot of sand, there's a lot of debris, there's a lot of stuff that has to be cleared off. You can see the crews in the distance trying to work to get this back open. Now people are stranded here on the other side. There's so many cars just parked kind of here in limbo, just waiting to be able to get back to their homes. But right now, that bridge is not open until this assessment is done. Now we're being told that this should take about an hour before they're going to allow the first wave over the bridge, but that's just going to be the first wave of people. This isn't going to be open to everyone. People are going to have to wait. This is going to be done in stages as they try to get people across the bridge safely. But there's so much damage and assessment they need to do. They got to check the stringers underneath the bridge, make sure that structural integrity is preserved on the bridge. So there's still a lot of work to do, and you could just take a look on the other side of the road. You can see these people, you can see they're trying to get back, but the police are diverting them the other way. They really have no way to get across, and like we're being told, they're hoping to be able to get at least the first wave of drivers and residents over across the causeway here in the next hour. But as far as anybody else, that's going to take some time. So we're just going to stick around waiting for that causeway to open because we want to see what it looks like on the other side of the bridge.
Nick, I know you had been talking to people yesterday and today. What are people saying today? I mean, I know a lot of people decided to stay because they've been through storms like this before, but even yesterday you were showing us how the roads were flooded.
Yeah, you know, Sarah, and that's the one thing we've seen. That's the common denominator. Everybody that's been out here, they say they've seen it before and they've seen it again and again. They all stay in their homes, right? And then we've seen so many people that you know, that I know, so much chatter on social media about people who were stranded. They never seen flooding like this, that storm surge, immense, just causing catastrophic damage and trapping people in their homes. And obviously it's been a major problem. We've been talking to people here in Sarasota, talking with police. They said luckily a lot of the people heeded those warnings. They haven't had to do too many rescues out here. But they say right now it's really just kind of assessing the damage. Right now we have the sunlight up. Really, it's been up for the first time that we could see the aftermath of what all that flooding caused. And of course they're checking a look, and we're going to have to see just how long it takes to get that bridge assessed, make sure those power lines aren't down, aren't live, and make sure they can clear that so traffic can get underway.
Yeah, Nick, Sunshine unveiling how big of a problem this actually is. I know that the conversations as this is going on is happening in waves, even as they're letting people back in. So you're only getting fragments of a conversation with recovery crews out there. How are they doing? I know you, and I know you get to the heart of the conversation every single time. How are the people out there who are trying to rescue folks doing?
You know, and I've really been talking to as many people as I can because, you know, I never want to be shy of conversation. And what they're telling me right now is really, it's a full effort, right? It's all, every hand on deck, trying to get this power restored, get this debris cleaned up, really try to call on all those resources. We know they've assembled resources from all over the country to really come out here and help out in Florida. Really, one of the big things out here in Sarasota right now is those widespread power outages. And we've seen so many high rises, so many apartment complexes, so many buildings that are still in the dark. And of course, that's going to take some time because as these crews get out here, assess that damage, try to get the power restored, that's going to be something we're going to continue to monitor because there's still thousands in the dark out here right now.
Thank you so much for that, Nick. You hear people say it all the time, as Nick just alluded to. We've seen it before, but again, every time it's different.
Yeah, every time it is different. And I know that a lot of people are going to be waking up today and trying to say, you know, for the first time, I did get flooding inside my home, or, oh my gosh, look at this tree that's blocking this roadway that I can't get out.
Right.
It really is. It's you feel a sense of relief when the storm leaves because you're like, thank goodness we don't have any more threat to our area. But then when you see the damage,
there's
it's
another wave of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It stinks.
Another wave of a struggle there. I want to get to Angelicia Bruton. She's with us live in Newport Richey. Angelicia, good morning to you.
Good morning. Right now I am on the corner of West Side Drive and Green Key Road, and this entire road is covered with water. You can see it looks like a lake behind me. There's only a couple inches of water right now, but I'm looking at one of the houses to my left, and it looks like the water levels came up to my waist last night. Several people are still out in this area. Some are coming out to assess the damage. And last night, they probably couldn't have come out and walk outside of their homes at all. With the water levels coming down and receding pretty quickly, it's helping people to come out, start the cleanup process. But that's why crews want people to stay in their homes, but also just to stay in their neighborhoods, because they're still paying attention to these water levels. Like I said earlier, they rescued over 200 people this morning, and they're still coming out to neighborhoods like this one to rescue more people. Live in Newport Richey, Angelicia Bruton, 10 Tampa Bay.
Angelicia, before we let you go, I want to ask you a couple questions here, Sarah and I. So you're meeting a lot of folks' worst moment of their lives. The conversations you've been able to have with them in the midst of this chaos right here, what are they saying to you?
Yeah, I was talking to someone that just walked out of his home, and he said the worst part about this is that a lot of his neighbors are disabled. So he was going to check on his neighbors, and he heard that a lot of them left in the middle of the night. They were stuck on their roofs, and crews had to come rescue them. That's been the worst thing that he's heard. He said a lot of their homes are actually elevated, and he said he still got water in their house. One house was elevated 3 feet, and he had about 3 feet of water still coming to his home. A lot of people just experienced a lot of damage in this area.
So much, Angelicia. We're going to let you run, as I know you're trying to gather more information right there. And this morning, of course, as we pointed out all morning long, assessing the damage, the sunlight actually unveiling how severe this is.
And we're seeing so many roads that are still flooded. We're getting those reports, as you just heard Angelicia. Jen Tide is talking about how crews are working to still rescue people. And that's really scary overnight, is when a lot of these people realized how high this water was getting, and trying to get out in the dark. It's a scary time for a lot of people.
Right, and we're definitely thankful for all the people who are putting in the work. Some of them are available with what you just saw right there, Angelicia, on camera for us, but others on the phone, right? So we take the technology how we can, especially when something like this is going on. So right now we have Tampa nonprofit Gray Bull went into action, saving Tampa families from fires and flooding. Do we have that right now? I understand we have Brian Stern on the phone with us.
Yes, I am. How are you?
Hey there, Brian. I can faintly hear you. I'm here with Sarah Rosario, and we understand that you guys have been working around the clock doing your part to make sure that folks are okay.
Yeah, well, my team and I, we've been on the streets all night. We've been doing operations, and it's been a very long night here in Tampa, for sure.
You know, we're looking at some of this video right here. This is devastating. Just simply seeing some of the people who don't have much to hold on to, clinging to complete strangers with fire in the background right there, and then floodwaters approaching their homes. You've done this. You're well versed in this, but I imagine it touches you emotionally the same way every single time.
Well, every time these things happen are sad, right? Nobody wakes up and hopes to be rescued, even though it works out, and even though these people are alive, and that's a great story. The story still is not a good. It's still very sad and devastating.
Now, but earlier we only heard him through your door.
We've conducted 619 operations now all over the world, and every single time is tough. Just as.
Brian, I don't know how to frame this right now, but seeing these images that you've shared with us. And people are trying to recover from this situation, and you guys have to unpack this emotionally as well eventually, but the best of the bad, right? So you've seen the most extreme, and then some cases, what are people dealing with on the other end of the spectrum there? We're having some audio issues, so I apologize for the hiccups in conversation.
Yeah, it's again, we're a donor-funded outfit. GraybullRescue.org is our website. We're funded entirely by donations. We don't get a penny from the government. We don't even get a thank you note from the government. So the people who we serve are these people. So we answer the call when Americans are in trouble and folks can't get there. last night, as an example, Tampa Fire, because of the flood and because they were so busy, couldn't quite get there, and 10 people, 2 babies, and 2 dogs were at risk of being, we're at risk of, who knows what could have happened, and we took care of that little problem.
So these people, Brian, they call you, or you get the call from the fire rescue, or they just call your organization right away?
We don't. No, people call us direct. We're not part of the 911 system. We're not government affiliated at all. People either know us through social media or through friends or family or what have you, and that's usually how we do. That's usually how it happens.
And who are these people who are working with you? Are they like friends, or just people who are volunteers who are part of your organization as well? People who also care for others who want to help any way they can?
No, these guys are part of my team. I have a sizable team. We're actually we were supposed to be on our way to Beirut to evacuate Americans out of Lebanon, but the hurricane came, and we're Tampa based, where our organization is Tampa based. So we wanted to deal with the hurricane and then go out to Lebanon.
Brian, how long have you been at it with this mission?
I've been running a nonprofit. My team and I have been doing evacuations as a nonprofit since 2021. But I've been doing this sort of thing for us for 25 years all over the world. I'm an Army veteran and Navy veteran, and worked for the government for a while, that kind of thing.
That's it. So I imagine along the way, as you continue to help people out, you gather more people to help you with this mission, right? They see how important this is.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. You know, my teams are my team. I have a team of operators, of Navy SEALs and Green Berets and intelligence folks, and then I have a team of case managers who work with the families a lot, and they're kind of like a dispatch, if you will, in this case. But we're on the streets, so we've conducted 619 operations globally. That's over 7,000 lives saved in the last 37 months, including the 10 last night. So, all on donor funded, all using donor funded. All those operations are donor funded, using grassroots and just people helping us out.
All right, Brian, we know you're in the streets and you're abroad. As you said, you were headed overseas and you picked up a storm along the way with the rescue efforts. Salute to you and yours. We appreciate your help.
Thank you so much for the work that you do and continuing to spread the word on social media, as well as people continue to call you. So thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. GrableRescue.org. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll be in touch. We know you'll be at it. Thank you. I want to give you a few announcements here because we just got word that there are going to be some upcoming press conferences. As we've said, it's all about assessments at this hour, trying to figure out how bad certain areas have been impacted and then what to do next. So we've got Governor DeSantis, expected to hear from him around 9 o'clock this morning, so about 20 minutes away. So we'll get what the governor has to say. Then also at 10 o'clock this morning, Hillsboro County leaders going to speak with us.
That's right. And at 10:30, we have Pinellas County leaders. We know that there was concern about our water reclamation center and possibility of people not being able to shower or do their laundry. So we're going to get an update on the storm surge in that area for people who live in that Kenneth City area, Lealman, to get an update to see what's the latest with that. Do they have water? What's up with that? And then at 1 p.m., we are expecting to hear from Manatee County leaders. We did get reports of some downed trees in the Rabonia area yesterday, and we want to know what's the latest with people in Manatee. How are the roads in that area as well?
Yeah, it's so random too with the downed trees, the tree limbs, the branches, all of that. You know, it seems fine as you're driving on the road. It was just a few minutes to get to this spot for me, and I certainly saw that, right? Yeah. So, and that's the best of the bad. Mm-hmm. You saw how bad it is out there.
Oh yeah. Even for many of you, you may be headed out and thinking, where can I go? Okay, I can't go on our bridges, but I can just go to maybe my neighborhood store. Yeah. Hopefully that's open. Maybe the gym's open. And a lot of these stoplights that on my way here, I was seeing that they're off too. So a reminder to use it as a four-way stop sign. You see the stoplight, stop. everybody else.
Vehicle to the right.
Yeah.
Yeah, pull out that old manual, right?
And so maybe the young people aren't aware of that. I'm not, so hopefully you are and you know. Speaking of the roads, we want to get a look. I don't know what they teach in driver's ed these days, but I'm sure they probably teach.
Hey, we're young too.
Yeah, we are young. Yes, we are. All right.
What are we looking at, Sarah?
Okay, I-275 right now for our drivers through the area. We're reminding our viewers, you people watching right now, about some bridge closures. So here's a look at it right now. We got closures along the Howard Franklin Bridge. We've got the Skyway Bridge as well that's closed, and the Gandy as well.
Yeah.
So for Courtney Campbell's, all of our bridges right now
A
still
series
closed.
of roads too.
Yeah, series of roads that are closed. So if you're trying to find ways around these bridge closures, Jenny Dean was telling us about Tampa Road as a good option for you. Drivers kind of being reworked through that area.
Absolutely. And the guy who has been tracking it for several hours now, meteorologist Mike Prangley, right? So the bands of this storm still touching us as the bigger part has moved on, as you told us a little bit earlier.
That's right. Everybody's saying, what about the bridges? That's the one big question I'm getting on Facebook. Okay, so let's take a look. For bridges, of course, once you get those wind gusts over 40 miles per hour, they can be closed. The good news today, instead of increasing wind, we've got that wind starting to ease up. Let's take a look at those current winds right now. Tampa at 14 mile per hour winds. And the main thing is the gusts right now are below 30 miles per hour. So that's good news. The problem is still, it's going to have to be patient. The roads are extremely dangerous. In fact, on your 10 Tampa Bay app, I want to thank everybody that's streaming us right now because we've got over 200,000 power outages across Tampa Bay. So 10 Tampa Bay's here with you, and we're getting out this information such as this. Road conditions around Pinellas County are extremely dangerous in many places. We have crews assessing the damage, as Frank and Sarah were talking about. Don't risk your life or your vehicle to get out this morning. Major bridges and barrier islands remain closed at this time. So again, even though we're getting better weather meteorologically and you look outside and the sun's out, the big part of the equation is we've just got to be patient, okay? Because you've got the before, the during, and the aftermath of the storm. Unfortunately, many lives are lost after the storm has passed, and we don't want to let that happen. And that's why 10 Tampa Bay has been on air with you over 24 hours straight. We care about you. We put you first when the weather's worst. We take a look at those wind gusts right now. I'll put my 10 Tampa Bay phone here right there, so we're all set. And the wind gusts will continue to come down as we head through the afternoon. You still see 22, 23 miles per hour to the southwest and west southwest. But the big thing is we're not going to have any of those nasty wind gusts like we saw yesterday. This is also big for weather impacts today. Of course, patience, watching for debris in the road, still some high water that's still coming down. But it's the heat. Without power, yes, you may see 89 for our high this afternoon, but it feels like more like 100 to 105. So check on your neighbors. Once those homes get over 83, 84 degrees, it can be quite dangerous when it's several hours. And a lot of folks without that power will feel the heat there. So make sure you check on family and friends and they have a cool spot to get to today. Rain, not going to be a big factor, maybe a brief shower. That's about it with that 20% chance as we head through the afternoon. Now, overall, we're looking at our big weather impact through 7 o'clock tonight. And we put it now through 7 o'clock because there will still be some high water in the area, cleanup, debris in the roads, as I just read you from our 10 Tampa Bay app. So we need to stay out of the water. Okay, Frank was talking about all that disease and the marine life in the water too. You never know what's in that water, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's that. There's so many things to contend with.
Okay, very good. And you want to wait for the all clear. Okay, so again, this is not the time to be out and about taking pictures and saying, oh my gosh, did you see that? We're going to wait. So we do this the right way. So post-storm safety, do not wait in the water. Turn off the electricity if the water is in your home. We've seen some structural fires out there because of that. Stay in your home until given the all clear. Again, we're not wandering out, checking out what's going on. But let's take a look at the good news. We're providing some hope after the storm. We got our Visit Tampa Bay and .com camera, and we're seeing some beautiful sunshine over Tampa General Hospital right now in our beautiful city. And look at this, 10 Tampa Bay's parking lot that was under 5 to 6 feet of water this morning. There's my parking spot right there. It's looking much better, and it'll continue to dry out this afternoon. But again, that heat, it's a big weather impact today. Already feeling like 99 out there with that temperature of 85. A few light showers. Okay, this is actually the tropical tail that's still feeding in to Helene, which is still a tropical storm this morning. So overall, there will be a few passing showers today. But again, tropical storm Helene will continue to weaken and move off to the west, northwest. And this is going to actually be a big story for the areas of the Appalachians, the Carolinas, all the way back into Tennessee, with historic flooding for these folks, just like here at home with our storm surge. Overall, we take a look at the big picture in the 7-day forecast. We need quiet weather. Let's see if we can find it. Well, today it's quieter, at least. All right, 88 degrees. We're watching that surge still coming down through the day. And then Saturday and Sunday, there will be some scattered showers, but nothing too bad. In fact, drying out as we head towards Sunday, and especially next week. How about a nice ridge of high pressure and much drier weather by Wednesday?
All right, thank you, Mike. Okay, so we've got a series of rescues that we've been trying to tend to in terms of recovery with this storm as well. I want to pull up this right here. This is Venice police rescues. A still shot.
I had fun.
But that says plenty, right? You see the pet in the background? A member of the family too, right? So people knee-high water right there on the screen.
Wow, and you see all those people just walking to get to the rescue trucks, carrying anything they can, any of their belongings. You always hear officials say to just take the necessities, don't worry about everything else that's inside of your home, because those are things that can be replaced. The important thing is getting you out safely.
Yeah, you're watching people grieve in real time, and it's actually frozen in time with that still photograph right there. A lot of times we want the video, but that right there, just the same in terms of driving the point home, how severe this was as well. And I also understand that we have some video out of Bradenton flooded homes there, right?
Yes.
So this stretched across the area.
Exactly. People in Manatee County still trying to pick up the pieces there. Getting a look at some pictures that we're getting out of Bradenton this video. Take a look at the time difference here. 3:50.
Oh, wow.
You can see just how cloudy it is, windy, wind starting to pick up through the area. Then 8 o'clock, you see the water crashing along the wall there, and you see how that storm surge coming in, starting to rise. And we're already seeing the aftermath there as people in that area are still dealing with the flooding remains, having to call somebody who's going to help me clean up all of this stuff. What's damaged inside my home? What do I need to do next?
If we can keep that up for a moment, that compare and contrast right there. So we've told people, Sarah, that we've got reporters across the viewing area. In fact, we've shown it to them. But we can't tell the story without you at home, and the beauty of technology enables us to do this right here with this split screen.
Yeah. We're also checking in with local officials in Manatee County to see how they're helping people as well. We know a lot of these sheriff's offices and police departments have these high water rescue vehicles. And in some cases, the water is so high in some areas that those high water vehicles are unable to get to where they need to go. I know the Hillsboro County Sheriff's Office said in a video, this is a game changer. They have 2 of them. And he said they were able to rescue people who wouldn't otherwise be able to get rescued. But when the water gets too high, they're unable to do that.
The best technology not good enough when you have something like this that's catastrophic. And we have more video as well. Something out of Largo, right? So I want to show you this as well, because all of this video is starting to come in waves right here. Still photograph. Rescue vehicles right there. Largo police doing their part as well. And, well, believe it or not, that was a road.
Yeah.
It looks more like a river, right?
That's one of those high water vehicles there also.
That's what you were just talking about.
You see them in boats too. We've seen those water rescues for people on boats as well. Largo Police Department putting out some safety alerts for people yesterday as well. I was seeing their alerts online that they had been putting out, trying to remind people to get out early, and to maybe some of those people didn't actually hear the warnings from Largo Police. They were saying, limit travel, avoid driving through those flooded roads and the floodwater, avoid down power lines. That may still be an issue as floodwater is covering some of these roadways and people are without power. Be careful how you walk through these floodwaters. You're advised not to do so because you don't know what's inside the water. It could be down power lines, could be something that could cause an infection for you if you have some open wounds. And be sure to, just know before you go. Try to contact the non-emergency line and call those numbers and try to figure out the best way for you to get out and the best way for you to get help.
Yeah, and our team behind the scenes doing its part as well to, keep us updated with the numbers. I've got some numbers for us right here, right? So Duke Energy continuing with power restoration following the hurricane landfall just after 11 o'clock last night. As of 7:30 this morning, the company has 8,000 workers that have restored power for nearly 198,000 people.
Wow.
198,000 customers. That's a big number right there.
Yeah, it's a lot of people who are dealing without power and a lot of people who now have their power restored. So thank you for Duke Energy for doing that. We know a lot of crews are also out clearing debris. Some of these roads have debris on them as well. Ron DeSantis, our governor, was telling us about how crews have been on standby to clear debris from the streets. I know a lot of FDOT crews, construction workers who would normally be working on construction projects. That's some of their jobs as well, to kind of clear the roadways and clear those side drainage areas to make sure that those are able to fill up with water as needed so that they work properly.
You'll be talking about construction projects for weeks to come because of this, right? Now, here's the other side of that coin, right, in terms of some of those numbers telling you nearly 200,000 customers having their power restored. The latest numbers, this is devastating right here. More than 400,000 are still experiencing outages right now. So, of course, we're going to get an update on those numbers, but expecting the governor to give us an update as well around 9 o'clock. So we're just about 8 minutes away from that.
Yeah, in the meantime, we're going to be showing you pictures and video of traffic across our area. I do believe we have some video maybe out of Crystal River that we were looking at, some pictures that we can show you. Here's a look at some Crystal River flooding. This is Crackers, a restaurant there, and this is where Jen Titus was yesterday. She was giving us a live report. She was showing that on our phone just a couple minutes ago. You can see that how high that water is.
Yeah, I mean, she pointed, Jen, about 5'7", 5'8", she pointed above her waist and said she could not believe the height of that water. Then she showed the photos on her phone that she had taken, as many of those spaces from a wider shot. These are tighter shots, but from a wider shot showing something like that right there.
If you live in Crystal River, the Citrus County Sheriff's Office is telling us about localized flooding and road conditions. They're saying to follow detours that are in place for Crystal River. That includes portions of US 19, Dunellen Road to US 41. So heads up for my friends through Crystal River. You're not going to be able to access the Citrus Avenue or Turkey Oak Drive from Dunellen Road because of the flood levels right now. All of the roads west of US 19 are closed, including Halls River Road, Ozella Trail, Fort Island Trail. So remember, just to avoid the standing water, flooded areas can be unpredictable, as we've been telling you as well. And, it can cause death. And obviously 6 inches of fast flowing water can sweep you off your feet.
Yeah. And then, you never know what could happen after that. Marine life in that water, as Mike Prangley pointed out as well. And at this time, right, so you want to remind people those insurance claims, right? Because if your car submerged, even partially submerged, you have some damage that you may not even consider. Power steering, some of that stuff goes out. The brakes, all of those issues that you have to call that in with your insurance company. That's another layer of a problem to deal with as people are trying to figure out what to do with their homes.
And a lot of people got dropped by their insurance companies, so some of these people don't even have flood insurance, as we've been following that citizens insurance battle that's been ongoing for quite some time, the option of last resort. So now we're going to go to video out of Sarasota.
Sure. And
we want to show you what it looks like there for our viewers in Sarasota. Take a look at that.
So you see that emergency vehicle in the background right there, okay, and a lot of that canopy still standing, but in some spots, Sarah, trees were blown over because of the oversaturation. Areas inundated with floodwater, too much, too soon, and then you combine that with the wind that toppled trees. So that is why those roads are closed. We tell people to hide from the wind, run from the water. But right now, these roads are impassable, and you don't know how deep that water is. So, don't chance it. Don't chance it. You definitely want to obey authorities out there.
Exactly. Sarasota County government putting out this message about 4 minutes ago, asking everyone to be safe, stay off the roads, avoid the barrier islands while accessing the current conditions. They're trying to assess the current conditions. They're trying to look at what they've got going on and see who else needs help. Their teams are out looking at the damage. They're providing help as needed, and they're going to do our best to keep you updated. And we will too here at 10 Tampa Bay, giving us pictures like these of the damage that we're seeing out in Sarasota.
Yeah, Sarah, this has been home for you forever, right? So when you see this type of damage, every hurricane season, you have to deal with everyone differently, and it has to impact you as well, because people all across the area.
Yeah, family, friends who are dealing with this. I had a friend who lives in Davis Island texting me this morning saying we now have flooding in their home. It's sad they just moved into that house within the last year. They
just
have two
moved in.
Little kids, just so excited to get a new home. And here, they know, you see, where Davis Island is. You realize it's in Zone A.
Yeah.
But you just hope that it's not going to happen, and it has. So
I'm so sorry to hear that. They've been hitting you up, and I know they're continuing to ask for answers on some of these outages. I want to show you some more video here that we have in Treasure Island, if we have that. I want to show you the situation that folks are dealing with out there. Wow.
Yeah, take a look at it. You can see water over the roadway still for people. This is along Gulf Boulevard. Thankfully, no cars. They're out on the road. As you can see, they're just working to kind of get that water off the roadway so that people can kind of get back to their normal lives in Treasure Island, part of Pinellas County. We've been getting updates from Pinellas County as well as they continue to assess the damage, and officials there are working to try to see who all needs help in that area. We're keeping you updated on Pinellas County as well.
Yeah, so it looks like we've got the farming tools on the roads trying to clear the water and the debris that is out there. And this is what people are waking up to, right? This is exactly what people are waking up to. This is what we've been able to record over the last couple of hours since the sun has risen, and really giving us a broader picture of what folks are dealing with. But we know Governor DeSantis getting all the granular information. We're expecting him around 9 o'clock or so to give us the specifics on what the state of Florida is dealing with.
And access to the barrier islands for portions of Pinellas County still limited as they're trying to figure out all the damage there along those barrier islands. So they're telling people to kind of stay away from several of those places. Yesterday, we were talking about those flood-prone areas in Pinellas County, places like Snell Isle, places like Shore Acres, Bel Air Beach, Bel Air Shores, Clearwater Beach, all in Pinellas, Dunellen Causeway, Honeymoon Island, Indian Rocks Beach, Indian Shores, Madeira, North Reddington.
Long list.
A long list of all the beaches there in Pinellas County. So yesterday people weren't necessarily heeding the warnings. They said, oh, look at the waves, look at everthing that's going on.
Yeah,
and today it's like, oh, wow.
Yeah, both ends of the spectrum in terms of emotion, right? So we know that it's going to take some time, and patience is not the word that a lot of people want to hear, but it is a lot of hurry up and wait, because we have a lot of crews out there, but it takes time and a lot of patience to allow them to do what they can do, because they're human too. Right. They've been working around the clock to make this happen.
And for those of you who weren't impacted by the storm, maybe your home's fine. You're probably thinking, how can I get back to life as usual? What's open? What's not open? What am I going to do if I have a trip planned this weekend? Best advice to check with your airline. The storm was impacting things like cruises. Port of Tampa closing yesterday. The best advice was to check with your cruise line to see when your cruise is going to be up and running. Check with TPA. I know SRQ, PIE, Tampa International, all limiting the access. Here's a look at the airport right now.
Yeah, not very busy right now.
Yeah, looks great. Right? A beautiful shot of the skyline there. You can see things look great. The roads in and around the airport, and traffic is not really a big issue. And we saw 275 a couple minutes ago. If you're trying to access the bridge near the Veterans Expressway there, Veterans Expressway moving just fine. You just will not be able to get over towards that Howard Franklin Bridge. But again, check with your airline this morning if you are going to be traveling out.
Yeah, great advice. And we just got this bit of information too as we keep that live shot up, right? So you see the picture, you recognize what we're talking about. Still awaiting word on Tampa International as far as when they will open. They will decide sometime today. Again, they will decide sometime today, but as Sarah just pointed out, you want to check before you go, if you can't get there even. Sarasota, SRQ, PIE, now open, but telling folks to check their flights. Again, check your flight before you get out there. Lakeland Linder still closed. And Sarah, as we were talking earlier with Jenny Dean about the roads being impassable, and looking at the maps and it shows one thing, and then you go out there and you see it for yourself, it's completely different. Having loved ones who have worked for Uber and saying when a hurricane hits, it messes up business all the way around, because the map says they can get to someone, and that someone can get to where they need to go, but you pull up and that's not the case.
Right.
So it takes some time for those maps to update as well.
And we know that there's public transportation options that would normally be available to help you out. PSTA has suspended their service up until 12. So once 12 o'clock hits, they're going to start it up again. And we know Hillsboro Area Regional Transit is going to be working to try to get up and running as well. We're also getting some updates that we're seeing online. We're seeing, again, the airport remains TPA is closed to the public right now. We are expecting to get an update from the governor as well.
Yeah, we were telling you all morning that he is expected to give us an update around the 9 o'clock hour. If we have that shot, that'd be great, because I know that he's approaching the podium. He has been getting a deluge of information as he's been trying to keep the folks at home safe and letting them know when they can expect rescue, recovery. We have the live picture of where the governor is going to come up and speak with us momentarily. That is the podium right there, his team briefing him on the latest bits of information as well.
All right, and we're also seeing that just some updates from the governor. This is their 5th update that they're planning as the hurricane. We're tracking the aftermath of it, so something we're going to be continue to follow as the governor gets ready to talk. I'm trying to see the latest things from the governor that he's maybe posted online,
sure,
so we can kind of give you an update on what he's saying. So he's just kind of giving.
There he is, right there.
Okay, here he is.
Let's go ahead and listen in.
Major General John Haas, the Adjutant General of the Florida National Guard. As you know, Hurricane Helene made landfall last night as a Category 4 hurricane at Deckle Beach in Taylor County. Maximum sustained winds were 140 miles per hour. It made landfall moving 23 miles per hour. We saw storm surges in many parts of the west coast of Florida that exceeded what we saw in Hurricane Idalia, which took a similar track. It was similar strength, maybe a little bit weaker, but you were seeing significantly more storm surge in places like Tampa Bay. We also saw major storm surge, of course, in the Big Bend region. We did report that there was a traffic fatality last night. We also this morning can report that there's been another fatality reported in Dixie County due to a tree falling on the home during the storm. Overnight, as soon as it was safe to do, and even in many cases probably wasn't perfectly safe to do, search and rescue operations were conducted to help people that were in distress and transport them to safety. These missions continue, but we've had thousands of missions successfully completed in the overnight hours throughout the state. This is our local first responders. This is local in conjunction with state assets and state assets directly going in and effectuating rescues, and that's the National Guard, that's Florida Fish and Wildlife, that's all the assets we had available to help support these rescue efforts, and all the calls that any state officials responded to last night. We were able to find the person or people and pets and bring them to safety. And so that's a contrast from some of the things that we saw, for example, at Hurricane Ian. Now it's still early. They're going to have those folks who were responding to those calls. They're going to be doing broader search and rescue in those areas that did get hit with significant storm surge and see if there's any other problems or if there's any folks that are still left behind. But as of now, we don't have reports of that. And so those missions were successful, and those missions saved a lot of lives. So I want to thank all the first responders, our folks working for the sheriff's departments, fire rescue, of course, all our state assets. Everyone was ready to go, and it made a big difference for what was a really historic storm surge in different parts of the state. We have currently, as of 6 a.m., 1.24 million accounts without power throughout the state of Florida. Since the storm has begun, there have been 1.16 million accounts that have already been restored. As of 6 a.m., we have 382,000 accounts for Duke, 284,000 for the co-ops, 253,000 for the munis, 233,000 for FPL, 77,000 for TICO, and 11,000 for FPU. So those restoration efforts are underway. They've been going on the entire time as people have lost power, and so I think you're going to see some progress on that throughout today. As of now, we have a number of severely impacted counties with over 30% of the power out. Alachua 55% out, Baker 86%, Bradford 65% out, Citrus 34% out, Clay 33% out, Columbia 99% out, Dixie 92%, Gilchrist 87%, Hamilton 99%, Jefferson 83%, Lafayette 81%, Leon 44%, Levy 83%, Liberty 33%, Madison 99%, Nassau 57%, Pinellas 41%, Polk 33%, Suwannee 99%, Taylor 99%, Union 86%, Wakulla 82%. And you notice those 99% counties are generally the counties that were in the immediate path of the storm. We had rescue operations going on like Southwest Florida, where the storm was 100, 150, 200 miles off the coast, and yet still generated major storm surge. And that was really the story up the whole Florida peninsula. But then as you got into landfall, where you had those Category 4 winds, there's no question that was going to disrupt the power operations. And so that's what you've seen. Probably not just simply power lines down in the immediate path of the storm, probably looking at some damage to substations. And so there's folks that are on the ground assessing and taking action to remedy that as soon as possible. Overnight, the cut and toss operations began at 3 a.m. with the Florida Department of Transportation, and they have been able to clear a lot of miles of roadway, over 2,000 miles just since the wee hours of the morning. I-10 is open and passable, but please drive with caution. I-75 north to Georgia is clear and passable, and FDOT cut and toss crews are pushing southward on I-75 currently. In Tampa Bay, the Sunshine Skyway, Gandy, Courtney Campbell, and Howard Franklin bridges are still closed at the moment. At first light, bridge inspections began. There are reports of some mapping applications not marking those bridges as closed, but as of right now, please choose alternative routes. Those bridges are going to be inspected and open in due time, and I know Jared and his team are working really hard to do that. The Sunshine Skyway is open to first responders and emergency personnel. Please listen to local law enforcement's directive on that. In Southwest Florida, Sanibel Causeway had a washout that's currently being repaired by FDOT, and we expect that to be okay relatively soon. 470 crews are active in the field, and as I mentioned, have cleared over 2,000 miles of roadway, and this was starting at 3 a.m. So they were ready to go, and it's made a difference. 129 bridge inspectors have been dispatched at first light, and they are currently inspecting the bridges in the impacted areas. Airports. Following airports have suspended service but are anticipated to resume operations at some point today. Tallahassee, Tampa International, St. Pete Clearwater International, Lakeland Linder International, Gainesville Regional. Some flight cancellations or delays are being reported. Just check with your airlines directly on specific flight updates. Florida Fish and Wildlife has boat teams in Dixie and Taylor counties actively conducting search and rescue. These are basically the ground zero of the storm. An additional team of 72 staff are en route to Taylor, Dixie, and Levy with shallow water boats. Florida Fish and Wildlife has a boat team of 15 going through Franklin and Wakulla counties to assess storm damage. From Hernando to Lee, FWC has 145 local officers that are responding, an additional 15-man airboat team that are coming over to the west coast of Florida from Titusville. They will also have a 16-man Florida State Guard team with them, and they are headed currently to Pinellas County to assist with search and rescue there. Florida Department of Law Enforcement has positioned assets, including aircraft, and is responding for reconnaissance and damage assessments, including all backup satellite and communication systems. Portable towers have been staged for emergency communications, and FDLE staged telecommunications emergency response task forces for responses to ensure continuity of service for the 911 system. Of course, we have Florida Highway Patrol that have been assisting local officials throughout the whole time, and they are deployed and working as necessary. They are also assisting with cut and toss operations, clearing down trees and debris from not just the interstate and state roads, but also assisting with clearing local roads. The Department of Environmental Protection is actively working with local water providers to determine impacts to local water systems, and we do have reports that there are some issues with some of the local water systems. As of this morning, there are 54 healthcare facilities on generator power across the state, 5 hospitals, 26 ALFs, and 17 nursing homes. So this morning, as you're surveying damage, if you do have damage, just please be cautious of down power lines in your area. Standing water can conceal down power lines and other hazards, so please do not be walking through those storm waters. Remember to use proper ladder safety. You want to avoid any injuries or deaths as a result of people trying to get on ladders and not doing that appropriately. If you use a generator, again, there's power outages, and 1.2 million. You're going to be added to that 1.1 million that's been restored, I think, relatively quickly because everyone's on it. But there's going to be a time where you don't have power, perhaps. If you use a generator, don't operate it inside your house. Make sure that generator is outside your house, away from windows and doors. Carbon monoxide getting into the house can be lethal if it accumulates indoors. If traffic lights are out in your area, remember to treat that as you would a four-way stop. We don't want to see any traffic accidents as a result of that. Some of those signals are out. They will be brought back online, I think in due time, relatively quickly, but there's going to be a period of time where they may not be operating appropriately, and so treat it as a four-way stop. Remember, be careful using chainsaws. We've had mishaps with chainsaws in the past. I know people, there may be debris, there may be things they want to do around their property, and of course you're entitled to do that, but just know this has been an issue that we have seen in storms past. Please listen to the guidance issued from your state and local officials, the Florida Division of Emergency Management, as well as your local EM officials. If you need assistance, non-emergency assistance, now that the storm has passed, you can call the State Assistance Information Line at 1-800-342-3557. Additionally, the Hope Florida line is active for those who need resources or other assistance after the storm. And it's currently now operating 24/7 for the next 2 weeks. And if you want that, and this will be the Hope van, we're going to have the Hope bus in different parts of the state. This is a place where a lot of these charity groups that come and help, they're going to be plugged in here, and it's a way to kind of get you to some help that you need. Kevin and I will be surveying kind of what all groups are going to be involved, but I mean, you look and see some of the flooding that's happened. We've got groups that do muck and gut. Is Rubicon, are they going to be en route? Probably, yeah. So, Rubicon, great group. They come in, they help you with muck and gut. We have a program where we can bring tools and the supplies so they can use that. So there's a whole host of things. So the Hope line is 1-833-GET-HOPE, 1-833-GET-HOPE. There's a card where they have the little the little thing you can scan if you want to get on that. They gave that to me 2 days ago, and they're like, you can show this if you want. And I was like, well, is this for pre-storm or post-storm? I'm like, well, mostly post-storm. And I'm like, okay, what are the hours of this? They're like, well, 9 to 5. I'm like, no, I'm not giving out a number 9 to 5. Like, it's got to be open 24. So we made sure to get that number open and operating 24 hours. Now, I think now that the storm's passed, probably most of the stuff's going to be in business hours. But I didn't want to be in a situation someone calls at 8 at night, they have a need, and no one's there. So this has been expanded for 24 hours. And so that Hope line is there for your assistance as well. I just want to thank everybody who midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m. were out there rescuing folks. This is not something that's easy. The conditions were still very problematic in many respects up and down the state, and yet we had our folks respond, and we said that this would be what would happen, because that's just kind of what we do here in Florida, but yet a lot of folks that made a big difference. While many people across the country were sound asleep, you had these folks that were out there putting themselves on the line and helping their fellow Floridians, so thank you for that. Okay, Kevin?
Good morning, everyone. Governor, again, thank you for your steadfast leadership and support all the way through the night as we were working all night long to help the citizens of Florida. Hurricane Helene, as mentioned, has made landfall in the Big Bend region as of last night around 11 p.m. What we're in the process of doing right now, the first 24 hours we focus on search and rescue. Over the next 48 hours, we will add what we call search, secure, and stabilize. So we want to search the area, make sure that we look for life issues, life safety issues. Then we will secure the area to keep things from getting worse, and then obviously stabilize it. So that's what we're focused on over the next 72 hours. As those search and rescue missions happen today and continue, please do not go out and visit the impacted areas. I beg you. We literally have over 1,500 search and rescue personnel in the highly impacted areas right now. Do not get in their way. We need you to stay off the roads, get out of our way so that we can go do our jobs. Listen to your local authorities for updates on when it is safe to go outside or when it is safe to return to your homes for those evacuated. Remember to take, when you get back home, remember that you take close-up and far-away pictures of any damages and high water marks before you begin any cleanup. The best way to combat a bureaucrat down the road is make sure you do the documentation in the first 24 hours. Make sure you have all of that stuff as you move forward. All right. I know that these are fights with insurance companies and other federal agencies. Just again, FEMA's going to want all the documentation. So take the pictures now as you get out at first light. If you are beginning the cleanup process, be sure that you're wearing the appropriate safety gear. Again, you heard the governor talk about the use of chainsaws, the use of ladders, things like that. Folks, please, I know it's not fashionable, but wear your safety goggles, wear gloves, wear a hard hat. Just please make sure you're being safe if you're out there operating. Those are all preventable deaths and injuries. We can 100% prevent that. If you do not know how to use equipment, if you do not know how to do those heavy lift capabilities, please do not attempt to clean up that material on your own. We will help you. We have nonprofit organizations. You heard the governor speak about Hope Florida this morning. You can go to their website. You can put in the requested assistance that you need. We're the Activate Hope side of Hope Florida, so we are right now trying to get everybody to go to the portal, put in what your issues are. We will start triaging that. We will get people to you. We will be announcing later today the crisis cleanup line being open for cleanup issues. But again, we have people that will help you do that. There's no reason to put yourself in any type of danger. If you're out in the yard, don't cut lines. You're not a resident expert on what is a power line, a cable line, or a fiber optic line. The reason I ask you not to cut those lines is some of our 911 centers across the state run on fiber or cable. If you cut a fiber optic line, you may be cutting communication to a 911 center, even at the residential level. So please, please do not cut lines. We beg you to do that. Beg you not to do that. Make sure you, when you start taking debris to the roadway, again, I know this is going to sound bureaucratic, but it would really help folks like Jared, the DEP, but separate it. If you can separate the vegetation from the white goods, the appliances and the furniture and stuff like that that's coming out of your house, and also separate the household chemicals that may have spilt, like your bleaches and fertilizers and things like that. If you could separate those into 3 distinct piles, it would certainly help the cleanup process as we get in there and start taking care of those issues. Please make sure that your debris does not block any roadways. Please do not do that. If your power lines are down, again, we've already told you do not go and put stuff at the power lines. Hold off on cleaning the debris until the power lines can get to the power line companies can get to the power lines. They need to have access to that right away. So just hold off on it just a second. Let the power crews get in there and do what they need to do. Then bring that stuff to the right of way, but do not block the road. Even though the storm has passed, the roads are still dangerous due to flooding, debris, and potential down power lines. Please just do not risk going anywhere that you cannot see what's going on the roadway. I'm going to let Jared talk much more about road and roadway infrastructure. Again, as the governor has already said, Hope Florida is open 24 hours a day. We're going to be announcing crisis cleanup a little bit later today for assistance after the storm. You can also call our state assistance information line. What is the difference there? Hope Florida crisis cleanup, I need help. Cell line, the state of assistance information line, I just need information. I need to know which way to go, do this or that. That cell information line, just to get information, 1-800-342-3557. Of course, you could go to the Florida Division of Emergency Management's website at floridadisaster.org, and specifically for the updates, add a /updates so that you get the latest and greatest information. Also, we post all of this information to include our updates on X and Instagram at FLSERT, that's at Florida CERT, and then on Facebook at FDEM, that's at FDEM. Governor and John, Jared, and the entire, and as I close here, thank you, sir, for everything you did into the wee hours of the morning. But the state emergency response team is all of the state agencies that come together it's nonprofits, it's everybody that you see sitting on that floor behind me, and then extensions to tens of thousands of people out in the field. And last night at 11:30, midnight, they went into action, and as the governor said, saved thousands of lives. And, you know, it's an honor to lead this team through this type of stuff. And I just cannot say thank you enough to the state emergency response team, our partner agencies, our partner nonprofits. They are truly the tip of the spear. So again, thank you to all.
Okay. Jared.
All right. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership. Yep. Thank you, Kevin. As you heard from the governor and Kevin, we've had thousands of people working through the night. We've already begun our damage assessments, and we're pushing into the impacted areas in those rural communities to do cut and toss. We started at 3 a.m. clearing the interstate, I-10, I-75. Those crews worked all the way through the night. And as you heard the governor mention, we're happy to say that I-10 and I-75 are both open. Tampa Bay did experience significant storm surge. You heard the governor talk about the causeways and the Skyway Bridge. We have crews, FDOT crews and contractors out there working right now to inspect. Some of the causeways were underwater, so we have to inspect those, make sure they're safe to pass, affect any repairs to damage that might be out there, and also clear the roads of debris. So we currently are out there working. We're going to get those open as soon as possible. In Southwest Florida, we also had a lot of storm surge. All up and down the West Coast, we had a lot of roads underwater. When roads go underwater, it can be very dangerous. If you are out driving around, those roads are still underwater, please do not drive through water. It can be very dangerous. You don't know what's going on underneath the water. 470 crew members are deployed to perform cut and toss. We've already cleared over 2,000 miles of roadway, and as I mentioned, we're pushing into those impacted areas of Taylor, Levy, Dixie counties, and all through that storm impact zone. And we're going to be removing vegetative debris. There is a lot of vegetative debris. There's a lot of debris in the roads. Trees can be wrapped in power lines. Please do not get out there and start trying to do things on your own if trees are wrapped in power lines. We send our crews out with utility companies to make sure those lines are de-energized so that we can safely remove that debris from the roadway. Our bridge inspectors are out working right now. This is one of our main missions right after the storm passes through, is to inspect all of our bridges, do damage assessments, start any repairs that are needed, and clear those bridges so that people can start to move around again. What's most important is supporting that search and rescue life safety mission, which is why we're allowing emergency vehicles to drive over Skyway right now. But there is debris even along those causeways, and so we still have a lot of work to do. We're assessing traffic signals right now. We have generators, and we are actively deploying those for traffic signals that are out. If you come up to an intersection and traffic signals out, please treat that like a four-way stop. Be very mindful that there could be traffic coming from every direction. For traffic info and road closures, please use fl511.com. We've heard a lot of reports. We've seen the navigation apps have not had up-to-date information. fl511.com is our website. We are actively updating that minute by minute with our regional traffic management centers. We have 10 across the state. They work around the clock, and we have technology deployed. We're continuously collecting data. fl511.com is your place for accurate traffic information. You heard the governor talk about the airports. All of our airports do plan to open back up to air operations today. There was a lot of storm surge with our seaports, specifically in Tampa Bay. They plan to get Seaport back open as quickly as possible. They have to inspect the channel, but their fuel operation will be back up and running within the next few hours, and they have been moving fuel all through the night. So they've had a very successful operation there. Again, Governor, thank you for your leadership. I'm very honored to be part of this emergency response team. We've been working all through the night, and we have a lot more work to do, and we're ready to get it done. Thank you.
Okay.
And I think people that have followed, the storms in recent years are not unfamiliar with the track that this one took, because it's similar to what was done with Idalia in 2023, and it was similar to Debbie earlier this year. The early reports and so you have a lot of those Big Bend counties. This is the third storm that they've dealt with in 13 or 14 months, and that's not easy to deal with. And then the early reports we've received is that the damage in those counties that were really in the eye of the storm has exceeded the damage of Idalia and Debbie combined. So we have, as I mentioned, a lot of folks that are on the ground there, in the water there, working on search and rescue. That will continue. That's going to continue across the state today to make sure that people are safe and that we're protecting life and limb to the extent that that's something that's still threatened. Look, we've reported 2 fatalities. I pray that that's it. But I also know this was these are hazardous conditions. And so they're going to be doing this. They're going to be on the ground, particularly in those Big Bend areas that got the direct impact. And I know that they're going to work hard. But this is some serious damage there. And it's one thing to have to deal with really major damage. But then when you've already been rebuilding from one and then this, that takes a toll, I think, emotionally and mentally as well. So keep those folks in your thoughts and prayers. We're going to have a lot of assistance that's going to go down their way. But the reality is that this is something that was very damaging. Now we're really, 12 hours away from, not even that, from when this made landfall. There have been people that have been working really this whole time on these operations. Those operations are going to continue, as Kevin said. We'll be doing more things for stabilization, but we will definitely be focused on making sure everyone's safe, making sure that the roads and the bridges are open, people can get around, and then make sure the power is restored and other services are restored. And we expect to see a lot of progress on that very soon. Okay, yep.
Governor, I know you mentioned.
Okay, so the governor right there, Governor Ron DeSantis, starting with a thank you and ending with a thank you, also mentioning thoughts and prayers, that of course followed by works and effort, thanking the thousands of first responders out there. They've been up working around the clock, also mentioning 2 fatalities, a traffic fatality and a tree falling on a home, unfortunately.
Yeah, and he said that they are working to get power restored to everyone. He said they have 1.24 million people across our state right now without power. They've been working to do water rescues, as we've been telling you all morning long. We've been seeing that video coming into our newsroom of people being rescued all across the Tampa Bay area from places like Citrus, Hillsboro County. Also, we're also getting, he said that as of right now, they're not getting any more reports of other rescues, but they do have crews that are ready and available to do that. They're working with a lot of state agencies working together to try to make this stuff happen and try to help and get things open as soon as possible.
Nonprofits jumping in as well. And you mentioned the 1.24 million accounts without power. He also said as of 6 o'clock this morning, some more numbers for you, 1.6 million restored. So they are putting in that work to make sure that they can get the lights back on and the power back on for you, because we know right here in Florida, it does get humid year-round. So they also mentioned a 72-hour plan. The first 24 hours, that is search and rescue while in the path of that storm, right? Then there's securing the space and then stabilizing it. Search and rescue, secure, stabilizing, all within 72 hours, all with thousands of people doing their part, including nonprofits trying to help out.
Yeah, he gave several numbers of places you can call, non-emergency lines where you can get help from some local charities who are partnering with the state to try to make sure that you can even get your home cleaned out, things like that they're open 24 hours. We're also, when we're talking about those power outages, you say, what's it look like in my area? We were taking notes about the local counties and the power outages there. So he was saying 34% of Citrus County right now is without power. For my friends in Pinellas County, 41% of our residents in Pinellas are still in the dark this morning, 33% in Polk County. Florida Department of Transportation crews are working to clear several of our most traveled interstates. That includes I-10, that's back open. I-75 to the north, if you're going to be headed towards Georgia, that's open this morning. I-75 to the south, they're still working. Those cut and toss crews is what they call them. With the Florida Department of Transportation, they're working to try to make sure debris is off the roadway and you can get to where you need to go safely.
We know they are doing their part. They also said, as you mentioned, 10 and 75 open, passable, but also use caution. And we were taking notes on this as well, because they said some directives. We put out the directives before this storm arrived. Here are some on the back end. Okay, officials saying stay out of the way as they're trying to clear the roads of all that debris, fallen trees. You know what that can do to you, to your car, and to the most precious people you know, right? Also, this part right here, Sarah, document. Insurance purposes as well as FEMA.
He was saying it's It's so important to document within the first 24 hours just because of all the paperwork and the bureaucracy and that red tape that you're going to have to go through. If you don't take these pictures and write notes and make sure you have all that evidence, have those receipts, folks, because you need them. They said it's needed within the first 24
You got to
hours.
keep your receipts with everything, right? Yeah, and you know what? This is something we have to point out as well. Okay, so you may have some of that powerful equipment in your home, and you don't know what you're doing. Now is not the time to train on it because that is when injuries pop up, and it could be fatal. They see it all the time.
He said make sure you wear that protective gear, have those safety glasses on, have the hard hats, and if you don't know how to work that equipment, try not to do it because